Transmigrating to Hong Kong Island in the 1980s, he starts out as nothing more than a lowly Shu Gao Jai at the very bottom of Hung Hing. Yet Li Wei possesses an advantage no one else has. He knows the wealth codes of the next 30 years. While others are still fighting desperately on the streets for territory, he has already begun to lay out his plans in real estate media and the capital markets, stepping on bosses and bringing down dragon heads. He aims to unify the underworld of Hong Kong Island short British capital and build a business empire spanning. Yet as his influence expands without pause, international consortia, old money clans, and underground forces begin to join hands in encircling him. Will he become a mere pawn on the capital chessboard, or the one who commands the era as the player? Hong Kong Island in the 1980s night. In an old commercial building in Wan Chai, Li Wei's so-called company is located on the 6th floor. Calling it a company is generous. It is merely two adjoining offices knocked through into one, without even a sign hanging at the door. Among the various Hung Hing branches, this is nothing special, but the location is excellent. Gooseneck Bridge is right downstairs, and if anything happens, it is easy to run. The office door was knocked 3 times, steady in rhythm, neither light nor heavy. "Come in." Gao Jin pushed the door open and entered. Today he wore a black suit, perfectly tailored, his tie fastened with meticulous care. As he stood there, his entire figure was utterly still, without a single superfluous movement. At 1.80 meters, he was not especially tall, yet when those eyes behind his glasses fell upon someone, they never failed to send a chill down that person's spine. A suited thug. The 4 words surfaced in Li Wei's mind, and the corner of his mouth curled up ever so slightly. This right-hand enforcer of his had been picked up from a pile of street punks in Sham Shui Pa. 2 years ago, Gao Jin had still been minding a venue on Temple Street. He single-handedly laid out 7 knife-wielding, lynching men, taking only a single punch himself. Li Wei happened to pass by at the time. Familiar with the storyline, he knew exactly what Gao Jin was capable of, and through his own persistent efforts eventually managed to have Gao Jin transfer under his command. Since then, with Gao Jin following him, he had never once been disappointed. Li Wei understood Gao Jin's temperament clearly. If nothing serious was happening, he would never come knocking. He put down the financial report in his hand, the dense rows of numbers giving him a slight headache. In the 1980s, every account had to be recorded by hand. Compared to the Excel spreadsheets he had relied on in his previous life, this felt downright primitive. "Jin, has something happened?" Gao Jin nodded. His voice was not loud, yet each word was enunciated with crystalline clarity. "Weigord Alobi just sent someone over to inform you that you are to go to the Causeway Bay branch tomorrow afternoon. He says there is something he needs to discuss with you." The Causeway Bay branch. Li Wei's brows knit together slightly. Whenever this nominal boss of his came looking, it was never for anything good. He knew it all too well. Since his rebirth, he had been under the low B for more than 2 years, and a good job had never once fallen to him. Every miserable task, debt collection, turf grabbing, taking the fall, never missed his name. Earlier this year, he had been sent to Tai Pao to deal with the owner of a Cha Chan Tung, who had defaulted on a loan shark debt, only to discover upon arrival that the man's brother-in-law was a sergeant at the Yao Ma Ti police station. In that instant, Li Wei understood De Lo Bi was using him as a probing stone. If things went smoothly, the credit was his. If everything went wrong, it would be Li Wei who took the blame. If he had not asked Gao Jin to investigate and advance back, then he would truly have been buried. "Did he say what it is this time?" Li Wei asked. Gao Jin shook his head. "No, just that you are to go to the Causeway Bay branch tomorrow afternoon." Nothing else was said. Li Wei rose to his feet. He walked around the desk and came to stand by the window. The glass reflected his image. A man 1.85 meters tall, his facial contours carved like knife and chisel, a natural aura of authority between his brows that needed no anger to be felt. One glance was enough to show he was someone who acted decisively. The night view of Wan Chai spread out before his eyes. Neon tubes dyed half the sky in ambiguous pink. On the Gooseneck Bridge below, people flowed past in a ceaseless stream. Hawkers' cries, car horns, and the bells of the ding-ding tram tangled together, noisy as a pot of porridge at full boil. This was Hong Kong in the 1980s. Looking at his reflection in the glass, Li Wei's thoughts slowly drifted away. According to how the plot should unfold, scenes from the Hong Kong films he had watched flashed rapidly through his mind. At this point in time, Jiang Tianxing should already be dissatisfied with Liang Quan. In the past 2 years, Liang Quan had grown ever more powerful, caring less and less about the dragon head. Several times he had openly contradicted Jiang Tianxing during society meetings, leaving Jiang Tianxing thoroughly humiliated. Thus, Jiang Tianxing would pass the task to De Lo Bi, who in turn would send someone to take out Ba Bai and De Lo Bi. Li Wei let out a cold laugh. If that mission failed, De Lo Bi could justifiably claim incompetence on his part and use it as an excuse to deal with him. If it succeeded, Li Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. If it succeeded, the first person Liang Quan would resent would be the one who pulled the trigger. Ba Bai had taken 30 million worth of his goods, which were still in Ba Bai's hands. Once the man died, that 30 million would be gone with him. Liang Quan would not dare do anything to Jiang Tianxing, but a mere Shu Gao Jai. He had 100 ways to make him wish he were dead. Moreover, East Star would not let it rest either. No matter how rotten Ba Bai was, he was still one of East Star's people. If an East Star man were killed by Hung Hing and No Face were reclaimed, East Star's name would be shattered. They would certainly send someone to take revenge, and he would be the living target. Two birds with one stone. Jiang Tiansheng would teach Liang Quan a lesson, and a Lo Bi would rid himself of a restless pawn. Li Wei stood by the window motionless. The office was very quiet, only the ticking of the wall clock sounding in the silence. Gao Jin stood to the side, watching the back of his boss, without speaking. After a long while he finally opened his mouth. "Where are we going tomorrow?" The sound pulled Li Wei's thoughts back. He relaxed his brows, turned around, and even allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. "We're going. Why shouldn't we?" Since the Lo Bi was setting up this stage, if Li Wei did not step onto it and perform this play, would that not be letting down such kindness? He walked back behind the desk, sat down again, pulled open a drawer, and took out a butterfly knife. The blade glinted coldly beneath the lamp. With a flick of his thumb, the edge traced a graceful arc through the air before snapping shut with perfect control. Suddenly recalling something, he looked up at Gao Jin. "Jin, you're coming with me tomorrow." Gao Jin nodded. "Understood, Wei Gor." "Right." Li Wei seemed to remember something else. "That new Hoji venue in Mongkok, I asked you to look into last time. How did it turn out?" Gao Jin took a craft paper envelope from the inner pocket of his suit and placed it on the desk. "It's all in here. The place is managed by someone under Xiang Huaqiang called Sai Cheng. The nightly turnover is roughly this figure." He raised 3 fingers. Li Wei lifted his brows. 300,000. One venue bringing in 300,000 a night. That meant 9 million a month. In the 1980s, 9 million was an astronomical sum. He put the envelope away. "You've worked hard, Jin. Go back and rest early, we have things to do tomorrow." As Gao Jin turned to leave, Li Wei called out to him again. "Jin, dress sharp tomorrow." Gao Jin was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, the corner of his mouth curving ever so slightly in a rare smile. "Got it, Wei Gor." The office door closed. Alone at the desk, Li Wei sat looking at the dim yellow glow spilling from the desk lamp. 2 years ago, he had still been an ordinary corporate drone in the 21st century, squeezing onto the subway every day, clocking and being scolded by his boss, working overtime late into the night. His greatest pleasure was curling up in his rented room after work to watch Hong Kong films. The Young and Dangerous series to be #1 Lee Rock, The Birth of a Hero. He watched them over and over until he could recite the lines by heart. Back then he had often thought if only he could be reborn into Hong Kong of the 1980s, that golden age when the streets were paved with opportunity. As long as he seized a single chance, he could turn his life around. He never expected that an electric shock in the shower one blink later would actually send him there. The 1980s Hong Kong Island TSC Wan Shan, a small-time hoodlum with the same name, Li Wei. The original owner's memories were fragmented, yet pieced together they were bitter enough. His father had been in the Triads. When Li Wei was 6, the man was hacked to death in broad daylight on Temple Street. Before his funeral was even properly arranged, his mother remarried and vanished from his life without a trace. Li Wei survived only by relying on social assistance and the charity of neighbors. At 14, he washed dishes in a cha-chan tung. At 16, he hauled cargo at the docks. At 17, just to fill his stomach, he pledged himself under Hung Hing's de Lo Bi. The original Li Wei lived merely to survive with no ambition and no dreams. But things were different now that Li Wei had arrived. At first, he had even considered taking the honest path. With his understanding from his previous life of Hong Kong's historical trajectory, he thought of sitting the police exam and climbing up step by step. Perhaps in time he could even secure a rank and a title. When he finally went to enroll, he discovered that he had been registered in Hung Hing's hidden roster, a predicament that would doom his police background check from the start. He had once contemplated venturing directly into business, yet in Hong Kong, without connections, resources, or lineage, how could a penniless small-time hoodlum ever hope to start from nothing? What a fantasy. Both paths were dead, and so Li Wei resigned himself. The underworld was the underworld to begin in crime, gather the first pot of gold, and gradually cleanse one's record, a route trodden in his past memories, though few have succeeded. The reason was simple. Most who linger in the underworld for too long find themselves forever trapped. When money comes too swiftly and fists are favored over brains, one becomes so accustomed to violence that adapting to the rules of normal society grows nearly impossible. But Li Wei was different. He had glimpsed the script of the next 30 years. From the stock crash at the end of the 80s, the soaring property market of the 90s, to the massive capital migration around 97. In the history books of his past life, these were but mere lines, yet at this very moment they gleamed as a cascade of silver spoils, provided of course he survived until that time. And in this era on Hong Kong Island, mere money was not enough for survival or prosperity, one needed power. But power alone would not suffice. A gun was indispensable. Even a gun alone was not enough, one required people. Guns, power, money. Each an indispensable part. Big Boss B believed himself to be a disposable pawn, unaware that the game had long slipped from his control. Outside, the lights of Victoria Harbour shimmered upon the water's surface. In 1980s Hong Kong, splendor and sin coexisted with opportunity and peril intertwined. Li Wei's purpose was to carve a path uniquely his own in this tumultuous era. The following afternoon at the Causeway Bay Tong Hao, An old Tang building beside Hennessy Road, its entire third floor devoted to Big Boss B's Tonkow. Below, the iron shutter remained perpetually ajar, while a few henchmen squatted at the entrance casually glancing up before resuming their card games upon recognizing familiar faces. When Li Wei arrived with Gao Jin in tow, the junior henchman below spotted them from afar. "Wei Gu!" cried a young buzz-cut thug as he sprang up, stamping his cigarette against the wall before calling out toward the upper floor. "Wei Gu is here." Immediately, the stairwell erupted with activity. As Li Wei ascended to the third floor, the brothers along the corridor cleared the way, each calling out "Wei Gu" in a chorus. Even those leaning against walls while smoking quickly extinguished their cigarettes to offer their salutations. Li Wei strode through the corridor with an inscrutable expression, while Gao Jin kept a half-step behind, his eyes fixed straight ahead, without meeting anyone's glance. The Tonkow's hall spanned roughly 200 feet, with a statue of Guan Gong enshrined at its center, perpetually attended by incense offerings. To the left, several rows of folding chairs were already occupied by numerous individuals. To the right lay Big Boss B's office, its door closed, leaving its occupancy uncertain. Li Wei cast a quick glance before choosing a secluded corner seat, with Gao Jin promptly taking up a position behind him. The moment he sat, the hall's atmosphere grew subtly tense. Some whispered among themselves while others furtively glanced in a certain direction. Following those sidelong glances, Li Wei's eyes fell upon the far end of the hall, where Chun Haonan sat in the front row with his legs casually crossed, surrounded by his band of brothers. Shanji, Baopi, Detoner, and Chaopi, all were present. Today, Chun Haonan donned a sleek black leather jacket, his hair slicked into an immaculate shine, exuding vibrant energy. He was engaged in conversation with Detoner, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as though in high spirits. It was Shanji who first noticed Li Wei's arrival. Shanji cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, then studied the deep gray suit Li Wei wore. With a slight wrinkle of his nose, he leaned toward Baopi to murmur his discontent. "Look at him," Shanji whispered in a lowered tone, tilting his chin in Li Wei's direction. "Coming here in a suit, as if he's here to negotiate business. With such an obsession for suits, he might as well work in an office as a white-collar wearing them every day." Baopi, a burly man with a slower mind but an impeccable knack for echoing, turned his head to glance at Li Wei, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "Indeed, he clearly brings shame upon our Tonkow." Detoner, silently observing from the side, also let out a small laugh, while Chun Haonan, originally conversing with him, found his smile widening upon hearing the murmurs of his brothers. Sure Shitting directly snatched the lighter from his hand, lowered his head to light his cigarette, and casually tucked the lighter into his pocket without lifting his head. "Get lost, I can light." What is Li Wei anyway? Yet Chun Haonan, ever the shrewd one, maintained appearances. He patted Shanji on the arm, while offering conciliatory words laced with a hint of mocking mirth. All right, we all know our standing here. Let's not spoil our brotherly bonds." Though these words sounded magnanimous, the underlying disdain was unmistakable, and Li Wei's keen ears did not miss a beat. In the spacious hall, every softly enunciated word from Shanji was heard distinctly. "Suit. White collar." Li Wei's expression remained unchanged as he lightly drummed his fingers on his knee. Though discontent simmered, he resolved not to exchange insults directly with these young upstarts. Not to that extent. Chun Haonan, favored in Big Boss B's eyes, had no incentive to provoke a direct confrontation, and moreover had not yet earned the right to incite his anger. Yet Li Wei's calm did not mean that those behind him remained unmoved. From the moment Shanji spoke, Gao Jin's eyes had shifted noticeably. Behind those lenses, his eyes, once cool and indifferent, now appeared as though encased in ice. Having followed Li Wei for nearly 2 years, he knew his leader's temperament all too well. Their boss, who never sought out trouble, yet was unafraid when confronted, had clearly absorbed Shanji's comment. "Coming here in a suit." And though he remained outwardly calm, Gao Jin noticed Li Wei's finger pausing on his knee. That single pause was all the warning needed. Since the boss hesitated to speak, Gao Jin chose to act himself, emerging deliberately from behind Li Wei and stepping forward until he stood squarely in the corridor. He raised his hand and in an unhurried manner pointed toward Shanji and Baopi. Although his gesture was modest, even elegant, the impassive set of his face conveyed an overwhelming oppressive force. Whispering behind someone's back to badmouth our boss. "What sort of man are you?" Gao Jin stated softly, yet every word was unmistakably clear. For an instant the hall fell silent, as every gaze converged on him. Shanji abruptly turned, his eyes blazing with fury. He was intolerant of provocation, especially when an outsider dared to challenge him in front of so many brethren. "Have I said anything wrong?" Shanji demanded as he stood stiffening his neck. "Is wearing a suit a crime? And who do you think you are?" Gao Jin regarded him, his lips curving ever so slightly upward. That was not merely a smile. It was an expression of utter disdain. "You," Gao Jin remarked after scrutinizing Shanji, as one might appraise a worthless puddle, "are you even worthy of deriding our boss?" His tone remained soft and calm, yet the intrinsic arrogance and scorn in his voice cut deeper than any crude expletive could. "Our boss, in his vast magnanimity, would not stoop to contend with someone like you. But remember," Gao Jin paused, his glasses catching a flash of light, "you have no right." Shanji's face flushed like liver, his fists clenching so hard that his knuckles cracked and his chest heaved like an enraged bull. Baopi also rose, a burly figure whose glare fixed upon Gao Jin, while the tenor furrowed his brow and tried to tug at Shanji's collar only to be brusquely dismissed. Chun Haonan's smile finally faded, the corners of his mouth drooping down, yet he remained still. He wanted to see how Li Wei would conclude this. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Li Wei sat in his chair watching Gao Jin's back, and indeed, he did not. He picked up the teacup from the nearby table, sipping leisurely, as if entirely oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Shanji could no longer contain himself. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? He shoved the chair in front of him aside, its legs scraping the ground with a jarring sound. Today I'll let you learn what respect and hierarchy mean. Before his words fell, Shanji clenched his fists and lunged forward. His fighting style had always been like this, seizing the initiative with momentum to suppress his opponent, then unleashing a flurry of punches. Most people simply couldn't withstand it. But Gao Jin was not an ordinary person. He slightly sank his body, shifting his center of gravity to his back foot, naturally raising his hands, feigning with his left, while keeping his right hand at his waist. His defensive posture was seamless, clearly practiced. His gaze remained calm, like a tranquil pond. Shanji rushed in, swinging his right fist. Gao Jin didn't even blink, effortlessly deflecting the incoming punch with his left hand, while his right hand was already primed to strike. As long as this punch landed, Shanji would at least break 2 ribs. Gao Jin was confident of that. But what are you doing? A bellow erupted from the direction of the office as Boss B had unexpectedly pushed the door open. He was wearing a floral shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a tattoo of a green dragon on his forearm. In his 40s, he had already started to gain some weight, yet his commanding presence remained. He stood at the office door, his gaze sharp as it swept over everyone present. We are all brothers, why are we fighting? Do you want to rebel? Li Wei put down his teacup and spoke slowly. Upon hearing Li Wei's voice, Gao Jin's poised right hand immediately relaxed, his entire body retracting like a spring, stepping back 2 paces to stand behind Li Wei once again. The entire process was swift and decisive without a hint of hesitation. Shanji swung at empty air, his balance faltering as he stumbled forward, only to realize that Gao Jin was no longer within striking range. Upon hearing Li Wei's voice, Gao Jin's poised right hand immediately relaxed, his entire body retracting like a spring, stepping back. Shanji wanted to press forward, but Boss B's face had already darkened. Shanji, what are you doing? Chun Haonan finally moved. He grabbed Shanji's arm with considerable force, pulling him back 2 steps. Shanji still wanted to struggle, cursing under his breath, but Chun Haonan leaned in and whispered something in his ear. Li Wei couldn't hear what was said, but he saw Shanji's expression shift from anger to reluctance, gritting his teeth, his chest heaving, yet he ultimately refrained from rushing forward. He shot a fierce glare at Gao Jin, then at Li Wei, his eyes filled with a hunger to devour both men. But with Chun Haonan holding his shoulder, he sat back down in his chair. Bao Pai also sat down, mumbling something under his breath, but his voice was so quiet that only he could hear it. De Tian Air glanced at Li Wei with a complex expression before quickly averting his gaze. Chun Haonan settled. Shanji lifted his head and glanced at Li Wei from a distance. Their eyes clashed in midair. Chun Haonan's expression was emotionless, revealing no joy or anger, nor was Li Wei's. The two held each other's gaze for less than 2 seconds before simultaneously looking away. Boss B observed everything, frowning slightly. He walked over first, checking on Chun Haonan, confirming that Shanji was under control, before turning to Li Wei. Away, Boss B's tone was ambiguous, neither scolding nor anything else. We're all brothers here, why resort to violence over a few words? What do you want to do? Li Wei stood up, slightly lowering his head. He knew that Boss B favored Chun Haonan from the day he joined the gang 2 years ago. He understood that in any matter Boss B would always side with Chun Haonan. This was obvious to everyone in the gang, yet no one dared to speak up. Arguing. Useless. Explaining. Boss B had no desire to listen. Li Wei was all too aware of this principle. Before a biased person, anything you say is wrong. Boss, I know I was wrong. Li Wei spoke sincerely, his head down, showing no sign of reluctance. It won't happen again. Boss B looked at Li Wei's contrite demeanor, finding it hard to say anything more. He understood the situation. This whole matter had been instigated by Shanji, but Shanji was Chun Haonan's man, and Chun Haonan was his most cherished little brother. To scold Shanji in front of so many brothers would be akin to slapping Chun Haonan's face. Thus this issue could only be shouldered by Li Wei. Boss B grunted, indicating that the matter was settled. He patted Li Wei on the shoulder, suddenly changing the subject. Away, I've heard you've been dealing with counterfeit goods recently. Boss B's tone became casual. I heard you're in the counterfeit business. Do you need the gang's help? If you do, just let me know, and I'll send people to secure the territory, so you won't be disturbed by other gangs. Li Wei scoffed coldly to himself. Other gangs. Boss B's so-called other gangs were probably referring. Li Wei had seen this kind of trickery many times. First they would send people under the guise of protection, then slowly infiltrate, and eventually take over. When you wanted to reclaim your turf, they would say, "We are all working for the organization," leaving you with no choice but to silently swallow your bitterness. But on the surface, Li Wei maintained a respectful demeanor. "Boss, there's no need for that at the moment." Li Wei smiled. "It's just a small business making only hundreds of thousands a month. How could I trouble you, boss? Once it grows bigger, I'll definitely talk to you about it." Hundreds of thousands. Li Wei deliberately downplayed the figures. The truth was his counterfeit business, high-quality replicas of luxury watches, belts, bags, etc., was funneled through several underground channels to night markets and shops across Hong Kong Island. In the 1980s, authentic luxury goods were prohibitively expensive, making them unaffordable for ordinary citizens, yet vanity drove them towards counterfeit goods, which perfectly filled that market gap. The monthly profits weren't in the hundreds of thousands, but in the millions. But Boss B didn't need to know that. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Boss B nodded, a satisfied expression crossing his face. He genuinely looked down upon a small business making only hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, with Li Wei showing such deference, saying in front of so many brothers that he would definitely talk to the boss, it gave him ample face. "Good." Boss B patted Li Wei on the shoulder again, this time with more force, making a loud thud, deliberately raising his voice so that everyone in the hall could hear. "Remember, A Wei, if you have any problems, you must tell me. As your boss, I will support you to the end. Anyone who dares to bully you is slapping my face." His words were said with passion and vigor. The younger brothers in the back rows, who had been too far away to see the whole conflict clearly, began to murmur upon hearing these words. "Boss B really has a sense of loyalty. He's right with the boss. We must work hard with the boss." The whispers reached Boss B's ears, causing the corners of his mouth to lift slightly, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Li Wei kept his head down, a respectful smile on his face, but his mind was occupied with other matters. The words of Boss B urging his brothers still echoed in the hall, igniting the fervor of the younger brothers in the back row, who were eager to die for Boss B on the spot. Li Wei stood still, a perfectly timed smile on his face, yet a vague sense of unease stirred within him. It was very strange. He couldn't pinpoint what was odd, but he just felt something was amiss. When Li Wei had just been reborn 2 years ago, his impression of Boss B was entirely based on the Hong Kong films he had watched. Boss B, the leader of the Hung Hing gang in Causeway Bay, was of average ability, not particularly clever, and had only reached this position due to his loyalty to the head Jiang Tiansheng. This was the character trope from the movies, but the personal interactions over the past 2 years had gradually overturned Li Wei's initial judgment. Boss B was neither incompetent nor unintelligent. Could a truly incapable person maintain the position of leader in such a prime area as Causeway Bay? Could a truly foolish person navigate the complexities within the Hung Hing gang for so long without being devoured while offending others? Li Wei witnessed how Boss B handled a dispute in Wan Chai when someone from the Sun Yeon crossed the line. Boss B neither fought nor killed, but invited several intermediaries from both sides to a meal, and after 3 cups of wine the matter was settled. He didn't lose territory, maintained his reputation, and even left the other party owing him a favor. This was not something an incapable person could accomplish. Li Wei also saw how Boss B dealt with a disloyal subordinate named Chong, who had been with Boss B for 4 years and thought he could establish his own faction due to his control over a few venues. Without a word, Boss B acted. 3 months later, Chong was arrested for drug possession and sentenced to 8 years, while his venues were cleanly taken over by Boss B's men without a ripple. Such feats could not be achieved by a fool. If Boss B were truly as incompetent as portrayed in the films, his grave would likely be overgrown. As for why Jiang Tiansheng had appointed Boss B as the leader of Causeway Bay, was it loyalty? There were many loyal to Jiang Tiansheng, but which of them was appointed leader solely based on loyalty? As he pondered, Boss B had already returned to the center of the hall. "Brothers, please take a seat." Boss B waved his hand and sat down in the front chair. The folding chairs creaked, and everyone took their seats. Li Wei also found a spot to sit, while Gao Jin remained standing behind him. Chun Haonan's group sat in the front row, and when Shan Ji sat down, he deliberately pulled the chair loudly, not even glancing toward Li Wei. Boss B cleared his throat. "I guess you are all curious about why I called you here today." He scanned the room, lingering his gaze a little longer on some faces and briefly on others. Someone couldn't sit still. "Boss, what's going on?" It was a guy named Xihua who had been with Boss B for 3 years, usually handling the accounts for a few upstairs shops in Causeway Bay. He was anxious and spoke his mind. "You're being so mysterious. I haven't slept well all night." Others nodded in agreement. Boss B smiled and no longer kept them in suspense. "Our Causeway Bay faction has always lacked a red stick." His tone was steady, each word clear. "The head has assigned a task. Whoever completes the task assigned by the head can be promoted to a red stick." Red stick. These 2 words felt like a stone thrown into calm waters, instantly changing the atmosphere in the sound of folding chairs grew louder. Some straightened their backs, others leaned forward, all eyes fixed intently. Those gazes held desire, ambition, and an excitement that couldn't be contained. A red stick. The formal enforcer of Hung Hing, the recognized combat strength. The gap between the 49ers and the Red Sticks was not just a title, but a threshold. The 49ers were slightly better than the Blue Lanterns, but could be discarded at any moment. The red stick was different. It was the backbone of the gang with its own subordinates, its own territory, and the qualification to speak at the faction meetings. More importantly, only red sticks had a better chance of competing for the position of leader. Li Wei's heart raced a beat. His current status was that of a 49er, the lowest tier of formal members. Although he had Gao Jin and about 20 brothers under him in the gang's hierarchy, he was nothing a boss. He could strip him of everything with a single word. If he could obtain the red stick, no. Li Wei forced himself to calm down. He knew Boss B too well, such a good opportunity logically shouldn't fall to him. Boss B would assign the task to Chun Haonan, allowing him to smoothly become a red stick and then rightly assume the role of the successor to the Causeway Bay faction. This was something Boss B had been orchestrating. Everyone in the faction could see that. At most he was being called in as a decoration, just going through the motions. Li Wei's gaze subtly drifted to Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan sat in the front row, the collar of his leather jacket, standing up, his profile illuminated by the eternal flame in front of the statue of Guan Gong flickering with light and shadow. His hands were crossed on his knees, and his expression was unnaturally calm. Something was off. Based on past experience, Shanji would have jumped out by now. That guy couldn't keep his mouth shut, whether good or bad. He had to shout something. Last time the faction assigned a debt collection task, Shanji had clashed with Boss B in front of everyone because he didn't get a good job. But now Shanji was quietly sitting next to Chun Haonan, not making a sound. Bao Paitu was playing with his fingers. The Tian air was the same, staring at the ground, lost in thought. Those few were too quiet. Unnaturally quiet. It was as if they had known what would happen today. Li Wei's brow furrowed slightly. Given that this task is relatively dangerous, Boss B's voice pulled Li Wei back to reality. I plan to assign it to a Wei. What do you all think? The hall fell silent for a full 2 seconds. Li Wei assigned it to himself, not Chun Haonan. He maintained a calm exterior, but his mind raced. Would Boss B really be so kind? Impossible. For the past 2 years he had done all the dirty work and good tasks never came to him. Today suddenly presenting the opportunity to become a red stick. Something was definitely off. The reactions below were more complex than he had anticipated. Xihua was taken aback, disappointment clearly visible on his face, but he glanced at Li Wei, then at Boss B, ultimately saying nothing and nodding. The few brothers who had fought alongside Li Wei had no objections. A guy named Kowloon in his 30s with a scar on his face who had followed Li Wei from Yin Mountain 2 years ago spoke up directly. Let Wei do it. I have no objections. Several others echoed in support. Li Wei had indeed made a name for himself over the past 2 years. From Yin Mountain to Causeway Bay, half of Boss B's territory was taken by Li Wei and his men. Although he had been played by Boss B on that job in Tai Po, Li Wei handled it cleanly, not offending the police chief while collecting the debts. People in the underworld raised their thumbs when mentioning Li Wei. Moreover, Li Wei treated his brothers while paying them every month, taking only 30 and distributing the rest to them. During festivals, he also gave out bonuses, helping out whenever someone had family matters. None of those who followed him spoke ill of him. Therefore, when Boss B proposed letting Li Wei take on this task, most people, while regretting not being chosen themselves, had no objections to Li Wei as the candidate. Since no one has objections, Boss B nodded. It's settled. It will be assigned to a Wei. Boss. Xihua stood up. Since the person is decided, can we leave now? Boss B waved his hand, signaling that they could The folding chairs clattered as everyone stood up. Some nodded at Li Wei, some patted his shoulder and said, Wei, good congratulations, while others passed by him with blank expressions. Li Wei responded one by one, showing no signs of abnormality. Away. Boss B's voice came from the front. You stay behind. I have some things to discuss with you. The brothers who had not yet left the hall cast envious glances at this remark. It was a special treatment reserved for trusted confidants when Boss B singled someone out to discuss matters. Their eyes toward Li Wei were filled with envy, jealousy, and respect. Li Wei stood in place, watching everyone leave while Gao Jin remained behind him, motionless. Once the last person exited the hall and the door was closed, only Li Wei, Gao Jin, and Boss B were left in the room. The ever-burning lamp before the statue of Guan Gong flickered, casting a trembling shadow on the wall. Li Wei gazed at Boss B's back, his vigilance heightened to the maximum. Something felt off. The calmness of Chun Haonan's group was too unusual. According to past experiences, whenever Boss B showed him even a little favor, Shanji would jump out to make a fuss, and Chun Haonan would throw in a few sarcastic remarks. But today they said not a word, not even a superfluous expression. It felt as if they had known the outcome all along. No, it was not as if they definitely knew. Li Wei's mind raced through various possibilities. Boss B assigning him a task, and Chun Haonan's group showing no reaction could only mean one thing. This task was definitely not a good one. It might even be a trap specifically set for him. Li Wei recalled Boss B's earlier words. This task is quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. A task that could prompt Boss B to utter the word danger in front of the entire hall was likely far more than just quite dangerous. He took a deep breath, his expression still submissive. Boss B turned around, looking at Li Wei with a smile on his lips. Away, come sit here. He pointed to the chair beside him. Li Wei walked over and sat down. Gao Jin followed a few steps behind, stopping a few paces away, leaning against the wall with his hands in the pockets of his suit, his gaze never leaving Boss B. Boss Li Wei began, his tone respectful, but not servile. What's the task? Boss B did not respond immediately. He took a pack of cigarettes from his shirt pocket, flicked one out, and placed it between his lips. When he fumbled for his lighter, his hand paused, and he glanced at Li Wei. That glance was hard to interpret. Was it scrutinizing, testing, or something else? Li Wei maintained his expression, waiting for him to speak. Do you know Ba Bai? Li Wei already had an answer in his heart. He had guessed about 70 to 80% when Gao Jin mentioned Boss B was looking for him yesterday. Now that this name came from Boss B's mouth, the final suspense was gone. Ba Bai, just as he thought. He's from Dongxing, involved in drug dealing. Boss B took a puff of his cigarette, squinting as he nodded. You're right. But you also know our Hong Hing's rules. No drug dealing, right? Li Wei certainly knew. The 12 branches of Hong Hing publicly adhered to this rule. No touching white powder. It was a strict decree set by Jiang Tianxing with severe consequences for those who violated it. Of course, rules are rules. Whether the underlings secretly broke them was another matter. But at least on the surface, no one dared to cross the line. I know, boss. He truly knew and genuinely agreed. Having seen too many stories of families destroyed by drugs in his past life, he abhorred such things. Even now in the underworld, his men would absolutely not touch drugs. The agrade business might earn less, but it allowed him to keep his conscience. Boss B, unaware of Li Wei's thoughts, continued. This Ba Bai is courting death. Selling drugs on other gangs' territory was one matter, but he even dared to cross the line and do business on our Hong Hing turf. The Dragon Head disapproved of this behavior and decided to take Ba Bai's head as a warning, showing other drug dealers that our Hong Hing's rules are not to be taken lightly. Li Wei thought coldly as he listened. A warning. That monkey was likely not just any other drug dealer, but Ba Bai selling drugs on Hong Hing's territory was something Liang Kuan couldn't possibly be unaware of, and not only did he know, but he likely even permitted it. Perhaps that 30 million worth of drugs was originally provided by Liang Kuan to Ba by allowing him to distribute them on Hong Hing's turf. In this way, the dirty water wouldn't splash onto Liang Kuan, yet the money would end up in his pocket. Jiang Tianxing wasn't foolish, he could see through it. Thus Ba Bai had to die. When that knife falls, it would be Ba Bai's head that rolls, but it would slap Liang Kuan's face. Li Wei was clear about this in his heart, but he pretended to only understand the literal meaning. Bossy cautiously asked, So am I to take care of Ba Bai? Boss B nodded decisively. Yes, that is your task. Li Wei fell silent for a moment. If it was just about getting rid of Ba Bai, it wasn't particularly difficult. Although Ba Bai had some men, he wasn't a formidable character. Li Wei had about 20 brothers under him. He could pick out a few capable ones set up beforehand and find an opportunity to strike and finish the job. But would it be that simple? Would Boss B be so kind as to deliver a piece of fat meat right to his mouth? Li Wei waited. Boss B extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray, and added, I've already found out that Ba Bai goes to a large bathhouse in Mong Kok with his gang every night at 7:30. I hope you can arrange for people to start acting tonight and take care of Ba Bai. Tonight. Li Wei's brows furrowed slightly. Not tomorrow, not the day after, but tonight. He was given no time to prepare. Boss Li Wei hesitated over his words. Does it have to be so rushed? I still need too many eyes around. Boss B waved his hand, interrupting him. We just finished the meeting, while nobody is paying attention to the task, we need to act quickly. The longer it drags on, the greater the chance of exposure, and if Ba Bai catches wind of it, it would be troublesome. Li Wei opened his mouth, wanting to buy some time. Even an extra day would allow him to understand Ba Bai's movement patterns, check the layout of the bathhouse, and arrange a few escape routes. These all required time. But Boss B directly raised his hand, stopping him from continuing. Away it settled. Boss B's tone was not open to debate. You go gather the brothers now, I'll also go tonight. The fact that Boss B would also go made Li Wei's heart skip a beat. He was going. If Boss B personally attended, the nature of the task would be different. Logically, for such dirty work assigned by the Dragon Head, the Hall Master should send his subordinates to handle it. There was no need for him to show his face. If he did, and something went wrong, it would be hard to explain. Boss B's attendance meant he either genuinely wanted to supervise and ensure Ba Bai's death, or he had other intentions. Li Wei looked at Boss B's smiling face, knowing he had no room for negotiation. Regardless of Boss B's motives, Ba Bai had to die, because that was Jiang Tianxing's order. The Dragon Head wanted Ba Bai's life, and Ba Bai wouldn't survive this month. If he refused this job, Boss B could immediately find someone else. Chen Haonan was waiting outside. At that point, the opportunity for promotion would truly be lost. A risk and reward were always intertwined. Li Wei took a deep breath and nodded. Boss, I understand. He stood up. I will go gather the brothers now. Boss B's smile finally broadened as he stood up and heavily patted Li Wei's shoulder, the force strong enough to make him feel a few inches shorter. Good. Do well, I have my eyes on you. Boss B's voice rose slightly, carrying an intentional warmth. The position of Red Stick is yours. Thank you, Bosser. I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Li Wei turned and walked out of the hall, his back straight, showing no visible emotion. Once outside the hall's door, down the stairs, and onto Hennessy Road, Li Wei slowly relaxed his clenched fist, his palms all sweaty. Gao Jin had been following closely behind him like a shadow silent. After they walked side by side for several meters, Gao Jin finally spoke. Brother Wei, should we call some of the brothers from the Agrade business? Gao Jin's voice was very low, audible only to the two of them. I'm worried you might run into danger tonight. Li Wei kept walking, yet his mind raced with lightning speed. In the counterfeit goods trade, he secretly maintained over 200 loyal men, each receiving a monthly wage of 2,000 Hong Kong dollars fully covered for food and lodging. This was the 1980s. After all, many white-collar workers earned no more than that in an entire month. Every one of these 200 men had been carefully selected. Some were veterans who had fought alongside Li Wei since the Xian Mountain days. Others were promising youths handpicked by Gao Jin from the rough-and-tumble alleys of Temple Street and Shamshui. Li Wei stationed them at the counterfeit factories and warehouses, ostensibly to guard the premises and safeguard shipments, but in truth, they underwent rigorous covert training. Gao Jin led them in 2 hours of martial practice every morning, drills, fundamental sparring, without fail. For nearly a year they trained, and now any one of them could subdue 4 or 5 ordinary men without breaking a sweat. These 200 men were fiercely loyal to Li Wei, not merely for the money, though $2,000 was indeed generous, but because Li Wei treated them as human beings. In the Triad underworld of that era, foot soldiers were mere expendables, used up and discarded. Li Wei was different. He knew each man's name, how many family members he supported, whether his parents were in good health, what grade his children attended. During festivals, he distributed red envelopes. Whenever a man faced hardship, Li Wei was always there to help. Such a leader inspired men to lay down their lives for him. Yet these men could not be revealed just yet. Brother B would arrive that evening. If he saw so many unexpectedly capable men under Li Wei's command, his sharp intellect would surely prompt deep investigation upon returning. Then the true scale of the counterfeit operation, and the fact that Li Wei secretly maintained such a force, would be exposed. What did it mean for a low-ranking enforcer to quietly assemble over 200 men? Rebellion. A bid for power. Brother B would tolerate no such threat. He would fixate on Li Wei with ruthless vigilance, and might even eradicate him before he ever rose to prominence. Moreover, such numbers were unnecessary for tonight's affair. How many men could Ba Bai possibly bring to the bathhouse? At most 30. Li Wei's own 20-odd brothers plus capable fighters like Ah Fei and Ah Yong would suffice. The moment for deploying those 200 men had not yet arrived. Li Wei halted, then turned to face Gao Jin. Ah Jin, they're not needed tonight. Our regular brothers will handle things. Notify Ah Fei, Ah Yong, and the rest. Prepare yourselves. Something major is about to happen. Gao Jin nodded. Having followed Li Wei for 2 years, he had never once questioned a single decision. Nightfall descended over Causeway Bay. Neon lights flickered awake one by one, bathing the streets in brilliant kaleidoscopic radiance. Traffic surged, crowds thronged, ceaseless noise filled the air. Tonight, Mongkok, the Grand Bathhouse, Ba Bai's head, and an unknown trap. Li Wei drew deeply on his cigarette. Smoke curled from his lips, then scattered into the evening breeze. Meanwhile, at the Causeway Bay branch, the instant Li Wei vanished around the stairwell, the side door of the office swung open, and Chun Haonan emerged with his crew. Shan Ji strode ahead, having held his tongue throughout the meeting. The moment he stepped out, he charged straight toward Brother B, his voice booming loud enough to shake the entire floor. Brother B, why give this chance to Li Wei? Brother Nan would do it far better. Chun Haonan followed close behind. His expression remained calm, yet his tone brimmed with unmistakable resentment. Indeed, Brother B, if Ba Bai must fall, I alone am enough. Why entrust it to him? He paused, then added, I've served you loyally for so long. Have I ever failed a single assignment? Brother B gazed at his favorite protege and sighed. He approached Chun Haonan, gently adjusted the collar of his leather jacket, a gesture natural, intimate, like an elder tending to a younger kin. You don't understand. His voice dropped low, meant only for their inner circle. He won't complete this task. Chun Haonan stood before Brother B, brow faintly furrowed. He pondered again and again, but still found no answer. Brother B, how could Li Wei possibly fail? It doesn't seem that difficult. Shan Ji, Bao Pai to Tian Air, and Xiao Pai gathered round, necks craning, eagerly awaiting Brother B's. Brother B glanced at them, then ambled to his chair, crossed his legs, lifted his teacup from the desk, and sipped slowly, before finally speaking. According to my plan, Li Wei will not complete this task. He set the cup down, and let his gaze sweep across their face. He is your vanguard, Haonan. The one who severs Ba Bai's head in the end will be you. This opportunity, I crafted it especially for you. Hearing this, Chun Haonan felt no relief, only deeper confusion. He took half a step forward. If I'm to be the one who kills Ba Bai in the end, why not assign it to me directly from the start? Why pass it first to Li Wei? That seems utterly redundant. Brother B looked upon his beloved protege and sighed again. Rising, he stepped forward and placed a firm, measured hand on Chun Haonan's shoulder, a gesture heavy with paternal expectation. Haonan, think deeper. His tone was grave. As low-rank enforcers, raw strength alone means nothing. We must use our minds. He paused, then continued, you haven't served me long, nor earned any extraordinary merit. Were I to hand this task to you outright, how would the brothers below interpret it? They've bled and toiled for me for years. Why should you, a newcomer, instantly claim the red pole? They may stay silent, but inwardly they'd chafe with resentment. Chun Haonan opened his mouth to protest that he was no less capable than Li Wei, yet swallowed the words. Because Brother B spoke the unvarnished truth. How long had he been with Hung Hing? Li Wei, though a latecomer, had carved his name into legend over the past 2 years. From Xiun Mountain to Causeway Bay, every territory bore his sweat. The brothers respected Li Wei. This was an indisputable fact. Had Brother B bestowed the red pole promotion upon him directly, the brothers might have kept quiet, but their hearts would have cursed him. Seeing Chun Haonan lost and thought, Brother B nodded satisfied. But assigning it to Li Wei is different. Brother B continued, no one will object. He has the standing. When Li Wei fails, you will step in and eliminate Ba Bai. Then you'll not only earn the red pole, you'll assert your dominance over Li Wei before the entire brotherhood. His eyes locked on Chun Haonan's as he spoke, deliberate and incisive. Let everyone know. Chun Haonan surpasses Li Wei. A spark ignited in Chun Haonan's eyes. So Brother B wasn't aiding Li Wei, he was paving his path. And it was a sturdier path than direct promotion. Ascending atop another's shoulders cemented true authority. Chun Haonan's voice trembled with emotion. You can count on me. I will prove I am stronger than Li Wei. Brother B nodded, but his expression remained unrelaxed. He settled back into his chair and tapped twice on the armrest. There is one final crucial point. His tone grew. Chun Haonan blinked. Brother B, what else? Brother B paused, choosing his words with care. Ba Bai is Liang Quan's sworn brother. His voice lowered further. And we intend to kill Ba Bai on East Star's turf. Success would provoke Liang Quan, and East Star, to preserve its honor, would inevitably demand retribution. At those words, Chun Haonan's face paled. Until now, he had focused solely on eliminating Ba by claiming the red pole and seizing glory, never once considering the consequences that would follow. Who is Liang Quan? He is one of the most ruthless characters in the Hongxing 12 halls, commanding a group of desperate criminals. Those who cross him are doomed to a bad end. Moreover, Liang Quan is petty and holds grudges. When Ba Bai owed him 30 million and died, his money went down the drain. He wouldn't dare to trouble Jiang Tianxing, but who would he cut down instead? He has 100 ways to make someone's life worse than death. And then there's Dongxing. Killing someone on their turf is akin to slapping Dongxing in the face. Dongxing's influence in the Hong Kong underworld is nearly as formidable as Hongxing's. If they seek retribution, can he handle it himself? Can Boss B protect himself? Chun Haonan felt a cold sweat on his back. Brother B. His voice was a bit tight. Since we'll be provoking Liang Quan and Dongxing, wouldn't I be causing you trouble by completing this task? Boss B looked at Chun Haonan's changing expression and suddenly laughed. That smile held a cunning reminiscent of an old fox. That's why. Boss B said slowly, this is the most important reason why I chose Li Wei. He stared directly into Chun Haonan's eyes and spoke deliberately. After you take down Ba Bai, someone must bear the consequences. That person is none other than Li Wei, who is carrying out the task. At that time, he'll hand Li Wei over to Liang Quan and Dongxing, and you will have nothing to worry about. Chun Haonan was stunned for 2 seconds, then he understood everything. Boss B's scheme was layered from start to finish. The first layer was to send Li Wei to his death, creating an opportunity for Chun Haonan. The second layer involved Chun Haonan killing Ba Bai and stepping on Li Wei to rise to power. The third layer was to push Li Wei out as a scapegoat to quell Liang Quan and Dongxing's fury. 3 birds with 1 stone. And Li Wei was nothing more than a pawn, a piece that could be discarded once used. Chun Haonan looked at Boss B, a complex emotion surging in his heart. Move that Brother B had devoted so much. Brother B. Chun Haonan's voice was a bit choked. Rest assured, I won't let you down. Boss B stood up, patted Chun Haonan's shoulder firmly, then turned to Shan Ji, Bao Pai, to Tian Air, and Xiao Pai. You guys gather your younger brothers tonight. Boss B's tone became serious. When I say go tonight, you must act swiftly to take down Ba Bai, clean and efficient, without leaving any future troubles. Chun Haonan turned around, looking at his 4 brothers, nodding vigorously. Brother B, you can count on me. Chun Haonan gritted his teeth and said, tonight I will make Ba Bai regret coming to this world. Shan Ji, having listened from the side, was already pumped up, but at that moment a thought suddenly popped into his mind, and he couldn't help but speak up. Brother B, what if? What if in the end it's Li Wei who takes down Ba Bai? What happens then? The hall fell silent for a moment. Bao Pai, to Tian Air, and Xiao Pai exchanged glances, each showing a hint of concern. What if Li Wei really? But Boss B was not flustered at all. He chuckled, his smile filled with confidence. That won't happen. According to my plan, Li Wei won't succeed, so you can rest assured. Shan Ji's impatience flared up, and he couldn't hold back any longer. Brother B. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. What exactly is your plan? Can you share it with us? Although Chun Haonan didn't speak, his eyes were fixed on Boss B, eager to know. This plan is crucial to whether he can become a Hong Kong and whether he can step on Li Wei. The more he knows, the more assured he will be during the operation tonight. Boss B looked at the eager eyes before him and paused for a moment. He trusted Chun Haonan and the others. These guys had followed Chun Haonan for so long, their mouths weren't the tightest, but they wouldn't purposely betray him. However, the fewer people who know about this, the better. If someone accidentally lets it slip and Li Wei catches wind of it, the entire scheme would collapse. Just prepare well. Boss B waved his hand, his tone, leaving no room for doubt. You'll know the plan when it's time to act tonight. Chun Haonan opened his mouth wanting to ask more. But seeing Boss B's expression, he knew that asking further would yield no results. What Boss B did not want to say was something no one could pry from him. Chun Haonan took a deep breath, straightened his back, and spoke loudly. Brother B, rest assured. Tonight, I won't let you down. Oh, just watch my performance. Boss B looked at Chun Haonan's young and spirited face and nodded in satisfaction. Haonan, I believe in you. He walked up to Chun Haonan, once more patting his shoulder again, this time with considerable weight, carrying a sense of entrustment. Perform well tonight, and the Hongkoan will be yours. Hongkoan. These two words ignited a fire in Chun Haonan's eyes. Shanji was already itching with excitement beside him, muttering, Tonight, I must show that suit-wearing Li Wei who truly rules Causeway Bay. Bao Pai followed with a grin to Tian Air's lips curled up, and Chow Pai clenched his fists. The 5 young men stood before the statue of Guan Gong, their blood boiling. The light from the eternal lamp danced on their faces, illuminating each expression clearly. Excitement, anticipation, eager to try. None of them considered what would happen if Li Wei won. In their eyes, Li Wei was destined to lose. The night in Causeway Bay deepened, neon lights illuminating the street. As if it were daylight, crowds surged and traffic flowed. Meanwhile, by a phone booth on Hennessy Road, Li Wei had just flicked the cigarette, but into the drain. He didn't know what Boss B had said in the hall, but he didn't need to, because he had known from the very beginning that this was a game of chess. Boss B played white while he played black. The white pieces had already moved, and he knew how the black pieces should proceed. Ajin, let's go to Mongkok and scout the area. The two of them disappeared into the crowd, one in front and the other behind. Mongkok evening. The neon lights had not fully lit up yet, but the signs on Southwestern Market were already glowing ambiguously in the dusk. The crowd began to surge. Vendors selling fish balls and beef offal pushed their carts, calling out along the street, the smell of oil and aroma mixing in the warm air. Li Wei stood at the entrance of a tea house across from the bathhouse, holding a cup of iced milk tea, his eyes never leaving the 3-story-old building. The bathhouse was on the 2nd floor, while the 1st floor housed a bone-setting clinic and a grocery store. A faded lightbox sign hung at the entrance displaying the words bathhouse in large letters with a smaller line below. Open 24 hours, male and female sections. Li Wei had been standing here for almost an hour. He noticed that the building had 2 exits, the main door on Southwestern Market and a back door opening into the adjacent alley. The alley was so narrow that only 2 people could walk side by side, leading to another street behind. At the mouth of the alley, several garbage bins were piled up, flies buzzing around, a foul odor detectable from far away. The back door was an iron gate, most of the paint worn off, and the lock on the handle looked a bit old. Li Wei deliberately walked over to take a look. The iron door was not locked from the outside, and it could be pushed open, which meant that if the front door was sealed, the people inside could escape through the back. Ajin, Li Wei lowered his voice. Do you remember the back door? Gao Jin stood behind him and nodded. His gaze swept over the alley, already calculating in his mind. The best interception point if Bob I ran out the back door would be the middle of the alley where there was a corner that could hide a person. Remember, Gao Jin said. I will have a young arrange for 2 people to guard there shortly. Li Wei responded with a satisfied mm. He circled around the building, getting a good feel for the surroundings. Opposite the large bathhouse was a row of shops, tea houses, mahjong parlors, gold shops, bustling with people. Li Wei committed all this information to memory as a plan slowly took shape. Time passed second by second, and as night fell, the nightlife in Mongkok began. The neon lights lit up, casting vibrant colors across the street, with signs larger and brighter than the last, almost blinding anyone on the opposite side. Li Wei and his brothers found a hiding spot in an alley opposite the large bathhouse, a small recess between 2 buildings, small but deep enough for 20 or so people to squeeze in, completely undetectable from the outside. A Fei and a Yong had already arrived with their men, totaling 24 people, including Li Wei and Gao Jin. Each person had something strapped to their waist. Some had machetes, others short daggers, and there were 2 baseball bats. Li Wei himself carried a butterfly knife, a German product with a blade so sharp it could shave. The alley was dark, with only the distant glow of neon lights filtering and casting half-lit shadows on each person's face. No one spoke, only occasional coughs, and the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard. Li Wei leaned against the wall, glanced at his watch. It was 6:45. He then looked towards the entrance of the large bathhouse. What exactly was Boss B's plan? He had pondered all afternoon, outlining several possibilities. Either he was given false information, or there would be a trap when he took action, or perhaps Chun Haonan would stab him in the back. But he still didn't know which it was. Wei Gu. Gao Jin leaned over, speaking softly, so only they could hear. Li Wei followed Gao Jin's gaze. A silver-gray Toyota Crown was driving down the street, moving slowly, and it came to a steady stop at the entrance of the large bathhouse. The car door opened, and Boss B stepped out. He wore a dark blue floral shirt, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, and a gold chain around his neck that glimmered under the neon lights, with 2 cars following behind him, from which people began to emerge. Li Wei watched the people getting out of the car, his brows furrowing slowly. Chun Haonan, Shanji, Bao Pai, De Tian Air, Chow Pai. There were also more than a dozen of Chun Haonan's underlings, all dressed in black, their waists bulging, clearly hiding. They wore expressions of strange excitement, like athletes ready to hit the field, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Li Wei scanned them with a sense of unease. Something was off. If it was just Boss B overseeing the operation, bringing just a few people from Chun Haonan would suffice. Bringing so many heavily armed individuals, this didn't feel like an audience, that felt more like they were here to carry out a mission. Li Wei took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and stepped out of the alley. Boss, Li Wei greeted respectfully. You've arrived. I'm ready. Boss B looked at Li Wei, his face breaking into a smile that seemed warm and caring, like a good leader concerned for his subordinates. Good. Boss B nodded, his gaze drifting past Li Wei to scan the figures in the alley. How many people did you bring? 23, all brothers who have fought beside me. Boss B's eyes flickered slightly at the mention of 23. He silently counted in his mind, confirming these were all people he recognized. A Fei, a Yong, and a few familiar faces from the gang, not a single stranger. This was all of Li Wei's resources. Boss B calculated inwardly when the action commenced. He hoped all these men would perish inside. If 3 or 5 survived, it would be good. By then Li Wei would have no one left to rely on, and even if he returned alive, it wouldn't stir up much of a storm. His internal calculations clashed noisily, yet his smile grew even more benevolent. Away, Boss B patted Li Wei's shoulder. Perform well, and aim to complete the task. Tomorrow at the main hall meeting, I can speak on your behalf in front of the dragon head to make you a red stick. Don't worry, boss. Li Wei lowered his head, feigning gratitude. I will definitely make sure Ba doesn't see the sun. Beside them, Chun Haonan observed this, seeing a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdain. Do you really think Brother B values you? Do you really believe you can become a red stick? His hands were shoved deep into the pockets of his leather jacket, and his gaze swept over Li Wei, as if looking at a man who had already lost. Boss B seemed pleased with Li Wei's attitude. He stepped closer, lowering his voice to sound earnest and sincere. Away, I have a suggestion for you. Boss B's tone was serious. Once Ba enters the large bathhouse, do not act immediately. I'll wait a while, let him start soaking before taking action. At that moment, their vigilance will be at its lowest, giving you the best chance to eliminate Ba. Li Wei listened, his gaze subtly scanning the group, led by Chun Haonan, waiting until Ba starts soaking before acting. While soaking, Ba's men would place their weapons in the locker, and where less clothing bit was indeed the time they were most relaxed. From a tactical perspective, this suggestion was sound. But given the armed stance of Chun Haonan's group, fully equipped, eager to go out, Li Wei's mind suddenly rang with a realization, connecting all the dots. He had figured out Boss B's plan. Looking at Boss B's smiling face, Li Wei felt a chill in his heart. This trap was truly well laid. Yet he showed no change on his face, not even a flicker in his gaze. Boss, Li Wei's voice remained respectful. Rest assured, I will follow your instructions, and wait until Ba soaks before I act. That's what he said. When it came time for him to act, whether he followed through or not was another matter entirely. In action, there would always be unexpected developments, such as Ba suddenly discovering him, forcing him to act early. Wasn't that a perfectly normal occurrence? Boss B was unaware of Li Wei's thoughts. He glanced at his watch. It was 7:15. Away, it's about time. Boss B pointed towards the large bathhouse. You should take your men in now. Li Wei nodded. All right, boss. He turned and waved at Gao Jin. Jin called the brothers out. With a wave of Gao Jin's hand, the people in the alley filed out, 23 individuals, standing quietly in 2 rows, no one speaking, only the sound of knife sheaths brushing against their trousers. Li Wei glanced at them, offering no unnecessary words. Let's go. 22 people moved toward the large bathhouse, while Boss B stood in place, watching Li Wei's retreating figure, a smile slowly curving at the corners of his mouth. Once Li Wei had gone far, Shan Ji could no longer contain himself. He jumped a couple of times in place like a hen that had been pinned up and approached Boss B. Boss B, what exactly is the plan you mentioned? Can you tell us now? Chun Haonan also took a couple of steps forward, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, Boss B, didn't you say you'd tell us tonight? Now that Li Wei has gone in, can you share it? Several others also gathered around, Bao Pai rubbing his hands to Tian Air squinting, and Chow Pai straining to listen, all 10 pairs of eyes fixed on Boss B. Boss B looked towards the large bathhouse, confirming that Li Wei's men had entered before turning back. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. The plan is this: once Ba enters the large bathhouse and starts soaking for a while, I will have someone call the front desk of the bathhouse to notify Ba someone is going to kill him. Shan Ji was taken aback, his mind not processing the information. Brother B. He scratched his head. Aren't we supposed to take down Ba? Why are we notifying him that someone wants to kill him? Isn't that giving him a chance to escape? Big Brother B smiled, a hint of amusement in his expression, as if to say, you are still too young. It's precisely to let him know. What do you think Ba's first reaction will be when he knows someone wants to kill him? Shan Ji thought for a moment. Run. Exactly. Big Brother B nodded. When he runs out of the bathhouse, at that moment Li Wei's men will charge in. Imagine the chaos when Ba runs and Li Wei chases him. How messy will that scene be? Shan Ji's eyes gradually brightened. Once Ba runs out, you all wait at the door, and as he comes out you strike directly. clean, and quick, no need to even enter the bathhouse. Chun Haonan finally understood completely. The brilliance of this plan lay in making Li Wei the one to scare off the prey, while he himself would be the one to hunt the prey. Li Wei charges and Ba Bai gets scared and runs, and he himself waits at the door to take Ba Bai down. Everyone will say, it's Chun Haonan who killed Ba Bai, and no one will remember what Li Wei did. Brother B, Shanji flattered, his mouth stretching wide enough to fit a fist. It's all thanks to you. You had that short mule Li Wei dancing in circles, and he still thinks he can step up this time. Big Brother B felt pleased by the praise, waving his hand dismissively while trying to appear humble, though his pride. It's all trivial matters. You all need to be fierce. Don't let Ba Bai actually escape. If he runs away, we'll have work for nothing. Chun Haonan straightened his chest, his tone as firm as a vow. Brother B, you can rest assured. His hand tightened around the hilt of his knife. As soon as Ba Bai comes out, I will make him lie down within 3 seconds. Shanji recalled the events of the morning. In the hall, Li Wei's subordinate Gao Jin pointed at him in front of so many people and said, you have no qualifications. He had kept that account in his heart all along. Brother B, Shanji leaned closer, his eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Can I make that call? Big Brother B glanced at him and waved his hand dismissively. Sure, if you want to call, go ahead. Shanji grinned, a malicious smile plastered on his face. He had already begun to imagine. Once the call connected, he would tell Ba Bai that someone wants to kill him, and then Ba Bai would panic and rush out of the bathhouse only to see Li Wei and his men charging, and a chaotic brawl would ensue. What a sight that would be. None of them noticed. Before Li Wei entered the bathhouse, he glanced back at Big Brother B's direction. That glance was fleeting, so brief that no one noticed. But in that glance there was no respect, no gratitude. As Li Wei and his men walked into the bathhouse, the 2 attendants at the front desk were dozing off. This bathhouse was located on the 2nd floor, its decor not extravagant, but decent, with white tiles on the floor, beige wallpaper on the walls, and the air filled with a mixture of soap, sweat, and humidity. It was 7:31 in the evening, and according to Big Brother B's plan, Ba Bai should have just arrived, preparing to head upstairs for a soak. And he himself should have been hiding with his brothers somewhere, waiting to act halfway through Ba Bai's soak. But Li Wei had no intention of following Big Brother B's orders. Everyone sit down. Li Wei said softly, sitting down first on a long bench next to the front desk. Ah Fei was taken aback and came over to ask, Brother Wei, aren't we hiding? Hide? What for? Li Wei lit a cigarette, his tone as casual as if waiting for a table at a tea restaurant. About 20 people exchanged glances, but no one dared to ask further. Gao Jin was the first to sit down, positioning himself beside Li Wei facing the staircase. Others gradually scattered, some sitting on benches, some leaning against the walls, and a few squatting on the floor. Ah Yong led a few men to guard the back door, which Li Wei had arranged in advance. Li Wei held the cigarette between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the staircase. Big Brother B's plan was to have him act while Ba Bai was soaking. But what if he acted as soon as Ba Bai entered instead of waiting for him to soak? When Ba Bai first came in, his vigilance would be at its peak, yet it would also be the moment he least expected someone to act against him. This was Dongxing's territory. Ba Bai had been here for several days without incident, so he wouldn't think anyone would dare to attack him here, surprise the enemy, and strike where they are unprepared. As long as he could take the person down before Ba Bai reacted, Big Brother B's phone notification scheme would be useless, and Chun Haonan waiting at the door would be in vain. As for the consequences, offending Dongxing, offending Liang Kuan, that was a matter for later. Right now the most important thing was to take down Ba Bai's head. Li Wei smoked halfway through his cigarette, his gaze never leaving the staircase. Time ticked by 7:35. The sound of car engines came from downstairs, not just one, but several, followed by the banging of car doors and a cacophony of voices. Someone was cursing loudly, the voice getting closer as it climbed up the stairs. You motherfucker. Did you hear me tell you to drive faster? You can't even drive a lousy car properly. Are you trying to get fired? The curses were loud enough for the entire building to hear, and Li Wei recognized that voice. Ba Bai. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairs. At least 20 people. The footsteps grew nearer, and Li Wei could even hear their conversations. Some complained about the poor business today, others discussed where to go for late-night snacks, and someone was yawning. No one was on guard. Ba Bai was the first to turn the corner from the staircase. He was in his 40s, short and stocky, with dark skin and a face full of excess flesh. He wore a flashy Hawaiian shirt with only the bottom 2 buttons fastened, exposing a large patch of dark chest hair, a thick gold chain around his neck, and 3 gold rings on his fingers, making him look like a moving Christmas tree. Behind him followed 21 younger brothers, some in t-shirts, some bare-chested, each one a misfit walking in a dish. Some were smoking, some were picking their noses, and one was gesturing to a companion about how much he lost betting on the horses last night. Dongxing's young thugs. The saying on the street isn't unfounded. Dongxing's people made their fortune from drugs, and most of their subordinates were dabbling in that stuff. Those who were addicted to drugs couldn't handle serious fights. Li Wei observed their demeanor and had already formed a conclusion in his heart. Ba Bai walked up to the 2nd floor, casually scanning the area. The 2 dozing attendants at the front desk, a few people sitting on benches, and a few leaning against the walls. All appeared to be ordinary customers. He didn't pay them any mind. This was Dongxing's territory, and he didn't think any unwise person would seek trouble with him here. Everyone go upstairs to soak. Bob I waved his hand, shooing away his younger brothers. After soaking we have business to attend to tonight, so don't dawdle. His younger brothers laughed and walked upstairs. Bob I walked at the back, still complaining as he went. Damn it, the color of that batch of goods today was wrong. I need to find that Chaozhou guy to settle the score tomorrow. Li Wei sat on the bench watching Bob Biss back, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was waiting, not for Bob I to take a bath, but for all of Bob Biss' little brothers to go upstairs. If they acted now, the little brothers at the staircase would see something amiss and run out, which would alert Boss B in advance. Moreover, Li Wei's gaze discreetly swept over the waists of Bob Biss' little brothers. Ah Jean, Li Wei lowered his voice. Check if they have any black stars on them. Gao Jin's eyes scanned every person going upstairs like an eagle. His eyes were sharp. He could tell who had something bulging at their waist, who had heavy pockets, and who had their clothing lifted by the wind to reveal something. He could catch these details with just a glance. After a few seconds, Gao Jin shook his head. Wei Gun, none of them have anything. No traces of concealed items on their belts, armpits, or pant legs. Not even a decent knife was brought. A few had spring knives stuffed in their pockets, but in a fight those were almost like toys. Li Wei felt relieved. It was manageable as long as there were no guns. In this era on Hong Kong Island, a black star was a true killing weapon. No matter how skilled you were, a single bullet could send you to meet the king of hell. But as long as the other side didn't have guns, Li Wei wasn't afraid. His 20 or so subordinates were all trained by Gao Jin, more than enough to handle Bob Biss' gang of punks. He waited until the last of Bob Biss' little brothers turned the corner at the staircase. It was a young man as thin as a bamboo pole with a waxy complexion and deep-set eyes, clearly someone who had taken quite a bit. He swayed while walking and was so dazed he didn't notice the people sitting on the bench. As he walked past Li Wei, a strong smell of drugs hit Li Wei's nose. In that instant, Li Wei suddenly stood up. He didn't shout, didn't yell, not even a hint of warning. One moment, he was quietly sitting on the bench, and the next he leapt forward like a cheetah. Baba. The voice was not loud, but clear enough. Baba was about to enter the bathhouse. Hearing someone call his name, he instinctively turned his head. What he saw was Li Wei's face, a face he recognized. 2 years ago, during the turf war in Causeway Bay, he had seen this man from afar, Madman Wei. The most reckless of Boss BS subordinates, a single person had taken down 7 opponents covered in blood while charging forward without batting an eye, earning him the title of Madman Wei on the streets. If someone asked Li Wei why he was trying so hard, if he aimed to be a mafia godfather, he would surely reply, "Bro, I'm in the underworld, not the upper world. If I don't fight hard, how can I rise? Rely on Boss BS conscience." Madman Wei. Bob Biss' pupils shrank sharply. "Are you fucking daring to come at me? Do you know this is Dongxing?" Bob Biss' voice was loud, trying to suppress Li Wei with intimidation. But his steps were already retreating. "I don't know if Dongxing will cause me trouble though." Li Wei looked at him. "But I know you will definitely die today." He paused. "Not even Jesus can save you, I'm telling you." Bob Biss' face changed. Having been in the game for so many years, he had seen tough characters, and those who didn't care for their lives, but the tone Li Wei used, calm and unflustered without yelling or glaring, just stating it plainly, made his back feel cold. Those who truly wanted to kill, you wouldn't waste words. "Brothers." Bob I shouted, his voice trembling. "Get him. Whoever takes down Madman Wei today, I'll reward him with 100,000. 100,000. That 100,000. This number injected like adrenaline into Bob Biss' little brothers. Those who had just been swaying and stumbling upon hearing the words 100,000, their eyes lit up. Someone pulled out a spring knife from their pocket, someone grabbed a mop from the wall, and another person picked up a glass ashtray from the nearby table. "Damn it, let's get him. 100,000, I've got it for sure. With just 20 of us, what's there to fear?" Bob Biss' men charged forward with a roar. A Fei was the first to meet them. He held a machete thick at the back and shining coldly under the fluorescent lights. He faced Bob Bai's top man, Sang Biao, who had scars on his face, and held a dagger, its blade only the length of a palm, but in such a narrow staircase, a short weapon was even more agile. Sang Biao lunged forward with a quick and fierce stab, aiming straight for a Fei's abdomen. A Fei dodged to the side and swung the machete down from above. Clang! Sang Biao blocked the blow with his dagger, but his wrist clearly sank down. No dagger could match the weight of a machete. A Fei followed up with another strike, this time a horizontal chop aimed at Sang Biao's neck. Sang Biao quickly retreated, the knife tip grazing his throat, barely missing blood. On the other side, A Yong was also fighting, facing 2 of Bob Biss' little brothers, one with a spring knife, and the other. The one with the knife made 3 stabs, none hitting. A Yong dodged twice, and with the third he slammed his fist into that guy's face, causing a nosebleed on the spot. The barehanded one tried to grab A Yong from behind, but A Yong elbowed him in the ribs, bending him over like a shrimp. Others were also caught in the fray. The staircase was filled with flashing knives, shouts, curses, and the sounds of metal clashing, all mixed together. But Li Wei's side clearly had the upper hand. The group, trained by Gao Jin, fought at a completely different level than Bob Biss' punks. They struck accurately, fiercely, and coordinated well. With 3 people in a group, 2 pressed the attack from the front, while 1 flanked from behind. Ba-Bis men were being pushed back, and in less than 40 seconds 5 or 6 had fallen. Ba-Bai watched as his little brothers fell one by one, the flesh on his face trembling. He never expected Li Wei's men to be so formidable, nor did he anticipate Li Wei would act before he even took a bath. According to his experience, to kill someone you would either sneak in while they were asleep, strike when they were drunk, or charge in while they were bathing. Who would attack when they just entered with the most people present and the highest vigilance? Ba-Bai no longer hesitated. He turned and ran up to the 3rd floor. Wei Ge Gaojin took off his suit, wrapping it around his right hand like a protective sleeve. Ba-Bai is trying to escape. You go or wrap it up quickly. Boss BS, people will hear the commotion and come over soon. Gaojin nodded. He wrapped the rolled-up suit again around his right hand, tightened it, and then shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Taking 2 steps to gain momentum, he stepped onto the staircase railing, using it as leverage to leap into the air. He turned in midair, his right leg sweeping out, striking 2 of Ba-Bis' little brothers like an iron whip. Bang! Bang! The 2 dull thuds sounded almost simultaneously. The 2 little brothers didn't even have time to scream before being kicked away, crashing into the wall, and bouncing back, knocking over 3 others. The staircase instantly turned into chaos. 5 or 6 people were piled on top of each other, knives and shoes scattered, looking as messy as a pot of spilled porridge. Gaojin landed steadily, his breathing unchanged. He stood upright, slowly removing the suit from his hand, shaking off the dust, and draping it back over his shoulder. The entire process flowed smoothly, elegantly, like a dance, yet 5 people lay defeated at his feet. Seeing this, Ba-Bis' legs went weak. He had seen strong fighters, but he had never seen anyone this strong. Run. He had to run. Ba-Bai scrambled up to the 3rd floor, heading straight for the back door. He remembered that this bathhouse had a back door leading to an alley. Escaping from there would take him to another street, and getting into a car would mean safety. But after 2 steps he stopped, because there were 2 people standing by the iron door. A young had somehow brought people from the 1st floor to the back alley, sneaking up from the back door. Leaning against the iron door, he held a knife, the tip pointing down, blood dripping down. Brother Ba-Bai, a young, grinned, his smile appearing especially eerie under the dim light. Where are you rushing off to? Ba-Bis' face turned completely pale. With wolves in front and tigers behind, he had nowhere to escape. Outside the bathhouse, Boss B stood at the street corner, smoking, conversing with Shanji. He heard a commotion coming from the direction of the bathhouse. Shouts, clashing sounds, and the sound of things breaking. Though not loud in the bustling Mongkok at this moment, such noises were jarring. Boss B furrowed his brow. What's that noise inside? Shanji, excitedly rubbing his hands, was lost in thoughts about how to make that phone call. Upon hearing Boss B's words, he waved his hand dismissively. Boss B, there are lots of people in the bathhouse at this time. It's normal for an argument to break out. It might be some customer arguing with the masseuse. Boss B thought for a moment and found it reasonable. According to his plan, Ba had just gone in for less than 10 minutes. He should still be in the changing room, undressing, not yet started bathing, so Li Wei couldn't have acted so quickly. But for some reason he felt a lingering unease. That noise didn't sound like an ordinary argument. It sounded like a fight. Boss B threw his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. Not good. His expression darkened. Haonan, hurry, let's get over there quickly, or it'll be too late. Move. Follow me now. With that command, Brother B surged forward, and Chun Haonan, Shanji, Baopi Daishoner, Chow Pai, along with over a dozen underlings, charged after him in a roaring wave. More than 20 men poured out from the street corner like a black tide, surging straight toward the public bathhouse. Pedestrians scattered to either side. Some ducked their heads and hurried away, while others bolted into nearby shops. In Mongkok, anyone who saw a group armed and sprinting knew exactly what it meant. Only fools lingered. Brother B led the charge, his face shifting from earlier nonchalance to grim severity as unease coiled tighter in his chest. That sound was wrong. Not mere shouting, but the sickening thud of blades biting flesh, raw screams tearing from throats, the muffled thump of bodies slamming against walls, the unmistakable roar of a gang war erupting. Taking the stairs 2 steps at a time, he rounded the 2nd floor landing and froze mid-stride at the sight before him. A dozen men sprawled motionless across the floor. Some groaned in agony, others twitched spasmodically, still others lay utterly still. Blood pooled across the tiles, staining the white floor with crimson footprints and dragging smears. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of blood laced with sweat and a sour, rotting tang. Every one of the feared enforcers had fallen. A few still writhed, trying desperately to rise, only to collapse again, legs trembling beneath them. Sang Biao slumped against the wall, one hand clamped over his abdomen, fingers slick with blood, his face bleached paper white. Yet not a single man from Li Wei's crew had fallen. Ah Fei bandaged a gash on his hand. Ah Yong tallied survivors, others wiped blades clean, caught their breath, or leaned against the wall sipping water. Though several bore wounds, none were gravely injured. None lay unconscious or dead. Brother B's gaze swept the entire 2nd floor in a flash. Li Wei was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Baobi. Where is your boss? Brother B bellowed, voice cracking with barely restrained fury. Ah Yong stepped forward from the crowd. His clothes soaked in blood, yet his expression remained calm, detached, as if he'd just completed an ordinary chore. Senior brother. Ah Young said, standing squarely before Brother B, delivering Li Wei's words with steady composure. Our boss has gone after Baby. After Baby. Brother B's brows knotted tightly. He ran out the back door, Ah Young replied, gesturing toward it. Our boss took men and gave chase. Brother B's face darkened further. He strode to the rear exit, shoved the door open, and peered outside. The alley beyond stood empty save for a few overflowing trash bins and a stray cat. At the alley's far end, a narrow street glowed faintly under dim, yellow streetlights. No figures moved within its pale halo. When did he flee? Brother B turned sharply, fixing Ah Young with a piercing stare. Just now, Ah Young answered. The moment the fight ended, Baby bolted through the back door. We followed immediately with Gao Jin at our boss's side. Brother B drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing himself to remain composed. His entire plan had unraveled. If Li Wei truly caught Baby and killed him, then the Red Pole title would irrevocably pass to him. I asked you, Brother B's voice dropped icy and edged with quiet menace. Why did you strike early? Did I not make it clear? To wait until Baby finished bathing. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ah Young's face. Senior brother, we never intended to act prematurely, but one of our brothers was spotted by Baby's men. You know how sharp Baby is. The instant he sensed danger, he moved to flee. We had no choice but to engage then, or lose the chance entirely. Brother B held Ah Young's gaze for several silent seconds, searching for deception. But Ah Young's expression remained earnest, tinged with weary resignation, as if to say we were trapped too. Brother B clenched his jaw. The explanation held weight. How could he blame Li Wei's men for misfortune? Such things were never certain. What if Baby's own men had simply rushed downstairs to relieve themselves and stumbled upon them by accident? Damn it, Brother B muttered under his breath. He turned and paced twice across the ruined hall, surveying the carnage. The blood-soaked floor, the moaning wounded, his anger swelling with every step. But this was no time for rage. Whether Baby had truly escaped, or whether Li Wei had caught him, remained unknown. As a branch leader, he could not afford to stand idle. You. Brother B pointed at Ah Young and the remaining men. Clean this up. Wipe the blood. Drag the wounded into the alley, out of sight. If the police arrive, none of us walk free. Ah Young nodded. Understood, senior brother. Brother B paused, studying him once more. When your boss returns, tell him to meet me at the Causeway Bay branch. Do you hear me? Yes, senior brother. I'll inform him the moment he walks through the door. Brother B said nothing more. He turned and descended the stairs, Chun Haonan and the others trailing behind. Once they reached Sai Young Choi South Street, Chun Haonan could contain himself no longer. Brother B. His voice trembled with disappointment and urgency. What now? If Li Wei truly kills Baby, the Red Pole is his. Shanji ground his teeth, then kicked a soda can violently down the pavement. It clattered and rolled far into. Damn it. That scoundrel Li Wei's luck is unreal. Shanji spat. You laid out the perfect plan, Brother B. And still he snatched the opportunity from thin air. We should have moved ourselves, Baopi grumbled. No need to let him steal the glory. Daishoner and Chow Pai remained silent, but their faces were tight with resentment. Brother B halted, turned, and regarded them all beneath the flickering neon glow, his face shifting between light and shadow, unreadable, neither furious nor defeated. Enough. Silence now. His voice was low yet carried absolute authority. This isn't over. Who knows how it will end? Baby fled, but can Li Wei catch him? Even if he does, Baby is ruthless. In his final moments, he'll tear out a chunk of Li Wei's flesh before falling. He paused, his gaze settling on Chun Haonan. Haonan, I'll tell you plainly. Brother B softened his tone, offering quiet reassurance. Even if Li Wei kills Baby and claims the Red Pole, his days are numbered. What about the 3 million owed to Liang Quan? Who will Li Wei demand it from? You know Liang Quan's temper. If Baby dies, that debt vanishes. Do you think he'll spare Li Wei? A spark ignited in Chun Haonan's eyes. An East Star, Brother B continued. We slaughtered their men on their own turf. Do you think they'll let that pass? They won't dare strike the entire Hung Hing, but cutting down a newly crowned Red Pole, that takes less than a minute. Shanji stopped cursing and even cracked a faint grim smile. So, you're saying, even if Li Wei becomes Red Pole, he won't last long? Brother B glanced at Shanji, offering no direct reply, yet his look spoke volumes. Exactly, Brother B said, clapping Chun Haonan on the shoulder. Don't lose heart. Opportunities abound. Li Wei won't last weeks. Once he falls, the Red Pole of Causeway Bay will be yours. Chun Haonan inhaled deeply and nodded. Understood, Brother B. Satisfied, Brother B offered a faint smile and turned toward where his car waited. Let's go. Tonight isn't over. We must prepare how to report this to the Dragon Head. Chun Haonan followed closely, then paused, glancing back toward the bathhouse. Let's go. Tonight isn't over. We must prepare how to report this to the Dragon Head. Chun Haonan followed closely, then paused, glancing back toward the bathhouse. Shanji sidled close, lowering his voice. Brother Haonan, do you think that bastard Li Wei will really catch Baby? Chun Haonan didn't answer. He didn't know, but he hoped, fervently, that Baby would escape, far and fast. Meanwhile, deep in Mong Kok, a nameless alley stretched into the night. Gao Jin carried the unconscious Ba by moving quickly through the narrow alleys, turning left and right. He was very familiar with the terrain in this area, not because he had been here before, but because he had walked through every alley while scouting in the afternoon. Li Wei followed closely behind him. The two of them walked for about 10 minutes before turning into an abandoned industrial building. Gao Jin pushed open a window, tossed Ba by inside, and then climbed in after him. Li Wei followed right behind. Inside the building it was dark, with only a bit of light filtering in from the streetlights outside. The air was thick with the smell of mold and dust, and the floor was littered with rags, broken glass, and discarded clothing parts. Gao Jin dragged Ba Bai to an empty room on the 3rd floor and threw him onto the ground. Ba Bai's head hit the floor with a thud, and he let out a groan, but did not wake up. Li Wei walked around the room, confirming that there was no one else before squatting down in front of Ba Bai. "Wake him up, Li Wei." Gao Jin walked over to the wall and found a rusty faucet. He turned it twice, but no water came out. He tried the one next to it as well, but there was still nothing. Finally, he pulled out a pack of tissues from his pocket, took out a piece, and walked over to Ba by shoving the tissue into his. Then he took out a lighter and set the edge of the tissue on fire. The flames ignited and the smoke seeped down Ba. Cough, cough, cough. Ba Bai suddenly opened his eyes and began to cough violently like a fish thrown ashore. The first thing he saw was the flickering fluorescent light above him, its dim, yellow glow flickering like it was struggling for its last breath. The air was thick with the heavy smell of mold and dust mixed with the stench of rat droppings, making him want to gag. He moved his wrist, the rope was tight, and the skin was scraped raw. He looked down. His hands were tied behind his back, the rope wrapped around several times with multiple knots, and his fingers were starting to tingle and turn purple. An abandoned industrial building. Cutting tables, torn fabrics, yellowed newspapers, nailed windows. He had never been to this place and had no idea where he had been brought. Rage surged up to the top of Ba Bai's head. The veins on his neck bulged as he shouted, "Crazy Wei, you better let me go. Otherwise I swear I won't let you off. Do you know who I am? You dare to kidnap someone from Dongxing. Are you tired of living?" His voice echoed in the empty room, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Gao Jin stood by the window, leaning against the wall with his hands in the pockets of his suit pants, expressionless, as if he hadn't heard anything, his gaze fixed on a spot outside the window, without even glancing at Ba Bai. Ba Bai continued to curse, "You little scumbag, do you think you can get rich by tying me up? Dream on. I'm telling you, if you don't let me go today, your body will be." His words were cut off. Gao Jin moved. He walked over from the window, his pace slow, almost leisurely, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the concrete floor, each step feeling as if he was stepping on Ba Bai's heart. The light cast a long shadow over him, enveloping Ba Bai, whose curses caught in his throat. Gao Jin approached him, bent down, and with a clenched fist struck Ba Bai's stomach. The punch was devoid of any flashy moves, the most direct and straightforward jab, yet Ba Bai felt as if his belly had been hit by a speeding truck. His body instinctively curled up, his mouth opened wide, but no sound came out. Every breath in his lungs had been knocked out, leaving him without the strength to scream. His eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting in his pupils, and he curled up like a boiled shrimp on the ground, his mouth opening and closing, drooling from the corner of his mouth onto the dusty concrete floor. Gao Jin straightened up, looking down at him. "Ba Bai." Gao Jin's voice was not loud, even calm. "I advise you to speak properly to my boss. Otherwise." He took out a handkerchief from his inner suit pocket and leisurely wiped the blood off his fist. "I guarantee that when you die, you'll see your own brain matter." Ba Bai lay on the ground, gasping for air, his eyes reflecting a new emotion, fear. Not the kind of fear he had just pretended, which still had room for negotiation, but a genuine, deep-rooted terror. Because he realized that this young man in a suit and glasses was someone who truly meant what he said. Li Wei walked into the room. He held a butterfly knife, the silver blade glinting coldly in the dim light. He approached Ba Bai, squatted down, and spun the knife between his fingers, the blade tracing a silver arc in the air, swish, swish, clean and neat. Ba Bai watched the knife spin under his eyelids, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. His lips trembled, teeth chattered, making a clack, clack, clack sound. "Crazy Wei." Ba Bai's voice had completely lost its earlier bravado, now hoarse and trembling, tinged with a cry. "Let me go, and I'll give you 5 million. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. You could never earn this much money in your life." Li Wei said nothing, spinning the butterfly knife again. 9 million. Ba Bai's voice was almost a shout, his throat strained. "Crazy Wei, I'll spend 9 million to buy. That's all the money I have. I've even dug up my coffin money. 9 million. Li Wei looked at Ba Bai's face, distorted by fear, and sighed inwardly. Selling drugs was indeed profitable, a thug leader from Dongxing casually offering 9 million. In this day and age, an ordinary white-collar worker only earns 2,000 a month. 9 million could last someone without eating or drinking for nearly 400 years. He contemplated for 2 seconds and nodded. "Brother Ba Bai, I agree to your terms." Upon hearing this, Ba Bai felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto the ground. His mind raced. 9 million, give it first. And when he got out and returned to Dongxing's territory, gather people to kill Crazy Wei and his 20 or so underlings, leaving no one alive. 9 million, consider it purchasing a coffin for Crazy Wei. A slight smile unconsciously curved his lips, But before that smile could fully form, Li Wei's next words froze him. Brother Babai. Li Wei's voice was very calm, even carrying a hint of polite amusement. Since I am cooperating with you, so, well, shouldn't you also cooperate with me? Answer me a few questions. As long as you cooperate sincerely, I will definitely let you go. Babi's heart sank. He looked into Li Wei's eyes. There was a smile in those eyes, but that smile sent chills down his spine, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. You asked. Babi's voice was dry. Li Wei looked into Babi's eyes and spoke word by word. Where's the batch of goods from Liang Kuan? Babai was taken aback. Wasn't Hung Hing banned from selling drugs? This was a hard rule set by Jiang Tianxing, known all over Hong Kong Island. Crazy Wei was one of Hong Xing's people, but why was he asking about this batch of goods? Could it be that he wanted to buy drugs as well? Or, no matter what, this question could not be answered. The batch of goods is worth 30 million Hong Kong dollars, and he only paid 5 million as a deposit, with the remaining 25 million still unpaid. The goods are still in his possession, and Liang Kuan can come to collect the balance at any time. If something goes wrong with this batch, if it gets robbed, burned, or checked by the police, what will he give Liang Kuan in return? 25 million, and Liang Kuan would chop him into minced meat and throw him into Victoria Harbor to feed the fish. I don't know what you're talking about. The defiant look in Babi's eyes began to falter, and his voice turned unnatural. What, Liang Kuan's goods? I have no business with him. You must be mistaken. Li Wei looked into Babi's eyes, and those eyes were lying. He didn't say anything further. The butterfly knife snapped shut and then opened again with a crisp click that echoed in the quiet room, and then his hand slowly moved down the blade, pointing toward Babi's legs. Babi's pupils suddenly constricted. Madman Wei. His voice changed pitch, sharp as a pig's squeal. What do you want? Li Wei flicked his wrist, the butterfly knife glinting coldly as it fell straight down. No. Babai didn't know where he found the strength, suddenly recoiling, twisting his body like a snake. The tip of the knife grazed his pants, making a sizzle sound as it sliced open a gap, revealing white underwear. The knife tip was less than an inch away from his precious belongings. Babai looked down, confirming that his precious belongings were still intact, collapsing to the ground like a deflated balloon gasping for air. His back was soaked, cold sweat drenched his shirt, clinging to his skin, icily cold. What great luck you have. Li Wei's voice came from above, laced with a hint of amusement. Brother Babai, do you think you can escape this time? He raised the knife again. Babai watched the butterfly knife glinting coldly under the light. The last thread of sanity in his mind snapped. What balance, what Liang Kuan, what being chopped into minced meat? Those were matters for later. Right now, at this moment, this man, named Madman Wei, was indeed going to castrate him. I'll tell you. Babi's voice was almost a howl, tears and snot flowing down together. Isn't it enough if I tell you? The butterfly knife stopped in midair, the tip less than an inch from Babi's body. Where are the goods stored? Li Wei's voice remained calm. In the suburbs northwest of Mong Kok. Babi's voice trembled, each word popping out as if afraid that speaking slowly would cause the knife to drop. Near Brick Paving Street, in an old 3-story building with a hardware store on the first floor and storage on the second and third floors. The goods are on the third floor. Li Wei's knife remained unmoved. Is that all? Babi's lips quivered. He originally wanted to play a little trick, telling Li Wei the location of the goods, but not revealing the code word. Without the code, Li Wei wouldn't be able to enter the storage, and even if he forced his way in, the people inside would have moved the goods beforehand. But looking into Li Wei's eyes, that thought popped like a soap bubble. This man is not easily deceived. There's also a code word for the meeting. Babi's voice grew smaller, almost inaudible. Every time the rooster crows 3 times, a total of 3 times with a 5-second interval in between. Rooster crows. Li Wei's brows slightly furrowed, staring into Babi's eyes for a full 5 seconds. Those eyes were filled with fear, pupils trembling, bloodshot tears, and snot smeared across his face with no evasion, no cunning. No lies. What you said is true. You're not lying to me. Li Wei's voice turned cold. No, absolutely not. Babai shook his head, desperately shaking like a rattle. Madman Wei, I swear. If I lie to you, may I be struck by lightning, may I be hit by a car when I go out. Li Wei's wrist moved, and the butterfly knife fell again. Babi's words turned into a sharp scream. What I said is true. The knife tip stopped less than a centimeter from his pants, steady, as if nailed in the air. Babai froze for 2 seconds, looked down to confirm his precious belongings were still there, collapsing to the ground like He opened his mouth, gasping for air, tears flowing down his cheeks mixed with dust and blood smearing his face. My precious is still there. He muttered, his voice filled with a sense of relief after a disaster. As long as it's not broken. It's good. Li Wei stood up, closed the butterfly knife, and tucked it into his waist. He glanced at Babai, his gaze devoid of any superfluous emotion. No sympathy, no disgust, not even disdain, as if looking at a tool that had already been used up. A Jean. Li Wei turned around. Keep an eye on him. I have something to attend to. Wait for me here. Gao Jin walked over from the wall, nodding. Wei, you go ahead. Gao Jin's voice remained calm. I'll keep a close watch on him. Li Wei looked at Gao Jin, patted his shoulder, and said nothing more. He turned and walked out of the room, his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor, finally disappearing in the direction of the staircase. Gao Jin stood in the center of the room, looking down at Bai curled up on the ground. Bai met Gao Jin's gaze, shivering all over, quickly turning his head away, not daring to look any longer. Gao Jin took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, flicked one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it, the smoke slowly diffusing in the dim room. In Mongkok, at a public phone booth by the roadside, Li Wei pushed open the glass door of the booth, and a wave of hot air greeted him, mixed with car exhaust and the oily smell of street-side fishball stalls. He pulled out a few coins from his pocket and stuffed them into the coin slot. The coins clinked as they dropped in, and he dialed a number, pressing the receiver to his ear. The phone rang 6 times, and between each ring Li Wei's mind raced. Liang Kuan, the most formidable person in the Hongxing 12 hall, surrounded by a gang of ruthless thugs, arrogant and unscrupulous in his dealings. If there's no need, no one wants to offend him. But Li Wei dared. Because he held what Liang Kuan wanted most. A batch of goods worth 30 million, or more accurately, what Liang Kuan dreaded. If this batch of goods fell into Jiang Tiansheng's hands, Liang Kuan would be finished in Hongxing. Jiang Tiansheng strictly forbids the internal dealings of Hongxing with drugs. It's a hard and fast rule. Whoever gets involved will die, regardless of whether they are a hall master or a leader. Liang Kun's clandestine operations with drugs, if exposed, would not be tolerated by Jiang Tiansheng. The leverage in Li Wei's hands is not the goods, but Liang Kun's lifeline. The phone on the other end clicked. This is Qianquan International Film Production Company. The other party's voice was low. What's the matter? Li Wei leaned against the phone booth's glass, looking at the neon lights and traffic outside, speaking in a casual tone. I'm looking for Liang Kuan. Tell him I have a 30 million deal to discuss with him, and if he doesn't talk. He paused, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. In the end, if he loses 30 million, don't blame me. The other end fell silent for 3 seconds. Li Wei could hear the other person's breathing, hurried and unsettled. 30 million is not a small sum. What if it's true? What if there's really a 30 million deal? As a mere operator, if he delays Kuan guest business, what would Kuan Good do to him? Filling the sea. Wait a moment, the operator's voice changed, turning urgent. I'll report it. All right, you. Li Wei pulled the receiver away from his ear, leaned against the phone booth's glass, and lit a cigarette. The neon lights illuminated the entire street in vibrant colors. Crowds surged and traffic flowed, with people eating fishballs by the roadside, shouting outside mahjong parlors, and others emerging from alleys with women. No one noticed the young man standing in the phone booth playing a very big game. Li Wei took a puff of smoke, and the haze in the booth blurred his face. He was waiting for Liang Kuan to take the bait. When Sha Chong received the call, he was eating instant noodles in the company's tea room. Before he could finish chewing, a single sentence from the other end made him spray half a mouthful of noodles onto the wall. 30 million in business. He dared not delay. Wiping his mouth was out of the question, and he dashed towards Liang Kuan's office. A few employees in the corridor saw him in such a flustered state and stepped aside. In the company, everyone knew that Sha Chong was Kuan Guest's right-hand man. The only person who could make Sha Chong run like this was Kuan Gu himself. The office door was closed and faint voices could be heard inside. Sha Chong hesitated for a moment, then reached out and knocked on the door. No one responded. He knocked 3 more times, but still no response. The voices inside changed tone, carrying an ambiguous nature that made one want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Sha Chong gritted his teeth and pushed the door open. The office was spacious, decorated like the living room of a nouveau riche. Genuine leather sofa, marble coffee table, crystal chandelier, and a painting of a half-naked woman hung on the wall. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling window were half-drawn, and the neon lights outside streamed in, bathing the entire room in a colorful glow. Liang Kuan sat in a wide leather office chair, his shirt collar open and his tie askew. Opposite him stood a woman with big wavy hair, wearing a fitted dress that was as short as could be and with a neckline that plunged deeply. She was bent over, and Liang Kuan's hand had slipped into her neckline, his expression one of ecstasy, as if savoring a delicacy. Kuan Gu, stop it. The woman's voice was soft and sticky, like it had been smeared with honey. So big, so white. Liang Kuan's eyes narrowed into slits, a grin stretching his lips, revealing his yellowed teeth. His hand kneaded a few times, and the woman let out a suppressed moan. Ah. The sound squeezed from deep within her throat, carrying a deliberate allure and just the right amount of pain. Liang Kuan was jolted by her sound, his body shuddering, and his breathing grew rapid. He suddenly stood up, one hand pressing on the back of the woman's head, pushing her down under the office desk. Liang Kuan threw his head back, closed his eyes, lost in a realm of intoxication. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Kuan Gu. Sha Chong's voice came from the doorway like a bucket of cold water poured over him, causing Liang Kuan's body to stiffen, his eyes snapping wide open. His expression shifted from ecstasy to shock, from shock to anger, the muscles in his face twitching and the veins on his temples bulging. He glanced down. It was already over. He hadn't even had a chance to start before it ended. Liang Kuan's face turned completely dark. He pushed away the woman squatting under the desk, zipped up his pants, and stood up from the office chair, his gaze like a knife stabbing towards the doorway, exuding a suffocating low pressure. Sha Chong. Liang Kuan's voice was low, but each word seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. You better have a good reason for barging in here. Otherwise, He walked to the side of the desk and picked up a crystal ashtray, weighing it in his hand. I'll have someone stuff you into a concrete barrel, making you contribute to the reclamation efforts in Hong Kong. Sha Chong's face turned pale. Not in a metaphorical sense, but truly pale, as white as a sheet of paper. He had followed Leon Kuen for 3 years and knew this person's temperament all too well. If Leon Kuen said he would stuff someone into a concrete barrel, he definitely would. Last time a little brother stole 20,000 from him, and now he was still lying at the bottom of Victoria Harbor. Kuen Go, it's really important. Sha Chong's voice trembled, but his words rushed out quickly, as if fearing that if he spoke slowly he would lose the chance to say it. Otherwise, why would I dare disturb you? I wouldn't even dare with 100 lives. Leon Kuen stared at Sha Chong for 5 seconds. Sweat beads rolled down Sha Chong's forehead, but he didn't dodge or explain further, just stood there allowing Leon Kuen to look at him. What is it? Leon Kuen threw the ashtray back onto the desk, his tone less fiery, but still with a grim expression. Sha Chong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Kuen Go, someone called the company, specifically named you, saying they want to discuss a 30 million business deal with you. I didn't dare make a decision, so I came to tell you. After saying that, a look of grievance appeared on his face like a dog that had been kicked by its owner. 30 million. Leon Kuen's brow twitched. This was not a small sum, large enough to temporarily make him forget the displeasure of being interrupted earlier. Alright, don't look so aggrieved. Leon Kuen waved his hand, his tone easing considerably. Having business is a good thing. He glanced down at the woman still crouching under the desk and patted her on the head. You can go out first, come back in later. The woman crawled out from under the desk, tidied her hair and dress, and swayed her hips as she walked out. As she passed by Sha Chong, she shot him a glare. Sha Chong pretended not to see, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Leon Kuen zipped up his pants and fastened his buttons, sitting back down in his office chair. He picked up a pack of cigarettes from the desk, flicked one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it. Did he say who he was? Leon Kuen exhaled a puff of smoke. Sha Chong shook his head. I don't know Kuen Go. He only said he wanted to discuss business with you and wouldn't say anything else. I asked him which branch he was from, and he said it was none of my concern. Leon Kuen took 2 puffs of smoke, his mind racing. Calling the company, and specifically looking for him, mentioning a 30 million business deal. Didn't seem like a joke. In Hong Kong, no one dared to joke with Leon Kuen. Even if it were a joke, he would make sure that person knew what the consequences of joking with him were. The call isn't hung up yet, is it? Leon Kuen stood up. Not hung up, still on the line. Leon Kuen walked out of the office through the corridor and reached the front desk. The phone receiver was resting on the countertop. He picked it up and held it to his ear. Hello, I'm Leon Kuen. Is it you looking for me? His voice was loud, carrying an air of arrogance. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Li Wei heard the hoarse and arrogant voice from the receiver through his cigarette, but on the ground stomped it out with his shoe and then picked up the receiver. Yes, Kuen Go, it's me looking for you. Li Wei's voice was calm enough not to sound like he was speaking with the most ruthless master of Hung Hing. Leon Kuen frowned. He didn't recognize this voice, young, calm, neither submissive nor overbearing. It didn't sound like someone calling to ask him for a favor, nor did it sound like someone coming to discuss business. Such a person was either truly confident or a reckless young fool. Since you're looking to do business with me. Leon Kuen flicked the ash off his cigarette, his tone slowing down. You must at least tell me who you are, right? Kuen Go, I'm one of Big Brother B's subordinates, Li Wei. Big Brother B. Those 3 words pierced Leon Kuen's ears like a thorn. The grievances between him and Big Brother B were not just a matter of days. That old guy who was always opposing him, relying on his favor with Jiang Tianxing, had repeatedly contradicted him at gang meetings. Last time he proposed opening a new venue in Tsim Sha Tsui, Big Brother B was the first to oppose, saying that location was New Yihan's territory and entering recklessly would lead to conflict. It sounded nice, but he actually just didn't want him to get bigger. Leon Kuen's brow furrowed into a knot. A subordinate of Boss B calls him to discuss business. This matter sounds increasingly suspicious. But he did not hang up immediately, for he had heard of Li Wei, Boss B's most formidable underling, who fought his way from Tsiun Mountain to Causeway Bay, claiming half the territory known on the streets as Mad Wei. I tell you, Leon Kuen's voice turned cold. You better really have 30 million worth of business to discuss with me, or else even if your Boss B stands before me, I will still send you to reincarnate. A light chuckle came from the other end of the phone, not that of flattery, but rather one that carried confidence and calm. Brother Kuen, of course it's true. Li Wei's voice was neither hurried nor slow. The boss assigned a task to Boss B, stating it was necessary to kill the chicken, to warn the monkey, to teach a lesson to those selling powder in Hung Hing. Tonight we need to eliminate Ba Bai and deal with that batch of 30 million worth of goods. Leon Kuen's eyes suddenly narrowed. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Who is that monkey referring to? Jiang Tianxing could not possibly be unaware of Li Wei's dealings in Hung Hing. Over the years his influence had grown and his venues had multiplied. Although Jiang Tianxing did not speak of it, he had begun to harbor resentment. Everywhere he guarded against him, restricting him at every turn. Even the recent establishment of a new venue in Tsim Sha Tsui was delayed repeatedly with no definite answer. Now they want to eliminate Ba Bai and dispose of that batch of goods. This not only slaps him in the face, but also cuts off his financial lifeline. That batch of goods is worth 30 million ba. Bai only paid a 5 million deposit. If Bai dies, who will claim the remaining 25 million? 25 million is not the same as 2,500. Liang Kun's hand unconsciously tightened around the phone, but his voice remained steady, even tinged with a hint of a smile. Then why did you call me? Just to tell me this news. Li Wei leaned against the glass of the phone booth, gazing at the neon lights outside. Brother Kun, rest assured this is not a trap. His tone was earnest. You can check on the street today at the Mongkok Spa, see if Boss B personally attended. The boss assigned a task, and my boss B is personally overseeing it. As a subordinate, I can only follow his orders. Liang Kun did not reply immediately. He raised his hand and gestured to Sha Chong, making a few mouth movements. Go find out if Boss B personally went to the Mongkok Spa, and whether Bai has been taken out. Sha Chong understood the gestures, nodded, and turned to leave. How could I not believe you? Liang Kun said into the phone, his tone warming. I am someone who trusts my brothers the most. I believe everything you say. Li Wei chuckled silently on the other end. You believe? If you truly believe, my grave grass would have grown by next year. But what he said was, Brother Kun is indeed straightforward. Liang Kun held the cigarette in his mouth, squinting as he rapidly analyzed various possibilities in his mind. Li Wei is the one executing this task. Bai must die, something a subordinate has no choice over. But that batch of goods, Li Wei said he knows where it is, and he doesn't want to incur such a financial loss. The implication was clear. I can't protect Bob's life, but I can return the goods to you. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Li Wei is taking such a big risk in making this call. He must want something in return. What are your conditions? Liang Kun asked, straightforwardly, uninterested in beating around the bush. Brother Kun, I just want to be your brother. Li Wei's tone was sincere. In the future, when my little brother needs help, I hope Brother Kun can lend me a hand. Liang Kun was taken aback. Just this. No borrowing money, no claiming territory, no demands for goods. Just to be brothers. Is that all? Liang Kun asked. That's all. Li Wei paused. If possible, I hope that no one knows about our conversation today. Otherwise, he did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was already very clear. Backstabbing is the most taboo in the gang, and no matter your reasons, as long as you collude with other bosses privately, you are a traitor. No boss would dare to employ such a person. For if you can stab Boss B in the back today, you can do the same to others tomorrow. Liang Kun suddenly laughed. His laughter was loud, echoing through the empty corridor, startling the young lady at the front desk. What's the big deal, eh? Liang Kun's laughter carried a genuine joy. Brother, from now on your affairs are my affairs. I assure you tonight's events will not be known by a third party. Whenever you need help in the future, feel free to come to me. I, Liang Kun, keep my word. He spoke beautifully, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Boss B was constantly opposing him, his subordinates were dissatisfied with him, and he was glad enough, as it was how could he possibly tell Boss B? Not only would he not inform Boss B, he even hoped to lend Li Wei a hand, allowing Li Wei to grow larger under Boss B, creating more trouble for Boss B. When Boss B is overwhelmed by his subordinates, he can sit back, drink tea, and smoke. How comfortable. As for Li Wei, a 49er, what waves can he possibly stir? When useful, he is a brother, when not merely a dog by the roadside. Li Wei certainly knew what Liang Kun was thinking. He did not need Liang Kun to genuinely regard him as a brother. He only needed Liang Kun to see his value. All right, Brother Kun. Li Wei's tone carried just the right amount of gratitude. The batch of goods from Bai is located on Brick Paving Street in the northwest suburbs of Mongkok, in an old 3-story building. The first floor is a hardware store, and the goods are on the second and third floors. The signal for the rendezvous is 3 crowing sounds from a chicken, 3 times total, with 5 seconds in between. Crowing. Liang Kun's mouth twitched. Brother Kun, you need to arrange people to pick up the goods quickly. Li Wei's voice grew urgent. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to my boss B. All right, brother, I'll call someone to pick it up right now. Liang Kun's tone also became anxious. All right, Brother Kun, I will hang up first. I am afraid of being discovered. The call ended. Liang Kun placed the receiver back on the desk, standing still, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface. Sha Chong rushed back from outside, panting heavily. Brother Kun, I found out. Sha Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead. Someone indeed saw Boss B's car parked downstairs at the Mongkok Spa. Chun Haonan and his crew also went there. It's chaotic over there now. Someone is cleaning up the scene, and there's blood everywhere. Bob's men are all down, but it's unclear whether Bai himself has escaped. Liang Kun nodded. Li Wei did not deceive him, at least that part was true. As for that batch of goods, Sha Chong. Liang Kun's fingers tapped the table again, his mind racing. Find a few unfamiliar brothers to go pick up a batch of goods on Brick Paving Street in the northwest suburbs of Mongkok. The signal is 3 crowing sounds from a chicken, 3 times total, 5 seconds apart. Remember, find unfamiliar faces and do not let anyone know they are our people. Sha Chong nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Liang Kun called out. Sha Chong turned back. Liang Kun looked at him, his gaze carrying an indescribable quality. Find a few. Liang Kun paused. Not so important brothers. The kind that wouldn't be missed if something went wrong. Sha Chong was taken aback, but quickly understood. Brother Kun still did not fully trust Li Wei. What if this is a trap? What if Jiang Tianxing set up a scheme waiting for Brother Kun's men to walk into the net? Sending a few inconsequential lackeys means that even if something goes wrong, it would only be a few worthless lives. Understood, Brother Kun. Sha Chong turned to leave. Liang Kun sat back in his office chair, picked up the half-smoked cigarette from the table, and placed it back in his mouth. The smoke billowed from the corner of his mouth, slowly dispersing in the dim light. Jiang Tianxing boss B. He clenched the cigarette tightly, leaving a deep bite mark on the filter. I, Liang Kun, have noted this debt. We are not done. Abandoned industrial building, 3rd floor. Li Wei pushed open the half-closed iron door, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor, dim yellow light leaking from the room's doorway, casting an irregular patch of brightness on the floor. As he walked over, he heard a hoarse, urgent voice from inside, filled with a tension that felt about to snap. I tell you, your boss is not here. If you let me go, I will give you 5 million. The voice was low, as if discussing some unspeakable deal with Gao Jin. 5 million is enough for you to last a lifetime. Take the money, run to Thailand or Taiwan, and enjoy the rest of your life without having to mess with that lunatic Wei. Gao Jin leaned against the wall, hands in his suit pockets, expressionless, gazing out at some point beyond the window, as if watching the night scenery, or perhaps seeing nothing at all. Ba Bis' words went into his left ear and out the right without leaving a pause. Seeing Gao Jin remain silent, Ba Bai thought he was hesitating and quickly raised the offer. 8 million. I will offer 8 million. Think about it. How much can you make following that lunatic Wei fighting and killing? 2,000. 3,000. 8 million is enough for you to last 200 years. Gao Jin finally reacted. He walked away from the wall, approached Ba Bai, and stood still in front of him. Ba Bis' mouth was still open, the words caught at the edge of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. Looking into Gao Jin's emotionless eyes, he suddenly felt as if he had said something wrong. Gao Jin lifted his right foot and kicked Ba Bai squarely in the chest. While not heavy, the kick landed perfectly, right in the center. Ba Bis' body jerked back violently, the back of his head hitting the iron pillar with a dull thud, his whole form sticking to the pillar like a squashed cockroach, mouth agape, unable to make a sound. Gao Jin retracted his foot and leaned back against the wall, his hands returning to his pockets. Ba Bai clutched his chest, curled up on the ground, gasping for air. He dared not speak again. He realized that this bespectacled young man was not pretending to be fierce. He truly did not care about money nor life. Whether it was someone else's life or his own, he did not care. What can you use to negotiate with someone who does not value? When Li Wei's figure appeared at the door, Ba Bai looked as if he had seen a lifeline. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he struggled to sit up, his voice tinged with a near-manic urgency. Lunatic Wei, you've returned. Can you let me go now? You said that if I cooperated, you would let me go. Li Wei entered the room, squatting down in front of Ba Bai, looking at his twisted face, filled with fear and anticipation, and smiled. That smile was charming, yet in Ba Bis' eyes it was more terrifying than Gao Jin's fist. Of course I will let you go, brother Ba Bai. Li Wei's tone was gentle, as if coaxing a disobedient child. Since you have cooperated so well, I will keep my promise. But, he paused. You still haven't told me where the 9 million is. Ba Bis' heart sank heavily. He thought Li Wei would let him go once he obtained that batch of goods. He believed the 9 million was just talk, and that pretending to be foolish would help him get by. Now it seemed he had underestimated lunatic Wei's appetite. 30 million worth of goods was not enough. He still wanted that 9 million. Lunatic Wei. Ba Bis' voice changed, becoming low and dangerous. Don't push it too far. I've given you the goods, you still want my money. Aren't you afraid of overreaching? Li Wei remained silent, drawing a butterfly knife from his waist, spinning it, between his fingers, the blade gleaming cold white in the light, making a swish-swish sound. Ba Bai stared at the knife, a low growl escaping his throat. Under the eaves one cannot help but bow, his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles turned white, nails digging into his flesh, but in the end he still loosened his grip. Tunman. The money is in a house in Tunman. Ba Bis' voice squeezed out from between his teeth, each word like it was spoken through blood. The exact address is. He gave an address. After listening, Li Wei nodded, stood up, closed the butterfly knife, and tucked it back into his waist. Then he turned to glance at Gao Jin. Gao Jin slightly nodded, indicating he understood. Jin, make sure he has a comfortable journey. Ba Bis' eyes. Lunatic Wei. His voice erupted, his entire being resembling a beast cornered with no way out, struggling desperately, the ropes digging into his wrists, skin-torn, blood seeping out, staining the ropes. You motherfucker, you're not trustworthy. You said if I cooperated you would let me go. You said it. Li Wei turned around, looking at Ba Bai with an expression of near-innocent confusion. Brother Ba Bai, is this your first day in this business? He looked at Ba Bai with the gaze of someone observing an ignorant child. Still so naive. Ba Bai paused for a fraction of a second, then his entire being seemed to deflate, collapsing onto the ground. His lips trembled, tears and snot mixed together, smearing his face. He had killed before and seen people killed, but when the knife was at his own throat, all the fierce words, courage and bravado vanished like paper. Lunatic Wei. Ba Bis' voice turned into a whimper. I swear I'll never let you off, even as a ghost. Li Wei laughed, the sound not loud, but echoing in the empty room, as if coming from a distant place. I'm not afraid of you as a person, Li Wei said, his smile fading, looking into Ba Bis' eyes. Am I supposed to be afraid of you as a ghost? He stopped looking at Ba Bai and turned to walk towards the door. When he reached the door, he paused, not looking back. Ajin, do it quickly, don't let him feel any pain. His voice was calm. Then throw his body beside the public bath. Remember, make sure people can see at a glance. Gao Jin nodded. Okay, Wei Gu, I understand. Ba Bai's curses came from behind, growing louder and more hoarse, filled with a desperate madness. He cursed Li Wei for being untrustworthy, cursed him to die a horrible death, cursed his whole family to perish, cursed him to hell, spilling every foul word he had learned in his life like a bucket of foul sewage. Li Wei did not look back. He descended the stairs, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the empty corridor. Ba Bai's curses grew further away, quieter, until they were cut off by the walls of the stairwell, turning into a vague, buzzing sound. When he reached the first floor, Li Wei stopped and lit a cigarette. He stood at the entrance of the abandoned industrial building, gazing at the night outside, the neon lights of Bolan Street, flickering not far away amidst the flow of cars and people. The clamor remained, with no one knowing what was happening inside this dark building. He took a puff of smoke, exhaling it as it dispersed in the night wind. If possible, he spoke to the air softly, almost as if in a monologue. In the next life, I hope to be born into a better family, not to be a short mule again. He clenched the cigarette between his lips and strode towards the direction of the public bath. In the grand bathing hall, when Li Wei arrived, the scene on the second floor had mostly been tidied up. The bloodstains on the floor had been mopped, but not completely cleaned, leaving a faint pink hue on the white tiles. A Yong leaned against the staircase on the second floor, holding a cloth in his hand as he wiped the blood off the knife. Upon seeing Li Wei coming up, he quickly stood up and tucked the knife back into his waistband. Boss, A Yong greeted. You're back. Li Wei asked, did Dalao come by? A Yong nodded, his expression. Boss, you had just left when Dalao showed up with his men. I was startled, thinking he had figured something out, but fortunately, he asked where you went and I told him as you instructed. Ba Bai ran out the back door and you took people to chase him. Li Wei's brow twitched slightly. He came in person? Yes, he did. A Yong spoke with disbelief. Dalao himself, accompanied by Chuan Haonan and his gang, came storming in. It startled me. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, probably very angry. Li Wei's lips curled slightly. Dalao's personal appearance was truly an unexpected delight. Normally, such dirty work assigned by the leader would be handled by subordinates, and the boss wouldn't need to show his face. If he showed up and something went wrong, it would be difficult to explain. But not only did Dalao come, he also brought Chuan Haonan's men fully armed. This essentially signaled to everyone that the task of taking out Ba Bai was carried out by the Hongxing Tongluan faction, personally overseen by Dalao. Li Wei had been contemplating how to connect this matter with Dalao, but now it was clear Dalao had presented himself on a silver platter. What else did he say? Li Wei inquired. He said for you to go find him at the Tongluan faction when you return, and to hurry up so he won't have to wait. Li Wei nodded. This was expected. With such a major hiccup in the task, Dalao would surely want to clarify things with A Yong. Li Wei suddenly spoke. You need to do one more thing. A Yong immediately straightened up. Boss. Li Wei walked over to the window, looking at the night scene outside. Neon lights painted the night sky of Mongkok a dark red, and crowds surged below with the cacophony of noise filtering through the glass, turning into a blurred hum. You need to go out now and spread a message. Li Wei's voice was soft, yet every word was clear. Just say that Hongxing's leader Jiang Tiansheng is unhappy with Dongxing for spreading powder on his territory, and that Dalao should take out Ba Bai to teach Dongxing a lesson. A Yong was taken aback. Having been with Li Wei for so long, he was accustomed to his way of doing things. Every task assigned had that clouded feeling. But this time he truly didn't understand. Boss, A Yong scratched his head. What's the point of spreading this message? Li Wei turned to look at A Yong, smiling. Just do it, and you will understand later. Although A Yong didn't grasp it, he nodded. After 2 years of following Li Wei, he knew that the boss' way of thinking was on a different level. What the boss instructed had to be right. All right, boss, I'll go do it now. A Yong turned to leave. Wait a moment, Li Wei called him back. A Yong turned his head. Li Wei looked at him, his expression turning serious. Remember, don't let anyone know you're the one spreading it. Find a few reliable people to do it, and don't let them know it was you who sent them. Cut the connections layer by layer. A Yong thought for a moment and nodded. Understood, boss. They'll find some unfamiliar faces to relay the message at tea houses, mahjong halls, and nightclubs. The messengers won't know who sent them, so they can't trace it back to us. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. A Yong hurried downstairs, disappearing into the night. Li Wei stood by the window, watching A Yong's figure vanish under the neon lights, and lit another cigarette. Once the message spread, Dongxing would soon catch wind of it. Ba Bai was a Dongxing member selling powder on Hongxing's territory and was cut down by Hongxing members. This matter could have been big or small. Dongxing could pretend not to know or privately seek an explanation from Hongxing. But once the message leaked onto the streets, things would change. The underworld of the entire island would be watching. If Dongxing did not react after Ba Bai was cut down by Hongxing, their reputation would be tarnished. Other gangs would no longer fear Dongxing. After all, if they dared to cut down your men and you did nothing, who would take you seriously? The camel would have to take action. If he didn't take action, Dongxing would become a laughingstock. Once the camel acted, there would be a conflict between Hung Hing and Dongxing, and the larger the conflict, the greater the trouble for Lao Bi. Li Wei finished his cigarette, crushing the butt in the ashtray. He left the grand bathing hall and hailed a taxi. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror without saying a word, pressing the gas pedal. The taxi merged into the traffic, and the neon lights of Mongkok rapidly receded outside the window. Li Wei leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, mentally going through each step ahead. He had to deal with the Lao Bi and secure the situation with the Hong Kongs. He had to keep things steady with Liang Kuan and ignite the fire with Dongxing. Each step was interconnected. There could be the Lao Bi sat behind the desk, the ashtray in front of him overflowing with cigarette, butts resembling a small mountain. The room was filled with smoke, the air thick and murky like a foggy day. He had smoked an entire pack, yet the anger inside him had not diminished. When Jiang Tiansheng's call came in, he was contemplating how to report to the leader. "The Lao Bi, have you lost your mind?" Jiang Tiansheng's first words were a scolding, not the polite, "You didn't do well," but a blunt and unrelenting. The Lao Bi held the phone, not daring to say a word. "I told you to take care of Ba. Why did you go do it yourself?" Jiang Tiansheng's voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear. "Do you know what's being said on the streets? They're saying that Hong Xing's Jiang Tiansheng wants to deal with Dongxing, sending the hall master himself to cut down their men. Do you think we at Hong Xing have been too idle lately and want to stir up some trouble?" The Lao Bi opened his mouth to explain, but Jiang Tiansheng didn't give him a chance. The camel just called it. "Do you know what he said? He said either hand you over or he will strike." The Lao Bi felt a chill run. "Jiang Sheng, what do you mean I?" Jiang Tiansheng's voice rose by an octave. "Do you think I wouldn't hesitate to hand you over? The Lao Bi, let me tell you, if you don't handle this well, you can resign. There are plenty of people wanting to be the hall master of Tong." The call ended. The busy tone from the receiver sounded like needles piercing into the Lao Bi's ears. He sat in his office chair, unmoving for a long time. Resign. Those two words felt like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe. How much effort did he put in to sit in the position of Tongluan's hall master? Years of fighting countless life and death situations, and many times licking blood off the edge of a knife, only to gain this position. If he were forced to resign because of this incident, he would become a joke to Hong Xing. He took a deep breath and extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. It was his impulsiveness. At the time, he only wanted to create an opportunity for Chun Haonan to rise, consumed with thoughts of making Li Wei the scapegoat and letting Chun Haonan take the spotlight, never considering the consequences of his own presence. Now it was too late to say anything. There was a knock on the door outside. "Boss," a subordinate's voice came. "Wei Gu is." Boss B sat up straight, brushing the ash off the table, concealing the fatigue and irritation on his face, striving to appear more composed. He took a deep breath and called out to the door, "Let him in." The door was pushed open. Li Wei walked in his pace, leisurely, his face displaying a perfectly measured respect. To make himself look like he had hurried back, he deliberately smudged some dirt on his suit, sprinkled a bit of water on his shirt collar, and left his hair unkempt, presenting a disheveled appearance. "Boss, I'm back." Li Wei stood in front of the desk, slightly lowering his head, pretending to be completely unaware. Boss B looked at him, his gaze lingering on Li Wei for a few seconds. He was observing, scrutinizing every subtle movement of Li Wei, trying to discern any flaw, any trace of intent to disrupt his plans. If Li Wei had done it on purpose, that man could not be kept alive. Daring to scheme against him was tantamount to seeking death. Yet Li Wei appeared completely normal. There was dirt on his suit, water stains on his collar, and mud on his shoes. He genuinely looked like he had just rushed back from outside. Boss B saw no signs of deception. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, or perhaps that little brother had carelessly exposed something, forcing Li Wei to act prematurely. Boss B sighed inwardly, momentarily suppressing those suspicions. "Away." Boss B leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his abdomen, his tone casual, as if engaging in small talk. "Tell me what exactly happened tonight. Didn't I tell you to wait until Ba took a bath before taking action? Why did you act early?" Li Wei displayed a troubled expression, like a child caught doing something wrong. "Boss, there was an accident." "What kind of accident?" Boss B's voice remained unchanged, but his gaze was fixated on Li Wei's face. "There was a brother." Li Wei paused, as if considering how to phrase it, his face carrying a sense of helplessness, as if to say, "I didn't want this either." The knife wasn't hidden well and was seen by Ba Bai's men. "I had no choice. If I didn't act immediately, Ba Bai would have escaped, and we would have lost this opportunity." He made a downward cutting motion with his hand. Boss B stared at Li Wei for a few seconds in silence. His fingers lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, a habitual action when he was deep in thought. He was assessing whether Li Wei was telling the truth or fabricating lies. Li Wei's gaze did not waver, nor did he deliberately maintain eye contact. It was a natural exchange of glances. With his expression carried a hint of fear, like saying, "I almost messed up and scared myself," a bit of relief, like saying, "Fortunately it succeeded in the end," and a touch of grievance, like saying, "I know I broke the rules, but I had no other choice." Li Wei had practiced this expression in front of the mirror countless times. He understood that Boss B would test him and suspect him, so he had prepared every expression, every phrase, and every action in advance. Boss B saw no signs of deception. "What about Ba Bai?" Boss B asked, leaning slightly forward. "Did you catch up with him?" This question is even more critical than the last. Whether Babai is dead or alive is the bottom line of if Babai was not dead, then everything would be in vain. Jiang Tiansheng could not be explained to, and Dongxing would not let it go easily. If Babai returned alive, Dongxing would have a witness claiming that Hung Hing initiated the provocation, making it impossible to clarify, even with reason. Li Wei nodded. I caught up with him in an alley behind Poland Street. Boss B leaned forward a bit more. Did you take him out? Yes, I did. Gao Jin acted swiftly and decisively. The body has already been disposed of beside the public bath, and it will be discovered tomorrow morning. Boss B leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long breath, unable to articulate what he felt. His original plan was to send Li Wei to his death, allowing Chun Haonan to step up on Li Wei's corpse, and then use Li Wei as a scapegoat to quell Liang Kun's and Dongxing's rage. A single arrow to kill 3 birds, seamless execution. Yet Li Wei did not follow his script. This little brother he originally intended to use as a scapegoat not only survived the mission, but completed it in a manner beyond reproach. All the credit belonged to Li Wei. And all the consequences, the ire of Dongxing, Liang Kun's resentment, the public opinion on the street, fell squarely on Boss B's shoulders. Because he was personally present, and because the streets were abuzz with rumors that Boss B of Hong Xing's Tongluan personally supervised the operation and took down Dongxing's men. Li Wei's name was not even mentioned in those rumors. Boss B looked at Li Wei sitting across from him, feeling as if he had, but he could not explode in anger, at least not now. Li Wei had completed the task. If he were to reprimand Li Wei for acting prematurely or for taking unilateral action, how would the brothers below perceive it? The boss entrusted the task to Li Wei, who risked everything to complete it, and now he returns only to be scolded. Who would dare to serve the boss in the future? Boss B understood this logic better than anyone. Moreover, there was another matter that forced him to be cautious. He had promised Li Wei that upon completing the task, he would grant him the red stick. This promise had been made in front of all the brothers in the gang, and everyone had heard it. If he were to go back on his word now and deny Li Wei the red stick, what would the brothers below say? The boss doesn't keep his word. The boss only favors Chun Haonan, neglecting everyone else. What's the point of following such a boss? Previously, in order to elevate Chun Haonan, he had already done many things that disappointed the brothers, giving all the good jobs to Chun Haonan, all the prime territories to him, and all the best resources for him to utilize. The brothers did not voice their complaints, but their hearts had long been dissatisfied. If he were to go back on his word and deny Li Wei the red stick, it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back. The little brothers would feel disheartened, and once they became disillusioned, his position as the boss would be at an end. Boss B mentally calculated these factors and gritted his teeth. Away. Boss B fell silent for a moment before speaking, his tone softer than before. You did well with this matter. Even though acting early went against the plan, the outcome was favorable. Regarding the red stick, I will bring it up at the grand meeting tomorrow. Li Wei lowered his head, his tone imbued with just the right amount of gratitude. Thank you, boss. All right. Boss B stood up, walked around the desk, and patted Li Wei's shoulder. You can go back now. Tomorrow at the grand meeting, you'll come with me. Li Wei's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged. Yes, boss. He stood up, turned towards the door, took a couple of steps, then paused to turn back. Boss. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but very earnest. Will tonight's incident cause trouble for the gang? What about? He pondered for a moment, but still voiced the concern. This question was not meant to inquire, but to perform for Boss B. Only a genuinely caring little brother would worry about causing trouble for the gang after completing a task. Indeed, Boss B's gaze softened slightly as he looked at Li Wei. You don't need to worry about Dongxing, you just focus on your own tasks. Li Wei nodded, not asking further, and gently closed the door as he left the office. The corridor was quiet, only the sound of his leather shoes on the floor echoed. The corridor lights were a dim yellow, casting shadows on the wall tiles. In the distance, a few little brothers were smoking, and upon seeing him, they all greeted him with a shout of Brother Wei. Li Wei nodded to them, said nothing more, exited the main door of the gang, and stood by the roadside of Hennessy Road. The night breeze blew towards him, carrying the unique hustle and bustle of Causeway Bay. He glanced back at the direction of the gang, who today's ordeal should be considered behind him. Then he turned around and Wanchai Gooseneck Bridge, Li Wei told the driver. The taxi merged into the traffic, and the neon lights of Causeway Bay rapidly receded outside the window. As Li Wei pushed open the glass door of the old commercial building in Wanchai, the cacophony inside surged forth. Around 20 people were crammed into a space of about 200 square feet, some sitting on chairs, some leaning against the wall, and others sitting directly on the floor. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, sweat, and a faint metallic scent of blood, coming from clothes that hadn't been changed. All the brothers participating in the mission today were present. Ah-Fei leaned against the window with a bandage wrapped around his arm from which a small patch of dark crimson blood oozed. Ah-Young sat in a chair with his legs crossed, holding onto a knife that he hadn't put away. The blade still bore dried blood. A mosquito squatted in the corner, his face bruised, yet he was in high spirits, boasting to the person next to him about how he took down 3 opponents by himself today. Other brothers sat in small groups, some drinking water, some smoking, and others resting with their eyes closed. Every piece of clothing was stained with blood, and each face displayed a mix of fatigue and exhilaration from the recent skirmish. When the door opened, everyone stood up simultaneously. "Boss!" The voices of the 20-odd people merged into a wave reverberating back and forth in the cramped space, causing the window glass to hum. Li Wei waved his hand, smiling as he said, "We're all brothers, why be so polite? Sit back down." The brothers chuckled as they sat back down, but their eyes were fixed on Li Wei, a look he was very familiar with, eyes filled with anticipation. They all knew what they had done tonight, but what they cared about more was how their boss would reward them. In this line of work, loyalty and brotherhood are all discussed based on money. Without it, who would talk about loyalty? Li Wei certainly understood this principle. "Brothers," his voice was not loud, but each person could hear him clearly. "Tonight you fought alongside me through life and death. Without you, I wouldn't have survived." No one spoke, everyone was waiting for his next words. "Ah Jin," Li Wei turned his head, "bring the stuff up." "Okay, Wei, go." Gao Jin walked out from the corner of the room, carrying a canvas duffel bag that looked heavy. He placed the bag on the table and unzipped it. With a rustling sound, stacks of $1,000 Hong Kong bills emerged from the opening, neatly arranged. The new bills gleamed under the fluorescent lights. Over 20 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixated on that bag, their pupils dilating in unison. Li Wei took out a stack of money from the bag and patted it in his hand. "Brothers, do you want this?" "Yes, want." The voices of the 20-odd people shook the ceiling, causing dust. Li Wei smiled, placed the money back on the table, and began to distribute it. "Gao Jin, 100,000. Gao Jin stepped forward, took the stack of money without counting, and directly stuffed it into his suit pocket. His expression remained calm, as if he was not receiving 100,000, but just a regular piece of paper. "Ah Yong, 50,000. Ah Yong grinned as he walked over, trembling slightly as he took the money. He had seen money before, but receiving 50,000 all at once, especially from his boss' hands, felt different. "Ah Fei, 50,000. Ah Fei received the money with his uninjured hand, nodded at Li Wei, saying nothing. He wasn't the type to talk, but his eyes conveyed everything. "Mosquito, 50,000. Mosquito hopped up from the corner, limping over. His leg had been cut during the fight, but it wasn't deep. As he took the money, the swelling on his face couldn't hide his smile. "The other brothers, each one, gets 10,000. The remaining brothers swarmed around Gao Jin, distributed the money to them, and everyone counted their share before carefully stowing it away in their pockets. 10,000 was enough for them to spend for several months. "Does anyone have any objections?" Li Wei asked. "No objections," the 20-odd voices echoed in unison. There was hardly any boss as generous as Li Wei. Of 50,000 was the standard settlement fee in other factions, given to brothers who had died or been injured. But with Li Wei, as long as you performed well, you could earn it. Li Wei cleared his throat and began to explain why Mosquito received 50,000. Tonight, Mosquito took on 3 opponents by himself. Li Wei looked at Mosquito, nodding. The knife even grazed his arm, yet he didn't take a step back and took down all 3. "Doesn't that performance deserve 50,000? "It does," the brothers shouted. Li Wei's gaze swept over the others, and his tone grew serious. "I guarantee here, if someone performs outstandingly next time, I will reward him just the same. It doesn't have to be in a fight. Excelling in other tasks will also be rewarded. As long as you are willing to work hard, I will not treat you unfairly." As soon as this was said, the eyes of those who hadn't received 50,000 lit up. Someone slapped their thigh in frustration, saying, "If I had known, I would have charged ahead a bit more." "Exactly, if I had known, I would have taken on 3 too. Next time it'll definitely be me." Mosquito, hearing this, became indignant and waved the stack of money in his hand. "Next time will be me. You all have no share. Get lost." Someone laughed and cursed, tossing a lighter at Mosquito. Mosquito ducked just in time, almost dropping the money, which drew a round of laughter. Li Wei looked at the lively group of brothers, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He never painted grand visions for his subordinates, saying things like, "Follow me, and you'll live a life of luxury," or, "Once we get bigger, I won't treat you poorly." Such words were beyond him. What he believed in were tangible rewards. You give your all, and I'll give you money. You perform well, and I'll reward you genuinely without any pretense. Only in this way would they fight harder next time. Once the money was distributed, every one of the 20-odd people held a thick stack of cash, their smiles uncontainable. Li Wei clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. "Brothers," his voice carried a hint of mirth. "Tonight, I'm treating you all to a massage. On Borrington Road, pick whatever you like, I'll cover all expenses. Boss is mighty." The cheers from the 20-odd people nearly shattered the glass windows. Some had already begun to take off their blood-stained jackets, some started discussing which shop to go to, while others imagined the skills of the massage ladies. Ah Yong was smiling so widely that his eyes disappeared. Ah Fei slapped his thigh with his uninjured hand, and Mosquito even forgot about his leg injury, bouncing up and nearly tripping. Li Wei looked at this group of lively brothers and shook his head with a smile. "Ah Yong," he called him over. "Take the brothers there, find a good place, don't worry about the cost. Make sure everyone has at least 2 hours, eat well, drink well, and enjoy themselves before coming back." Ah Yong patted his chest, assuring, "Got it, boss. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the brothers. And make sure everyone washes off the blood and changes their clothes. We don't want to attract unnecessary trouble." "Understood, boss." Yong turned around and waved his hand to the people in the room. Let's go, let's go. Boss is treating Borrington Road. Whoever doesn't go is a fool. Let's go who says they're not going. Let's go, it's been ages since I went to Borrington Road. Didn't you just go last time? That was last month. The 20-odd people laughed and walked out, their footsteps thundering in the corridor, shaking. Someone as they left didn't forget to greet Li Wei. Boss, we're heading out. Boss, see you tomorrow. Boss, make sure. Li Wei waved his hands in response to each. Soon the room fell quiet. Gao Jin hadn't left with them, and Li Wei knew he didn't like such things. Turning around, he looked at Gao Jin. Let's go. He clapped Gao Jin on the shoulder. We're heading back. We have a meeting at the headquarters tomorrow. Gao Jin nodded, and the two stepped out of the room. Li Wei also hoped tomorrow's meeting at headquarters would go smoothly. The next day, Central. The mornings in Hong Kong always arrive in a rush. As soon as the newspaper stand opens, the tea restaurants are already filled with white-collar workers hurrying to work, the aroma of milk tea mingling with the sweetness of pineapple buns wafting through the air. Li Wei stood by the roadside in Wan Chai, dressed in a deep gray suit, his hair neatly combed. Gao Jin stood behind him, still looking sharp in his suit and leather shoes, his face expressionless. A black Toyota Crown turned the corner and came to a steady stop in front of Li Wei. The window rolled down, revealing the face of Dalao B, who was wearing a white suit jacket over a black shirt, the collar unbuttoned, a gold chain glimmering in the sunlight around his neck. Get in. Li Wei opened the back door and sat down. There were already two people inside. Chun Haonan sat on the opposite side of the back seat, while Shan Ji occupied the passenger seat. When Li Wei got in, Chun Haonan didn't even glance his way, his gaze fixed outside the window, as if admiring the street scenery. Shan Ji, however, shot a glance at Li Wei, his eyes devoid of any kindness, radiating an unmasked hostility. Li Wei paid him no mind, leaning back against the seat, fastening his seatbelt, his expression calm. The car started moving, with two more vehicles following behind, one carrying Bao Pai de Tianair and Chow Pai, while the other contained several of Dalao B's close subordinates. The three cars lined up in formation, driving through the streets of Wan Chai, heading towards Central. The atmosphere inside the car was stifling. Dalao B sat in the passenger seat, remaining silent throughout the drive, lightly tapping his fingers against the edge of the window, lost in thought. Chun Haonan leaned back in his seat, his hands crossed over his stomach, eyes closed as if sleeping, but Li Wei noticed his eyelids fluttering occasionally, his eyelashes trembling. He wasn't asleep at all. Shan Ji was restless, turned sideways in the passenger seat, deliberately keeping his voice at a volume just loud enough for the back seat to hear as he spoke to Dalao B. Biga, you know, some people, when luck is on their side, nothing can stop them. Shan Ji's tone carried a hint of bitterness. It's clear that Nango is more suited to be a red stick, yet an outsider snatched it away. This world is truly unfair. Dalao B didn't respond. Shan Ji, seeing that Dalao B remained silent, grew bolder, raising his voice slightly. I think that red stick should go straight to Nango. What is Li Wei even worth? Just 2 years in the hall, what right does he have to be a red stick? At this moment, Chun Haonan opened his eyes. He didn't stop Shan Ji, even the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He glanced at Li Wei, his gaze filled with a condescending disdain, as if to say, did you hear that? Li Wei leaned back in his seat, his gaze fixed straight ahead, his face devoid of any expression. He heard Shan Ji's words clearly, every single word, yet he did not respond, or even spare Shan Ji. It wasn't fear, it was simply not worth it. Once today was over, if given the chance, he wouldn't mind turning Shan Ji into a dead chicken. But not now. The car continued forward, and soon stopped in front of a tall building. This building, located on Davao Road, appeared just like an ordinary commercial building, indistinguishable from the nearby office towers. But everyone on the street knew this was the headquarters of the Hung Hing Society. As Li Wei got out of the car, he saw many people standing in the parking lot, all subordinates from various halls, some leaning against cars, smoking, others gathered together chatting. Upon seeing Dalao B emerge from the car, someone called out, "Be go," and others nodded in acknowledgement. Dalao B walked through the crowd with a neutral expression, heading towards the elevator. Li Wei followed behind him, with Chun Haonan beside him, and Shan Ji, Bao Pai de Tianair, and Chow Pai trailing behind. The group passed through the parking lot and entered the elevator. Dalao B pressed the button for the top floor, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Finally, Shan Ji fell silent. He dared not speak out of turn in the headquarters. The elevator ascended without a word. Li Wei gazed at the Hung Hing Society emblem beside the elevator buttons, a small totem with the words "Loyalty" above, all with a heart of righteousness. The elevator doors opened. The top floor was a vast hall measuring at least 400 to 500 square feet. On the wall opposite hung a massive portrait of Guan Yu, with the legendary general holding his green dragon crescent blade, his phoenix-like eyes half open, surveying the entire hall. A red carpet stretched from the altar to the entrance. The hall was already filled with many people. 2 rows of chairs lined each side, each made of redwood and intricately carved, showing signs of age. 5 people sat on the left side, while 6 occupied the right. 11 individuals, 11 hall masters. Li Wei quickly scanned the room, but his gaze ultimately settled on one person. That individual occupied the last position on the right leg, crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He wore a black shirt, the collar unbuttoned, revealing a patch of tattoos on his chest. His hair was slightly long, obscuring half of his forehead, giving him a languid appearance, as if he were lounging in his own living room watching television. Jiang Kun. The moment Li Wei stepped in, Jiang Kun's gaze swept over. Not at Dalao Bi, but at Li Wei. The two exchanged glances in midair, Jiang Kun's lips curling up slightly, the gesture so subtle that no one else would notice except for Li Wei. Then he blinked casually, shifting his gaze away as if observing others in the hall. Li Wei also withdrew his gaze, his face expressionless, as if nothing had happened. But he knew in his heart. Jiang Kun's response signified that the goods had already been secured, 25 million worth of goods exchanged for a favor. This deal was worth it. Dalao Bi approached the left row of chairs and took a seat in the 5th position, which was his spot. Chen Haonan along with Shan Ji and the others stood behind Dalao Bi, while Li Wei also moved over, keeping a distance of 2 people from Chen Haonan. The atmosphere in the hall felt slightly tense. Li Wei noticed that several hall masters exchanged glances with Dalao Bi, then looked at Jiang Kun, their eyes filled with an eagerness to watch the spectacle. Jiang Kun and Dalao Bi were at odds, and this was no secret in Hung Hing. During every main hall meeting, these two would always clash. Today Dalao Bi was the last to arrive, and Jiang Kun would certainly not miss this opportunity. Indeed, Jiang Kun removed the cigarette from his mouth, flicked the ash, and spoke up. His voice was not loud, but the hall was quiet enough for everyone to hear. It seems we are certainly not like some people. Jiang Kun's tone was as if he were speaking to himself, yet loud enough for all to hear. Someone has protection, and it makes all the difference. We all arrived last, but what an attitude. Dalao Bi's expression darkened instantly. He certainly knew Jiang Kun was referring to him, as he was the only one who arrived last in the entire hall. Jiang Kun, who the hell are you talking about? Dalao Bi's voice boomed, laced with anger. You better clarify, or I won't let this go. Jiang Kun smiled. That smile was infuriating as he put the cigarette back in his mouth, and then picked his nose casually. He raised his head, pretending to look around, his gaze drifting across the ceiling. Oh, how strange. Jiang Kun's voice carried an exaggerated confusion. Why do I hear a fly buzzing? Why can't I see it? The hall masters present couldn't help but burst into laughter. The face of Boss B turned green, and he slammed his palm on the armrest of the chair, creating a loud bang that silenced the entire hall. He suddenly stood up, causing the chair to slide back half a foot, pointing at Liang Kun's nose, his voice booming, as if he were about to lift the roof off. Liang Kun, you better explain yourself clearly. Otherwise I'll bring my brothers to your place every day, and for every establishment you open I'll smash one. Liang Kun remained unfazed, leaning back against the chair, spreading his hands wide, his smile growing even broader. Welcome. Liang Kun's tone was as casual, as if inviting someone to dinner. Come on over, I'm open for business, and I welcome all visitors. He paused for a moment, revealing a lewd smile. But if you want me to clarify things with your mother, she'll have to come find me personally at night. If you come, forget it, shall she be. After saying this, Liang Kun deliberately extended his right hand, pinching a small object between his thumb and index finger, holding it up for Boss B to see. Everyone present understood the meaning of that gesture. A few hall masters laughed out loud, with Brother G laughing the loudest, slapping his thigh and sending his prayer beads flying. Boss B's face turned from green to purple, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, veins bulging. This was a matter of a man's dignity. However, Boss B did not rush forward. He knew he couldn't take on Liang Kun. Although Liang Kun was detestable, his skills were genuine. Back when he was on the streets, Liang Kun single-handedly took down 7 opponents at once, and he was already a tough character then. Now, although he had gained some weight, his base skills were still intact. If Boss B charged forward, Liang Kun would truly dare to knock him down. But if he just sat back down, he would lose. With more than a dozen hall masters watching, Chen Haonan, Mountain Chicken, and Li Wei were also observing. How could they lift their heads in front of their brothers if they didn't dare to act after being insulted by Liang Kun? Liang Kun noticed Boss B's hesitation. He smiled and prepared to add more fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Shall she be scared to make a move? Liang Kun's voice carried a teasing tone, as if toying with a mouse. If you're afraid, just say so. I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you. Boss B's fists tightened even more. At that moment, a voice came from the back of the hall. What's so exciting? The voice was not loud, but it carried an imposing aura that commanded immediate silence in the hall, with everyone instinctively turning to look in the direction of the sound. Jiang Tianxing walked out from the back of the hall. He wore a tailored white suit today, perfectly fitted without a wrinkle, the white suit pants sharp as a blade, and his white shoes polished to a shine. He sported gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was impeccably styled, exuding a cultured elegance. His gaze swept across the hall from left to right, glancing over each hall master's face, finally landing on Liang Kun. The look was light, yet Liang Kun's smile slowly faded. Jiang Tianxing walked in front of the statue of Guangong and took a seat at the main position. When he sat down, everyone stood quietly, not daring to move. Sit. Jiang Tianxing said a single word. Everyone sat down at once, including Liang Kun. Jiang Tianxing glanced at Boss B, then at Liang Kun. Liang Kun, do you have any objections? Jiang Tianxing's tone was very calm, as if he were asking about the weather today. Liang Kun extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his expression becoming serious. He glanced at Jiang Tianxing, then at Chun Yao standing behind him, and smiled. That smile was completely different from the mockery he had shown Boss B, carrying just the right amount of respect. None. Liang Kuan spread his hands. How could I dare to have objections? After saying this, he stood up and moved to an empty seat beside him, his movements natural, his expression relaxed, as if nothing had just happened. Jiang Tianxing watched him settle down and nodded. Then let's begin today's meeting. Jiang Tianxing's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Li Wei stood behind Boss B, witnessing the entire confrontation. He mentally rated Liang Kuan a 9 out of 10. This person had a sharp tongue, a dark heart, but a clever mind. He knew when to be arrogant and when to back down. In front of Boss B, he could act recklessly, but in front of Jiang Tianxing, he instantly turned into an obedient cat. Such a person was difficult to deal with. Li Wei glanced again at Jiang Tianxing, seated at the main position in his white suit and gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined. But the moment he stepped out, the air in the hall had solidified. The dragon head of the Hung Hing society was indeed not simple. The meeting began. Jiang Tianxing didn't waste any more words and directly got to the point, reporting numbers. The hall masters took turns standing up to report their income for the month, including protection fees, venue shares, usury, interest, and profits from smuggling businesses. Each item clearly stated. Jiang Tianxing listened, occasionally asking a question or nodding, but for the most part his expression remained unchanged. Once everyone finished reporting, he leaned back in his chair and scanned the room. Does anyone have any questions? The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Boss B stood up. Dragon head. Boss B's voice was loud, as if he wanted everyone to hear. I'd like to propose Li Wei from our hall as a red stick. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, but his face showed no change. He stepped out from behind Boss B, standing beside him, and slightly nodded towards Jiang Tianxing. Good day, Dragon Head. Good day, hall masters. After saying this, he fell silent, standing there with a straight posture, head slightly bowed, respectful, but not servile. Jiang Tianxing appraised him for a few seconds. The young man stood there, neither arrogant nor hasty, dressed in a clean gray suit, looking nothing like someone who just returned from street brawls. He spoke neither too much nor too little, offering a greeting and then falling silent. Unlike some younger brothers who would try to say more in front of the dragon head, eager for recognition, Jiang Tianxing mentally gave the young man a passing grade. At least he understood the rules. Does anyone have any objections? Jiang Tianxing looked towards the hall masters on either side. The hall masters exchanged glances, shaking their heads. No one spoke. This was not their business. If Boss B wanted to propose someone as a red stick, that was his own affair, and there was no need to oppose. Boss B's gaze fell on Liang Kuan. According to his plan, Liang Kuan should have objected. Once Liang Kuan spoke up, he could argue with him, dragging the matter out. Dragging it out to the end would mean the red stick issue would fall through. He could then tell his brothers, it's not that I didn't give Li Wei the red stick, but that Liang Kuan was causing trouble. With face saved and the red stick not given out, it would be a perfect outcome. Come on, Liang Kuan, speak up. Boss B prayed in his heart. But Liang Kuan did not speak. Sitting in his chair, he crossed his legs, holding a freshly lit cigarette, puffing away leisurely. Boss B waited for 5 seconds. Liang Kuan remained silent. Boss B's heart began to feel uneasy. What was going on with Liang Kuan today? According to his character, he would never let this opportunity slip by. In front of so many hall masters contradicting him and irritating him was Liang Kuan's favorite thing to do. But why was he not saying anything today? Liang Kuan noticed Boss B's gaze. He lifted his head, glanced at Boss B, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. That smile sent chills down Boss B's spine. Liang Kuan did not intend to oppose, because Li Wei was not just anyone, he was his good brother, who saved him 25 million. How could he possibly oppose? But these words Liang Kuan would not say aloud. Jiang Tianxing waited for more than 10 seconds, and seeing no one spoke, he opened his mouth. If no one has any objections, then it's settled. Li Wei took a deep breath. It was done. The red stick was in hand. Thank you, Dragon Head. Thank you, hall masters. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but very clear. He slightly bowed his head again, then retreated back behind Boss B, his movements clean and swift, without any unnecessary words or expressions. Jiang Tianxing glanced at him mentally, giving him another point for not clinging to position, not being greedy for credit, and stepping back once the task was completed. Such subordinates were rare. But Jiang Tianxing had no time to think further, as there were more important matters to discuss. All right. Jiang Tianxing's tone turned serious. I need to tell you all something. There might be trouble from the East Star side. After you return, make sure your subordinates stay alert and prepared. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly shifted. The lightheartedness from earlier had vanished, replaced by a tense silence. East Star is not a minor gang. If a fight breaks out, it's not a trivial matter. Liang Kuan chuckled softly as he extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Leader, you should at least tell us the reason, right? You can't just have us prepare for a fight without any explanation. Other hall masters nodded in agreement, with someone chiming in. Exactly, leader, there should be an explanation. Jiang Tianxing glanced at Liang Kuan, a vague expression in his eyes. He knew what Liang Kuan was thinking. Liang Kuan didn't genuinely want to know the reason. He was looking to use this opportunity to assert his presence in front of the other hall masters and simultaneously undermine Jiang Tianxing's authority. But Jiang Tianxing could not avoid answering. I assigned Big Brother B a task to take down Ba, who was selling powder on our Hung Hing territory violating our rules. East Star found out and called me demanding either Big Brother B be handed over or a confrontation. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Liang Kuan smiled again, but this time the smile held a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Leader, Liang Kun's voice was slow and deliberate. Shouldn't you have discussed this with us first? After all, this involves East Star, and it's not a small matter. If a confrontation really occurs, we would be the ones putting up people and money. This statement was reasonable. Although the other hall masters remained silent, their expression spoke volumes. A fight isn't just a casual gathering, lives are at stake, and it would cost them money. Such a significant matter should not be decided unilaterally by the leader without any notice. It left a sour feeling in everyone's hearts. Jiang Tianxing cast a glance at Big Brother B. Big Brother B lowered his head, not daring to meet Jiang Tianxing's gaze. Jiang Tianxing's expression remained unchanged, but he was calculating. Big Brother B was his man, someone he had personally promoted. If he were to hand over Big Brother B because of this incident, it would signal to everyone that following Jiang Tianxing would not guarantee protection in a crisis. Who would dare to stand by him in the future? Thus, Big Brother B cannot be handed over. Regardless of the cost, he must be protected. This matter is due to my oversight, Jiang Tianxing stated, his tone firm yet calm. It was I who instructed Big Brother B to act. With that declaration, the atmosphere in the hall subtly shifted. Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. A smirk crept onto his lips, seemingly nonchalant, but the glint in his eyes was sharp. Leader, this approach of yours. Before he could finish, Jiang Tianxing raised his right hand. Liang Kuan, let me ask you this. Should we eliminate Ba, who is selling powder on our Hung Hing territory? The air in the hall became tense. This question was difficult to answer. If he said yes, it would mean Jiang Tianxing was justified in his actions. If no, it would mean openly supporting someone selling powder on Hung Hing's territory. The rules of Hung Hing were set by Jiang Tianxing. Selling powder was a hard and fast rule. Anyone bold enough to say no would be slapping Jiang Tianxing's face and that of everyone adhering to the rules of Hung Hing. Liang Kun's fingers paused momentarily. He observed Jiang Tianxing's back, mentally mulling over the question again. Should or should not? Neither answer could be chosen. Choosing yes would mean acknowledging Jiang Tianxing's correctness, making his earlier questioning seem unreasonable. Choosing no would be directly opposing Hung Hing's rules, risking the ire of the hall masters present. Liang Kun's lips twitched. He lowered his head, pretending to flick off some dust from his fingernails, then leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, choosing to remain silent. Silence was the best answer. Jiang Tianxing waited 3 seconds before turning to glance at Liang Kuan. Seeing Liang Kun's demeanor, a slight smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth, barely noticeable, only visible to Chun Yao sitting beside him. That's good. Jiang Tianxing averted his gaze and raised his voice slightly. Let me make it clear here. Our Hung Hing, from top to bottom, from hall masters to the lowest ranks, anyone who dares to touch powder, I will make them regret coming into this world. Though his words were not heavy, each one struck like a nail in the ears of everyone present. Several hall masters exchanged quick glances at Liang Kuan. That glance was fleeting, almost an unintentional look, but Liang Kuan felt it. His fists clenched tightly beneath the armrest, knuckles turning white as the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Who else in Hung Hing is touching powder? It's him. Jiang Tianxing's words were directed solely at him. Liang Kuan gritted his teeth, a smile still lingering on his face, but it had become rigid. He watched Jiang Tianxing's back, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Tianxing, you better not make a mistake. If you give me the chance on the day I become the leader, I will make your life worse than death. But he didn't voice it, didn't dare, at least not now. Li Wei stood behind Big Brother B, observing everything clearly. Jiang Tianxing took responsibility first, then posed a question asserting dominance. 3 statements that cornered Liang Kuan completely. The first statement provided everyone with an explanation, the second statement put Liang Kuan on the spot, and the third statement hung a knife over Liang Kun's head. 3 statements, each a calculated step forward. Liang Kuan might have a sharp tongue and a quick mind, but in front of Jiang Tianxing, he was outmatched. Li Wei reassessed Jiang Tianxing in his mind. This man is not simple. He is neither a brute who relies solely on his fists, nor a useless figure who only issues orders from a high position. He is a true strategist, every step calculated, every word weighted. Dealing with someone like him requires. Jiang Tianxing knew the weight of his previous 3 statements. If you strike, you must also offer something sweet. Otherwise, too many strikes would disperse people's hearts. He leaned back in his chair, softening his tone slightly. This incident is my fault, and I have implicated everyone. Jiang Tianxing's voice carried a perfectly measured hint of apology. Let me share an arrangement with you all. Over the next 2 months, the fees for each hall will be waived. The main hall will cover 40 of the housing and medical expenses for our brothers, while the rest will be the responsibility of each individual hall. With this announcement, the atmosphere in the hall completely relaxed. Waiving the fees for 2 months meant over 4 million for the Kowloon Hall in 2 months. That totals nearly 9 million. The main hall covering 40 of the housing and medical expenses, while not much, at least shows goodwill. The expressions of several hall masters visibly brightened. Some nodded, some whispered to each other, while others began calculating how much money their halls could save. I have no objections to the leader's arrangement. Brother G was the first to speak, twirling a prayer bead in his hand. The main hall, covering 40, shows considerable sincerity. Other hall masters nodded in agreement. No objections. Let's go with it. The leader decides. Liang Kuan sat back in his chair, his smile returning, but Li Wei noticed that his hands were still clenched. Just as Jiang Tianxing was about to announce the meeting's adjournment, a voice called out from the right. Leader. The speaker was a woman. In her 30s, with short hair, dressed in a black leather jacket, a white t-shirt underneath, and denim jeans with combat. Her face was not conventionally beautiful. She had high cheekbones, slightly thick eyebrows, and full lips, giving her a look that was more akin to a gym instructor than a gangster. However, her gaze was fierce, not feigned but hardened through street battles. Sister Shursan, the master of the Bolin Street Hall, was one of the 12 female hall masters in Hung Hing. She stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and looked at Jiang Tianxing. Leader, there's something I must say. My territory is on Palan Street. What kind of place is Palan Street? Everyone knows it is the busiest red light district in Hong Kong Island, the most lucrative and the most mixed. If Dongxing starts a fight, the first target will definitely be my place. She paused and glanced at the hall masters present. I do not have many people under me, and most of them are drivers. Managing the young ladies, overseeing the venue, collecting protection fees. Fighting. It's not that we can't fight, but compared to the gang members of Dongxing, we are far behind. I can't handle it alone. The hall fell silent. What Sister 13 said is true. Palan Street is the most famous red light district on Hong Kong Island, with dozens of saunas, nightclubs, and massage parlors lining the street, raking in money daily. If Dongxing goes to war with Hung Hing, the first blow will surely fall on Palan Street. Plenty of profit, few defenders. If not you, then who? So I would like to ask each of you hall masters for a favor. Sister 13's voice carried a rare sincerity. Each hall should support me with some manpower, not too many, just 10 or 8 would suffice to help guard Palan Street. Once this storm passes, I, Sister 13, will remember your support. Once she finished speaking, she stood in the center of the hall waiting for a response. The first to stand up was Han Bin. He sat in the 4th position on the left, around 35 or 36 years old, with a sturdy build, a square face, and thick eyebrows, looking like an honest man. But those who knew him were aware that he was not honest. He was the hall master of Kwai Chung, controlling the largest armed force under Hung Hing, involved in smuggling, arms dealing, and loan sharking, doing it all. As Han Bin stood up, his eyes remained fixed on Sister 13, a gaze not of brotherhood nor of rivalry, but one of desire. Sister 13, don't worry. Han Bin's voice boomed, thumping his chest. With me here, no one dares to touch your Palan Street. Whoever dares, I'll chop off their hands. Sister 13 glanced at him and rolled her eyes. Your territory in Kwai Chung is so vast that you can't even defend it yourself, yet you want to help me. Sister 13's tone was not very polite, but those familiar with her knew that this had always been her attitude towards Han Bin. You'd better take care of yourself first, or else you'll be crying to me after losing your own territory. Han Bin was somewhat taken aback, but maintained his smile, scratching his head and chuckling. I can do it, trust me. Sister 13 ignored him and turned to Jiang Tianxing. Li Wei stood behind Big Brother B, watching Han Bin's affectionate gaze with confusion. Han Bin had money and men, and his status in Hung Hing was not low. If he wanted to find a woman, what kind couldn't he get? Yet he had his eyes set on Sister 13, average-looking, hot-tempered, sharp-tongued, a complete tomboy. Li Wei thought for 2 seconds, couldn't make sense of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. It was none of his business. Jiang Tianxing looked at Han Bin, then at the other hall masters. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Each hall should send some men to help Sister 13 guard her territory. The living expenses and medical fees for the brothers sent out will be handled by Sister 13. Is that acceptable? Sister 13 nodded decisively. No problem, Brother Long. I won't shortchange you a single cent of what should be paid. Han Bin was the first to respond. Sister 13, I will send 100 men, and I will cover the costs myself. No need for you to spend a penny. 100 men costs covered personally. As soon as these words were spoken, several hall masters glanced at Han Bin. 100 men is no small number, and covering all living and medical expenses would amount to at least several 100,000. Han Bin was genuinely generous towards Sister 13. Kong Long, sitting next to Han Bin, glanced at his elder brother and sighed. I will also contribute 50. Kong Long said, though he didn't know why he was offering these 50 men. However, since his brother was offering 100, he couldn't just sit back. The other hall masters fell silent for a few seconds. Sending men was not the issue, the dilemma was how many to send. If too many were sent, their own hall would be understaffed, and if too few were sent, it would be embarrassing. Moreover, if Dongxing really attacked, they would need to defend their own territory as well. The more subordinates, the better. The hall masters exchanged glances, none of them speaking up. Jiang Tianxing's gaze subtly swept over Big Brother B, giving a slight nod. The gesture was so small that no one besides Big Brother B would have noticed. Big Brother B understood. Jiang Tianxing was urging him to express his stance. He was Jiang Tianxing's man, and when the leader needed help, he had to stand up first. This was not just for Sister 13, but also to demonstrate his loyalty in front of Jiang Tianxing, showing the other hall masters who was the most trustworthy to the leader. But who should he send? Palan Street was a key target for Dongxing. Sending too few would be useless, too many would harm his own hall, and the fighting would surely be intense with most of the sent ones likely to perish. Should he send Chen Haonan? No, Chen Haonan was the successor he had personally trained. He couldn't be lost on Palan Street. Big Brother B's gaze fell on Li Wei. Li Wei, the subordinate he originally intended to use as a scapegoat, not only survived, but had also just risen to the position of Red Stick. Sending him to Palan Street was just right. He could show his loyalty in front of Jiang Tianxing and also get rid of this bothersome person from his own hall. If he died on Palan Street, that would be even better. Sister 13. Big Brother B stood up, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. I will send Li Wei and his little brothers to help you. Li Wei, you know him. He just got promoted to Red Stick and is capable with fierce men under him. Sister 13 glanced at Li Wei. She knew him not personally, but by reputation. Madman Wei, the most formidable fighter under Big Brother B. Just yesterday, he led about 20 men and took down all of Bai's crew, and word had spread on the streets. Big Brother B, you send your best fighter to me, eh? Sister 13's tone carried a hint of surprise. You better think it through. Palan Street is not a joke. If your men get hurt, don't blame me. Big Brother B waved his hand, smiling generously. If they get hurt, it's on me. What matters is that you hold Palan Street. All right. Sister 13 nodded, a touch of gratitude in her gaze towards Big Brother B. Thank you, Big Brother B. Once this is over, I'll treat you to a meal. No need for politeness, Sister 13. Big Brother B sat down, still smiling, while inwardly calculating. Li Wei better die on Palan Street, and Li Wei stood behind Big Brother B, watching everything unfold. Big Brother B sending him to Palan Street was crystal clear to him. Not because he valued him, but because he wanted to get rid of him, even using Dongxing's knife to cut him down. But Li Wei didn't plan to refuse. Palan Street was an opportunity, the busiest red light district in Hong Kong Island. Oh, how much cash flowed daily. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. The profits there were far greater than his grade business. If he could use the chance to help Sister 13 guard her territory and establish a foothold on Palan Street, the road ahead would become much easier. Moreover, Sister 13 was a person of loyalty who remembered favors. Helping her guard Palan Street would earn him a favor. Sister 13 was the master of Palan Street. Han Bin was the master of Kwai Chung, and Kong Long was the master of Tun Mun. Backing her alone meant indirectly gaining the endorsement of 3 hall masters. This deal was worth it. Li Wei took a step forward and slightly bowed his head to Sister 13. Sister, please. Sister 13 glanced at him and nodded, saying nothing more. She wasn't someone who engaged in pleasantries. Other hall masters saw that Big Brother B had offered men and felt embarrassed to remain silent, gradually reporting their numbers. Some offered more, some less, but at least everyone contributed. Jiang Tianxing observed this scene, nodding in satisfaction. All right. Jiang Tianxing stood up, brushing off non-existent dust on his white suit. Everyone go back and prepare. Over at Dongxing, the camel won't wait too long. Understood, leader. The hall masters stood up in succession, leaving in groups of 2 or 3. Some wore serious expressions, some were indifferent, and others were whispering among themselves. Big Brother B walked up to Li Wei and patted his shoulder. I'll go help Sister 13 for now. Once this matter is over, you can come back. Li Wei looked into Big Brother B's eyes and nodded. All right, boss. His expression was respectful and his tone was calm, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Big Brother B turned and left with Chun Haonan following behind. As he walked away, he turned to glance at Li Wei, his eyes filled with schadenfreude disdain and a hint of unexplainable pleasure. When the meeting at the central headquarters adjourned, the afternoon sun was blazing. Luotawa stood by the window of an old building in Yuan Long, holding a cup of pu tea that had gone cold, not drinking it, just holding it. Outside the window was a stretch of low village houses and scattered farmland, with the distant mountain ridgeline blurred by the afternoon heat. This was the territory of Dongxing Yuan Long, one of the most remote corners of Hong Kong. He had been here for almost 2 years. Since returning from the Netherlands, he had stayed here not because he liked the countryside, but because he had no choice. 2 years ago, during the internal purge, he had eliminated 3 disobedient hall masters, reshaping Dongxing into a cohesive unit. However, the cost was that the organization was severely weakened and had to retreat to the new territories. For 2 years, he had been waiting for an opportunity to revive Dongxing. The door was pushed open and Luochuo's loyal aide, A Biao, walked in holding a folder. Boss, everyone has arrived. Luotawa placed the teacup on the windowsill and turned around. He was not tall, but sturdy like an old tree rooted in the ground. The deep wrinkles on his face and the drooping corners of his eyes made him appear older than his actual age. He walked out of the room through the corridor and entered a large conference room. There were 5 people seated in the conference room. The 5 tigers of Dongxing. As Luotawa entered, all 5 stood up simultaneously. No one spoke, and after he took his seat at the head of the table, he waved his hand, allowing them to sit back down. What are they saying on the streets now, eh? Luotawa asked directly, his voice not loud, but full of strength. The first person on the left spoke up. His name was Biao. He was not one of the 5 tigers, but Luochuo's strategist in his 40s wearing black-framed glasses looking like an accountant. Boss, there's a rumor on the streets. Biao adjusted his glasses. They say Dongxing is afraid of Hung Hing, that Ba was taken down, and we don't dare make a sound while Hung Hing's people are riding on our heads, and we are still hiding in Yuanlong farming. There was a moment of silence at the conference table as Luochuo's gaze swept over the faces of the 5 people. The first to speak was Crow. Crow sat in the second position on the right, in his late 20s, lean with sharp features, his triangular eyes slanted upwards, holding a fierce intensity when looking at others. He wore a tight black t-shirt, and the tattoo on his arm extended from his shoulder to his wrist, depicting a descending tiger with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Crow slapped his hand down on the table, making the teacup jump. Boss, I've said it before, Hung Hing's gang just needs a good beating. Crow's voice was sharp and bright, filled with an uncontrollable excitement. You've always said not to stir up trouble, not to stir up trouble. I'm about to burst. If you nod today, you'll take my men to Causeway Bay and twist off Big Boss BS head to kick it like a ball. Luochuo remained silent, lifted the teacup to take a sip. It was cold, and he frowned slightly. The next to speak was Smiling Tiger. He sat in the third position on the left, in his 30s, round-faced, smiling, looking like a businessman. However, those who knew him understood that his smile was more dangerous than Crow's fists. He wore a floral shirt with a small golden badge pinned at the collar and 2 gold rings on his fingers, giving him the appearance of a nouveau riche. Boss, I agree with Crow's words. Wu Jiwei's voice was calm and unhurried with a hint of hidden sharpness. Dongxing hasn't taken action for too long. People in the underworld have forgotten us. One Ba is nothing, but now that Hung Hing has crossed the line, if we don't show some response, it would be more than just losing face. He paused, glancing at the others. If our reputation is tarnished, how can we continue to survive? Although the other 3 did not speak, their expressions already said it all. Lei Yaoyang leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on Luochuo's face, conveying a sense of, it's up to you. Situ Haonan crossed his arms over his chest, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in thought, while Sha Meng casually swung his legs, his toes tapping rhythmically, seemingly nonchalant, but with a glint of suppressed excitement in his eyes. Luochuo set down the teacup, producing a soft sound on the table. Hung Hing has gone too far this time. No matter how detestable Ba is, he is still one of our own in Dongxing. Hung Hing acted without warning, cutting him down, without even a word of notice. They clearly don't regard Dongxing with any respect. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the 5. I brought you here today to discuss one thing. Tonight, I want you to take your men to Hung Hing's territory, to seize, to take over their territory until they are afraid. Once he finished speaking, there was a brief silence in the conference room. Then Crow exploded first. He sprang up from his chair, leaning forward with both hands on the table, his eyes wide open, his voice loud enough that dust from the ceiling began to fall. Boss, are you serious? Are we moving tonight? Luochuo looked at Crow's impatient expression and smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth. Having kept Crow cooped up in Yuanlong for 2 years had indeed been a grievance for him. This person was born for fighting. Keeping him quietly guarding a territory and collecting protection fees was worse than killing him. Indeed, Luochuo nodded. Crow performed well tonight. Let the other gangs see the might of the 5 tigers. Crow jumped up in excitement, then began to flail his arms as if throwing a series of air punches. Great, great. Finally something to do. Big Boss B, you wait. Your grandpa Crow is coming to deal with you tonight. Wu Jiwei looked at Crow's exuberance, chuckling and shaking his head. Lei Yaoyang smirked slightly, while Situ Haonan remained expressionless, but Sha Meng's toes were tapping even higher. Luochuo waited for Crow to calm down before continuing. He turned to Wu Jiwei. Jiwei, you lead the team to Boland Street to take down Sister 13. Wu Jiwei nodded, his smile unchanged. Sister 13 is just a woman, she's easy to handle. Luochuo then looked at Lei Yaoyang. Yaoyang, you go to Kuaicheng and take on Hanbin. Lei Yaoyang leaned back in his chair and nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table as a response. Luochuo looked at Situ Haonan. Haonan, you go to Tsimsha Sui to take down Prince. Situ Haonan crossed his arms over his chest, frowning slightly, but eventually nodded. Prince was one of the strongest hall masters in Hung Hing, and only such opponents could excite him. Luochuo looked at Sha Meng. Sha Meng, you go to Aberdeen and deal with Defei. Sha Meng put down his crossed legs, gave Luochuo an okay gesture, and grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Finally, Luochuo turned to Crow. Crow, you go to Causeway Bay and take on Big Boss B. Crow's eyes lit up. Causeway Bay, one of the busiest areas in Hong Kong Island with plenty of spoils and a vast territory, and he would be facing Big Boss B, the old man he had never had the chance to confront, who was at odds with Liang Kun. Boss, don't worry. Crow patted his chest. I'm enough on my own. That old man Big Boss B, I can crush him with. Luochuo observed Crow's confident demeanor, but said nothing more. It was well known that Crow could fight, but his flaw was arrogance, which could lead to downfall. However, this time Luochuo did not wish to dampen his spirits. Does anyone have any objections to the arrangements? Luochuo asked. All 5 shook their heads in unison. No. Good. Luochuo stood up, leaning both hands on the table, his body leaning forward, scanning the faces of the 5. Then you all go prepare. Tonight, each of you will lead your own men, fighting your own battles. I want the people of Hung Hing to wake up tomorrow morning to find that half of their territory is gone. The five stood up together, responding in unison, then turned to leave. As they stepped out of the conference room, the corridor light dimmed. Wu Jiwei quickened his pace to catch up with Crow. Crow. Wu Jiwei lowered his voice. Are you sure you can handle Causeway Bay on your own? Though Big Boss B is not much, he has a guy named Chun Haonan under him, who is said to be quite formidable, and another called Li Wei who just got promoted to Red Stick yesterday, known as Madman Wei, and he is not someone to be trifled with. Crow halted, turning to look at Wu Jiwei. The dim yellow light in the corridor illuminated his face, and his expression was one of utter disdain. Madman Wei. Chun Haonan. Crow laughed, his laughter filled with unabashed contempt. Let me tell you, whatever Madman Wei or Chun Haonan in front of me, they're all paper tigers. I'm more than enough on my own, I don't need anyone's help. Wu Jiwei looked at Crow's expression, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth and then closed it again. He had known Crow for more than a day or two and understood this person's temperament. The more you advised him, the more arrogant he became. The more you advise, the more he thinks you're looking down on him. Be careful. Wu Jiwei finally spoke up. Don't mess this up. This opportunity is hard to come by. The boss is allowing us to go out and fight. If you screw it up, none of us will have a chance to go out again. Crow's expression changed. It didn't turn serious, but became agitated. He hated hearing the words, be careful, more than anything. It's that old man Lotoa again. Crow's voice grew louder, reverberating down the corridor. Since returning from the Netherlands, he never lets me do anything, always saying to prioritize stability, prioritize stability. I think he has grown old and is afraid. If he's afraid, he should step down and let the young ones take over. Wu Jiwei's expression changed. He quickly looked around, finding no one else in the corridor, but there was a fire hydrant in the corner next to a half-open door leading to the staircase, and he wondered if anyone was listening. Are you crazy? Wu Jiwei grabbed Crow's arm, lowering his voice in urgency. How can you dare to say so? If someone hears you, how will you explain it to the camel? Crow, upon being grabbed by Wu Jiwei, became a bit more alert. He looked around, confirming there were no others in the corridor, and then he sighed in relief. What is there to be afraid of? Crow's voice lowered, but the defiance in his tone remained. That old man, one day, I will replace him. Wu Jiwei looked at him, shook his head, and said nothing more. The two of them walked out of the building. The afternoon sun, blinding Crow, squinted, placing his hand on his forehead, gazing at the distant low skyline of Yuan Long. Tonight, Causeway Bay. Big Boss B, just wait. In the evening, Porlon Street. As the neon lights flickered to life, the entire street was bathed in pink. Saunas, nightclubs, massage parlors lined up next to each other, each with larger and brighter signs, and many women stood by the roadside wearing short skirts and high heels, some smoking, some chatting, some flirting with passing men. The air was thick with the scent of cheap perfume and tobacco mixed with the greasy smoke from a fishball stall and the foul smell of the sewer, making it hard to tell whether it was pleasant or unpleasant. Li Wei arrived with his entourage. 20 or so people got out of two vans standing at the entrance of Porlon Street. Gao Jin stood behind Li Wei, still dressed in a suit completely out of place in the street's ambience. Ah Fei had his bandage replaced with a new one. Ah Yong had a knife tucked into his waistband, and Mosquito still bore a bruise on his face, but they were all in high spirits. Across the street, quite a few people had gathered, some squatted by the roadside smoking, some leaned against the walls chatting, and others were checking their weapons. These individuals were dressed differently, varying in height and build, but their posture and the bulges at their waists made it clear each one was involved with the underworld. People from various factions arrived one after another. Li Wei scanned the crowd, estimating at least over 200 people. With the addition of the 13 sisters' own men, over 400 people were guarding Porlon Street, which should be sufficient. But having many people doesn't necessarily mean being useful. It depends on how to use them. A sound of footsteps came from the street, and the crowd automatically parted to make way. 13 sister had arrived. Today she donned her usual attire, a black leather jacket, white t-shirt, jeans, and combat boots. Her short hair swayed slightly in the night breeze, and her expression was serious, completely mismatched with the street's pink hue. Following her was a group of people. Leading the way was a man in his 30s, bald, with a dragon tattoo coiling around his neck, the tail extending into his collar. His eyes were small but sharp, like two searchlights that could illuminate a person from head to toe. Li Wei recognized him. Hiyong, nicknamed Mad Dog, the 13 sisters' right-hand man. It was said that he fought recklessly, having been in 3 brawls, ending up in the hospital each time, yet surviving all 3. People in the underworld claimed he had a tough life, able to defeat opponents, but not himself. 13 sister walked to the center of the street, paused, turned around, and faced the more than 100 people. Her voice was loud, resonating throughout the entire street. Brothers, thank you all for coming to help. 13 sister's voice was neither soft nor charming, perhaps a bit rough, yet powerful. No matter what happens today, for each brother present, I will give you $1,000. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. $1,000 was enough for them to hire a few escort services on Porlon Street. 13 sister is generous. 13 sister is solid. Don't worry, with us around the East Star, people won't. Some began to clap, others whistled, and some raised their knives, shouting, long live Hung Hing. The voices of over 100 people echoed under the night sky of Poor Lawn Street, shaking the neon signs at the roadside. 13 Sister observed their reactions, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth. This was exactly the effect she wanted. When the money was right, morale would rise. Her gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Li Wei. Li Wei stood at the street's entrance, hands in his pockets, looking relaxed, not like someone ready for a fight. However, those behind him were all tense, like bows drawn tight. 13 Sister walked over and stopped in front of Li Wei. Away. Her voice was much softer now, only the two of them could hear it. If the East Star comes today, it'll be up to you to lead the charge. I have quite a few men, but not many can fight. He can fight, but he alone is not enough. Li Wei smiled, the smile understated yet sincere. Sister, you are being too polite. As long as I am here, I won't let anyone from East Star step foot on Poor Lawn Street. He turned around and raised his voice by an octave to address those behind him. Brothers, don't you agree? How can the East Star people compete with us, Hung Hing? They can't. Yong was the first. What is East Star? How dare they compare with us? Mosquito limped forward a couple of steps, pointing toward Poor Lawn Street. Let them come one by one, take them down when they arrive. Over 100 people were ignited by these words, erupting in cheers. Some began to curse East Star, others boasted of how many East Star members they had taken down last time, and some were already rolling up their sleeves, eager for the East Star to appear right then. In the Underworld, reputation is paramount. If you admit to being inferior to the opposing gang, you won't be able to survive on the streets anymore. Therefore, no matter what they think inside, they must appear tough on the outside. 13 Sister looked at how Li Wei's few words had lifted everyone's spirits, raising her opinion of him. This person was not only capable of fighting, but also knew how to lead. But not everyone was pleased. He stood behind 13 Sister, his expression not looking too good. He had been 13 Sister's right-hand man for 5 years, rising from Poor Lawn Street. In the past, whenever 13 Sister faced important matters, she would entrust them to him. Today, for such a significant event on Poor Lawn Street, 13 Sister actually allowed an outsider to overshadow him and assigned the task of leading the charge to Li Wei. What does this mean? Does she look down on He-Yong? He-Yong took a couple of steps forward, standing in front of Li Wei. He was half a head shorter than Li Wei, but very sturdy, with shoulders as wide as a wall. The neon light reflected off his bald head, making it shine, and the tattoos on his neck appeared alive under the lights. Li Wei. He-Yong's voice was not loud, but it was firm. Since my boss entrusted you with the task of leading the charge, I want to test your mettle and see if you have what it takes. Li Wei looked at He-Yong, his brows slightly furrowing. He didn't want to escalate the conflict. He came to Poor Lawn Street to help 13 Sister defend the turf, to let her owe him a favor, not to fight with her right-hand man. Winning would offend people, losing would be embarrassing. It was not worth the trouble either way. He-Yong, we are all brothers in the same gang. Is it really necessary? Li Wei's tone was calm, carrying an air of reconciliation. Gao Jin stepped forward from behind Li Wei, standing in front of He-Yong. If you want to challenge my boss, you have to get past me first. Gao Jin's voice was flat, devoid of any emotion. He-Yong glanced at Gao Jin, then at Li Wei, and laughed, a smile filled with a sense of, just as I expected, contempt. If you dare not compete with me, you send your little brother out. He-Yong shook his head. Forget it. If you are afraid, I won't make. The task of leading the charge remains with me. He turned to leave. Li Wei's expression did not change, but his hand slipped out of his pocket. 13 Sister had been watching from the side. She noticed Li Wei did not want to stir up trouble, but she also saw that He-Yong was unhappy. If these two held grudges, there would surely be issues cooperating when East Star arrived. Away. 13 Sister spoke up. My right-hand man has this temperament. He doesn't turn back until he hits a wall. Just show him what you got, let him be convinced, and don't let it affect the camaraderie. Li Wei glanced at 13 Sister. Her expression was calm, neither testing him nor provoking him, simply believing that a fight could bring both parties to an understanding. In the Underworld, fists are the ultimate authority. Saying 100 words of reasoning is not as effective as a single fight. Li Wei nodded. Since 13 Sister didn't mind, there was no need for him to be humble any longer. Does he really think that Li Wei has no temper? Li Wei's voice was not loud, but very clear. How do you want to compete? It's the simplest. He-Yong took off his jacket and tossed it to a younger brother beside him, revealing a black fitted tank top underneath, his arms bulging with muscles, veins crawling like earthworms across his forearms. ONE and ONLY, whoever goes down first loses. Gao Jin stepped forward, and Li Wei raised a hand to block him. Jin, no need. He'll handle it myself. Gao Jin glanced at Li Wei, said nothing more, returned to his original position, his hand falling from his waist and slipping back into his suit pocket, his expression returning to its usual indifference. Li Wei took off his suit jacket and handed it to a fei behind him. The cuffs of his shirt were rolled up to his elbows, revealing several old scars on his forearms, left from 2 years ago during a turf war in Causeway Bay. He flexed his wrist, and the joints cracked audibly. Then he raised his right-hand palm, facing out, fingers spread wide, and beckoned towards He-Yong. The gesture was small, yet full of provocation. He-Yong's eyes turned red in an instant. He felt disrespected. He was the top horse of the 13th Sister, the mad dog of Boland Street, who had fought for 5 years without anyone daring to beckon him with a finger. This kid from Causeway Bay, relying on his rise to prominence, dared to show off in front of him. Li Wei, today I'll show you what a mad dog truly is. Hiyong pushed off the ground with his feet charging forward like an enraged bull, his speed astonishingly fast. In just a few steps he was in front of Li Wei, fists clenched, throwing a wild punch aimed straight at Li Wei's temple. That punch whistled through the air. Li Wei could see clearly that Hiyong's punch was heavy, but it was too straightforward, too rigid, lacking any variation. Such a fighting style would work against ordinary people, but against a true expert it had too many flaws. He only needed to step back, let Hiyong's punch miss, and then taking advantage of his forward lean strike him on the chin. Then the fight would be over. But Li Wei did not do so. If he did, Hiyong would be on the ground within 3 seconds. The 13th sister might say it was a friendly spar, but if he truly knocked her top horse down like a dead dog, how could she save face? Hiyong would lose face in front of his younger brothers, and the 13th sister would not look good either. He was here to help, not to create enmity. Li Wei raised his left arm, the forearm bracing against his face, taking Hiyong's punch heat in. Bang! The fist struck his forearm, producing a dull thud. Li Wei's arm trembled slightly, but his body remained unmoved. Hiyong's punch was heavy but still within the limits of his endurance. Hiyong followed up with a second punch, this time a right hook aimed at Li Wei's ribs. Li Wei's right arm sank down. The third punch, a left jab aimed at his face. Li Wei turned his head, and the punch grazed past his ear. Hiyong's fists fell like rain, one punch after another, each faster and heavier than the last. He fought fiercely, each punch seemingly desperate. Li Wei continuously blocked and dodged, moving his feet only slightly, but each time he perfectly evaded Hiyong's strikes. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Hiyong threw over 30 punches, not a single one landing on Li Wei's vital points. His breathing began to quicken. He realized Li Wei wasn't fighting him, he was playing with him. Li Wei had the ability to fight back, but he had not thrown. Each block was calm, each dodge effortless, as if he were a sparring partner. Hiyong's punches began to slow. He knew he could no longer match Li Wei. It wasn't about stamina, it was about strength. Li Wei's reaction, speed, judgment, and sense of rhythm were all on another level. If he continued, he would only look worse. But this fight was instigated by him. If he voluntarily admitted defeat, how could he hold his head up in front of his younger brothers? How could he lead them in the future? Hiyong found himself in a dilemma, his fists still swinging, but he had already lost most. The 13th sister stood by, watching everything clearly. She saw that Li Wei had been holding back for Hiyong, and she could tell Hiyong was starting to falter. Almost done. If this continued, Hiyong would lose all face. That's enough. The 13th sister's voice was not loud, but very firm. We're all brothers here, a little sparring is enough. Everyone stop. Li Wei heard this and suddenly pushed off the ground with his right leg, delivering a kick to Hiyong's chest. The force wasn't strong, but the aim was precise, right at his solar plexus. Hiyong staggered back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Li Wei did not pursue, but retracted his leg, clasped his hands together, and slightly bowed. Thanks for the lesson. Hiyong sat on the ground, feeling a bit constricted in his chest, but not seriously injured. He looked up at Li Wei, whose expression was calm, devoid of triumph, disdain, or even a smile. Hiyong took a deep breath, got up from the ground, dusted off his pants, and walked up to Li Wei, extending his hand. Mad Dog Wei, you truly live up to your name. I Mad Dog concede. Li Wei shook his hand and nodded. We are all brothers of Hung Hing. Oh, let's look out for each other from now on. They exchanged glances. The hostility in Hiyong's eyes had vanished, replaced by a touch of respect and gratitude. He knew Li Wei had spared him some face just now. The younger brothers nearby saw this scene. Some applauded, others whistled, and some shouted, Brother Wei is awesome. A Yong grinned, a mosquito clapped his hands, and a Fei gave a thumbs up with his uninjured hand. Gao Jin leaned against the wall, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. The 13th sister looked at Li Wei, appreciating him more. This person not only knew how to fight, but also knew how to conduct himself. Knowing when to strike and when to hold back, people like this can go far in the underworld. Just then, clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from the dark corner of the street. The applause was slow and leisurely, carrying a sense of watching a show, and everyone turned to look in that direction. A man stepped out from the shadows, wearing a floral shirt, a golden badge pinned at the collar, and 2 gold rings on his. Behind him followed a throng of people, at least 400 to 500 strong, pouring out from alleyways, street corners, and vans like a tide of black. Wu Jiwei, the smiling tiger, one of the Eastern Star 5 tigers. The 13th sister's expression changed as she took 2 steps forward, standing in front of everyone, her eyes fixed on the smiling tiger. Is it just you from Eastern Star? The 13th sister's voice was cold, laced with suppressed anger. Is this looking down on me, the 13th sister? The smiling tiger chuckled, his smile warm and friendly like a neighbor coming to visit. Just a little woman, it's already quite an honor for one of the Eastern Star 5 tigers to come personally. The younger brothers of Eastern Star behind him laughed along, some whistled, some jeered, and others loudly shouted, the smiling tiger is right. The 13th sister's face darkened instantly. She hated being called a little woman. It was already tough for a woman in the underworld. Being looked down upon, hearing gossip, facing doubts about what right does a woman have to be a hall master. She had heard these words for over 10 years, and each time felt like salt being rubbed in her wounds. Smiling tiger. The 13th sister's voice squeezed through her teeth, each word laced with killing intent. You're looking to die. The smiling tiger was unfazed. He raised his right hand and shouted to the people behind him. Kill the 13th sister. I smiling tiger will reward 1 million. 1 million. This number hit the Eastern Star younger brothers like a shot of adrenaline. Over 400 pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously, and over 400 mouths let out beast-like howls. Knives were drawn from waists, baseball bats dragged from cars, and chains scraped across the ground, making an ear-piercing sound. Over 400 people surged toward Boland Street like a flood. The 13th sister drew the knife from her waist, its blade glinting coldly under the neon lights. She raised the knife overhead, her voice loud enough to shake the entire street. Brothers, charge. Eliminate every last one of these Eastern Star bastards. Over 100 people from Hung Hing also charged out. The two tides collided in the middle of Boland Street. The sounds of metal clashing, screams, curses, and the cracking of bones. All these noises blended together, transforming into a chilling cacophony. Neon lights flickered overhead, casting the blood on the ground in a dark crimson hue. Li Wei kicked one of the approaching Dongxing lackeys away, while with his right hand, he slashed down another, the blade cutting into the shoulder, splattering blood across his face. He did not wipe it away. His gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, searching for the position of the smiling tiger. The smiling tiger stood behind the crowd, surrounded by a dozen close bodyguards. His smile remained, but the light in his eyes had changed. He was observing, assessing, trying to determine if there was a chance of victory on his side. Li Wei was also observing. He noticed a problem. Although the number of Hung Hing members was not inferior to that of Dongxing, their quality was significantly lacking. 13 mice people lacked fighting capability. The drivers and guards could handle ordinary thugs, but they struggled against Dongxing's skilled fighters. Most of the reinforcements sent from other halls were merely there to fill numbers, with few truly capable of fighting. Only the people sent by Han Bin and his own brothers were holding the line. Continuing this way, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Li Wei slashed down another charging Dongxing lackey, his mind racing. Capture the leader first. As long as the smiling tiger was caught, the Dongxing members would be like scattered sand. A Jin, Li Wei shouted. Gao Jin's voice came from a few meters away. Wei go. Li Wei turned towards the sound and saw Gao Jin surrounded by 3 Dongxing lackeys, all wielding knives, yet none dared to strike first, because they had seen 5 of their own lying at Gao Jin's feet. Capture the smiling tiger, Li Wei instructed. Gao Jin did not respond. He moved directly. He grabbed the collar of the Dongxing lackey in front of him, yanked down violently, while simultaneously driving his knee upward. With a loud crack, the man's nasal bone broke, blood spraying forth as he toppled backward. Gao Jin released his grip, swinging his left elbow back to smash into the face of another who attempted to sneak attack from behind. That person fell unconscious without even a scream. Before the third one could react, Gao Jin had already spun around, his right foot sweeping against the lackey's calf, producing a sharp crack as the bone broke. The man screamed and rolled on the ground, clutching his leg. 3 seconds, 3 men, all down. Gao Jin picked up a knife from the ground, grasping it in his left hand, charging towards the smiling tiger. His speed was like a gust of wind. The Dongxing lackeys along his path tried to stop him, but not a single one could halt his advance. He slashed one down, kicked another away, sidestepped the knife, and with a backhanded strike cut into the arm of an attacker. Both the knife and hand fell to the ground. The smiling tiger saw Gao Jin. He had never met Gao Jin, but he witnessed this man carving a bloody path through the crowd, moving forward as effortlessly as a red-hot knife slicing through butter. How could a madman's underling be such a person? The smiling tiger's smile faltered as Gao Jin drew nearer. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. The smiling tiger began to retreat. His fists were not weak, but compared to this suited madman, he was far behind. His strength lay in his intellect, not his fists. It was unwise to clash head-on with such a person. The smiling tiger's mind raced. He had initially thought that 13 may had few men, bringing 400 was more than enough. However, he did not expect that other halls of Hung Hing would send reinforcements for 13 May, nor did he anticipate that Boss B would send the madman Wei over, and that he would have such capable fighters under him. Since the madman Wei was in Boland Street, then over at Causeway Bay, there couldn't be many capable fighters beside Boss B. The Crow was battling in Causeway Bay. If he brought his men over to join the Crow and concentrated their forces against Boss B, their odds of winning would be greater. Once the thought of retreat appeared in the smiling tiger's mind, he could not hold it back. He raised his right hand, making a gesture to retreat, his voice loud enough for all Dongxing members to hear. Madman Wei, today, I give you this face. As he retreated, the smiling tiger shouted, next time we meet, we will compete again. Upon hearing the retreat signal, the Dongxing members surged back like a tide, some running fast, others slower, and some even turning back to slash as they ran. In just a few seconds, over 400 people scattered, leaving behind a ground strewn with knives, baseball bats, shoes, and blood. Li Wei did not pursue. He stood still, watching the smiling tiger's figure disappear around the corner, the knife in his hand, still dripping blood, a small piece of torn cloth hanging from the tip. He did not know from which Dongxing lackey it was ripped. There was no need to chase. His task was to help 13 May secure Boland Street, not to hunt down the smiling tiger. If he were to pursue and fell into an ambush, it would be counterproductive. 13 May approached covered in blood, panting heavily. Her leather jacket had 2 cuts, but fortunately it had not injured her flesh. Away, she said. 13 May looked towards the direction of the smiling tiger's retreat. Thank you. You're too polite, 13 May. We are all from Hung Hing, Li Wei replied. 13 May nodded, saying nothing more as she turned to check on her injured brothers. Bolin Street was filled with the wounded. Some leaned against the wall, clutching their injuries. Others lay still on the ground, and some screamed as they were helped up. The ground was soaked in blood, and the neon lights cast a dark red hue over it. While Hung Hing had suffered many injuries, none had died. However, dozens from Dongxing were left unable to rise, with some likely not surviving the night. On the other side, the smiling tiger led the remaining members away from Bolin Street. Over 300 people walked along the streets of Mongkok towards Causeway Bay, with no one speaking, only the sounds of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing. The smiling tiger walked at the front, his expression grim. He had not expected to hit a snag in Bolin Street. He had initially disregarded 13 May as just a woman. But the appearance of Madman Wei disrupted his plans. This was not about being unable to win, but rather that it was not worth it. Even if he managed to win a skirmish in Bolin Street against Madman Wei, he would be left with very few men. Then when he reached Causeway Bay, how would he fight? But now it was different. With Madman Wei in Bolin Street, there would be no capable fighters left at Causeway Bay. The best fighters under Boss B had all been dispatched, leaving behind only the old, weak, sick, and the likes of Chun Haonan, who were nothing but show. The Crow alone, fighting in Causeway Bay, already held a chance of victory. With his additional 300 men, Causeway Bay would definitely fall tonight. The smiling tiger quickened his pace. Brothers, move faster, he shouted back, his smile returning. We are heading to Causeway Bay. Boss B has sent all his lackeys out. There are hardly any left in the hall. Taking Causeway Bay will be easier than taking Bolin Street. Good. Over 300 voices responded in unison, their sounds echoing through the night sky. The smiling tiger turned around, striding forward. His mind was already calculating. After taking Causeway Bay, how to report his success to law, how to divide the territory, and how to completely trample 13 May underfoot. The night breeze on Bolin Street was wrapped in the scent of blood, while the neon lights painted the entire street in a blend of ambiguous red and green hues. Sister 13 arranged for her injured brothers to get into the car before turning around. Her floral shirt had a few bloodstains, unclear whether they were hers or someone else's, and the fierce intensity on her face had not completely faded. When she looked at Li Wei, there was a slight softening. I'll wait, thank you this time. Sister 13 lit a cigarette, smoke curling out from the corner of her mouth. If it weren't for you, I might have truly lost my territory here. Li Wei leaned against the wall, his machete still in hand, the blade stained with dark red clotted blood. Hearing this, he chuckled, stabbing the blade into the ground, its tip embedding in the cement seam, standing upright. Sister, you say that? He wiped the sweat from his face. This isn't just my achievement. Oh, every brother is fighting for their lives. If it weren't for your brothers holding the front line against the first wave, I wouldn't have been able to find a way out. Sister 13 flicked the ash from her cigarette, not pursuing the topic. She stared at Li Wei for a few seconds, suddenly smiling. That smile was not polite, it was the genuine smile of someone in the underworld acknowledging a debt. All right, I won't beat around the bush with you. She threw the cigarette, but to the ground, and extinguished it with her toe. This time consider it a favor owed by me, Sister 13. In the future, whenever you Li Wei need my help, just say the word. Li Wei was waiting for this very sentence. He came to Bolin Street to help Sister 13 secure her territory, and this was exactly what he was after. Sure, sister. Li Wei did not hold back, responding with a smile. He bent down to pull the machete from the ground, the dried blood flakes breaking off, revealing the white edge beneath. The fight tonight was over, but he knew very well. This matter on Bolin Street was nothing compared to what was happening in Causeway Bay. Meanwhile, in Causeway Bay, Crow stood clad in a tight black t-shirt, the tattoo of a mountain tiger on his arm clawing in the streetlight. His hair was tousled by the night wind, and a devil-may-care smile adorned his face, resembling a well-fed cat toying with a nearly lifeless mouse. Big Boss B. Crow's voice was sharp and bright, carrying an irritating swagger. I'll say it again, will you? Big Boss B gritted his teeth, the muscles in his jaw bulging like stone. His fists were clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, yet he did not charge forward. Because he could not defeat Crow. Crow was born for fighting. He was fast, strong, quick to react, and fought reckless. Crow. Big Boss B's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, trying to keep his tone from sounding weak. If you back down now, I won't pursue tonight's incident. You encroach on my territory, and I won't hold you accountable. Let's both take a step back for everyone's sake. Crow laughed. The laughter was not loud, but it was piercing like nails scraping a chalkboard. You think just because you're called Big Boss B with the title boss in your name, you really are a big boss. Crow tilted his head, looking at Big Boss B with contempt in his eyes. Little B, are you still half asleep? Little B. Those two words stabbed into Big Boss B's heart like a knife. He was the master of the Hung Hing Causeway Bay, commanding hundreds of brothers, and everyone on the street called him Brother B. Crow, you. Chun Haonan charged forward. Crow regarded him as he rushed over, not even moving. He stood there, hands in his pockets, wearing an expression of come on, show me what you've got. Chun Haonan swung his knife down. Crow tilted his head slightly, the blade grazing past his ear without cutting a single hair. Chun Haonan followed up with a second slash, this time horizontally aimed at Crow's neck. Crow leaned back slightly, the blade slicing just above his chin, missing by an inch. Chun Haonan's third, fourth, and fifth strikes came in quick succession, each faster and fiercer than the last. Crow did not counterattack, merely dodging, but his evasions were not a panicked escape. They were a composed dance filled with mockery. He was toying with Chun Haonan. Is that all? Crow said, dodging effortlessly, his tone as relaxed as if playing a game with a child. You call that swordsmanship? My grandma cuts vegetables with more force than you. Chun Haonan's face flushed red, teeth clenched. He quickened his strikes, but the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his attacks were, and the more he missed. After dodging over a dozen strikes, Crow finally grew impatient. I'm done playing with you. He suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Chun Haonan's wrist that held the knife with his right hand, while his left hand slapped directly onto Chun Haonan's chest. The slap was not heavy but incredibly precise, right at the center. Chun Haonan's body jolted back violently, and he stumbled, almost falling. Crow did not give him a chance to breathe. He released Chun Haonan's wrist, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and launched himself into the air, alternating kicks to Chun Haonan's chest. With the first kick, Chun Haonan stepped back a step. With the second kick, he retreated 5 steps. With the third kick, Chun Haonan flew out, crashing onto the ground, sliding several feet, his pants torn and his palms scraped, bleeding. All 3 kicks landed perfectly. Chun Haonan lay on the ground, feeling as if a stone was pressing down on his chest, struggling for breath. He had no idea where his knife had gone. His hands were trembling and his legs were shaking. He wanted to stand up, but his legs would not obey. Shanji saw Chun Haonan being knocked down, and his eyes turned red. Damn you. Brothers, charge. Shanji was the first to rush forward, Bao Pai following closely, while the Tian Air and Chao Pai flanked from both sides. Their younger brothers, seeing their leaders charging, also followed suit. Crow's side also moved at the same time. The 2 groups collided on Hennessy Road. The glint of blades flashed under the streetlights and shouts echoed in the night sky. Some were cut down to the ground, some chased others to slash, and some retreated, clutching their bleeding arms. Big Boss B stood in the back, his face ashen. His men were not fewer than Crow's, but they were not able to win. It wasn't a matter of numbers, but of quality. The people Crow brought were the best fighters from Dongxing, while the strongest he had, Li Wei, had been sent to Bolin Street. If Li Wei were here, Big Boss B gritted his teeth. It was he who had sent Li Wei away. It was he who had reassigned the best fighters from the hall. He thought Bolin Street would be a brutal fight, thought Li Wei would fall there, and thought the main forces of Dongxing would head to Bolin Street. He miscalculated. The battle situation became increasingly intense. Both sides exchanged blows on Hennessy Road, neither gaining an advantage. Although Big Boss B's men could not match Crow's, they had the numbers to hold on. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from around the corner. Not a dozen, not a few dozen, but hundreds. Smiling Tiger turned the corner. Behind him followed over 300 people, surging from the direction of Bolin Street like a black tide. Their clothes were stained with blood, some even bore wounds, yet their morale was high. Seeing the brawl on Hennessy Road, Smiling Tiger's eyes sparkled. Crow, Smiling Tiger shouted, I've come to help you. Brothers, let's go. Take down Big Boss B. Over 300 people pounced like hungry wolves. Big Boss B turned pale. He could still manage against Crow, but with Smiling Tiger's over 300 men, his defenses collapsed in an instant. His men began to retreat, to flee, to collapse. Hold the line. Keep holding. Big Boss B's voice changed pitch, but it was futile. Once a retreat began, it could not be halted. 1 street, 2 streets, 3 streets. Big Boss B's men retreated while Crow and Smiling Tiger's men pursued, driving them from Hennessy Road to Iha Street, from Iha Street to Dongjiao Road, and from Dongjiao Road to July's George Street. With each street they retreated, they lost another. By dawn, Crow and Smiling Tiger had already taken control of 3 streets from Big Boss B. 3 streets. Those were 3 streets in Causeway Bay filled with saunas, nightclubs, gaming halls, and upstairs shops. Each street generated hundreds of thousands in protection fees every month. 3 streets equated to over $1 million a month. Big Boss B stood at the end of July's George Street, watching as Crow's men flaunted their power on his territory, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chun Haonan stood beside him, still in pain, with dried blood at the corner of his mouth. And this was not just happening on Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the new territories at the intersections of Hongxing and Dongxing's territories. Fights broke. It was as if someone had simultaneously turned on dozens of valves, and violence and blood surged from every street's cracks. The glass of Cha Chan Tung shattered, night market stalls were overturned, and beneath the neon lights of nightclubs lay thugs with broken legs, while the iron gates of convenience stores bore gashes from machete strikes. The police complaint hotline had not stopped ringing since 2 a.m. Sir, someone is being slashed downstairs. Are you going to do anything about it? This is Wan Chiu. Someone is setting fire to stalls. Help! Someone rushed into our Cha Chan Tung to fight. The phone at the operator's desk rang, wildly red lights blinking in succession. In the O Division headquarters meeting room, the top cop of the Hong Kong Island Police slammed a folder down on the table loud enough for the entire floor to hear. One night, he held up 3 fingers. 13 streets had gang fights, over 40 injured, and sent to the hospital, 2 critically wounded, and still in surgery. The citizens' complaint calls have overwhelmed the main office. The media's interview vehicles have already blocked the police stations in trance. No one among the police chiefs sitting in the meeting dared to speak. The top cop's gaze swept the room, finally landing on Chen Guowei's face. "Chen Guowei, I give you 3 days." The top cop's tone dropped. "Within 3 days, I want to see Hung Hing and Dongxing sit down peacefully or be behind bars. Whatever method you use, if I receive another complaint call, you will submit your resignation letter." Chen Guowei stood up, his back straight. "Yes, sir." The next morning, 2 police cars parked at the entrances of Hung Hing and Dongxing's halls. No handcuffs, no ambush, just a please. But that please felt heavier than handcuffs. In the interrogation room of the O Bureau, the fluorescent lights emitted a buzzing electrical sound, casting a pale glow on the walls. On the table lay 2 disposable plastic cups, untouched. Jiang Tianxing sat on the left, while Luotu sat on the right. Jiang Tianxing wore a deep gray suit today, his hair meticulously styled, and he sat upright, revealing no hint of emotion. Luotu, on the other hand, embodied the demeanor of a streetwise individual, his floral shirt collar open, exposing a section of gold chain. He leaned back in his chair, his legs stretched out long. Chen Guowei walked in and slammed a folder onto the table. "Gentlemen." He pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone light, yet every word carried weight. "You know why I've brought you here, right?" Luotu spoke first, a look of grievance on his face. "Officer Chen, this matter is truly not our fault in Dongxing." He spread his hands, causing his gold chain to jingle. "It was Hung Hing that struck first. We were merely defending ourselves. I assure you, we in Dongxing always abide by the rules, conducting business honestly." "You abide by the rules?" Jiang Tianxing scoffed, interrupting Luotu before he could finish. "A crow led a group in a midnight attack in Causeway Bay, and you call that abiding by the rules?" Luotu's feigned grievance vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce expression. He slammed his palm on the table, splashing the water in the plastic cup. "And what about your Hung Hing members attacking us on Boring Street, huh?" Luotu stood up, pointing his finger at Jiang Tianxing. "Let me tell you, Jiang Tianxing, our demands in Dongxing are quite simple. Hand over Boss B, and this matter can be considered closed. If your people touched ours, you must provide an explanation." Jiang Tianxing didn't stand up, but lifted his head to look at Luotu, his gaze as deep and still as a stagnant pond. "Officer Chen, we don't wish to escalate this matter, but Boss B is a hall master of Hung Hing, one of the organization's key figures. If I hand him over, how will the thousands of brothers in Hung Hing view me? Is our reputation to be discarded?" Luotu was completely provoked by this statement. "Reputation?" His voice boomed, shaking the interrogation room. "Did your Hung Hing members consider our reputation when they wiped out our Dongxing brothers?" "Huh. Your face matters, but our reputation doesn't." The 2 men shouted back and forth across the table, their voices growing louder, escalating from Causeway Bay to Boring Street, and from Boring Street to Wanchai Pier. Luotu's slams on the table grew heavier, while Jiang Tianxing's tone turned colder. The air in the interrogation room became heated by their rising tempers. Chen Guowei closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and then suddenly opened his eyes wide, slamming his palm on the table. "Everyone shut up." This command silenced all voices, and the interrogation room fell quiet, the buzzing of the fluorescent lights becoming clearer. Luotu opened his mouth, but seeing Chen Guowei's expression, swallowed back his words. Jiang Tianxing also quieted down, his hands dropping from the table to rest on his knees. They were unafraid of each other, but they could not afford to disregard Chen Guowei. Officer Chen of the O Bureau was a man of action. Last year, when disturbances erupted with Lian Sheng's gambling den in Tsim Sui, Chen Guowei swiftly took down 17 venues in 3 days, arresting over 100 individuals. To this day, those in the underworld still tremble at the mention of it. "I do not care what grudges exist between you." Chen Guowei's voice was not loud, but each word pierced the ears of both men like nails. "I also do not care who struck first. I am giving you 2 days. Luotu became anxious. "Officer Chen, 2 days is simply—" "I don't care about that." Chen Guowei interrupted, holding up 2 fingers. 2 days. After 2 days, whoever strikes first, I will arrest them. If 1 isn't enough, I'll arrest 10. If 10 aren't enough, I'll arrest 100. I will keep arresting until you are forced to stop. Do you understand?" The interrogation room fell silent for 3 seconds. Jiang Tianxing nodded, first his movement slow, as if weighing the gravity of Chen Guowei's words. Luotu glared, his chest heaving a few times before releasing a huff through his nose, reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Got it." The 2 men walked out of the O Bureau one after the other. The sunlight at the entrance was blinding, and Jiang Tianxing squinted his eyes, adjusting his tie. As Luotu walked past him, he deliberately paused his footsteps. 2 days. Luotu turned his head to glance at Jiang Tianxing, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "Jiang Sheng, after 2 days, those 3 streets in Causeway Bay will belong to Dong." Without waiting for Jiang Tianxing's response, he strode away. Jiang Tianxing stood on the steps of the O Bureau, watching Luotu's back as he climbed into a Mercedes-Benz, his expression unchanged. Then he turned and got into his own car, and at the moment he closed the door, he pulled out his mobile phone to call the heads of the various factions. The news traveled from Jiang Tiansheng's mouth to the ears of the faction leaders, and from their mouths to the ears of the younger brothers below. Boring Street faction. When Boss B heard the news, he slammed his fist on the desk, causing the ashtray to jump and flip over, scattering ash all over the table. 2 days. His voice squeezed out from his throat. 2 days is hardly enough. He was losing 3 streets. The 2 gambling dens on Bozafu Street, the horse racing stalls on CFA Road, and the dozen shops collecting protection fees on Luaka Road had all vanished overnight. If it weren't for the smiling tiger. Boss B gritted his teeth, the thoughts swirling in his mind. Without the smiling tiger and his men attacking from the flanks, he would have only lost 1.5 streets at most. 1.5 streets in 2 days' time, he might still be able to reclaim them, but 3 streets. 2 days would simply not suffice. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his fists cracking with tension. But he could not ignore Jiang Tiansheng's words. When the boss spoke, it was an ironclad rule. He could not act again within 2 days, as doing so would be handing a blade to Chen Guowei. Boss B took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and grabbed the phone on the desk. Go call Li Wei back. As he made the call, his expression was grim. Though he disliked Li Wei in the current situation, he couldn't afford to care too much. By the time Li Wei returned to the Boring Street faction, the place was already packed with people. The iron gate of the faction was half open, and inside smoke wafted in the air, with a crowd huddled together, some standing, some leaning against the walls, and others squatting in corners smoking. The air was thick with the mingled smells of smoke, sweat, and rust, suffocating everyone. Every face was marked by frustration. Losing territory left no one feeling good. Li Wei walked in through the door, and the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. When Boss B saw everyone had gathered, he cleared his throat. The room quieted down. Those smoking extinguished their cigarettes, those squatting stood up, and all eyes turned to Brother B. Everyone is aware of what happened last night, right? Boss B's voice was low, but the room was silent, and every word was crystal clear. We have lost 3 streets. Below, people began to stir, some cursing, others pounding their fists against the wall. But as soon as Boss B raised his hand, all noise was silenced. The boss has spoken. 2 days, just 2 days. He held up 2 fingers, scanning every face in the room. If we do not reclaim our territory within 2 days, after 2 days, it will belong to Dong. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted. Why should that be? That is our territory. Li Wei stood among the crowd, but did not shout along. He understood very well. This was not Jiang Tiansheng's intention. This was the O Bureau's stance. Hung Hing and Dongxing were both major organizations with combined territories approaching 100 streets across the entire Hong Kong. If they were allowed to fight freely, the whole island would descend into chaos. 2 days' time was the bottom line. Jiang Tiansheng and Litu were merely messengers. Boss B waited until the noise subsided before continuing. His next statement brought complete silence to the room. So I have made a decision. Within these 2 days, whoever can reclaim the territory lost to Dongxing, whether it be 1 street or 3, those territories will belong to him from now on. Silence lasted for about 2 seconds, then the sounds in the room erupted like an explosion. Brother B, are you serious? Li Wei stood among the crowd, his face impassive, but something shone in his eyes. Before coming to Causeway Bay, he had no intention of exerting himself fully. Helping the 13th sister from Boland Street was merely a matter of obligation, and obligations hold more weight on the path than money. But Causeway Bay is the territory of Big Boss B. What does it matter to Li Wei, a mere 49er, if he fought tooth and nail to reclaim the territory, only for it to ultimately belong to the B family? Initially, he intended to just go through the motions, doing the minimum necessary to avoid attracting criticism. But now things were different. Big Boss B had changed the rules. Whoever seized the territory would govern it. This was not a mere statement, but a declaration made in front of his subordinates, set in stone. He squinted at the shop across the street, his mind already mapping out the layouts of Persian Street, Seaview Road, and Lockhart Road. Territory. These 2 words rolled around in his mind. With territory comes wealth, protection fees from the streets, dividends from stalls, and cuts from gambling dens. All of it is real money. With money, one can support others. When you have people under you, your words carry weight, and when you step out, others will look at you. With people and money, one gains power, allowing them to establish a foothold in the organization, climb the ranks, and ultimately reach the places they aspire to. From a petty thug to the top seat. This is not just a slogan. Big Boss B stood at the entrance, watching his subordinates scatter, his gaze following Li Wei's silhouette for a few seconds. Did he call Li Wei back from Boland Street for good or ill? Big Boss B pushed the thought aside, not wanting to dwell. This was not the time for such musings. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger had already established their presence in Causeway Bay, and that was the immediate problem. As for whether Li Wei's knife would cut his own hand, he would deal with that after reclaiming the territory. Of course it's true, but there are only 2 days left. Big Boss B leaned on the table, his gaze scanning each face. I don't care what methods you use, deception, coercion, even violence. As long as you can retrieve the 3 streets I lost, the territory will be yours. Have you understood? The brothers below were already brimming with excitement. Didn't that short fellow want to rise in rank? Usually they fought on the streets, but the glory went to those above them, and the territory was managed by those above. They were merely workers. Now that Big Boss B had paved the way, who wouldn't want to take a shot? Don't worry, boss. A crew member with a buzz cut shouted, first his voice hoarse. We'll definitely reclaim the territory. Yes. Cut that crow down. Persian Street is ours. The shouts came in waves resonating through. Big Boss B raised his hand to calm the noise, and once it subsided he nodded. I believe in you. His tone grew heavier, like adding the final log to a fire. Brothers, go back and prepare well. Tonight, let Dongxing's gang see the might of Hung Hing. Understood, boss. The crowd erupted. Some rolled up their sleeves, revealing blue tattoos on their arms. Others crouched by the wall, sharpening knives, the sound of stone grinding against blades creating a gritty noise. Li Wei also followed the crowd out. He didn't team up with anyone, nor did he make any grand statements publicly. He simply walked, calculating in his mind. There were 17 shops along Persian Street, 3 gambling dens, and 2 horse racing stalls on Seaview Road. And Lockhart Road had the most complex terrain, with alleys crisscrossing, easy to defend, but hard to attack. The Crow's men had just taken over the territory last night. They would surely have people stationed everywhere tonight. A heating confrontation was not feasible. He needed to strategize. Li Wei stepped out from the shadow of the building, sunlight hitting his face. He squinted, his lips curling slightly, as if smiling or perhaps calculating something. As night fell, the neon lights of Causeway Bay lit up one by one, red, blue, and green, painting the entire street in a dazzling array of colors. But anyone could sense the tension in the air. Big Boss B had arrived with his men. He walked at the front, followed by a sea of people, steel pipes, machetes, baseball bats, and chains, all glinting ominously under the neon lights. As the crowd turned the corner, the owner of the food stall took a quick glance, and without saying a word began to pack up, stuffing the iron pot into a cart, turning off the gas canister, and bolting with the cart. The stalls along the street seemed to have caught the contagion, one after another pulling down their shutters, the clattering sounds merging into a chorus. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger stood across the street, their postures relaxed. Upon seeing Big Boss B approaching, their smiles grew even wider. What's wrong? The Crow tilted his head, his voice sharp and bright, easily heard across half the street. You lot think you can reclaim the territory? Not a chance. The Dongxing brothers behind him began banging steel pipes against the ground. Not a chance. Not a chance. The pipes hit the asphalt in a rhythmic beat, the dull thuds echoing between the buildings on either side of the street, making people's ears ring. Nearly 1,000 voices shouted together, the sound waves crashing over, overwhelming the Hung Hing men with sheer momentum. Big Boss B's muscles twitched in response. He stopped wasting words and waved his hand forward. Brothers, charge. Both groups surged forward simultaneously. The Hung Hing men crashed into Dongxing's defenses like waves crashing against rocks, splintering into countless droplets. Steel pipes and machetes clashed, the sound of metal striking metal sharp and piercing. Some were knocked down during the first wave, curling into a ball, clutching their heads as feet stomped over them. Others had chains wrapped around their necks, yanked to the ground with a thud as their skulls hit the curb. Li Wei stood towards the back of the crowd. Today was the first day. Both sides were fully charged. Dongxing's defenses had not wavered, with the Crow and the Smiling Tiger personally leading their morale high. In such a situation, fighting recklessly would only send his brothers into a meat grinder. Reclaiming territory is not an onady affair. 2 days is the timeline, and the first day is meant for testing the waters, to gauge Dongxing's defensive numbers at each street corner, and to discern the Crow's troop movement habits and speed. The real push would come tomorrow. So Li Wei's presence today was merely to show face. He had to show up, or else Big Boss B would remember it against him, and the others would call him cowardly, which would not bode well for his future plans. Thus he came, fought, and got injured. A bruise on his arm from a blow swelling into a red mark. But it was nothing. The two factions fought from one end of the street to the other, then back again. Food stall carts were overturned, stir-fry pans rolling into the street, the remnants of a pot of rice noodles splattered everywhere, trampled into a mush. As the night wore on, both sides could no longer hold out. Big Boss B's men retreated. It wasn't a rout. They simply couldn't continue, and Big Boss B had reclaimed half a street. On the section of Persian Street closest to the entrance, about 100 meters long, Dongxing's men fell back. But further inside, the Crow's men remained firmly entrenched, showing no signs of budging. Big Boss B stood at the street corner, his chest heaving violently, his eyes fixed on the Crow across from him. His face was smeared with blood. He didn't know whose, dripping down his chin onto his collar. Crow? Smiling Tiger. He pointed with his finger, gesturing across the street at the two men. You better wait. If I don't reclaim the remaining territory tonight, they'll write my name, Big Boss B, backwards. The Crow chuckled, his shoulders shaking with laughter after hearing that. He took a couple of steps forward, standing beneath a streetlight, the light illuminating his face clearly, full of disdain. Little Boss B. The Crow dragged out his words as if deliberately savoring them. You couldn't do it last night. Oh, what makes you think you can do it tonight? I suggest you. He pointed skyward. It might be quicker to dream. In your dreams, the territory would be yours. All of Causeway Bay would be yours. How wonderful. The Dongxing men erupted into laughter. Damn it. Boss B's face flushed, a dark liver-like hue, veins standing out on his neck. You just... He turned and walked away, his underlings stumbling behind him. Some had blood still dripping from their arms. One had lost a tooth, spitting a mouthful of blood as he walked a few paces and vomited onto the ground. By the time they returned to the entrance, the sky was already paling to gray. Boss B stood in the doorway looking down at his men sprawled in disorder, faces and bodies streaked with blood and sweat, clothes torn to rags. One man had fallen asleep against the wall, still clutching his machete, as if afraid to let go. He was silent for a few seconds, then he clapped his hands. "Pull yourselves together." The men on the ground lifted their heads with effort. "You fought like your lives depended on it tonight, I saw that." Boss B's voice was lower than usual, the anger tempered and replaced by a streak of conciliation. "Go home, rest, tend your wounds, eat your fill, and sleep. Tonight we strike back and take the remaining 2.5." He paused. "When that happens, I'll personally commend you." At those words, the atmosphere among the men, which had been sagging, flared up anew. "Thanks, boss. Tonight I'll carve that bastard Weow up." "Yeah. Drive Dongxing's stunted mules back." Li Wei leaned against a pillar, the swollen red welt on his arm throbbed with sweat. He listened to Boss B and watched the faces around him light up again, nodding to himself in the quiet of his thoughts. Boss B had talent not top tier, but real. Yet there was one skill he excelled at, spinning grand promises. 2 sentences were enough to rekindle a group exhausted to the bone, to make men willingly risk their lives for you. That alone was a kind of craft. But however enticing the cake, it remained drawn on paper. Li Wei turned to look out the window. Dawn was near. Kowloon's streets lay gray, the neon dead, only lonely streetlights still burning. The night's bloodstains on the road had darkened to brown, lodged in the seams of the asphalt. His words had not been without truth. With Boss B's present strength and tactics, the best he could hope for tonight was to claw back half a block. 2 days. If 3 blocks were at stake, retrieving one would be considered lucky. At the same time, on Bossafa Street, Dongxing's men were also clearing the aftermath. The wounded were carried into the back stalls, someone stitched without anesthesia clamping a towel in his teeth, and grunting through the pain, muffled cries leaking through the door. Xiaomine, who sat on an overturned plastic crate, probing the cut at the corner of his mouth with a finger and hissing. The smile on his face had faded, not from pain, but because his mind was turning over things. "Weow," he called. Weow leaned against the wall, drinking a beer. The can ran down his chin and washed away a streak of blood. "What? That madman Wei." Xiaomine, who shifted his gaze back from across the street. Tonight felt wrong. Weow, down to swallow, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and assumed an indifferent air. How was it wrong? He didn't fight like that on Boland Street. Xiaomine, who spoke slowly as if thinking out loud. That night he struck fast and cruel. 1 slash, and the leader Aji went down. That was the real him. He fought tonight, yes, but look how he fought. He held back. Weow crushed the beer can in his hand and tossed it aside. It clattered and rolled away. Just one low-ranking red stick with about 20 men under him. He held up 2 fingers in a mocking count face full of scorn. Why should I watch him? If he keeps his head down, if he dares to stick his head out, Weow chopped his palm downward. He'll lop it off. Xiaomine glanced at him, opened his mouth to say something, but closed it and kept silent. He had known Weow a long time and understood his temper. Weow could fight, dared to fight, was ruthless. But he had a flaw: arrogance. He fancied there was no one he could not beat. That was how he had been in Holland and Vietnam when stealing turf, and it was how he was back on the island. But that madman Wei felt different. Xiaomine, who could not put his finger on why it was just a mood. He thought it over and forced down the unease. Weow was not entirely wrong. 20 men could hardly make much of a wave. He let the matter drop. That decision would later make both of them regret to the marrow, but that was a tale for another time. They had fully broken. Kowloon streets took on their daytime look. Sanitation workers hosed the bloodstains, and the red water ran down the slope into the drains. Li Wei slept through the morning. When he woke, the swelling on his arm had subsided somewhat. He washed his face and went to. He arrived beneath an old building. The iron shutter was half drawn. 2 goons sat at the entrance with cigarettes in their mouths. One took his cigarette out to size Li Wei up as he approached. "Who you looking for?" "I have an arrangement with Jiaqin Ge." Li Wei answered without hurry. "Tell him Li Wei's here." The goon exchanged a look with his companion and went inside. Less than 2 minutes later, he emerged with a noticeably, "Brother Wei, our boss, says you can come straight in." Li Wei nodded and ducked under the bottom of the shutter. The stairwell smelled of mildew and smoke plaster peeling the bulb, the cheapest kind, casting a sallow light. He climbed 3 flights and pushed open a door. Ao sat behind an old-fashioned desk. An account book lay open, and beside it a cup of cooling tea and a half-pack of Marlboros. His hair was cropped short. A faded scar ran from brow to cheek, tugging the outer corner of his left eye down. When he saw Li Wei enter, Ao, Jiaqin Ge, rose at once, the scar on his face contorting with the smile. "Madman Wei, you're here." His eagerness was not an act. To him, every visitor was a harbinger of cash. But everyone in the trade also knew that if the agreed money fell short, Jiaqin Ge could turn on you faster than he could turn a page. He could welcome you with a grin and then grind you into mince with the same smile. Jiaqin Ge. Li Wei did not sit. He stood at the desk. "No small talk. I need 400 brothers for tonight." Awa's eyes brightened. 400 was no small number. Even at 500 per head, the sum would reach 200,000. A hefty deal. He opened a drawer, produced a cigarette, and offered one to Li Wei, who took it, but did not light it. 400 men. Ao held the cigarette in his mouth and struck a match. "It's doable. I've mixed with the trade long enough. I can call up several hundred without breaking a sweat. His fingers came together rubbing, as if counting money. Li Wei read the gesture perfectly. Money is not the problem, Li Wei said. But I have one condition. Speak. Those 400 must be at Luoka Road tonight precisely on time. Oh squinted at Li Wei for 2 seconds, then threw back his head and laughed. Madman Wei, you're generous. Leave it to Jiaqian Go. I handle things properly. But you know the rules. The rules of hiring men in their world: pay half up front, settle the balance after, medical expenses counted separately. Broken limbs, hospital stays, sutures, fleeing to lie low. All extra priced clearly per head and per injury. Default, and Jiaqian guess men would pursue you to the ends of the earth. Li Wei said nothing more and called over his shoulder at Jean. A Jean came in from the doorway carrying a black suitcase. He set it on the desk, pressed the clasp, and the lid flipped open. Inside were stacks of white Hong Kong banknotes packed neat and full to the brim. When Awa's gaze fell on the bills, he froze as if nailed in place. He took the cigarette from his mouth, reached for a bundle, and thumbed its edge. The crisp new notes made a sharp, satisfying rustle. His grin widened a little, revealing 2 rows of tobacco-stained teeth, the scar on his face twisted with the smile. 1 million. Li Wei's voice was low. Half up front. When it's done, the remaining 1 million. Not a cent short. Medical bills accounted separately. He rested his hand on the case's lid. But I have one condition. Awa's eyes were still stuck on the money. He did not look up. Speak. Those 400 can't be just for show. I want fighters. Men who have seen blood, who won't falter once they're in the... Ao closed the case and finally lifted his head. The greedy smile softened, and something like seriousness. Trust me, Madman Wei. He tapped the case, a dull thud. Who in the trade doesn't know Jiaqian Good does things You put up 1 million, I'll deliver 1 million's worth of men. Tonight, Luoka Road. 400, not one less. If even one is a coward, take the case back, and I'll write my own name backwards. He took the cigarette back between his lips and reached out his hand. Li Wei clasped it. Jiaqian Guest's palm was rough as sandpaper, knuckles thick, calloused at the base of his thumb. The hands of a man who had held a knife for years. Madman Wei. Ao held on to the handshake, and the old smile returned. Doing business with you is satisfying. Li Wei left the building as the sun was already tilting west. Luoka Road. He replayed tonight's board in his head. Bossifu Street was Boss BS' main thrust. Wuya and Xiaominhu would have their main force pinned there and would not expect anyone to move on Luoka Road. As night fell, a tense atmosphere enveloped the air in Copper Gaiwan. At the corner of Bossifu Street, Oi Bosby stood under a streetlight, a cigarette clamped between his lips as its ember flickered in the darkness. Behind him stood Chun Haonan Shan Ji Bao Pai de Tian Air and Chow Pai, followed by a sea of dark-clad subordinates crowding the entire sidewalk. Silence prevailed, punctuated only by the glow of the cigarette butt and the occasional cough. Today marked the last day given by the O Squad. After today, whoever made the first move would end up in the police station. The territory belonged to whoever controlled it with no chance to reclaim it. Bosby tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, extinguishing it with his shoe. He turned around, surveying the faces behind him. Some young, some old, some excited, and some tense. He said nothing, merely nodded. Then he turned and walked deeper into Bosfa Street. The Dongxing crew had been waiting. A crow stood at the entrance of a sauna in the middle section of Bosfa Street, arms crossed, flanked by a similarly dark. His slanted eyes glinted under the streetlight, a hint of a cynical smile playing on his lips. As he spotted Bosby approaching with his men, he lowered his arms and took a couple of steps forward. Little B, do you dare to come? The crow's voice was sharp and clear, echoing down the street. Was yesterday's beating not enough? Bosby did not respond. He drew the knife from his waist, the blade glinting under the streetlight. Then he raised the knife overhead and swung it forward. Charge. Just a single word. The blade shimmered under the streetlight as shouts reverberated through the night sky. 2 waves of people collided in the middle of Bosfu Street, the sounds of metal clashing, screams, and curses merging into chaos. Some fell, some charged forward, some retreated, while others pressed on. Bosby led the charge at the front. His swordsmanship was not particularly skilled, but it was ruthless. Each strike aimed for life, showing no mercy. He knew today was his last chance. After tonight, there would be no more opportunities. Chun Haonan followed closely behind him. His chest still ached from being kicked by the crow yesterday, but gritting his teeth, he pressed forward. One slash knocked down a Dongxing subordinate, and another struck down a second. Shan Ji Bao Pai de Tian Air and Chow Pai flanked him, 5 of them like a sharp blade piercing into the... However, from the very beginning, the battle was unfavorable for Bosby. The crow stood at the back of the crowd, watching as Bosby's men were gradually pushed back, a grin spreading wider on his face. He made no move, merely standing there like a cat watching a mouse in its death throes. Hold the line. Bosby's voice grew hoarse from shouting, everyone hold firm. But they could not hold. Bosby's men began to retreat, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Their defense crumbled little by little. If they persisted any further, it would lead to defeat. The crow noticed this. He drew his knife from his waist and stepped forward. Brother, step up. Little B is about to collapse. The crow's voice carried a thrill akin to a cat catching a mouse. Tonight, if we win this fight, Copper Gaiwan will belong to our Dongxing. Hearing this, the Dongxing crew's morale surged, their offensive becoming fiercer. Boss BS defense shrank back another few steps. Li Wei stood at the street corner leaning against a utility pole with a cigarette in his hand unlit. From the direction of Bosfu Street, faint shouts could be heard, though several streets away the noise was clear in the still of the night. The fighting over there was more intense than yesterday, indicating that Boss B was fighting for his life today. It started over there, a Fei said beside him, his arm bandaged anew, a machete tucked at his waist. His eyes sparkled with excitement like a wolf catching the scent of blood. Boss, when do we move? A Fei's voice was low but could not suppress his eagerness. A Yong stood on the opposite side, gripping the hilt of his knife, his thumb repeatedly rubbing it. He had been waiting all day, from morning till night, from day till dark. He did not understand why the boss wanted to wait, but he did not ask. If the boss said to wait, he would wait. A mosquito squeezed up from behind his face, still swollen, but his spirit was more vibrant than anyone else's. Boss, even though we are outnumbered, we are not afraid. Your orders are our command. That group of Dongxing fools was sent running the other day on Boland Street. Today, we will cut them down again. Li Wei glanced at them, a slight smile curving his lips. These brothers were all trained by him, each one willing to put their life on the line for him, each one believing in him. Wait a moment, I have a plan. A Fei and a Yong exchanged glances, but said nothing. The sound of car engines approached from around the corner. More than one, several vans rolled in one after another, their headlights cutting through the darkness. The sounds of doors opening came in waves, and hurried footsteps surged from all directions like a tide. A Fei's pupils constricted sharply. He drew his knife and stepped forward to shield Li Wei. A Yong also moved, gripping Li Wei's arm, trying to pull him back. Mosquito and the other brothers surged forward simultaneously, 20 or so men clustering around Li Wei. Boss, someone is coming. A Fei's voice was urgent. You go first, well, hold them back. Dongxing's men. A Yong gritted his teeth, his knife already unsheathed. Bring as many as you want. Li Wei pushed aside a Fei who was blocking his way and patted a Yong's hand, gripping his arm. Don't panic. Li Wei's voice was calm. They're not Dongxings, they are the ones I called. A Fei froze for a moment, his knife raised in midair, unsure whether to lower it or strike. A Yong was also stunned. He released Li Wei's arm, staring at the people pouring out from the corner, his mouth opening and closing, unable to speak. Those people were getting closer, not dozens, but hundreds. A vast dark mass disembarking from the vans, turning the corner, and pouring out of alleys like a herd of migrating wildebeests, surging towards Lok Dak. Leading the charge was Jia Qiangu. He approached Li Wei, sizing him up with a glance before smiling. The scar on his face twisted with his grin, appearing somewhat fierce, yet his tone was very polite. Madman Wei, how's it going? Am I to your satisfaction with these people I've brought? He shifted slightly to let Li Wei see the crowd behind him. Li Wei's gaze swept over them. Over 400 people of varying heights and builds, dressed inconsistently, yet they stood tall, and straight gazes leveled, their weapons concealed with care. Not a single person was smoking or speaking. This level of discipline was not something ordinary street thugs could possess. Li Wei felt a stir in his heart. Among these people, many were skilled fighters. Jia Qiangu, it's worth the expense. Li Wei nodded earnestly. 1 million not wasted. Jia Qiangu's smile widened as he patted Li Wei's shoulder with a firm grip. Madman Wei, I like your straightforwardness. Jia Qiangu's voice carried satisfaction from a businessman closing a deal. Rest assured, I'll make tonight's affair a beautiful one for you. Next time you need something, remember to find me. Definitely. He turned around, facing his 20-some brothers and the 400 brought by a Fei. Li Wei wasted no words. Brothers. His voice was not loud, but very clear, audible to everyone. As long as we can drive the Dongxing crew out of Lok Dak tonight, I'll personally give each of you $1,000. A cheer erupted from the crowd of over 400. Boss Wei is mighty. That bunch of Dongxing fools just wait to... Jia Qiangu's eyes lit up. They were merely mercenaries after all. With a generous employer, their motivation to work increased. $1,000 per person meant over 400,000. This Madman Wei was indeed quite generous. A Fei and a Yong exchanged glances, both their eyes sparkled. They did not know where the boss had found these people, but they knew one thing. Tonight victory was certain. Li Wei's gaze returned from the crowd just as a commotion arose from across the street. The Dongxing crew stationed at Lok Dak had noticed them. More than 100 people poured out from the street-side sauna nightclubs and game halls. Some held knives, others wielded baseball bats, and some rushed out without even putting on their shoes properly. They stood across the street watching. Over 500 people gathered around Li Wei, their expressions shifting from fierce to confused, and then from confusion to unease. A leader in his 30s stepped out from the crowd, holding a machete with its tip pointed at Li Wei. Who are you? This is our territory, Dongxing. Those who know better should leave quickly and not cause trouble. Li Wei stepped out from the crowd, standing under a streetlight. His face was clearly illuminated, and the leader recognized him, his expression changing. Madman Wei. The leader's tone shifted. What are you doing here? Li Wei did not answer his question. I'm giving you a chance now. Put down your weapons and leave Luoka Road. Oh, and I can pretend nothing happened. The leader gritted his teeth, glancing at the people behind Li Wei, and then at the more than 100 people behind him. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming. Fighting would mean death. Yet he could not retreat. The Smiling Tiger had ordered him to defend Loaka Road. If he backed down, the Smiling Tiger would not spare him. Madman Wei Yu. Li Wei did not give him a chance to continue speaking. He raised both hands and waved upwards. Over 400 people charged out at once. Loaka Road transformed into a sea of blades and flashing swords. A Fei led the charge, knocking down a Dongxing underling with a single swing of his knife, then kicking a second one away. A Yong followed closely behind, each strike drawing blood, leaving no survivors. The mosquito's leg wasn't fully healed yet, but he limped forward, striking a Dongxing small leader on the shoulder with his knife. The man let out a scream, dropping his blade and retreating while clutching his shoulder. Brother Jia Qian's men were even fiercer. They were not just street thugs, they were professional enforcers. Their strikes were quick and brutal, working in pairs to pin down opponents, while another flanked them from behind. The Dongxing people fell before them, like paper collapsing at the slightest contact. Li Wei stood at the back, not watching the chaotic brawl, but focusing on two individuals from Brother Jia Qian's group. The two were at the forefront, moving differently from the others. One had a buzz cut, was in his 20s, and had a lean physique, but each punch and kick he delivered carried a powerful energy. He struck a Dongxing underling on the neck with the palm of his hand, rendering the man unconscious before kicking another in the knee, the sound of bones cracking audible even from several meters away. The other had long hair tied in a ponytail and appeared to be under 30. His movements were even faster than the buzz-cut man's, but it was a fluid speed, a blend of grace and power. No one he struck was able to rise again. Their movements resembled neither street fighting nor the techniques taught in martial arts schools. They resembled military boxing. Li Wei narrowed his eyes. They must be veterans from the mainland. A sense of appreciation stirred within him. Someone like this would be wasted under Brother Jia Qian. If they were willing to follow him, he would truly have formidable subordinates, stronger than a Fei and a Yong and not much weaker than Gao Jin. Once they drove away the Dongxing, he would have a chat with them. The fight ended quickly. The more than 100 Dongxing members crumbled under the pressure of Li Wei's over 500 men, unable to hold out for even 10 minutes. Some fled, some surrendered, and some lay on the ground unable to rise. The leader ran the fastest. Before Li Wei finished speaking, he had already started to run, not even picking up his knife. Loaka Road was back in the hands of Hung Hing. The Dongxing members retreated to the streets and huddled together in disarray, some clutching wounds, some supporting their companions, and others cursing. The leader stood at the front looking grim, but he dared not charge forward again. Madman Wei, don't be so arrogant. His voice was hoarse, laced with a feigned ferocity. We will come back to fight. Just wait. Brother Jia Qian approached Li Wei, glancing at the Dongxing members at the streets and then at Li Wei. Madman Wei, should we pursue? Brother Jia Qian's hand was already on the hilt of his knife. If we catch up, we can finish them off, and Loaka Road will be completely clean. Li Wei shook his head. No need to chase, just hold the position here. Brother Jia Qian looked at him, not asking further questions. Whatever the employer said was what it would be, that was his principle. All right, as you say. Brother Jia Qian released his grip on the knife hilt. But the payment must be accounted for. Li Wei smiled slightly. Rest assured, not a penny will be shorted to you. Brother Jia Qian nodded and turned to call his men. Li Wei stood under the streetlight, watching the Dongxing members retreating in disarray at the streets, and his brow slightly furrowed. Only over 100 people were left at Loaka Road. That seemed off. Loaka Road had as much profit as Bosfu Street. With the Crow and the Smiling Tiger occupying this place, they could not have left only over 100 people to guard it. What if Hung Hing came to seize it? These 100 people would not be able to hold it. Li Wei's mind raced. The main forces of the Smiling Tiger and the Crow were at Bosfu Street. And Loaka Road had just over 100 people. This indicated they wanted to concentrate their strength to first take down Boss B before returning to defend Loaka Road. This strategy was not wrong, but they had overlooked one point. They did not expect to be attacked from Loaka Road. Li Wei glanced towards Bosfu Street. The sounds of battle were growing louder over there. Now it just depended on how long Boss B could hold out. Bosfu Street. The Smiling Tiger stood behind a window on the second floor of a sauna, observing the chaos in the street below. His fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill, and his smile never faded. It's about time soon. Boss B will have to retreat. He turned around, ready to go downstairs to inform the Crow. Just as he reached the staircase, hurried footsteps sounded from below. A Dongxing underling scrambled up the stairs, drenched in sweat, blood on his clothes. It's bad. The underling's voice trembled. The Smiling Tiger's smile faded. What happened? Loaka Road. Loaka Road has been lost. The underling panted, struggling to articulate his words. Madman Wei brought hundreds of people and drove away all of Loaka Road's men. The Smiling Tiger's expression darkened immediately. Hundreds of people. His voice turned icy. Where did Madman Wei get these hundreds of people? I don't know. I don't know. I only saw a sea of black, at least 400 to 500 people. Our men couldn't hold up. They collapsed at the slightest touch. The Smiling Tiger clenched his fists. 400 to 500 people. Madman Wei was just a red stick with at most 20 subordinates. Where did these 400 to 500 people come from? Unless he hired people. The Smiling Tiger gritted his teeth. He and the Crow had shifted all their main forces to Bosfu Street, intending first to take down Boss B and then return to guard Loaka Road. They had only left over 100 people at Luoka Road, which was a calculated decision. Boss B's men were all at Bosfa Street, with no surplus to guard Luoka Road, but they had overlooked Madman Way. Madman Way did not follow Boss B to Bosfa Street. He went to Luoka Road. The Smiling Tiger's mind raced. Luoka Road had fallen and Madman Way was bringing 400 to 500 men behind. If he flanked them from Luoka Road, he and the Crow would be caught in the middle, Boss B in front, Madman Way behind. Caught between attacks, not to mention winning, it would be a miracle to escape unscathed. He quickly walked to the window, pushing it open and yelling downstairs. Crow, retreat. Quickly retreat. The Crow was in the midst of fighting on the street when he heard the Smiling Tiger's voice and looked up. Retreat. We're about to win. Luoka Road has fallen. Madman Way has brought hundreds of men from behind. The Smiling Tiger's tone shifted. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. The Crow froze for a moment, and then his expression shifted from excitement to anger. He knocked down a Hung Hing underling before raising his head and shouting at the second floor. Little Boss B, do you have this trick? His voice was loud enough for the entire street to hear. Boss B stood at the back of the crowd, covered in blood and panting heavily. Upon hearing the Crow's words, he paused for a moment, then a grin slowly spread across his face. He didn't know where Madman Way had gotten these hundreds of people, but that didn't matter. What mattered was, the Crow was about to retreat. Crow. Boss B's voice carried a sense of triumph. If you have the guts, don't run. Weren't you going to cut me? The Crow gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging like stones. He wanted to rush up, but the Smiling Tiger had already come down and grabbed his arm. Go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The Smiling Tiger's voice was urgent. Madman Weiss men will reach us from Luoka Road in 10 minutes. Do you want to be encircled? The Crow shot a fierce glare at Boss B, his eyes filled with an intent to devour. Little Boss B, just wait. The Crow's voice squeezed out between his teeth. Next time you won't be so lucky. He turned around and waved his hand. Retreat. The people from Dongxing surged backward like a tide. Some ran fast, some ran slowly, and some yelled curses while running. The ground was littered with knives, baseball bats, shoes, and bloodstains. Big Brother B did not pursue. He stood in the middle of the street watching the figures of the Crow and the Smiling Tiger disappear around the corner, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed onto the ground. Chun Haonan quickly supported him. Brother B, are you alright? Big Brother B shook his head, gasping for breath, his shirt soaked in blood, some from Dongxing, some from himself. A cut ran across his left arm, blood dripping down his elbow. Yet he smiled. Although he didn't know where Li Wei had found those people, it didn't matter. What mattered was that the territory was back. Big Brother B straightened his body, patted Chun Haonan's hand, signaling him to let go. Let's go. His voice was hoarse but powerful to Lock Road. He led the group boldly towards Lock Road. Haonan, Big Brother B's voice dropped low. Check where Li Wei got those people from. Chun Haonan nodded. Understood, Brother B. The sounds of shouting and killing from the side of Bosphorus Street gradually diminished. Li Wei stood at the entrance of Lock Road, tilting his ear to listen for a moment, confirming that the commotion over there was indeed lessening. Not the complete silence of one side being utterly defeated, but the gradual distancing after both sides voluntarily disengaged. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger had retreated. They must have learned about the takeover of Lock Road. The risk of being caught in a pincer was too great, anyone would have to withdraw. The night wind blew and carrying the lingering scent of blood and gunpowder from afar. He turned around, glancing at Lock Road, behind him the neon lights still shining, but there were hardly any people left on the street. The people from Dongxing had fled while the men of Brother Qian were scattered around, some squatting by the roadside, some leaning against walls, and some counting heads. Li Wei's gaze cut through the crowd, landing on Brother Qian. Brother Qian was standing beside a van talking to a crowd. His jacket was splattered with a few drops of blood, but not much, indicating he hadn't really gotten his hands dirty tonight. It was time to let them go. Big Brother B could arrive at any moment. If he saw Brother Qian with over 400 men, he would certainly inquire about their origins. Li Wei was not afraid of the questions, but preferred to avoid trouble. Brother Qian, Li Wei approached, standing in front of him. Let's stop here. You can take your men and leave. Brother Qian turned around to look at Li Wei, his face bearing the satisfaction of a businessman closing a deal. The scar from his brow to his cheekbone looked somewhat sinister under the neon lights, but his smile was warm. Crazy way, your business is really easy to run. Brother Qian's tone carried a playful complaint. I brought my men and you fight for just a while. I thought we would have a big fight tonight. Li Wei chuckled. Fighting too long isn't good. The police are watching just enough to reclaim the territory is fine. Brother Qian nodded, saying nothing further. He was a businessman. Whatever the employer said was what it was. Whether to fight more or less, he would get paid the same. Conserving energy was better. All right, I'll follow your lead. Brother Qian put the cigarette back in his mouth. But the remaining money cannot be short. We agreed that payment would be made upon completion of the task. Don't worry. Li Wei turned his head and called out to Gao Jin behind him. Jin, bring the suitcase from the car. Gao Jin nodded, turning toward a black sedan parked at the roadside. He opened the trunk, pulling out a black suitcase, the handle facing upward. Gao Jin placed the suitcase in front of Brother Qian and unzipped it. Inside were stacks of $1,000 Hong Kong bills neatly piled, shimmering with an inky sheen under the neon lights. Brother Chien squatted down casually, pulled out several stacks to check, confirming they were real bills, then zipped up the suitcase and lifted it. Crazy way, this is straightforward. Brother Chien handed the suitcase to the crew-cut man behind him and patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Next time you need something, remember to look for me. I'll give you a discount. Li Wei nodded, remaining silent. Brother Chien turned to leave, but Li Wei suddenly called out to him. Brother Chien stopped and turned back. Li Wei pointed to two people not far away who were standing by the roadside, leaning against a telephone pole. Their clothes were stained with blood, but there were no obvious wounds on their bodies. The crew-cut man's knuckles were scraped, and he was wiping them with a tissue. The ponytail woman had a cut on the sleeve of her shirt, but her arm only had a faint red mark. Those two people. Li Wei's finger moved slightly. Who are they? Brother Chien followed Li Wei's finger, his gaze landing on the two. His eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curved, as if to say, you have good taste. A dong and a dong, they are illegal immigrants from the mainland, having arrived for less than 3 months. Li Wei nodded inwardly. It was indeed as he had guessed. The movements of those two were too clean. They weren't the result of street fighting practice, but were honed in the military. Veterans from the mainland illegally immigrating to Hong Kong Island for a living were not uncommon. What's the matter? Brother Chien looked at Li Wei, his eyes carrying a knowing smile. Are you interested in them? Li Wei did not deny it. Help me ask if they are willing to follow me. Brother Chien glanced at Li Wei, then at a dong and a dong's direction, and fell silent for 2 seconds. His expression showed no change, but he was calculating in his heart. Crazy Wei was generous and straightforward with an unlimited future. Are you sure? Brother Chien asked. Sure. Brother Chien thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll help you out, but I can't guarantee whether they are willing to follow you. These two have tough tempers, and someone previously offered a high price to poach them, but they didn't go. Li Wei nodded. Just help me ask. Whether it works out or not is their business. Brother Chien said nothing further and turned towards a dong and a dong. Li Wei stood in place, watching Brother Chien's back as he saw him approach the two and say a few words. A dong and a dong turned their heads to look at Li Wei. The glance was brief but powerful, like an appraisal and evaluation, a judgment of whether this person was worth following. Then they turned back, speaking a few words to Brother Chien. Brother Chien nodded, said a few more words, then walked back to Li Wei. Crazy Wei, Brother Chien said, I spoke with them. They said they want to chat with you before deciding. Chatting. The corners of Li Wei's mouth curled up slightly. Not directly refusing indicated there was potential. Their willingness to talk showed they were interested. Thanks, Brother Chien. Brother Chien waved his hand, carrying the suitcase, as he and his men got into the van. One after another, the vehicles illuminated the darkness with beams of light, the roar of engines gradually fading away. Over 400 people vanished into the night of Lock Road within minutes. The street suddenly emptied significantly. Only Li Wei's men remained amidst the chaos left behind. Li Wei stood in the middle of the street as a cacophony of footsteps approached from the corner. Not 1 or 2 people, but a large crowd. Brother B arrived. He strode at the forefront, his shirt soaked in blood, a makeshift bandage, darkened to deep crimson, was tightly wound around his left arm. His face was pale, yet his spirit remained robust. A flicker of hard-won relief and exhilaration gleamed in his eyes. Chun Haonan followed closely behind, still clutching his chest in pain, walking with a slight involuntary stoop. Shan Ji, Bao Pai de Tian Air, and Chow Pai trailed after them, each bearing wounds, yet each wearing a radiant, unguarded smile. 3 streets, fully reclaimed. Brother B halted before Li Wei, appraising him with a slow, deliberate gaze. Gray suit stained with blood, sweat, damp collar on his shirt, mud-splattered dress shoes. Indeed, the very portrait of a man fresh from battle. All way. Brother B's voice was hoarse, yet markedly warmer than usual. This time you've done well. Li Wei dipped his head slightly, reverent yet never subservient. Brother, it was my duty. Brother B nodded, then let his gaze drift past Li Wei, sweeping across Lock Coke Road. Only Li Wei's men stood there, some 24 scattered casually along the street. A faint crease appeared between his brows, as if something had just occurred to him. All way. His tone softened, almost conversational. I heard just now you brought 400 or 500 men with you. Where are they? Why only you and your men remain? A cold, silent laugh stirred within Li Wei's heart. So it begins. Brother B cared less about whether territory had been reclaimed, and far more about where those 400 or 500 men. Brother, Li Wei spoke calmly. Those were reinforcements borrowed from Brother Jia Qian of the Number Gang. I paid extra. Once their task was done, they withdrew. Jia Qian. Brother B's brow furrowed deeper. Since when have you known him? Yesterday, right after the fight on Pottinger Street. I sent word to contact him. I knew our own numbers were too few to win back the streets, so I funded it myself. Brother B held Li Wei's gaze for 2 long seconds, silent, weighing truth against deception. Li Wei met his eyes unflinchingly, his expression natural, flawless. Then why didn't you push on to seize Shek Pai Street? There was a probing edge to Brother B's voice. After taking Lock Coke Road, Jia Qian still had hundreds under his command. Why not seize Shek Pai Street, as well en route? Capture it, and tonight would be an unqualified victory. Li Wei had anticipated this question. Brother, I wanted to take Shek Pai Street, truly. A helpless smile touched his lips, his tone laced with quiet resignation. but I simply couldn't. The sum I paid Jia Qian covered only Lock Coke Road. To add another street would require additional funds, and I lacked the cash on hand. So I held them back. Brother B fell silent for several seconds. He recalled what Chun Haonan had told him moments earlier. Jia Qian was a man of transaction. Strictly business, no haggling, no action, without full payment. Li Wei's explanation rang plausible. Moreover, Brother B had already confirmed it through his own channels. Jia Qian had indeed deployed over 400 men on Lock Coke Road that night. As for how much Li Wei had paid, that was Li Wei's affair alone. Very well. Brother B clapped Li Wei firmly on the shoulder. We owe you tonight. Without your flanking maneuver from behind, Crow and Laughing Tiger would never have withdrawn, and Puzzy Street would never have been reclaimed. Li Wei smiled faintly. Brother, this was won by all of us. Not me alone. Brother B nodded his eyes, scanning Lock Coke Road once more. I'll weigh. I told you before, whoever reclaims a street rules it. His voice rose half a tone as though proclaiming a solemn decree. Lock Coke Road is yours. From this day forward it answers to you alone. Li Wei's pulse quickened. One of Causeway Bay's 3 principal thoroughfares, saunas, nightclubs, gaming parlors, upper-floor brothels, yielding protection fees alone worth hundreds of thousands monthly. Add venue commissions, management levies on hostesses, and interest from loan sharking, and income soared past 1 million per month. It was the first time in over 2 years since arriving in Hong Kong that Li Wei possessed territory truly. Li Wei drew a slow, steadying breath, calibrating his expression with precision, gratitude, elation, yet always measured, dignified. Thank you, brother. He bowed his head, voice rich with sincere, tempered appreciation. I will not disappoint you. Under my watch, no East Star man shall set foot on Lock Coke Road. Brother B studied him, his gaze layered with complexity. This younger brother he'd once marked as a sacrificial pawn had not only survived, but ascended. Yet he could not move against Li Wei, not yet. Crow and Laughing Tiger still loomed on Shek Pai Street, poised and predatory, and Brother B still needed Li Wei to stand in the line of fire. Very well. Brother B turned and walked toward the street's entrance. I'll tend to my wounds first. You hold Lock Coke Road. Should Crow or Laughing Tiger dare return, you know what to do. Rest assured, brother. If they come, they'll learn firsthand the might of the Hung Hing Causeway Bay branch. Brother B did not turn back, merely raised a hand in farewell and departed with his men. As Chun Haonan passed Li Wei, he cast a glance, charged with envy, resentment, and a subtle unspoken. Shan Ji too looked at Li Wei, but said nothing. He lowered his head and followed silently behind Chun Haonan. Soon only Li Wei and his men remained on Lock Coke Road. Li Wei stood at the center of the street, watching Brother B's figure vanish around the corner, then slowly let his smile fade. Lock Coke Road, his domain. He turned, surveying the street. Neon lights pulsed overhead, crimson, emerald, sapphire, bathing the entire avenue in a kaleidoscope of color. Saunas and nightclubs lining both sides still glowed with light. A few hostesses leaned from second-story windows, curious, peering down at the blood-stained men crowding the pavement. Ah Fei approached from behind, stepping up beside Li Wei. A blood-soaked bandage wrapped his arm, yet his eyes burned with fierce, unwavering light. Brother. Ah Fei's voice was hushed, but trembling with barely contained excitement. Lock Coke Road is truly ours. Li Wei glanced at him, his lips curving just slightly. Ours. Ah Fei broke into a wide grin. 24 brothers gathered close, every face alight with triumph, every eye aglow with purpose. Lock Coke Road was theirs, undeniably, irrevocably. Li Wei stood among them, heart swelling with quiet joy, yet his face betrayed none of it. Lock Coke Road was merely the beginning. Standing at the street's center, Li Wei's gaze pierced through the neon haze, settling upon 2 figures lingering at the far corner. Ah Dong and Ah Dong had not yet left. Li Wei strode toward them. Ah Dong saw him coming first. He straightened, crumpling a tissue in his palm and tossing it aside. Ah Dong set down his water bottle. Both men faced Li Wei squarely, unblinking, unflinching. Li Wei stopped before them. Jia Qian must have told you everything. Ah Dong nodded. Soft-spoken but clear, he told us. Said you want us to join you. Ah Dong added, his tone more guarded. If we follow you, what will be expected of us, Brother Wei? That final title, Brother Wei, felt tentative, testing the weight of loyalty. You need fear no impossible demands. Only this: protect me and protect my people. Compensation will be $2,000 monthly with food and lodging provided. Later, if I establish a security firm, you'll likely transfer there, under better terms, naturally. What's a security firm? Ah Dong asked. Men hired to guard wealthy patrons. Their money, our man. Ah Dong understood instantly. Bodyguards. Is that it? Sharp. Precisely. Hearing this, both men stirred with interest. Ah Dong glanced at Ah Dong, who gave a subtle, affirming nod. Still, hesitation lingered. After 3 months in Hong Kong, they'd seen too many Triad bosses, brothers in speech, cannon fodder in practice. Discarded once used. No severance pay, not even a burial stipend. This madman Wei speaks smoothly, but who knows if he's merely painting a grand illusion. You too may rest easy should you later find my actions diverge from my words. You're free to leave at any time. I'll neither detain nor dissuade you. After all, your legs belong to you, and I cannot bind them. Dong's eyes lit up. Truly. Li Wei smiled. I Li Wei am hardly one to deceive men like you. Even were I to lie outright, could I possibly chain you down if you chose to walk away? Dong and Dong exchanged a glance, the hesitation in their eyes softened, but had not yet vanished entirely. The 2,000 Hong Kong dollars you mentioned, food and lodging included, is that genuine? Dong asked. His voice was quiet yet grave with sincerity. 2,000 HKD could sustain an ordinary mainland family for 2 or 3 years. He'd come to Hong Kong to earn, not to die. Li Wei did not answer directly. Instead, he turned and called out behind him, Fei, come here. Fei approached from the roadside, his arm wrapped in a bandage, yet his spirit remained unbroken. Boss, what is it? Li Wei gestured toward Dong and Dong. Tell these two brothers how much you earn each month. Fei glanced at them and grinned. Let me tell you plainly, our boss is the most generous man across all of Hong Kong. 2,000 HKD monthly paid, without fail, never delayed. Extra bonuses await on missions. Just days ago, I earned 50,000 after confronting Bio last night on Portland Street, another 2,000. In 2 years under Brother Wei, I've already saved nearly 100,000. Dong's pupils contracted slightly, 100,000. He'd been in Hong Kong for 3 months and hadn't scraped together even 1,000. Fei continued, and Brother Wei treats us with genuine care. Red envelopes at festivals, aid whenever family troubles arise, never flaunting authority as a boss. Should you join him, you'll see for yourselves that every word I speak is true. Li Wei waved his hand, Fei fell silent, and stepped aside. Dong and Dong exchanged another look, and this time, both saw the same answer reflected in the other's eyes. Dong extended his hand. We pledge ourselves to you. Li Wei clasped it firmly, then gripped Dong's as well. Their palms were coarse, calloused thickly at the base of the thumbs, the unmistakable mark of years gripping firearms. But Brother Wei, Dong withdrew his hand, his expression softening into mild embarrassment. We crossed over illegally, no identification papers. We can't stay long in Hong Kong. If caught, we'll be deported. Serving you might bring trouble upon you. Li Wei smiled. This struck him as no great concern. Now that you call me boss, let me handle your ID papers. I have connections at the police station. Issuing 2 IDs is no difficult task. Simply follow me and set your minds at ease. Dong and Dong exhaled deeply. ID papers had been their greatest fear. Without them, survival in Hong Kong was near impossible. Li Wei turned and walked to the black sedan parked by the curb, opened its trunk, and withdrew a bulging brown 5,000 HKD, your welcome gift. Go buy proper clothes, a good pair of shoes. Dong cradled the wad of bills, his hands trembling. 5,000. He'd labored relentlessly for 3 months in Hong Kong, and still hadn't saved even 1,000. This new boss, before they'd even formally pledged allegiance, had already gifted 5,000. Dong blinked, then quickly regained composure. He glanced at the envelope in his hand, then at Li Wei, his lips parting several times. Brother Wei. His voice lowered. There's something. I'm unsure whether I should say it. Li Wei met his gaze. Speak freely. We're brothers now. Say what weighs on your heart. What I can do, I will. Dong drew a deep breath. Brother Wei, we left behind over a dozen comrades back on the mainland, all veterans from our same platoon. They wish to come to Hong Kong, but lack opportunity or passage. Especially our former squad leader, Wang Jianjun, and his younger brother Wang Jiangwo. Both are far more formidable fighters than we. Wang Jianjun. A ripple stirred within Li Wei's chest. That name was unmistakable. He'd seen it etched across countless Hong Kong films of his past life. Wang Jianjun, a man of ruthless resolve. A veteran from the mainland, his martial prowess matched even Su Zhengyang, the elite bodyguard of Zhang Nanhai, in evenly matched combat. Li Wei's pulse quickened, but his face betrayed nothing. He stepped forward and clapped both men on the shoulders. Your brothers are my brothers. Should they wish to serve under me, they are wholeheartedly welcomed. Same terms, 2,000 HKD monthly food and lodging provided plus mission bonuses. Dong and Dong's eyes simultaneously flared with light. Brother Wei, you mean it? Dong's voice cracked. When have I ever spoken falsehoods? But one question remains. How will they arrive? By illegal crossing. Dong nodded. We know a captain at the docks, a seasoned smuggler who ferries people from the mainland. 500 HKD per person, delivered ashore in Tuen Mun. The fare is on me, Li Wei said. Go tell them come to Hong Kong, and serve Li Wei. Let them come with no fee. He turned again to the sedan, opened the trunk, and retrieved a large canvas duffel bag, bulging, and Li Wei placed the bag before Dong, and unzipped it. Neat stacks of 1,000 HKD notes gleamed under the neon glow. 50,000. Dong's mouth hung open, unaware he'd forgotten to close it. Dong's hand froze midair, fingers slack suspended in disbelief. Brother Wei, this. Dong's voice rasped parched. Take this money. Li Wei spoke casually. Return first to the mainland. Buy your family a large color television, renovate your ancestral home. With whatever remains, find which of your brothers wishes to join me, and give them resettlement funds. Men who travel so far to serve me must not bear the anguish of worrying families. Dong clutched the duffel bag, his hands shaking violently. 50,000 HKD, more money than he'd ever seen in his entire life. Dong stood stunned, staring at Li Wei, lips moving soundlessly. After several long seconds, Dong found his voice and offered a jest trying to mask his overwhelming emotion. Brother Wei, what if we take this 50,000 and flee back to the mainland? Never return. Li Wei looked at them and smiled. I trust you because you are my brothers. And should you truly vanish, it matters little. I'll simply consider it 50,000 well spent just to meet two men like you. Dong's eyes reddened. For 3 months in Hong Kong, he'd been mocked as an ox and swindled of wages, beaten, evicted. Never once treated with dignity. Never, not once, had anyone shown him such kindness as Li Wei. Brother Wei. His voice grew hoarse, but each word landed like a nail, solid and unyielding. You have my word. I will bring them back. Dong said nothing more, only nodded fiercely. Li Wei turned and called out to the men behind him, brothers. Tonight we seized Lok Kao Road. My heart swells with joy. I invite you all to a massage parlor. Every expense is on me. Long live Boss Wei. Over 20 voices roared in unison, the cry echoing through the night air above Lok Kao Road. Dong and Dong stood rooted, faces flushing crimson at the words massage parlor, the flush spreading from neck to earlobes. Dong didn't know where to place his hands, clutching the duffel's handle until his knuckles whitened. Dong averted his gaze, feigning indifference, but his ears burned scarlet. Fei, catching their expressions, doubled over, laughing. You too. Have you never been to a massage parlor? Dong remained silent. Dong said nothing either, but their faces answered for them. Fei laughed louder still, slapping Yong's shoulder. Back on the mainland, did you even hold a woman's hand? Dong's face deepened further. He opened his mouth, then closed it, speechless. I have, Dong murmured, so softly the night wind almost carried it away. Whose hand? Fei pressed. My mother's. Dong replied. 20-odd men burst into laughter, its echo rippling across Lok Kao Road's nocturnal sky. Even the hostesses peering from nearby saunas joined in chuckling aloud. Li Wei shook his head with a smile and walked over, placing one hand on a Dong's shoulder and the other on a Dong's shoulder. Brothers, tell me, can we ever abandon our own brothers? No. Over 20 voices answered in unison. Then tell me, can Adong and Adong skip the massage parlor? Absolutely not. Before Adong and Adong could even react, over 20 men shoved and pulled them toward Portland Street. Fei snatched Adong's luggage bag and carried it himself while Mosquito gripped Adong's hand. The two were sandwiched amid the crowd like ducks being herded to market. Faces flushed crimson, yet their lips curved upward in quiet laughter. Li Wei brought up the rear, watching the backs of his brothers fade into the night. Gao Jin walked beside him. The bloodstains on his suit had dried into dark brown patches. His stride remained unhurried, hands tucked deep in his trouser pockets. Brother Wei. Gao Jin's voice was low. Are you truly at ease letting them carry back that $500,000? At ease. Some men cannot be bought with money, but others, when treated with loyalty, repay it with their lives. Gao Jin fell silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Let's go. Li Wei clapped him on the shoulder. Relax tonight. Tomorrow the work on Lockhart Road begins. Gao Jin said nothing, falling into step behind the group. Neon lights still flickered overhead along Lockhart Road. The street itself stood empty. Only this band of young men, jostling, laughing, vanished down Portland Street. Their laughter lingered in the night air. Li Wei brought up the rear. A breeze swept in from the harbor, carrying the unmistakable clamor and warm scent of Causeway Bay. Wang Jianjun. This man must be secured. No compromise. Adong and Adong departed just as dawn's first light softened the eastern sky. Li Wei stood by the window of the aging commercial building in Wan Chai, watching the van disappear around the street. Adong sat in the front passenger seat, cradling the canvas duffel bag stuffed with $500,000. Adong drove, rolling down the window at the last moment to wave farewell. Li Wei waved back once, then turned and walked back behind his desk. 2 days had passed since the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau's 48-hour ultimatum expired. Crow and Smiling Tiger had indeed fallen silent. Their territory remained intact. Their men remained present. Yet no one had raised a hand against another. Police warnings were no idle threat. If you struck first, you'd land in custody. Everyone understood that much. But Li Wei knew this calm was fleeting. Crow was no patient man. Neither was Smiling Tiger. They were merely waiting for the heat to die down, for police attention to shift elsewhere, before striking back with renewed fury. Li Wei sat behind his desk, a map of Lockhart Road spread before him. In bold red ink, every establishment along the street had been circled: saunas, nightclubs, game parlors, upper floor shops. Over 20 venues in all. He had tasked Yong with gathering intelligence on each, monthly protection fees, who managed the premises, and the owners' backgrounds. Yet the core problem remained. Manpower was insufficient. He commanded only 24 men, hardly enough to secure an entire street. He needed more bodies, more fighters, more loyalists, more men he could trust without reservation. When Young pushed open the door, Li Wei was sketching notes across the map. Boss, Young said, standing before the desk, a crumpled notebook held in his hand. The word is out. I've spread it far and wide. Dozens have come forward these past 2 days. I've logged them all. Li Wei set down his pen and flipped through the notebook. Names were scrawled unevenly across its pages, accompanied by brief annotations. Beside some names appeared check marks. Beside others, crosses. Many bore no mark at all. Any conditions? Li Wei asked Yong. Yong scratched his head. You said no narcotics, no gambling. I screened everyone on that basis. But anyone can claim innocence with words alone. So I told them to watch each other. If anyone's caught using drugs or gambling recklessly, they're to report it to me immediately. Li Wei nodded. He trusted Yong implicitly, not brilliant perhaps, but steadfast, unwavering and fine. I'll visit this afternoon. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, thoughts already turning to Liang Quan. Soon Liang Quan would move against Jiang Tianxing's leadership of the Hung Hing Triad. This was a script he'd witnessed countless times in the Hong Kong films of his former life. Jiang Tianxing laying a trap, Liang Quan walking straight into it, the Hung Hing thrown into chaos. Calm days were numbered. He had to fortify his own foundation before that storm broke. That afternoon, at the tail end of Lockhart Road stood a derelict sauna shuttered for over half a year. Its neon sign hung crooked and shattered, a faded prime retail space for sale. Notice clung to the glass door. Li Wei had requisitioned the space temporarily as a recruitment hub. The 200-square-foot hall stood hollow. Only a few plastic chairs and a folding table occupied the emptiness. By the time Li Wei arrived, a dense crowd already filled the entrance, spilling from the doorway all the way to the curb. They varied in height, build, and bearing. Some wore t-shirts and shorts, others flamboyant shirts and jeans. A few even showed up barefoot in flip-flops. As Li Wei stepped out of his car, the crowd parted, instinctively carving a path. Yong emerged from within, stepping close to whisper in his ear. Boss, over 200 came. I did a preliminary screening. About 180 remain. A few seemed suspicious. I sent them away. Li Wei nodded and entered the sauna's cavernous main hall. Behind the folding table sat a single chair. He took his seat. Yong stood quietly at his side. Gao Jin leaned against the wall beside the entrance, hands buried deep in his suit trousers, face impassive as he surveyed the throng. His very presence was a silent warning. Those hoping to slip in unnoticed recoiled at the cold precision of his gaze. Yong stepped forward into the crowd and clapped sharply. Silence. The boss has arrived. The murmurs ceased instantly. Over 100 pairs of eyes locked onto Li Wei. Curious, expectant, tense. Li Wei rose from his chair and let his gaze sweep slowly across their faces. Young and old, muscular and slight, clear-eyed and clouded. In that single glance, he had already formed a quiet assessment. Since you've chosen to follow me, Crazy Wei, you honor me with your trust. His voice was soft, yet resonated powerfully in the hollow chamber. Then we are brothers, all of us. Please sit down. There was a pause. Then hesitantly the crowd began to crouch or settle onto the floor. In Triad hierarchy, a boss permitting his men to sit was rare courtesy. Most demanded deference. Standing heads bowed, eyes lowered, never daring to meet his gaze. Li Wei himself sank down to their level, meeting them eye to eye. I, Crazy Wei, have 3 requirements for any man who joins. He raised 3 fingers. First, absolute obedience. Go east when ordered, east, never hesitate to strike when commanded. Second, unwavering loyalty. I treat you as brothers, betrayal will not be tolerated. Anyone who stabs from behind will find me merciless. He paused, letting his gaze circle the room once more. Third, no narcotics, no gambling. At those words, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Drug use and gambling were endemic among street-level enforcers. Among 10 such men, 2 used narcotics, 3 gambled compulsively, and the remaining 5 abstained only due to poverty, not principle. That third demand, simple as it sounded, had already eliminated many. Li Wei lowered his fingers, his voice dropping half a register in gravity. Especially narcotics, whatever you do elsewhere is your affair, but on my turf, anyone caught touching drugs will answer to me personally. My word is law. I mean it. A heavy silence settled over the hall. Some began to falter, not from fear of Li Wei but from doubt in themselves. A few edged backward silently, then turned and slipped away. Yong watched them depart, making quiet marks in his notebook. Li Wei studied those who remained, and a faint knowing curve touched his lips. Of course, once you walk with Crazy Wei, your family. And I won't shortchange my family. $5,000 per month bonuses for special assignments, full lifetime care for any injury sustained in service. My word stands. The hall erupted. Voices surging, fists punching the air, eyes alight with sudden fierce hope. $1,000, $1,000 each month. In this era, a white-collar worker barely makes over $2,000 a month. For a lowly worker to secure a fixed salary of $1,000 a month, there is no other place on the entire island that can match this. Let alone for those with injuries. In other gangs, if you get hurt, it's your own problem. If they toss you a few thousand as a settlement, that's already considered merciful. Boss, are you serious? A young man stood up from the crowd, his voice trembling, barely in his 20s. Li Wei looked at him. When have I, Crazy Wei, ever made a promise I didn't keep? The young man fell back onto his seat with a thud, mumbling, if I follow, I follow. Is this still human? Others became excited, chattering among themselves. Some had already begun to calculate $1,000 a month means $12,000 a year, and after 3 years they could build a house back home. Others were already thinking about what to buy first with the money, perhaps a watch or a pair of leather shoes. Everyone quiet. Ah Yong shouted again, and the crowd slowly quieted down. Li Wei stood up and dusted. This month's $1,000 will be distributed to you by the finance department. Once you receive the money, tidy yourselves up and buy some decent clothes. Don't embarrass me. From today onward you are now my crazy wise people. Boss is mighty. Over 100 voices surged together, echoing back and forth in the hall, shaking loose dust from the ceiling. Some clapped, some whistled, and others turned red with excitement. A few younger ones had reddened eyes. They had been under other bosses before and had never been treated like this. Li Wei waved his hand, and the crowd gradually quieted down. He turned around, just about to say a few words to Aiyong when Aiyong approached. Boss. Aiyong lowered his voice. While recruiting this time, I ran into someone interesting. Li Wei glanced at him. What's interesting? He doesn't like fighting. He prefers doing business. Aiyong's voice carried a tone of you wouldn't believe it. When others were boasting, saying, Boss, I can fight, or Boss, I can kill, he stood out with, Boss, I can do the accounts. Li Wei raised an eyebrow. In the underworld, there were many who liked doing business, but he was the first to directly say he didn't like fighting during recruitment. Where is he? He's waiting outside. I told him not to leave, saying you might want to see him. Li Wei nodded. Bring him to the office, he'll be there shortly. Aiyong turned and left. Li Wei stood there watching the new recruits leave in twos and threes, his mind occupied with thoughts of the person Aiyong mentioned. Someone who doesn't like fighting but enjoys doing business. Such a person is a rarity among lowly workers. Yet Li Wei needs such individuals. His business in goods is expanding, and he requires someone knowledgeable to manage it. Moreover, he plans to open more companies and conduct more business. It is impossible to oversee everything himself. In the office, when Li Wei pushed the door open, a young man stood up from the chair. He was about 1.8 meters tall, slender, wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and dark dress pants with a pair of polished leather shoes. He looked clean and tidy, not like a lowly worker, but rather like a white-collar worker in an office. His face was youthful, appearing to be in his early 20s, yet the light in his eyes was mature. He met Li Wei's gaze steadily, exuding an unhurried composure. Boss, my name is Jimmy. His voice was soft but clear, with a hint of Cantonese accent in his Mandarin, though not heavy. Jimmy. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat when he heard that name. Jimmy, the one from Lianxing, who eventually rose to lead Lianxing. Memories from his past life raced through his mind. Jimmy, the most business-savvy gang leader who, in order to do business in the mainland, uttered the phrase, I can also be patriotic, in front of Director Sure. He was not a traditional lowly worker. He was a businessman, a shrewd, ruthless individual who knew exactly when to be tough and when to be soft. But wasn't he supposed to be a subordinate to Long Jin in Lianxing? How did he end up here? Li Wei suppressed his inner doubts and sat down behind the desk. Sit. Li Wei gestured to the chair opposite him. Jimmy sat down, sitting up straight with his hands resting on his knees. His posture did not resemble that of a subordinate, but rather that of a job applicant. Aiyong said, you don't like fighting. Li Wei got straight to the point. Jimmy nodded, neither denying nor feeling embarrassed. Boss, it's not that I can't fight, I just don't like to. His voice was calm. I believe that fighting and killing is not a long-term solution. In this line of work, the ultimate goal is to make money. Whoever pays more, I will follow. Whoever helps me earn money, I will recognize them as my boss. His words were blunt, almost harsh, yet Li Wei was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Then why don't you go follow Li Ka-shing? Jimmy laughed, as well, his smile carrying a youthful cleverness. Li Ka-shing doesn't take subordinates. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, observing Jimmy. This person spoke directly without beating around the bush, flattery, or posing as tough. He regarded himself as a businessman, treating being a subordinate as a business as well. Whoever offered the highest price, he would follow. Such a person is far more reliable than those who spout loyalty and brotherhood, because you know what he wants and you know how to make him work for you. Aiyong said, you like doing business, Li Wei said. Jimmy nodded. I've sold street stalls in Temple Street, smuggled watches in Mongkok, and dealt with gray market goods in Sham Shuepa. I haven't made much, but I've never lost money. Do you understand finance? Self-taught, not too professional, but I can manage basic accounts. Li Wei tapped his fingers on the desk twice. I have a business in various night markets and upstairs shops on the island with monthly revenue in the millions, but the accounts are a mess and nobody has been managing it. He glanced at Jimmy. Li Wei didn't mention that it was an goods business. He intended to first see if Jimmy was capable before discussing further. Are you interested? Jimmy's eyes lit up for a moment, but quickly dimmed. He pondered for a moment and asked a question. Boss, is this business under the organization or is it your private one? Li Wei smiled. That was a good question. In the organization's business, the profits must be shared with the big boss, taking the lion's share and brothers splitting the small portions. In a private business, all the profits are yours, and you can divide them however you like. Private. Jimmy nodded. Not at. Boss, I am willing to work with you. Li Wei took out a set of keys from the drawer and tossed them to Jimmy. There's an empty office on the 5th floor of that old commercial building in Wan Chai. You can use it as your office. The inventory, shipments, and customer list are with Fei. You can find him for the handover, and from now on you will manage this business for me. Jimmy took the keys, holding them tightly in his hand. Boss, you can rest assured. Jimmy stood up, sitting up straight. I won't let you down. He turned to leave, but Li Wei called out to him. Jimmy. Jimmy turned back. Li Wei looked at him and paused for, why did you come to me? With your brains you could make a name for yourself in Lianxing or Sun Yan. Oh, why did you come to me? Jimmy pondered for a moment and smiled faintly. Boss, I can't quite explain it. I just happened to pass by Lockhart Road, saw you recruiting, and my feet led me in. Perhaps this is fate. Li Wei looked at him, remaining silent. Jimmy nodded and turned to leave the office. The door closed. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, gazing at the fluorescent light tubes on the ceiling, thinking of Jimmy. The future leader of Lianqing somehow ended up under his command. This person's business acumen is top-notch in the Hong Kong underworld. Placing him in the goods business feels like underutilizing his talents, but let him do it for now. Once the business grows, he can manage even larger ventures. Li Wei's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. Liang Kuan was about to take action, Jiang Tiansheng was going to face trouble, and Hung Hing was about to fall into chaos. His opportunity had arrived. A rural town on the mainland. On the day Adong and Adong returned, the old locust tree at the village entrance was surrounded by villagers, neither summoned nor forewarned, but drawn by the conspicuous rented small truck from the county seat. Inside the cargo bed sat an 18-inch color television, its cardboard box boldly emblazoned with the characters Panasonic in redanned white lettering, visible from halfway down the street. The moment the vehicle halted before the ropes binding the box were even untied, children dashed off to spread the word Adong is back. He's brought a big color TV. The news swept through the village like wind. By the time Adong and Adong carried the television from the truck, their courtyard was already packed with neighbors. Aunt Wong from next door stood on tiptoe, peering in with audible admiration. Adong's father stood silently in the courtyard, hands uncertain where to rest. He wore a faded blue work uniform, sleeves frayed at the cuffs, and worn liberation shoes pierced with 2 holes. His gaze lingered on the items his son unloaded. His lips moved soundlessly. Dad. Mom. Adong placed the television upon the stone table in the courtyard and brushed dust from his palms. It's an 18-inch Panasonic bought from the county department store. From now on you won't need to crowd into our neighbor's house. Adong's mother covered her mouth, tears spilled over. His father said nothing, only turned away and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Adong's brother Adong had likewise transformed their home, a 3-story red brick house built by the township's finest construction team, its foundation dug deeper than any other in the village. Though still unfinished, with scaffolding still standing, the framework rose proudly above all else. 3 stories tall, it dominated the village skyline. From its roof, one could see the old locust tree at the village gate. His mother stood before the new house, spine straighter than ever, telling everyone she met, "My son has returned from Hong Kong." That same evening, Adong and Adong gathered several fellow veterans from their former platoon. They met at Adong's construction site. Cooling mats laid across the bare cement floor, a crate of beer, and plates of... Only 7 or 8 came. All comrades who had served alongside Adong and Adong in the same year. Adong produced the remaining portion of the HK5 given to him by Li Wei, stacking neat bundles of HK notes upon the mat, gleaming dully beneath the dim bulb. The men stared transfixed. "This is resettlement money," Adong said quietly but firmly. 8,000 each. Our boss said, "If you join him, this is yours. If not, you still keep it. Consider it a token of friendship." No one reached out, not from disinterest, but disbelief. 2,000 yuan could build half a house back home. Working on the mainland, they earned barely a dozen yuan per month. A year's labor yielded less than 200. 2,000. That was 40 years' wages. Adong, a man in his 30s, spoke, his expression conflicted. "Is this boss you speak of truly trustworthy?" Adong met his gaze and replied simply, "He gave me 500,000, without asking for an IOU." Silence fell over the courtyard. The veterans exchanged glances. Doubt softened, but did not vanish. 500,000 without a promissory note struck them not as generosity, but madness. Could a madman command respect? Adong sensed their hesitation and added, "This boss differs from others in Hong Kong. He pays his men 2,000 a month, full board and lodging, bonuses for assignments, lifelong care for injuries or disabilities. Think carefully, where else in Hong Kong can you find such terms?" A pause stretched taut. Then one man spoke. "I'll go." "Count me in," said the second. "Me too," the third. One by one they pledged allegiance, until every eye rested upon a single figure. Wang Jianjun sat in the corner of the mat, leaning against a scaffold pole, holding an unopened bottle of beer. In his early 30s, broad-shouldered as a fortress wall, his face carved with hard lines. High cheekbones, square jaw, small, yet fiercely focused eyes, hawk-like in their intensity. His sleeves were rolled past his shoulders, revealing a long scar across his forearm, the mark of the Laozhan front. Beside him sat his younger brother Wang Jingwo, 2 years his junior, sharing his features, but softer in contour, rounder in face, his eyes more lively. Wang Jingwo watched his elder brother intently, waiting for him to speak. "Brother," he finally urged, nudging Wang Ji. "Say something." "Adong says this boss pays 2,000 a month, room, board, everything. Here we break our backs for a dozen yuan monthly, less than a single month's wage in Hong Kong." Wang Jianjun remained silent, placing the beer bottle gently on the cement floor, its base clicking softly. Others joined in, voices rising. "Come with us, Jianjun. We serve together, we'll stand together there too. You are our squad leader in the army. In Hong Kong, we'll follow your lead." Adong said the boss plans to launch a security firm, bodyguards, close protection. "Isn't that what we trained for?" Adong knelt before Wang Jianjun, earnest and direct. "Jianjun, with your skill, you'll rise far beyond us. You could best 3 of us at once. Any boss would vie for..." Wang Jianjun lifted his gaze. He gave you $500,000, without an IO. His voice was low resonant. Not even an IOU, Dong confirmed. Wang Jianjun paused then nodded slowly. I'll go and see for myself. If he is as you say, I'll stay. If not, I walk. No one here can hold me. Dong smiled and clapped Wang Jianjun on the shoulder. Rest easy. You'll know the moment you meet him. Brother, what about me? Wang Jiangwo blurted, wringing his hands. Go if you wish, Wang Jianjun replied, meeting his eyes. But once there, you obey me. No recklessness. Dong distributed the remaining funds. Exactly HK000 per person. Each man gripped his bundle of bills, fingers trembling. Dong distributed the remaining funds. Exactly HK000 per person. Each man gripped his bundle of bills, fingers trembling. The largest denomination they'd ever held was 10 yuan. 1,000 yuan Hong Kong note. This was their first touch of such wealth. Go home and tell your families. Dong rose, brushing dust from his trousers. 3 days from now, at the wharf. I've arranged passage with the boat captain, 500 each to land at Tunman. Once ashore, our boss will have people waiting. The men stood and dispersed. Some hurried home, eager to share the news. Others walked slowly, glancing back repeatedly at Dong's 3-story brick house, eyes alight with longing. Wang Jianjun brought up the rear, the half-finished beer bottle dangling from his hand. At the old locust tree by the village gate, he paused and looked back toward Dong's house. The 3-story red brick structure stood stark in moonlight, its scaffolding still erect, like an unfinished skeleton. He stood motionless for a moment, then turned and walked away. Hong Kong Wan Chai. For the next few days, Li Wei observed Jimmy Zai discreetly. After taking over, Jimmy Zai moved all prior purchase orders, shipping records, and inventory logs into the office, piling them across half the room. Over 3 days, he scrutinized each document page by page and verified every entry line by line. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, he approached Li Wei with a newly compiled ledger. Boss, the accounts are now fully reconciled. Jimmy's eyes stood before the desk, calm in tone, yet his eyes shimmered with quiet intensity. Some discrepancies existed in the earlier records. I spoke with Ah Fei. He admitted they'd never maintained proper bookkeeping. Shipments went unlogged, payments unrecorded. All gaps have now been filled. Li Wei nodded, closed the ledger, and placed it on the desk. Well done. Jimmy's eye neither gloated nor feigned modesty. He simply stood still, awaiting his next instruction. Leaning back in his chair, Li Wei studied Jimmy's eye. His methodical discipline deeply impressed him. No laziness, no deceit, unwavering follow-through, and proactive reporting upon completion. Respectful, yet never obsequious toward superiors, courteous, yet never deferential toward subordinates, collaborative, yet impeccably boundaried with peers. Li Wei resolved to entrust the entire A-grade counterfeit operation to Jimmy Zai. The following morning, Li Wei emerged from his office and walked to Jimmy Zai's small workspace. The door stood open. Jimmy Zai sat behind his desk reviewing documents, several ledgers spread before him beside a cup of tea long gone cold. Hearing footsteps, he looked up, recognized Li Wei, and rose immediately. Boss. Jimmy, come with me later. Jimmy Zai nodded without asking where they were headed, picked up the keys from his desk, and followed Li Wei out. Their car drove for over half an hour, from Wan Chai eastward through North Point and Quarry Bay, finally stopping in an industrial zone in Shaokai-wan. Row upon row of aging factories lined the streets. 5 or 6-story concrete buildings whose tiled facades had largely peeled away, windows framed by rusted iron. Few people walked the streets. Occasionally a freight truck rumbled past, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Wei stepped out of the car and stood before a gray monolithic building. Jimmy's eye trailed behind, glancing left and right, uncertain of the place. Boss, where are we? You'll find. Li Wei strode toward the building. Jimmy's eye followed closely. The ground floor entrance was a heavy iron gate secured by a thumb-thick chain and a copper padlock. Li Wei retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocked the padlock, and pushed the gate inward. The hallway was dim. Most bulbs burn out, only a few flickering weakly with a sickly yellow glow. Faded red characters reading "Safe Production" were painted on the wall. The paint chipped the characters, blurred beyond legibility. The air hung thick with the scent of leather and glue layered over the sharp tang of machine oil. Not unpleasant, but undeniably pungent. On the 3rd floor, Li Wei opened a door revealing a vast workshop, at least 2,000 square feet, brilliantly lit as if bathed in daylight. Dozens of sewing machines stood in precise formation, workers bent silently over their tasks. Shelves along one wall overflowed with fabrics, leathers, and assorted hardware. Opposite racks displayed finished goods, handbags, belts, wallets, suitcases, in every hue and design. 2 underlings stationed at the entrance snapped upright upon spotting Li Wei. Boss, they chorused in unison. Li Wei offered them a faint smile. Any trouble at the factory lately? No, boss. Everything's running smoothly, shipments on schedule. Good. We'll head in now, keep watch tight. Yes, boss. As Li Wei disappeared inside, one underling murmured softly, "This is the real boss. Treats us like brothers. I chose right." The other nodded wordlessly, though his eyes gleamed with quiet validation. Jimmy's eye entered the workshop, his gaze sweeping across the sewing machines, the focused workers, the shelves laden with finished goods. His pace slowed, because in the far corner he saw something unexpected: dozens of men standing motionless. Not workers, But enforcers clad in black, weapons holstered at their waists, posture rigid, eyes sharp and watchful. They acknowledged Li Wei with subtle nods, uttering no word. Jimmy's eye counted at least 70 or 80. His heart gave a sharp, uneasy lurch. How many men did Li Wei truly command? Jimmy's eye knew only of the 24, Fei Yong Mosquito, who'd fought alongside him from Sui Wan Shan. Yet here stood another 70 or 80, and who knew how many more operated unseen elsewhere. These men had never surfaced in Underworld whispers. Rumor painted Madman Wei as brainless, a brawler, nothing more. Now it was clear that reputation was carefully cultivated, a smokescreen. Behind it lay years of silent recruitment, covert enterprise, and meticulous strategy. This man possessed profound, impenetrable guile. Jimmy's eye followed Li Wei across the workshop into the inner warehouse. The warehouse dwarfed the workshop. Shelves stacked neatly with counterfeit luxury goods, LV handbags, Gucci belts, Chanel wallets, Adidas sportswear, Rolex watches, all gleaming under the bright lights. Jimmy's eye recognized them instantly. They flooded the night markets of Temple Street, Mongkok, and Shamshui. Vendors claimed they were smuggled from Shenzhen. Cheap, high quality, wildly popular across Hong Kong. Yet no one ever traced their origin. Now he knew. Boss, Jimmy's eye turned, voice hushed, these goods. They're all yours. Li Wei nodded. You've likely heard rumors. Lately a new wave of grade counterfeits has swept Hong Kong, far superior to past fakes. No one knows where they come from. He lifted a replica LV handbag, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm. The source is right here. Jimmy's eye drew a slow, deep breath. This factory, these workers, these goods, those quietly trained enforcers. If any of this were exposed, Li Wei would be banished from the Hung Hing society. Not because he dealt in counterfeits, but because he'd concealed it entirely. Branch members were permitted to run businesses provided they reported to the boss and surrendered a share of profits, an unwritten code. Li Wei had never informed Senior Brother B, operating this entire enterprise in secret for 2 full years. Watching him, Jimmy's eye revised his estimation of the man upward once more. It wasn't mere audacity, it was extraordinary patience. 2 years, not a whisper leaked. That was no ordinary feat. Boss, why bring me here? Li Wei placed the handbag back on the shelf and turned to face Jimmy's eye. I want you to oversee everything here. Jimmy's eye paused, startled. Boss, you mean the great operation? From now on it's yours. Li Wei's tone remained utterly calm, as if assigning a trivial errand, production, inventory, shipping, accounting. All yours. I only review outcomes. Jimmy's eye's mind raced. This operation netted nearly 2 million Hong Kong dollars monthly. That was no trivial sum. To entrust such a vast enterprise to someone who'd only just joined. Either Li Wei trusted him absolutely, or he regarded the business as negligible. Either way, Jimmy's eye could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Boss, rest assured. Jimmy's eye's voice was soft, but sincere. Li Wei nodded and patted his shoulder. I feel at ease leaving them in your care. Jimmy's eye opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it again. After a moment's hesitation, he finally said, Boss, there is something I don't know whether I should say. Li Wei looked at him. If something is on your mind, say it. Even if you stumble, it's all right. Jimmy's eye drew a deep breath. Boss, now that you sell the goods to the night market, although there is money to be made, the bulk of the profit is taken by those market people. Our margins are too thin. I was thinking, could we open our own shops to sell these items? That way the profits would be entirely ours. We could make a lot more. Li Wei looked at Jimmy's eye, and a faint smile curved his lips. This man's commercial instinct was truly exceptional. He had thought of opening a shop before, but had not dared, not for lack of ability, but for fear of exposure. The fewer who knew of his counterfeit trade, the better. If he sold to the night market, he remained merely a supplier, and no one watched him. If he opened a shop, he would become a boss, and sooner or later someone would notice. But things were different now. He had men under him, territory, and bargaining chips in negotiations with Dongxing. Even if people discovered he dealt in fakes, he no longer feared it. Jimmy, go and see which locations are suitable for these shops. Draw up a plan and wait for my orders. Jimmy's, all right, boss, I understand. He did not leave at once. He stood there with a slight frown, as if wrestling with a difficult. Boss, one more thing. If we open shops to sell these goods, will the major brands find out and sue us for infringement? Take us to court. Li Wei laughed. Jimmy, don't worry. Even if they find out, they won't sue us. He added, they may, in fact, thank us. Jimmy's eye froze. Boss, why? I don't quite understand. Leaning against a shelf with his arms crossed, Li Wei studied the puzzled look on Jimmy's eye's face. Jimmy, tell me, when you put on those big brand clothes and step outside, how do you feel? Jimmy's eye thought for a moment. You feel different, like you're above others. You enjoy the envious glances people give. Exactly that. Li Wei nodded. The wealthy think the same way. They buy those brands to be seen. If no one sees them, why would they bother? Wear them at home and look in the mirror. Jimmy's eye considered this. Do you think those brands place ads for the wealthy? Li Wei continued, no. The rich do not watch TV ads or look at roadside billboards. Advertising is aimed at ordinary people like us, to teach us what the brand looks like, to teach us its name. That way, when the wealthy wear the label in public, we can recognize it and betray a look of envy. Jimmy's eyes slowly brightened. So by making counterfeits, we are not stealing their business, but doing their advertising for them. Li Wei smiled. Clever. Ordinary people buy the fakes, learn the brand, memorize the logo. When they have money later, their first instinct is to buy the genuine article. Tell me, why would those brands sue us? Jimmy's eye stood and looked at Li Wei. In his gaze there was a new feeling. Not mere obedience, but admiration. Boss, I understand. His voice dropped by half a tone, yet grew more earnest. If you don't understand something, ask me. Li Wei patted. Jimmy's eye nodded without speaking. He turned and began to wander the warehouse, lifting handbags from the shelves one by one, inspecting the workmanship, the leather, the hardware. He mentally calculated what price to set if he opened a shop, where to place the goods, and how to draw customers inside. Li Wei watched him for a while without interrupting. That day, Li Wei spent the entire afternoon in the factory with Jimmy Zai, walking through every corner. The production floor, the raw material store, the finished goods warehouse, the workers' dormitories, the canteen. He introduced the more than 200 brothers who guarded the factory to Jimmy Zai, explaining who oversaw production, who handled raw materials, who managed shipping, and who took care of security. These people will be under your command from now on. If there are issues, go to them first. If they cannot resolve it, then come to me. Jimmy Zai nodded, committing each name and responsibility to memory. As dusk fell, Li Wei glanced at his watch. It was nearly 6. A Jean. He turned to Gao Jin, who had been following behind him. Tonight a Dong and the others arrive. Well, go to the dock to meet them. Gao Jin nodded. Li Wei then turned to Jimmy Zai. Jimmy, you go home for now. You will begin formally taking over the factory tomorrow. All right, boss. Jimmy Zai said. Tuen Mun Pier, 10 o'clock at night. The dock was very quiet. Only the sound of waves breaking against the shore and the occasional distant blare of a ship's horn could be heard. The street lamps cast a jaundiced glow, stretching people's shadows long. Li Wei stood on the jetty with Gao Jin, A Fei, A Yong, and several brothers at his back. A night wind blew off the sea, carrying a tang of salt. A Fei rubbed his arms and complained, this blasted place. The wind is fierce. A Yong said nothing, keeping his gaze fixed on the water. Li Wei was silent as well, standing at the very front of the jetty with his hands in his pockets, staring into the black expanse. There was nothing visible on the surface, yet he knew the boat was coming. Sure enough, before long a dark silhouette emerged. The shape grew larger and nearer, a small fishing boat. It moved slowly, the engine's hum was low like a beetle crawling across the water. When the boat drew alongside, someone leapt from the cabin. It was a Dong. He stepped onto the wooden planks of the jetty, stumbled once, and nearly fell, then steadied himself. He looked up and saw Li Wei standing ahead and grinned. Boss. Behind him came a Dong, then Wang Jianjun, Wang Jiangwo, and then more men, one after another. 1, 2, 3. Li Wei counted. There were more than 14 people. A Dong stepped before Li Wei with a slightly embarrassed expression. He scratched the back of his head and pointed to the men behind him. Boss, these are brothers from my company. I told them, and they all wanted to come. At first I only called about a dozen, but once word spread, comrades from other units came as well. Everyone has it hard on the mainland. They earn only a little each month. It's tough to feed a family. I took it upon myself to bring them all here. He glanced back over his shoulder and then lowered his voice. There are 37 of us in total, quite a few more than I said. Boss, if you think it's too many, I can send some back. Li Wei raised a hand and cut him off. A Dong, what are you saying? They are brothers. They came from the mainland to the island to join me. I'm more than pleased. How could I be unhappy? A Dong was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a wide smile, flashing white teeth. He turned and called out to the men behind him. Brothers, this is the boss I told you about, Li Wei. Call him Wei Ge. 37 voices, uneven but unanimous, cried out, Wei Ge. Their shouts rang over the pier, a sound the sea wind could not carry away. Li Wei walked down from the pier, standing before the crowd. He wore a dark gray suit, standing amidst a group of people dressed in old military uniforms and liberation shoes, feeling out of place. However, his expression was natural, his gaze sweeping across each person's face, looking at them one by one. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but very clear. Thank you for coming all the way from the mainland to join me. I don't have many skills, but I can guarantee one thing. If you follow me, I won't let you go hungry, nor will I let others bully you. No one spoke. 37 pairs of eyes were fixed on Li Wei, some curious, some expectant, some scrutinizing. Li Wei's gaze landed on a person at the back. That person stood at the edge of the crowd, his face hard with high cheekbones and a square jaw. His eyes were not large, but they were focused when looking at others. He did not look at Li Wei's face, but was instead watching the person behind him. Gao Jin. Gao Jin stood 3 steps behind Li Wei, hands in the pockets of his suit pants, expressionless, also observing that person. The two men's gazes met, neither of them flinching. A Dong followed Li Wei's gaze and quickly introduced, Boss, this is the old squad leader I told you about, Wang Jianjun. Beside him was his brother Wang Jiangwo. Li Wei walked over and stood in front of Wang Jianjun. The two stood face to face, less than 2 steps apart. Wang Jianjun was about the same height as Li Wei, but standing there like an old tree firmly rooted, he could not be swayed by the wind. Li Wei reached out and patted Wang Jianjun's shoulder. Jianjun, can I call you that? Wang Jianjun looked at Li Wei and remained silent for a second. Sure. His voice was not loud, but very heavy. He did not call him boss. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not bring himself to address a 20-year-old as boss. Li Wei noticed and smiled. No need to call me boss. Oh, just call me Wei Gu like a dong, and the others. Wang Jianjun looked at Li Wei, the corners of his mouth moving, but not smiling. Wei Gu. The words came out of his mouth not like a subordinate calling his superior, but more like an equal greeting. Li Wei did not mind. He knew that someone like Wang Jianjun could not be won over with just a few nice words. To earn his true allegiance, one must demonstrate their capabilities. At that moment, there was another commotion on the ship. A person ran out from the cabin not on their own, but pushed by someone. She stumbled onto the pier, nearly falling, and after steadying herself she ran forward without looking back. Help! Her voice was sharp, resonating far into the night sky. A man in his 40s chased after her, his face marked by excess flesh. He ran quickly, catching up to the pier in just a few steps, reaching out to grab the woman's hair. Running. Where the hell do you think you're going? The woman dodged his hand, running a few steps forward, crashing into the crowd behind Li Wei. She looked up and saw a row of people standing in front of her, all dressed in black, weapons at their waists. Terrified, her legs weakened, nearly collapsing onto the ground. A Young stepped forward, blocking the woman, shouting at the pursuing man, "Stop! What are you doing?" The snakehead rushed over, panting, and paused upon hearing A Young's words. He glanced at A Young, then at the people behind him, his expression changing. But when his gaze swept over their attire, liberation shoes, canvas bags, his expression returned to normal. Mainland folks. "What's it to you?" he muttered, then puffed out his chest, raising his voice. "What's it to you?" A Young glanced at Li Wei, who remained silent, standing there watching the woman. The woman stood in the middle of the crowd, hunching her shoulders and bowing her head, her hands twisted together. Her clothes were very old, a floral shirt with sleeves that were too long covering half of her hands, and her dark blue pants had a patch on the knee. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, obscuring half of her face. Yet Li Wei still recognized her. Gangsheng. Memories of his past life flashed through his mind, of the woman known for her legs like Wang Zuxian and chest like Li Jessen, one of the two great beauties of Gang Island. He had never seen her in person, but he had watched her films and seen her photographs. Her legs were long with a proportion that seemed unreal. The woman peeked up from the gaps in her hair, glancing at Li Wei before quickly looking down again. Just that one glance allowed Li Wei to see her face, which bore an indescribable charm. Not beauty, but pleasing. That kind of beauty that makes one want to take another look. A Young noticed Li Wei staring at the woman and understood. He had always thought his boss was indifferent to women, having never seen him with one, not even looking for women for a massage. Now it seemed it wasn't indifference, but rather he hadn't encountered one that caught his eye. "Boss." A Young leaned and lowering his voice, "What do you think?" Li Wei did not answer A Young, but he looked at her for 2 seconds before speaking. "What's your name?" The night wind at the dock had calmed slightly, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore became clearer. Gangsheng stood in the crowd, her hands still twisted together, her knuckles whitening from the strain. Upon hearing Li Wei's question, she looked up at him, then quickly lowered her head again. "My name is Gangsheng." Her voice was soft, as if afraid of being heard. Li Wei nodded. Indeed it was her. The figure that had caught a fleeting glimpse in the Hong Kong films, those legs known as Hong Kong's #1 beautiful legs, were now standing before him, wearing a pair of plastic sandals with broken straps, her toes red from the cold. Seeing Li Wei talking to Gangsheng, the snakehead felt an opportunity and took a step forward, just opening his mouth. "Boss, I." His words were cut off. A Young's fist had already struck his abdomen. The punch was not heavy, but it was precisely aimed. The snakehead's body bent sharply like a shrimp being boiled, his mouth gaping wide, unable to make any sound. His face turned the color of liver, his eyes bulging, veins on his forehead popping out. "Our boss is speaking. Do not interrupt." A Young's voice was not loud, but each word pierced the snakehead's ears like nails. "If you interrupt again, I'll send you to Victoria Harbor to enjoy the night view. The night view there is beautiful. Once seen, people don't come back." The snakehead's face transformed from liver color to pale white. He clutched his stomach, nodding repeatedly, not daring to utter another word. The few boatmen behind him shrank back, not even daring to look over here. Li Wei ignored the snakehead, looking at Gangsheng, pointing to the man crouched on the ground, holding his belly. "What do you plan to do with this person? You have the final say." Gangsheng was taken aback, looking up at Li Wei, her eyes filled with confusion, unease, and an indescribable, "Are you asking me?" She pointed to her own nose. Li Wei smiled, extending his hand and gently patting Gangsheng's head. His gesture was very light, as if comforting a frightened kitten. "You're not scared, silly, are you?" Gangsheng's face flushed instantly, turning red from the nape of her neck to the tips of her ears visible under the streetlight. She took half a step back, evading Li Wei's hand, her mouth opening slightly, her voice a bit louder than before. "You're the one who's scared, silly." Li Wei laughed. Not a perfunctory laugh, but one genuinely amused. He withdrew his hand and stuffed it back into his pocket. "All right, I'm not scared, silly. Now tell me, what do you plan to do with this person?" Gangsheng turned her head to look at the snakehead. The snakehead had already knelt on the ground, not because a Young made him, but because he chose to kneel. His knees hit the concrete ground with a dull thud. Sweat beaded on his forehead, mixing with the blood from the scraped skin earlier, staining his face. "Sister, I was wrong." The snakehead's voice was trembling, sharp and hoarse. "I truly was wrong. I have elders above and young ones below, and I still have an 80-year-old mother to support and a 3-year-old child. If I die, they will have no one to take care of them." He began to bow his head once, twice, 3 times. His forehead struck the concrete ground, making a thudding sound. By the 5th bow, the skin on his forehead broke, blood streaming down his nose, dripping onto the ground. Gangster frowned. She had seen her share of misery, but this was the first time she experienced such a scene. The man's forehead was bleeding, his voice trembling, and he looked like a rat caught by the tail. She turned her head to look at Li Wei. Do you really dare to let him die? Li Wei looked into her eyes, neither smiling nor serious, just gazing at her with a calm demeanor. Do you want to check for yourself whether I dare or not? Though his words were not heavy, Gangster sensed something in Li Wei's eyes. He was not trying to scare her, he was serious. The snakehead heard this and trembled violently, increasing the frequency of his kowtows, making louder sounds. He began to slap his own face, alternating sides one after another. I am not human, I am not human. His voice was slurred, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he said, Sister, you have a big heart, please spare me, I will never dare again. Blood flowed down from his forehead, mixing with the blood from his mouth, covering his face. Under the streetlight, he looked like a ghost crawling out of hell. Gangster looked at his bloodied face, biting her lip. Her hands loosened and then tightened, tightening and loosening again. How about, let's just forget it. Her voice was very soft, almost swept away by the sea breeze. He didn't do anything to me. Li Wei looked at her. In her eyes was something he hadn't seen in a long time. Softness. In this ruthless place of Hong Kong, softness is the most undesirable trait. Yet for some reason, seeing Gangster like this, he didn't want to lecture her, nor did he want to change her. All right. Li Wei nodded. I'll follow your lead. He glanced at a Yong who understood and approached the snakehead squad. Our boss says to let you go. I'll consider yourself lucky. A Yong's voice was not loud, but it carried weight. Scram before I change my mind. The snakehead felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to his feet, staggering 2 steps, before almost he dared not look back, running away from the dock without turning his head. After a few steps, he lost his shoes and continued running barefoot. Several dock workers also ran, the sound of engines starting up as a small fishing boat turned and vanished into the pitch-black sea. The dock fell silent. Li Wei turned around to look at Gangster. She had just let out a sigh of relief, her shoulders slumping, making her look like someone just pulled out of the water. But when she saw Li Wei looking at her, her tension returned. Li Wei couldn't help but smile at her nervous expression. What? Afraid you just escaped the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair? Gangster's expression changed. Her body shrank back slightly, taking a half-step backward, but behind her were a Fei and the others, so she couldn't retreat. She glanced to her left, then to her right, surrounded by people. Her breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling, fingers gripping the hem of her clothes until her knuckles turned white. Seeing she was genuinely frightened, Li Wei ceased his smile. I was just joking. His tone softened. Don't be afraid. Gangster stared at him for 2 seconds, confirming he was not joking before slowly releasing her grip on her clothes. She took a deep breath and exhaled, her shoulders completely dropping. You scare me to death. Gangster's voice carried a hint of grievance and a touch of anger. Li Wei did not respond. He switched to another question. With so many people, why did you specifically come to hide behind me? Gangster thought for a moment, tilting her head to glance at Li Wei. I can't explain. I just feel a sense of familiarity from you. A sense of familiarity. Hearing this, Li Wei's heart stirred. He was from the mainland in his previous life, and even though he had crossed over to Hong Kong in this life, he was still fundamentally that person from the mainland. Gangster also came from the mainland, and perhaps what she referred to as familiarity was that unexplainable shared. So what are your plans next? Li Wei asked. Gangster's expression darkened as she lowered her head, her hands beginning to twist together again. I have no relatives left on the mainland, and my parents are gone, and I have no siblings. Her voice grew quieter, as if speaking to herself. I came over illegally. I don't know anyone here. I plan to find my aunt, but she lives in Yuen Long, and I don't even know where Yuen Long is. Li Wei looked at her silent for 2 seconds. Do you want to be my secretary? $2,000 a month, meals and lodging included. Gangster suddenly looked up, her eyes wide. Could she really live in Hong Kong so easily? Really? Her tone changed, no longer fearful, but filled with surprise. However, the surprise lasted only a second. Oh, she shook her head again, lowering her gaze. Li Wei frowned. What? Don't wanna. It's not that I don't want to. Gangster's voice was muffled, coming from behind her hair. I don't have an ID, though I came over illegally. Without identification, I can't stay in Hong Kong for long. If I get caught, I'll be sent back. Being your secretary would be troublesome. Li Wei laughed. This time, he genuinely felt it wasn't a big deal. I thought it was something serious, just this. Gangster looked up, staring at Li Wei, confusion filling her eyes. He'll sort out the identification issue. Li Wei's tone was relaxed, as if discussing something very simple. You can just stay in Hong Kong, or no one will come to catch you. Gangster's eyes lit up. It wasn't a polite or courteous brightness. It was a genuine, heartfelt gleam, like a light bulb being switched on, transforming her entire demeanor. Are you serious? Gangster's voice trembled slightly. Yes. He'll take care of it for you. Gangster stood there looking at Li Wei. Her lips moved a few times, as if wanting to say something, but held back. Finally, she took a deep breath, swallowing her words and replacing them with another. Thank you. Gangster's voice was sincere. You are truly a good person. Good person. These 2 words caught Li Wei off guard. How long had it been since he heard someone call him that? Since his rebirth in Hong Kong, since stepping onto this path, he hadn't heard anyone refer to him in such a manner. Killing, seizing territory, plotting against boss, be exploiting Liang Kuan, stirring discord among Dongxing. Every action he took had nothing to do with being a good person. Li Wei looked at Gang Sheng's earnest face, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. There was bitterness in his smile, but more than that, an indescribable sense of relief. I suppose so. He did not dwell on it further. This path was chosen by him, and he had no regrets. Whether a good person or a bad one, he would continue forward. So what do you say? Do you want to come with me, or do you have other matters to attend to? Gang Sheng thought for a moment. I want to go to Yuan Long to find my aunt. I have the address written down. Can we go first? Li Wei contemplated. Wang Jianjun and the others had just arrived, and over 30 people were waiting to be settled. If he left, it would seem he didn't care about them. Gang Sheng's matter wasn't urgent and it could wait a couple of days. All right, I'll take you later. Gang Sheng eagerly nodded, a smile breaking across her face. The smile was small, but very beautiful. That works, thank you. Li Wei turned and walked towards Wang Jianjun and the others. Over 30 people stood on the empty ground next to the pier, no one sitting down or leaning against anything. They stood their backs straight, gazing straight ahead. When the sea breeze blew, their clothes rustled, yet no one shrank their necks or stamped their feet. Li Wei stopped in front of them, scanning each person. Brothers, you've worked hard. Follow me, let's get settled first. No one spoke. Over 30 people followed Li Wei out of the dock. Their footsteps were orderly, but not forced, their strides synchronized, yet natural. It was not a result of training, but a habitual norm. The 3 vans Fei drove couldn't fit everyone, so Li Wei had him take the first batch, while he called for 2 more vehicles. After waiting half an hour, everyone was loaded. The vehicles drove from Tuen Mun to Wan Chai, no one spoke, and over 30 people sat in the car gazing at the neon lights and tall buildings outside, their eyes filled with light. Some were visiting Hong Kong for the first time, others for the second, but no matter how many times, this city felt strange, novel, and slightly frightening. Upon arriving at the old commercial building in Wan Chai, Li Wei arranged for Wang Jianjun and the others to stay on the 4th and 5th floors. These 2 floors were reserved by Yong in advance. The rooms were small, but clean, with new beds, bedding, and pillows, and each floor had 2 bathrooms for showers. Li Wei stood in the corridor on the 4th floor watching as these people entered their rooms. Some began to inspect the rooms, feeling the beds, looking at the windows, and turning on the taps. Some stood at the door without entering, cleaning the mud off their shoes first. Someone in the corridor bumped into a Dong and quietly asked him, "Is it really free to stay here?" Wang Jianjun leaned against a window at the end of the corridor. His room was the innermost, but he didn't enter. He stood there watching the comings and goings in the corridor, his gaze finally landing on Li Wei. Li Wei felt that gaze and turned his head to meet Wang Jianjun's eyes. Li Wei clapped his hands, drawing the attention of everyone in the corridor. "Brothers, you can rest here for the next few days. The bedding and pillows are all new, the bathroom is available for use, and there is hot water. As for meals, Ayong will arrange for someone to deliver them every day." He paused, scanning the crowd with his gaze. "You don't need to do anything these days, just rest and regain your strength. He'll come back to see you in a couple of days. If you need anything, tell Ayong, he will take care of it." No one spoke. Over 30 people stood there, some nodded, others quietly said, "Thank you, Wei Gu," while a few remained silent, their expressions showing less vigilance than when they had just disembarked. Li Wei understood that gaining the genuine trust of these people wouldn't happen in a day or 2, it would take time. He turned around, gave a few instructions to Ayong, and then walked downstairs with Gao Jin. Gang Sheng stood in the corner of the 1st floor lobby, leaning against the wall, hugging a canvas bag with both hands. The bag was small and bulging, appearing to contain all her possessions. Seeing Li Wei come down the stairs, she straightened up, took a couple of steps forward, then hesitated, unsure whether to. Li Wei walked up to her. "Let's go. They'll take you to Yuan Long to find your aunt." Gang Sheng nodded and followed. The 3 of them exited the building. Ayong went to arrange dinner for Wang Jianjun and the others and did not follow. Gao Jin drove with Li Wei in the front passenger seat and Gang Sheng in the back. The car started and drove out of Wan Chai, heading west toward the central district, then onto a road leading to the scenery outside the car window changed from tall skyscrapers to low village houses, from neon lights to street lamps, and from chaos to tranquility. Li Wei leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the night scenery. Yuan Long was under the control of the East Star Gang. Having offended the Crow and the Smiling Tiger, he needed to be cautious this time. Bringing too many people would draw the attention of East Star, while bringing too few could lead to trouble. He only brought Gao Jin, who was capable of handling 10 by himself. After nearly an hour of driving, they arrived in Yuan Long. Gang Sheng took out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, which had an address written on it. Gao Jin glanced at it and drove into a narrow alley. At the end of the alley, 2 streetlights were broken, cast. There were several empty cardboard boxes piled at the entrance, filled with waste newspapers and plastic bottles. Gang Sheng got out of the car and stood at the door, gazing at the cramped shop, unable to believe her eyes. She had heard her aunt say she went to Hong Kong since she was young, and in the letters brought back by others every year, it was always written, "Everything is fine, don't worry about me." She thought her aunt lived in a big house in Hong Kong and led a good life, but she never expected to find such a place. Less than 10 feet wide, dark inside, with the air thick with the stench of stale cooking oil. Li Wei sat in the car not getting out. He glanced at Gang Sheng through the window, then looked at the grocery store understanding which in this era mainland Chinese viewed Hong Kong as a land of gold, as if stepping over the Lu Bridge meant stepping on money. But in reality, it was the same everywhere. Where there were rich people, there were also poor ones. Where there were high buildings, there were also dilapidated houses. You go in by yourself, though I won't go in with you. Gang Sheng nodded, bent down to the car window, and said, "Thank you," before turning to walk inside. Li Wei took out a stack of money from his pocket and handed it to her. Gang Sheng was taken aback, quickly waving her hands, her face showing a startled expression. Li Wei had already helped her a lot, and taking more of his money made her feel like she would become someone ungrateful. "You've helped me so much, I can't take your money again." Li Wei found her anxious demeanor somewhat amusing. He shook the money in his hand and spoke casually. "What are you thinking? Do you think I'm giving this to you? This is for your aunt. Go in and see her, she must not be doing well." Gang Sheng glanced at the money in Li Wei's hand, falling silent for a few seconds. He was right. If her aunt was doing well, she wouldn't be living in such a place. She bit her lip, took the money, and clenched. "Thank you, I will pay you back later." The bell on the door rang as Gang Sheng pushed it open. The store was very dark with only a small light bulb shining behind the counter. A woman in her 50s squatted in the corner facing a coal stove with a small pot sitting on top. The lid was half removed, and the steam rising carried the aroma of cooked rice. The woman wore a faded floral shirt, her hair held back with two black hairpins with a few strands falling onto her face. Gang Sheng stood at the door watching the woman's back, her nose feeling a bit sour as she recognized her. "Aunt, is that you?" The woman turned her head, nearly dropping the pot lid in her hand. She squinted at Gang Sheng for a few seconds, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. "You, Gang Sheng, I am Gang Sheng, don't you recognize me?" The woman's hand slowly lifted, resting on Gang Sheng's back, gently patting her twice. Then her tears fell dripping onto Gang Sheng's shoulder and soaking a small patch of the floral shirt. "Gang Sheng. You are Gang Sheng." The woman's voice was hoarse, carrying a long-suppressed sob. "You've grown so big. The last time I saw you, you were the—" She gestured a height up to her waist. Gang Sheng nodded, tears also falling down. The two embraced and cried for a while until the woman finally released her grip, wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and pulled Gang Sheng to sit on a stool behind the counter. "How did you come to Hong Kong? Did you come alone? Did anything happen on the way?" Gang Sheng briefly recounted her journey, omitting the part about being chased by the snakehead and also leaving out Li Wei. She only mentioned that she met a good person who brought her along. The woman listened, frowning at times, sighing at others, and patting Gang Sheng's hand, saying, "It's good, it's good." As the conversation progressed, the woman looked at Gang Sheng with a complex light in her eyes. She wanted to keep Gang Sheng with her so much. This was her sister's daughter, one of the few relatives she had in this world. But she glanced around the shop, looked at the military cod in the corner, and at the pot of white rice on the stove. Just rice, no vegetables, only a pot of white rice. She could barely support herself and her child. How could she take care of one more person? Moreover, Gang Sheng was young and shouldn't have to squeeze into this cramped shop, where even turning around was difficult. The woman opened her mouth, words stuck in her throat, unable to speak. Gang Sheng sensed her aunt's predicament and smiled. "Aunt, you don't have to worry about me. I met a very good boss. He gave me a job and provides food and accommodation." Gang Sheng pulled out the stack of money Li Wei had given her and stuffed it into the woman's hands. The woman looked down, her eyes widening at the thick stack of $1,000 Hong Kong bills. She quickly pushed the money back, her hands trembling. No, you keep it. You just arrived in Hong Kong. There will be many places where you need money." Gang Sheng pushed the money back again, this time more forcefully, directly stuffing it into her aunt's apron pocket. "Aunt, you keep it, I still have my salary. The boss said it's $2,000 a month, including food and accommodation. It should be enough." The woman tried to push it away again, but Gang Sheng had already stood up and walked a couple of steps toward the door. "Aunt, just take the money. I'll come back to see you in a while." The bell on the door rang again as Gang Sheng stepped outside. The woman stood behind the counter, clutching the stack of money in her hands, tears falling again. She wasn't moved. Gang Sheng had just arrived in Hong Kong and encountered such a generous person who gave her a job, money, and food. How could there be such good things in this world? She feared that Gang Sheng would be deceived, that she would go down the wrong path, and that she had failed to take care of her sister's daughter. Gang Sheng returned to the car, opened the door, and sat in the back seat. Her eyes were still a bit red, but she didn't cry. Li Wei glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "So how was it?" Gang Sheng nodded, her voice a bit lower than usual. "I saw her, but it wasn't what I imagined. I thought my aunt would be living in a big house and having a good life in Hong Kong. I never expected to live in such a place." Li Wei didn't respond. He turned his gaze back to the road ahead. The car started and drove out of the alley. In the rearview mirror, the light of the grocery store grew smaller and smaller, eventually becoming a speck of light before disappearing into the night. In the following days, Li Wei saw Gang Sheng frowning over the accounts in the office every day. She sat behind the small table by the window, a thick stack of bills spread out before her, a pencil clutched in her hand, her brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. Her method of accounting was quite primitive. She added one by one, rechecking the total repeatedly. If the totals didn't match after 2 tries, she would do a third round until she was dizzy, and then she would chew on the pencil, lost in thought. Li Wei stood up from his desk and walked over, glancing down at the bill she was calculating. "You've made a mistake here again." He pointed at a line of numbers on the bill. Gangster followed his finger to look, then glanced at the numbers in her notebook. Her mouth opened slightly before she stuck out her tongue. "Boss'll fix it right away." She picked up an eraser, wiped away the incorrect number, and recalculated. This time it was correct, but Li Wei noticed several areas on the next page that had been crossed out, some marked over 3 or 4 times, the paper nearly worn through. Li Wei stood beside her, watching for a few seconds. "Are you sure you can do this?" His tone held no malice, but Gangster sensed the underlying doubt. He questioned her ability to handle the job. Gangster looked up, her face slightly flushed. "I've done a bit of this before." Her voice grew progressively softer until she could barely be heard. She felt embarrassed for saying she had done a bit when her accounting was in such disarray. Li Wei observed her guilty expression and couldn't bring himself to scold her further. "Let me enroll you in a refresher course. You can attend classes in the evening to learn accounting, and it'll cover the tuition." Gangster was taken aback, looking up at Li Wei, her eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. She expected him to call her stupid or transfer her to another position, but instead, he wanted to send her to class. "Boss, it's settled." Li Wei didn't give her a chance to refuse and turned back to his desk. Gangster sat there, pencil in hand, watching Li Wei's retreating figure. Her lips moved a few times, but no word. That afternoon, Li Wei was in the office reviewing the monthly report on the A-grade business delivered by Jimmy when Fei pushed the door open. "Boss Longtu has notified us that there will be a general meeting in the morning, and all hall masters and red sticks need to attend." Li Wei set down the report, his brows slightly furrowed. The general meeting wasn't held every week. The last one was half a month ago when Jiang Tianxing announced his stance on Dongxing. This sudden summons surely indicated something important. "Got it," Fei replied and stepped back out. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Jiang Tianxing was likely on the move. The next morning in Central District at the headquarters. When Li Wei arrived, most people were already seated in the hall. 11 of the 12 hall masters were present, with only Boss B missing. The red sticks stood behind their respective hall masters, some chatting quietly, others resting with their eyes closed, and some sizing up the others. As Li Wei walked in, a few familiar red sticks nodded at him, and he nodded back. He noticed Liang Kuan sitting in a position on the right with one leg crossed over the other, holding an unlit cigarette, twirling it between his fingers. His expression appeared relaxed, but Li Wei saw something in his eyes. Anticipation. Not the anticipation of enjoying a show, but a hunter's confident expectation as he awaited his prey to step into the trap. Jiang Tianxing did not wait until the very end to appear. He arrived early and sat at the main seat before the statue of Guan Gong, his white suit immaculate, his eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses revealing no emotion. However, Li Wei noticed that his fingers were lightly tapping the armrest of the chair a bit faster than usual. Liang Kuan and Boss B did not get into a quarrel. When Boss B entered, Liang Kuan glanced at him with a slight smile, but said nothing. Boss B ignored him and walked straight to his seat. Li Wei stood behind Boss B, feeling a bit disappointed. At every general meeting, the most exciting part was usually the back and forth between these two, but today it was oddly quiet, making it feel like something was missing. Jiang Tianxing scanned the room, confirming everyone had arrived. "Today I've called everyone here to discuss an important matter." Jiang Tianxing's voice was not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the hall. "The loss of face for Ho Jiang has been declared. Hung Hing must give him a 30% profit from the casinos in Ho Jiang. If not, he will ensure our casinos cannot operate." The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaos. "Loss of face. Who does he think he is?" Gugu was the first to speak, his beads spinning rapidly in his hands. "It's one thing for Shui Feng Lai to make such statements, but does he dare to threaten us at Hung Hing as a hall master?" The other hall masters chimed in, some cursing the loss of face for being oblivious to danger, while others felt something was off. Loss of face couldn't be so foolish as to challenge all of Hung Hing. Someone must be backing him, but regardless of who it is, loss of face must pay for his words. Gugu slammed the beads onto the table with a loud thud, declaring, "Longto, loss of face must die. If he doesn't die, how will other gangs view us? If a hall master from Ho Jiang dares to ride on our heads, anyone will feel free to stomp on us in the future." Jiang Tianxing glanced at Gugu and nodded. This sentiment resonated with him. "I feel the same way." Jiang Tianxing's gaze swept over the hall masters present. Who was willing to go to Ho Jiang and take care of this matter? The hall fell silent. Gugu lowered his head, starting to spin the beads even faster than before, while the other hall masters busied themselves. Some adjusted their cuffs, some checked their watches, and some pretended not to hear. No one was foolish. There had to be someone supporting loss of face, and recklessly going to Ho Jiang to kill him would be like walking into a trap set by others. Moreover, the profits from Hung Hing's casinos in Ho Jiang belonged to the headquarters. The individual halls received not a penny. With no benefits and all the risks, who would want to take on such a task? Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. His gaze moved from Gugu to Han Bin, then from Han Bin to Sister 13, and from Sister 13 to the other hall masters. Each person he glanced at seemed to have something very important to do. Some were inspecting their nails, some were patting their trouser legs, and some were quietly conversing with their neighbors, but no one met his gaze. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense. Jiang Tiansheng's gaze finally fell on Boss B, who gave a slight nod subtle enough for only Boss B to notice. Boss B stood up. Longto will do it. His voice was loud enough to echo throughout the hall. If Loss of Face dares to say such things, he is seeking death. They'll go to Ho Jiang and bring back his head. Jiang Tiansheng's expression softened slightly. Good'll leave this matter to Boss B. If you succeed, I will credit you with a great merit. He glanced at the other hall masters. Does anyone have any objections? None, of course not. No one wanted to take on this hot potato, they were just happy to avoid it. Gugu was the first to shake his head, and the other hall masters quickly expressed their agreement. Liang Kuan sat in his chair taking a sniff of the unlit cigarette in his hand, his lips curling into a slight smile. He certainly had no objections as this matter was originally his doing, why would he oppose it? He was even worried that Jiang Tiansheng would force the task onto him. Now that Boss B had volunteered for the job, it suited him perfectly. It's settled then. Jiang Tiansheng stood up. Meeting adjourned. The hall masters rose one by one, leaving in groups. As Liang Kuan passed by Boss B, he paused, tilting his head to glance at him. Boss B, don't let Loss of Face slip through your fingers and end up being taken down yourself, or that would be a disgrace for us at Hung Hing. Boss B's expression darkened. Even if you die, I won't die, so don't worry. Liang Kuan laughed, the sound not loud, but very grating. I hope what you said is true. He left with his group, his laughter echoing down the corridor for a long time. Boss B stood there, his fists clenched tightly, and after taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he turned to face Chun Haonan behind him. Haonan, come with me. I have something to discuss. Sure, Boss B. Chun Haonan followed along with Shan Ji, Bao Pai de Tian Air, and Chao Pai. The five of them exited the hall with Boss B. Li Wei stood in place watching their figures until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. Boss B was indeed going to assign the task to Chun Haonan to kill Loss of Face in Ho Jiang. If successful, Chun Haonan would logically succeed Boss B. If he failed, Boss B probably hadn't considered what would happen if he did. Li Wei raised his head, gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling. The light was bright, making his eyes somewhat dazzled. If the plot unfolded as it did in his previous life, Liang Kun's plan would succeed, Jiang Tiansheng would encounter misfortune, and Hung Hing would descend into chaos. He didn't need to seek out Liang Kuan to say anything. Whatever was meant to happen would happen. But what if his appearance altered the course of events? What if Liang Kuan changed his strategy because of his presence? Li Wei stood in the hall contemplating for a long time. Ultimately, he decided to seek out Liang Kuan, not to inform, not to curry favor, but to initiate a game. Once his plan succeeded, and he claimed the position of the leader of the Copper Horn Bay, Jiang Tiansheng would surely regard him with caution. A disobedient leader would not be overlooked by the Dragon Head. He needed someone to take the brunt, drawing Jiang Tiansheng's fire. Liang Kuan was that person. Let Liang Kuan contend with Jiang Tiansheng, while he quietly grew stronger, waiting for the moment when they would mutually perish. Li Wei withdrew his gaze and turned to exit the hall. Nighttime Mongkok, Qiankuan International Film Production. Li Wei only brought Gao Jin and a Fei with him. Before arriving, he instructed a Fei to circle the area 3 times, making several turns to confirm they were not being followed before allowing Gao Jin to park at the company entrance. 2 young thugs stood at the entrance dressed in colorful shirts, smoking. Upon seeing someone approach, they extended their hands to block the way. Stop. Do you know whose territory this is? Kuan, guess. A Fei stepped forward, his hand already reaching for the knife at his waist, but Li Wei stopped him. I know this is Kuan guess territory. Please let Kuan Gu know that a brother bringing him 30 million in business has arrived. The 2 thugs exchanged glances, skeptical. 30 million is not a small sum. If this person is telling the truth, and they block him outside, Kuan Gu could flay them alive. One of the thugs muttered, wait here, and turned to run inside. In less than 2 minutes, a burst of laughter erupted from within. Ha ha ha, good brother. You've come. Liang Kuan emerged wearing a black bathrobe, the collar open, revealing a chest adorned with tattoos. His hair was still wet as if he had just come out of the water. He walked over and slapped one of the thugs on the back of the head. This is my brother. Next time he comes, let him in directly, no need for announcements. The 2 thugs covered their heads and nodded repeatedly. Liang Kuan approached, throwing an arm around Li Wei's shoulder, gripping him as if afraid he might flee. Come on, brother, let me show you inside. Our specialties here cannot be seen outside. Li Wei was let in by him, smiling on the surface while surveying the company with keen interest. The corridor was lined with various studios, doors open, the sets inside a chaotic mix. Offices, bedrooms, hospitals, classrooms. Lighting equipment, cameras, and reflectors were scattered all over the floor. A few scantily dressed women walked down the corridor. Upon seeing Liang Kuan, they greeted him with a smile, calling out, Kuan Gu, and then eyed Li Wei, their gazes lingering on him for a few seconds, as if appraising him. Li Wei did not look at them, he was focused on the cameras. The brand was Panasonic, the models not very new, but well maintained. The lighting equipment was decent enough for typical productions. Liang Kuan noticed Li Wei's interest in the equipment, thinking he was intrigued, and smiled even wider. Brother, what do you want to shoot? Older brother will arrange everything for you. Male lead, you can choose as you wish. Female lead too, if the girls here are all quite good. Li Wei quickly shook his head. He was not pretending. He was genuinely uninterested. These devices were secondhand, and as for the women, who knew if they were infected? He did not want to end up in the hospital because of such trivial matters. Forget it, Kuan-gu, I'm not interested in these things. Liang Kuan thought he was just being shy and leaned in closer, lowering his voice. It's fine, older brother will turn off the equipment, just you alone, no one will know. Li Wei shook his head again, this time with more resolve. Kuan-gu, I really don't like these things. Let's set that aside. Ooh, I have something important to discuss with you. Liang Kun's eyes narrowed slightly. He had been waiting for Li Wei to speak since the moment he appeared at the door. He did not believe Li Wei was there to establish rapport. This young man had matters on his mind, not feelings. All right, let's go to my office. The office was at the end of the corridor. The door closed. Liang Kuan pushed the door open, walked around the desk, and sat down, indicating the chair opposite him. Li Wei sat down while Gao Jin and Fei remained outside, not entering. Kuan-gu, today the dragon head said to send Lao Bi to Haojiang to deal with Sang Biao. What do you think? Liang Kuan leaned back in his chair, looking at Li Wei, his gaze filled with an indescribable quality. He was gauging Li Wei's intentions. This did not seem like an inquiry for intelligence. Such inquiries would not be so straightforward. Isn't this good? Sang Biao dared to provoke us. Eliminating him is warranted. Liang Kuan's tone was very casual. Li Wei nodded. He could not reveal that he knew about Liang Kuan and Sang Biao's relationship. He could not break that layer of glass. I know what I mean is, since Dalaobi accepted this task, I see he is at odds with you, Kuan-gu. Don't you want to give him some hindrance? Liang Kuan tapped his fingers on the table twice. He understood that Li Wei was not there to gather intelligence, but to hand him a knife. Why would you do this? Dalaobi is your boss after all. Liang Kuan's tone carried a hint of testing. Li Wei revealed a perfectly balanced expression of grievance and anger, but this time half of it was genuine. Kuan-gu, I fought tooth and nail for Dalaobi from Xian Mountain to Copperhorn Bay, enduring countless injuries. He saw it all, but what about him? He doesn't trust me. He would rather favor Chun Haonan, that kid who hasn't even grown hair yet, than give me an opportunity. What right does Chun Haonan have to stand above me? Just because he knows how to flatter? Li Wei's voice was not loud, but every word was laced with suppressed fury. Liang Kuan studied his face, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. Dalaobi, look at what you've done to your subordinates. If you've become a leader like this, who would not betray you? Brother Dalaobi's treatment of you is his loss. Liang Kun's tone became more intimate, as if he and Li Wei were in the same trench. If you are unjust as a leader, do not blame your subordinates for being unfaithful. Li Wei took a deep breath as if trying to calm his emotions. Kuan-gu, do you know who Dalaobi assigned for this task? Liang Kuan shook his head. I have inquired. Dalaobi assigned the task to Chun Haonan, telling him to take people to Haojiang to eliminate Sang Biao. Liang Kun's eyes brightened. Chun Haonan was not Li Wei, he was Dalaobi's favored disciple. Liang Kun's mind raced. Chun Haonan heading to Haojiang. When he arrived, he would not find Sang Biao's head waiting for him, but a heavily fortified ambush. Li Wei watched Liang Kun's eyes, knowing his words had taken effect. Liang Kuan no longer needed him to elaborate. Everything that needed to be said had been said, and the rest Liang Kuan would figure out himself. Kuan-gu, I'll take my leave now. I've been out too long, and fear arousing suspicion. Liang Kuan stood up, walked over, and lightly patted Li Wei on the shoulder. Brother, I will remember this favor you've done for me. Li Wei nodded and turned to leave. The door closed behind him. Liang Kuan stood in the office watching the door close, the smile on his face slowly fading. He walked to the window, pulled back the curtains, and looked down at the street. Li Wei's figure appeared under the streetlight, getting into a car that drove out of the parking lot. Liang Kuan stood by the window for a long time. This young man was no ordinary individual. He then shook his head. Even if Li Wei was extraordinary, the one who should be worried was Dalaobi. It had nothing to do with him. He was not his subordinate. Chun Haonan and his companions left Hong Kong under the repeated advice of Boss B, who patted Chun Haonan on the shoulder at the dock, saying repeatedly, be careful, act according to the situation, withdraw if things go south. Shanji stood beside him, a toothpick in his mouth, smiling cheerfully. Don't worry, brother, be with us around. Nangu won't lose a single hair. The boat set sail, and the sea breeze rushed in through the porthole carrying a salty, fishy scent. Chun Haonan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, replaying in his mind the instructions given by Boss B. When Sang Biao leaves each day, when he returns home, which route he takes, and how many people accompany him. All this had been carefully investigated by Boss B beforehand, a thick stack of paper that Chun Haonan had gone over no less than 10 times. Shanji leaned over and poked his arm. Nangu, if you become a red stick, you can't forget the brothers. Chun Haonan opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How could I? We are brothers. Bao Pai chuckled in the back seat, while the Tian Air and Chow Pai laughed as well. The five of them joked and laughed until the boat reached the Haojiang dock, where they disembarked and found a hotel not far from Sang Biao's activity area. In the following 2 days, they acted separately, gathering information about Sang Biao's routine, leaving at 9 in the morning to have dim sum at a tea restaurant, returning to the company at noon, going to the casino at 4 in the afternoon, and coming home at 10 at night. The people around him were few, only 4 to 6. On the third day, Chun Haonan felt the time was right, and prepared to go out to buy some tools. He greeted Shanji and the others, then left the hotel alone. The streets of Haojiang were narrower than those in Hong Kong, and there were fewer people. Chun Haonan turned into a small alley where there was a hardware store he had seen when passing by before. He hadn't walked halfway when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Before he could turn around, a burlap sack was thrown over his head, and everything went dark as a heavy blow struck the back of his head. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed. The room was small with dim yellow lights and a cheap perfume scent in the air. His head still ached, and it took a while for his eyes to focus on the cracks in the ceiling. Voices came from outside the door. Let him enjoy himself. The door opened, and someone was pushed inside. Chun Haonan sat up, and when he saw the person's face his mind went blank. Kowloon Shanji's girlfriend. He opened his mouth to say something, but a strange taste filled his mouth. His tongue was numb, and he couldn't make a sound. His body felt off hot, like a fire was burning in his veins. Kowloon was also flushed, her eyes dazed as she stumbled over to him. Chun Haonan tried to push her away, but his hand reached out instead to embrace her. In the corner, a red recording light on a camera was shining. When Chun Haonan came to, he found himself alone in the room. Kowloon had left at some point, and the bed was messy, his clothes thrown on the floor. He sat on the edge of the bed, his hands holding his head, fingers tangled in his hair, his mind feeling like a mass of confusion. He had been set up from the moment he stepped into Haojiang. He had been playing a role in someone else's script. Sang Biao was bait, the mission was bait, even Kowloon was bait. He had taken the hook, and now it was time to reel it in. On the bedside table lay a box of videotapes with a note attached. Hong Hing's Chun Haonan, a keepsake from Haojiang. Chun Haonan clutched the videotape tightly, his knuckles turning white. He wanted to smash it, but reason told him that it would be useless. They surely had the master copy. He took a deep breath, stuffed the videotape into his pocket, got dressed, and left the room. When he returned to his own room, Shanji and the others had not yet come back. Chun Haonan sat on the edge of the bed, taking the videotape out of his pocket and staring at it for a long time. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Kowloon's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. Hello. Kowloon's voice was hoarse, tinged with tears. Don't tell anyone about today, especially Shanji. Give me some time, and I will explain to him. Chun Haonan's voice was very low. There was silence on the other end for a long time. Okay. Kowloon hung up. Chun Haonan put the receiver down and sat still by the bed. When Shanji returned, he saw Chun Haonan's expression and asked what was wrong. Chun Haonan said it was nothing, just didn't sleep well. Bao Pai said they had gathered most of Sang Biao's movements, should they act tonight. Chun Haonan shook his head, saying the plan had changed, and they were going back to Hong Kong. Back to Hong Kong? Are we not doing the mission? Shanji's eyes widened. We'll talk when we get back. Chun Haonan did not explain. That afternoon, the five of them took a boat back to Hong Kong. When the boat reached the shore, Chun Haonan's phone rang. He answered it and heard a voice that made his face turn pale. The videotape had already been released, and that afternoon the entire underworld of Hong Kong Island was buzzing about one thing. Hong Hing's Chun Haonan had seduced Shanji's girlfriend. Someone even named this videotape's sister-in-law Hurry and opened the door at Shanji. The name was coined by Liang Ku. When Li Wei heard about this from Fei, he was in the office reviewing business reports sent by Jimmy. Fei stood in front of the desk laughing so hard that he was nearly in tears. Boss, you haven't seen it, but everyone on the streets is talking about this, in tea restaurants, saunas, nightclubs. Wherever you go, you can hear people discussing it. Some even say they want to make a movie out of it titled Shanji's Fury. A Yong added from the side, boss, they even gave Chun Haonan a nickname, calling him the Haojiang Stallion. Li Wei put down the report, leaned back in his chair, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Liang Kowloon was truly ruthless in his dealings, killing without shedding blood using a soft knife. Chun Haonan was finished, not dead but socially dead. In the underworld, reputation is more important than life. If you lose your life, people might say you're a good man, but if your reputation is tarnished, you become nothing. All right. Li Wei waved his hand. Stop laughing, serious business is at stake. Fei and a Yong stopped laughing, but they still couldn't suppress the corners of their mouths. In the main hall, Jiang Tiansheng's expression was grim. He had received no less than 20 calls from morning till now, some from hall masters asking for updates, others from outsiders probing for information, and one from an old friend at the police station saying you guys at Hung Hing are really in the spotlight lately. 11 of the 12 hall masters had arrived, with Liang Kowloon being the last. When he entered, a look of amusement was on his face as he found a seat, crossing his legs and lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Jiang Tiansheng did not look at him, his gaze falling on the empty chair. That was Boss B's seat. Where's Boss B? Jiang Tiansheng's voice was low, but each word carried an undeniable anger. He's on his way, Chun Yao said softly from the side. Jiang Tiansheng took a deep breath, waited 5 minutes, and then Boss B pushed the door open, followed by Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan lowered his head, his face expressionless, but the veins on his neck were bulging. Jiang Tiansheng glanced at Chun Haonan, then at Boss B. Sit. Boss B sat down, and Chun Haonan stood behind him. The hall was very quiet, no one spoke. All eyes were on Chun Haonan, some sympathetic, some gloating, some expressionless. Jiang Tiansheng spoke up. Haonan, tell me what happened. Was someone framing you? As he said this, his gaze inadvertently swept over Liang Kowloon. Chun Haonan lifted his head and recounted what had happened in Haojiang. From leaving the hotel to being bagged from waking up to finding Kowloon to being recorded detailing every aspect. But he did not mention whether Kowloon was a willing participant or had been drugged, nor did he say what he had told her. Are you saying you were drugged? Jiang Tiansheng's voice carried a hint of hope. Yes, Chun Haonan replied. So the things in the video were not. No, Chun Haonan confirmed. Jiang Tiansheng nodded, about to continue when Liang Kun stood up. Dragonhead, I have a few questions for Chun Haonan. Liang Kun's tone was very polite, so polite that it seemed out of character for him. Jiang Tiansheng glanced at him, but remained silent. Liang Kun turned to Chun Haonan. You say you were drugged. Who drugged you? Chun Haonan opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. No. Liang Kun spoke for him. You have nothing. You just by saying you were drugged, does that make it true? If that's the case, then anyone in Hongxing can claim they were drugged when they commit a crime. Some in the hall nodded, agreeing with Liang Kun's harsh words, though they contained a grain of truth. The mafia values evidence, not excuses. Boss B stood up. Liang Kun stopped being sarcastic. I know what kind of person Haonan is. He wouldn't do that. Liang Kun laughed. You know? Are you his father or mother? What good does your knowing do? Do outsiders know? Do the people on the streets know? All they see is the video, and here's sister-in-law. Hurry and open the door. If you go out now and tell them that Chun Haonan was drugged, do you think they'll believe you? Boss B's face turned red. He opened his mouth to refute, but couldn't find the words. Jiang Tiansheng raised his hand to stop the argument between the two. Haonan, I ask you. Jiang Tiansheng lowered his voice as if giving Chun Haonan an out. That woman Kowloon, is she Shan Jia's girlfriend? This question is the crux of the entire incident. If yes, then seducing a brother's wife is one of Hongxing's biggest taboos. If no, then it's just a messy relationship, and it has nothing to do with the gang. Chun Haonan stood there, palms sweating, glancing at Shanji. Shanji stood behind him, expressionless, lips pressed into a line, fists clenched, nails digging into his flesh, blood oozing between his fingers. Chun Haonan averted his gaze. Boss B answered for him. No, Kowloon is not Shan Jia's girl. They broke up a long time ago. Liang Kun laughed again, this time even more openly. You say they broke up just like that. Do you have evidence? A breakup agreement? A witness? He turned to Shanji. Shanji, you tell us. Is Kowloon your girlfriend? All eyes in the room fell on Shanji, who stood there, hands clenched tighter, blood dripping from his fingers onto the floor. His lips trembled, his eyes red, not from crying, but from suppressing his emotions. No. Shan Jia's voice squeezed out between his teeth, each word carved like it was cut with a knife. Kowloon is not my girl. We broke up a long time ago. The hall fell silent as Liang Kun looked at Shanji for several seconds before breaking into a smile. All right, if you say so, then it isn't. He returned to his seat, crossing his legs. But everyone knew that Shanji was lying. Half of the attendees had seen Kowloon, and whether she was his girlfriend or not was common knowledge. Shanji had taken her out for meals, shopping, and to nightclubs. Breakup? Who would believe that? But since Shanji said no, no one could pursue the matter further. After all, the person involved had denied it, leaving outsiders with nothing to say. Jiang Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief and was about to announce the meeting adjourned when Liang Kun stood up again. Dragonhead, I have something to say. Jiang Tiansheng looked at him. Liang Kun walked to the center of the hall, facing everyone. Regardless of whether Kowloon is Shan Jia's girl, Chun Haonan's actions at the Haojiang have already tarnished the reputation of Hongxing on the streets. Whether it was seducing the second sister-in-law or being framed, outsiders don't care about the process, they only see the outcome. The result is this. Hongxing's men appeared in recordings and spread all over Hong Kong Island. He turned to look at Jiang Tiansheng. Dragonhead, it's natural for you to want to protect your own men. But for us hall masters, we also have our own subordinates. If you protect Chun Haonan today, can you also protect my subordinates if they err tomorrow? If the younger brother of Jigu makes a mistake the day after tomorrow, can he be protected as well? Then what is the purpose of Hongxing's rules? We might as well just rename it the Jiang family gang. His words carried weight, and the expressions of several hall masters changed. Jiang Tiansheng's face turned grim. He glanced at Boss B, who looked down, too afraid to meet his gaze. He looked at the other hall masters, but no one stood up to speak. No one supported him, nor did anyone oppose Liang Kun. He realized he couldn't just blindly protect this matter and needed to think of a better way to handle it. Then let's adjourn the meeting for now. He'll consider how to handle this better, and we'll talk later. Jiang Tiansheng stood up and turned to leave, not giving Liang Kun a chance to speak. Liang Kun also remained silent, staring intently at Jiang Tiansheng, a glimmer of ambition in his eyes. Chen Yao followed behind, and when they reached the door, he turned back to glance at Chun Haonan, shaking his head. As Boss B led Chun Haonan out of the headquarters, the sky was nearly dark. The streetlights of Central illuminated, casting long shadows of them. Boss B patted Chun Haonan's shoulder heavily. Come on, Brother B will take you to relax a bit, don't think too much. Chun Haonan nodded, following behind him. Shanji walked at the back, keeping his head down and avoiding eye contact. Bao Pai to Tian Air and Chao Pai walked ahead of him, occasionally glancing back at Shanji, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. They went to a nightclub in Causeway Bay, where Boss B booked a private room, ordered 2 bottles of foreign liquor, and had a few hostesses come in to keep them company. Chun Haonan sat in a corner, drinking glass after glass, without speaking. Shanji sat at the other end, also silent, but he hadn't drunk a single cup. His hands were bandaged, and the bleeding had stopped. Bao Pai tried to lighten the mood by telling a joke, but no one laughed. De Tian Air raised his glass to toast Shanji, but Shanji ignored him. The atmosphere was as heavy as if it were about to rain. Meanwhile, Li Wei returned to the office and Wan Chai closed the door and sat alone behind his desk. On the desk lay a map of Lok Ku Road, marked in red with the location of each venue, the monthly fees due, and the arrangements for the brothers overseeing them. He didn't look at the map, he was waiting. At 11 o'clock, Gao Jin returned. When the door opened, Li Wei looked up. Gao Jin was dressed in black from his hair down to his shoes. His expression was no different than usual. No tension, no excitement, just an empty face. It's done. Li Wei looked at him, waiting for more. At 5:10 in the afternoon, Ado finished school. There was no license plate as it was stolen. There were 3 people in the car besides me, and the 2 who got out there was also a driver. The 2 who got out didn't know who I was, didn't know who the boss was, nor why they were to kidnap this child. They only knew that each of them would get 50,000 for this job, and after it was done they would leave Hong Kong and not return for half a year. Li Wei listened in silence for a few seconds. Where is he? In Mong Kok, a safe place. There are people watching over him with food and drink, he won't be mistreated. What about the stuff? Gao Jin pulled out a plastic bag from his pocket and placed it on the table. Inside the bag was a Motorola phone, a Snoopy backpack, and a blue school jacket. Li Wei glanced at the items and nodded. Go on, you should rest now. Gao Jin didn't leave. Brother Wei, there's something I don't know whether I should say. Speak. Though Boss B isn't good to you, Ado is only 7 years old. He knows nothing. Li Wei looked at Gao Jin for 2 seconds. Gao Jin's gaze didn't waver or question, he simply looked at him calmly. I won't harm him. He is merely a pawn, and once the pawn is used it will be returned. Gao Jin nodded and turned to leave. Li Wei sat behind the desk, picked up the Snoopy backpack, and examined it. The backpack was new with a plastic Snoopy pendant hanging from the zipper, slightly dusty, probably from being brushed against something when he finished school. He set the backpack down and picked up the phone, dialing Boss BS number. The phone rang several times before being answered. Hello. Boss BS voice sounded tired with noise in the background as someone was singing, others laughing. Boss, it's away. Li Wei's voice was calm. I just heard about Ado's situation and I'm heading out with people to help find him. Good, bring more people, search street by street. Don't worry, boss, Ado will be fine. The call ended. Li Wei placed the receiver back and leaned back in his chair. The office was quiet, only the ticking of the wall clock. He stared at the fluorescent light tube on the ceiling, which had aged. Both ends were darkened, and the light was much dimmer than when it was first installed. 2 hours passed. Li Wei pushed open the door to the hall, where Boss B sat behind the desk, and Chun Haonan stood beside him looking pale, having sobered up significantly. Shanji, Bao Pai, De Tian Air, and Chow Pai stood behind, each face marked with fatigue and anxiety. Boss B raised his head and saw Li Wei, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Away, is there any news about Ado? Li Wei shook his head. Boss, I've searched Lok Ku Road, Kanna Road, Persian Street, Iha Street, and Dongjiao Road. I've checked every street and turned over every alley and asked the brothers on duty, but no one has seen Ado. Boss B's face fell as he lowered his head, propping himself on the table, his shoulders shaking. Chun Haonan stepped forward, his voice a bit tense. Boss B, could it be Liang Kuan? Today at the headquarters, he said those words. Your wife and child might suffer. Wasn't just a casual remark. Boss B lifted his head and looked at Chun Haonan. There was a light in Chun Haonan's eyes, not hope, but hatred. Having been set up in Haojiang, his reputation ruined for a lifetime, he needed an outlet, a target to unleash his pent-up hatred. Liang Kuan was that target. Boss B's mind raced. Liang Kuan had just said at noon, a watch your son, and now Ado was missing. Was it really just a coincidence? Even if someone else did it, Liang Kuan could not escape responsibility. Haonan. Boss B stood up, his voice much firmer than before. Gather, the brothers were heading to Mong Kok. If it truly was Liang Kuan, I won't let him off easily. Chun Haonan nodded, turned, and walked out, followed by Shanji, Bao Pai, De Tian Air, and Chow Pai. Li Wei stood in place watching Boss B. Boss B's expression was grim, but in his eyes, besides anxiety, there was another thing, determination. Li Wei lowered his head, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he raised his head, his expression returning to normal. Boss, I'm going to gather the brothers now. He turned and walked out of the hall. The corridor lights were dim, and his leather shoes thudded against the floor. Gao Jin was waiting for him downstairs. Seeing him come out, he walked over from the car. Brother Wei, where are we going? Mong Kok. Li Wei opened the car door and got in. There will be a good show tonight. In Mong Kok, outside the territory of Liang Kuan, the street was illuminated by the neon lights, casting a reddish glow. When Li Wei arrived with his men, Boss B was already standing at the forefront, surrounded by a dark mass of people, no less than 600. Chun Haonan stood to the right of Boss B, with Shanji, Bao Pai, De Tian Air, and Chow Pai behind him, each wearing an unsightly expression. Li Wei pushed through the crowd and approached Boss B. Boss, I've brought the little brothers along. Boss B glanced at the sea of heads behind Li Wei and nodded. His complexion was poor, with dark circles under his eyes and pale lips. He hadn't slept a minute since last night. Away, I'll go in to talk to Liang Kuan first. You wait outside, but if you hear anything wrong, charge in with the men. Boss B's voice was hoarse, but each word was articulated clearly. Understood, boss. Boss B took a deep breath and led Chun Haonan toward the entrance. Before they could push the door open, it swung open from within. Liang Kun stepped out wearing a black shirt with an open collar that revealed a tattoo. His hair was a bit disheveled, as if he had just gotten up from a sofa. Seeing the dark crowd at the door, his eyes narrowed slightly and the corners of his mouth fell. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward 2 paces, standing on the steps looking down from a height at Boss B. Chibi, do you want to dive? Liang Kun's voice was not loud, but it was piercing, bringing people to surround my territory. Looking for a showdown. Fine, you choose the place and I'll accompany you. His gaze swept over the people behind Boss B, as if counting them, but the disdain at the corners of his mouth showed that he regarded them with utter contempt. Boss B did not take the bait. Liang Kun, let's not involve our families, I'll let my son go. Liang Kun was taken aback, for a moment genuinely surprised. His brows furrowed as he looked at Boss B, as if judging whether he was acting. Your son. Liang Kun's brow tightened further. What does your son have to do with me? Liang Kun, do you dare say it wasn't you? Boss B's voice rose. Earlier at the main hall you said, your wife and son might come to harm. And now a doe is missing and you say it has nothing to do with you. Liang Kun understood Boss B's son had been kidnapped, and he suspected him. His anger surged up suddenly, but it wasn't the anger of being wronged, it was the anger of being provoked by a fool. I said it wasn't me, so it's not me. Liang Kun's voice turned cold. Believe it or not, if you don't believe me, go in. If you find something, I'll take the blame, if not. He glanced at Chun Haonan. Let his life pay for it. Boss B stared at Liang Kun for several seconds. There was no evasion or guilt in Liang Kun's eyes, only impatience and indignation. He could see that Liang Kun's demeanor didn't seem like an act. Boss B gritted his teeth. Liang Kun, it's best if it's not you. If I find out it's you, I won't let this go. Liang Kun scoffed, his contempt unmasked. Not let it go? You dare threaten me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Boss B no longer engaged in a war of words with Liang Kun. The priority was to find a doe. Since there was no news here, he planned to retreat and reassess. Chun Haonan followed behind him, took a few steps, and glanced back at Liang Kun. That look was filled with hatred, but more so with unwillingness. He had been humiliated in Ao Jiang, the video spreading throughout Hong Kong, leaving him with a tarnished reputation. He needed a target to vent this hatred. Liang Kun was that target, but Boss B had not acted, nor did he have a... Liang Kun stood on the steps watching Boss B and his entourage walk away, his expression shifting from disdain to gloom. He turned around and said to his subordinate, go find out who kidnapped Boss B's son. The subordinate was taken aback. Kun go, why are we investigating this? Liang Kun slapped him on the back of the head. If I tell you to go, you go. I don't want to take the blame for someone else. The subordinate ran off holding his head. Boss B got into the car and closed the door. Chun Haonan sat in the front passenger seat, while Shan Ji and the others got into the back. The car started and headed towards Causeway Bay. Boss B leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, mentally going through his list of enemies. The list was too long. After so many years, he could hardly count the people he had offended, but those who dared to touch his son would not be many. As the car reached Hennessy Road, Boss B's phone rang. Hubby. On the other end, Sister B's voice came through thick with tears. Is there any news on a doe? Boss B tightened his grip on the phone. Not yet, still looking. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then a muffled sob. Boss B's eyes turned red. Wait for me at home. I'll go back and check. Maybe a doe has returned by himself. Okay. Boss B hung up the phone and said to the driver, let's go home first. The car turned and headed towards Boss B's home. The streetlights on Hennessy Road flickered past the car window, casting alternating shadows on Boss B's face. Chun Haonan turned in the front passenger seat. Brother B, I won't go back with you. I'll look for a doe. I haven't finished searching Causeway Bay, and I'll check Lock Koo Road again. Boss B nodded and patted Chun Haonan on the shoulder. Go turn Causeway Bay upside down and make sure to find it. Chun Haonan got out of the car, heading off with Shan Ji and the others. Boss B's car continued forward. Hennessy Road became increasingly narrow and the neon lights dwindled, giving way to more residential buildings. As they neared home, Boss B leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, still pondering. Who kidnapped a doe? Just then the driver's body lurched forward and the tires screamed against the pavement. Boss B opened his eyes, but before he could see what was happening, a tremendous force crashed into him from the left. The massive front of the truck crashed into the left side of the sedan, tearing the metal like paper, and the glass shattered into countless pieces, sparkling under the streetlights. Boss B's body was thrown to the right, his head hitting the window, and everything turned dark. He heard the sounds of metal scraping, glass shattering, and his own bones breaking. But he was not dead yet. His consciousness was fading like sand slipping through his fingers, and just before it completely vanished, a face flashed in his mind. Li Wei. The young man stood at the intersection of Lock Koo Road, dressed in a gray suit, smiling. That smile was pleasant, but Boss B now thought back and realized there was something in that smile he had overlooked. Ambition. He realized it was Li Wei, it was him. So it's you, why did you betray me? Boss B then unwillingly closed his eyes. When Li Wei arrived, a crowd had gathered at the scene. The sedan was utterly wrecked by the dump truck. The entire left side collapsed, and the car door was thrown several meters away, blood covering the seats. The dump truck was parked several meters ahead, its front also deformed, but the driver was nowhere to be seen. Chun Haonan knelt beside the sedan holding Boss BS' body. Boss BS' head rested on Chun Haonan's shoulder, his face covered in blood, eyes closed, and lips purple. Li Wei took one look and knew the man was already gone. Chun Haonan was crying, not the kind of loud wailing, but silent tears flowing from his eyes, streaming down his face, dripping onto Boss BS' shirt. Shan Ji stood nearby, his eyes red. Bao Pai had his head down to Tian Air, turned his face away, and Xiao Pi's hands were trembling. Li Wei walked over, squatted down, and looked at Boss BS' face. His expression was heavy. Anyone who saw would feel his sorrow. But inside he was very calm, like a still pond. His plan had deviated slightly. The dump truck was supposed to kill Chun Haonan too, with both Boss B and Chun Haonan dead in the car, all evidence pointing to Liang Kuan and a dough found in Mongkok. Perfect closure. But Chun Haonan did not get into the car. He had gotten out early to look for a dough, escaping a disaster. Now Boss B was dead and Chun Haonan was alive. A living Chun Haonan was more troublesome than a dead one. Li Wei rose to his feet and turned toward the underling beside him, his voice thick with barely suppressed fury, as if demanding an explanation. How could our boss have been struck by a vehicle? How did you protect him? The underling flinched at Li Wei's glare, stepping half a pace backward and stammering. A construction truck suddenly veered onto the road. We had no time to react. By the time we rushed over, the driver had already fled, vanished before we could give chase. Where is the driver? Was he apprehended? And the underling shook his head, eyes downcast, too afraid to meet Li Wei's gaze. And Li Wei drew a deep, steadying breath, suppressing his rage, and turned instead toward Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan gently lowered Brother B's body to the ground. As he stood, blood soaked his knees. Whether his own or Brother B's, he could not tell. His eyes were bloodshot, yet tears had ceased. He stood motionless, staring at Brother B's face, his lips trembling. And it was Liang Kuan. His voice was low, but each word seemed wrenched from between clenched teeth. And he did it. He kidnapped Ado to lure Brother B out, then murdered him to silence him. His voice swelled, rising until it erupted in a raw, guttural roar. And who else could it be? Who else bears such hatred toward Brother B? Who else dares raise a hand against a Hung Hing branch leader? Only Liang Kuan. No one but him. Shan Ji stepped forward first. Brother, Nen, I'm with you. Let's cut down that scum Liang Kuan and avenge Brother B. Bao Pai to Tian Air, and Xiao Pai followed suit, stepping forward in unison. Let's go and kill him. Avenge Brother B. Chun Haonan stooped and retrieved a blade from Brother B's wrecked car, a knife flung from beneath the seat during the crash. He gripped the weapon tightly. Its steel gleamed coldly under the street lamp as he turned to face the men behind him. Brothers, how did Brother B treat you? No one spoke, but every face answered. Well, Chun Haonan answered for them, his voice booming so loudly it echoed down the entire street. Brother B treated you well, and me as well. Without him, there would be no Chun Haonan. Now he is dead, murdered by Liang Kuan. So tell me, what do we do? Avenge him. And the cry of 600 voices surged as one, reverberating across the night sky. Chun Haonan raised his blade high forward to Mongkok. Cut down Liang Kuan. 600 men marched after Chun Haonan, their footsteps thunderous like distant rolling thunder. Shan Ji led the way, knife in hand, his eyes bloodshot and burning. Bao Pai to Tian Air and Xiao Pai followed close behind, each face etched with a single unyielding word: kill. Li Wei remained where he stood, watching them recede into the distance, motionless. He neither joined them nor tried to stop them. Nance Chun Haonan's silhouette vanished around the street corner. Li Wei withdrew his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed a number. The line rang 3 times before connecting. This is Li Wei of Causeway Bay. I have urgent news for the Dragon Head. And there was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then quiet, then a voice. What is it? Jiang Tianqing's tone was icy, not angry but impatient. The Grand Hall Assembly had yet to resolve the matter of Chun Haonan, and he wished to hear nothing more about Causeway Bay just now. What is it? Jiang Tianqing's tone was icy, not angry but impatient. The Grand Hall Assembly had yet to resolve the matter of Chun Haonan, and he wished to hear nothing more about Causeway Bay just— What did you say? Jiang Tianqing's voice had shifted. Brother B is dead, struck by a construction truck. He died on impact. The driver fled and escaped us. Jiang Tianqing paused again, several seconds longer this time. Li Wei could hear his breathing, now heavier, ragged. Say it again, slowly. Li Wei repeated the account, more deliberately this time, enunciating each word with precision. Brother B had gone to Mongkok that evening to confront Liang Kuan. After their meeting, he was returning home when the construction truck struck him. Chun Haonan had not been in the car. He had disembarked earlier to search for Ado, and thus escaped unharmed. Where is Chun Haonan now? Jiang Tianqing asked. Li Wei hesitated, his tone laced with just the right measure of reluctant hesitation. Dragon Head. Haonan has taken men to Mongkok. He believes Liang Kuan murdered Brother B and intends to exact vengeance. A dull thud echoed down the line, like a fist striking wood. Ridiculous. Jiang Tianqing's voice rose sharply. If he goes after Liang Quan, how will others interpret it? The entire Hung Hing will descend into chaos. If Causeway Bay wages war on Liang Quan, where will the other branches stand? This won't be vengeance. It will be civil war. Li Wei remained silent, waiting for Jiang Tiansheng to continue. And go after him. Stop him. By any means necessary. Do not let them clash. I'm on my way. Before I arrive, hold him down. Hold him. I'll do my best, Dragonhead. In Li Wei's voice carried a note of strained, reluctant compliance. Not your best, certainly. Jiang Tiansheng ended the call. Li Wei slipped the mobile phone back into his pocket and stood beneath the street lamp. Across the road, the mangled sedan still smoldered. Police had not yet arrived and onlookers continued to gather. He glanced once at Brother B's corpse, left behind by Chun Haonan, lying where it had fallen. Leaning against a roadside dumpster, Brother B's head lolled sideways. The blood on his face had dried to a dark rust-brown crust. Li Wei held the sight for 2 seconds, then turned and strode after Chun Haonan's retreating column. Gao Jin followed, flanked by Ah Fei and Ah Yong. Brother Wei. Na Yong drew near, lowering his voice. Aren't we going to stop Chun Haonan? Li Wei did not answer, walking steadily until he reached the mouth of an empty alley where he finally halted. He turned, scanning the street behind, ensuring no one followed. Ah Yong, Ni's voice dropped to a whisper. There's something you must do. Ah Yong leaned in closer. Li Wei murmured into his ear, so softly only the two of them could hear, find someone familiar with Liang Quan's men. Ah Yong considered it, then nodded. Understood, boss. Ah Yong turned and disappeared into the night. Li Wei remained at the alley's mouth, watching his retreating figure, his lips curling faintly, then settling back into impassivity. Gao Jin stood behind him, hands tucked into the pockets of his tailored trousers, face unreadable. Brother Wei. Ni's voice was low. Where do we go now? Li Wei turned, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve. To find Chun Haonan. The dragon head ordered me to intercept him. If we don't go, if we don't appear to try, how shall we answer to him? Gao Jin nodded once. Li Wei stepped out of the alley and resumed walking toward Mong Kok, deliberately unhurried, even languid. He knew Chun Haonan couldn't move swiftly. 600 men could not march fast. He had ample time. As he walked, he pulled out his mobile phone again to establish plausible deniability. Dragonhead, I'm pursuing him now, but Chun Haonan is moving quickly. I may not catch him in time. Please hurry. I fear disaster. Understood. I'm en route. Li Wei returned the phone to his pocket and quickened his pace. Within 5 minutes he saw them. 600 men filled the street, shoulder to shoulder, a seething river of vengeance. At their head strode Chun Haonan, still gripping the blade in his fist. Liang Kuan stood at the entrance of his territory, a group of little brothers standing behind him. He looked at Chun Haonan across the street, his expression calm, a smile slowly curving at the corners of his mouth. Chun Haonan, what the hell do you mean? Liang Kun's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed through the entire street. Bringing so many people to surround me, Do you really think I, Liang Kuan, have no temper? If you can walk out of Mong Kok unscathed today, I, Liang Kuan, will take your surname. Chun Haonan's eyes reddened, not from tears, but from hatred. That kind of red shone from deep within his eyes like two flames burning fiercely. His hand holding the knife trembled, not from fear, but from the effort to suppress his impulse to charge forward. Liang Kuan, stop the nonsense. Chun Haonan's voice squeezed out between his clenched teeth, every word laced with the scent of gunpowder. You killed Brother B, and today only one of us can survive. Liang Kuan paused for a moment. Was Brother B dead? His brow furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed. The smile at the corners of his mouth not only remained, but widened. Brother B is dead. Liang Kun's tone was light. That's great news. I must go set off some fireworks to celebrate. Chun Haonan's face turned completely dark. Liang Kuan, you're looking for death. He stepped forward with Shanji following behind, Baopi de Tian Air and Chao Pai also trailing him. At that moment, Li Wei walked out from the side. He stepped between the two groups, standing firm, with Chun Haonan on the left and Liang Kuan on the right. Brother Kuan. Li Wei first turned to Liang Kuan, his tone polite, carrying an implication of, can you give me some face? We're all from Hongxing, let's talk it out nicely, there's no need to escalate like this. Liang Kuan glanced at Li Wei, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, raising his right hand in a downward motion, signaling his little brothers to sheathe their knives. Crazy Wei, I'll give you this face. Liang Kun's tone was generous. This matter has nothing to do with me. But if you insist on placing the blame on me, I, Liang Kuan, am not afraid. This was directed at Chun Haonan, as well as everyone present. I gave you face not because I am afraid of you, but because I don't want to stoop to your level. Li Wei nodded and turned to Chun Haonan. Haonan, the dragon head, is on his way. He told us not to act rashly, wait for him to come and handle it. Chun Haonan looked at Li Wei, the hostility in his gaze unwavering. He never had any good feelings towards Li Wei, not since their first meeting in the territory. This person wore a suit, a watch, spoke politely, not like a lowly mule, but rather like a businessman, and he didn't like Li Wei. You'd best step aside. Chun Haonan's voice was as cold as ice. Don't block me, otherwise I'll take you down. Li Wei's brows furrowed slightly, not out of fear, but because he hadn't expected Chun Haonan to be pushed to this. The death of Brother B was too great a blow to him, enough to make him lose basic judgment. A person who has lost their judgment can do anything. Haonan, it's not that I want to stop you, it's the Dragon Head's order. The Dragon Head's order. Chun Haonan sneered. Just because you say it's the Dragon Head's order, it's the Dragon Head's order. Li Wei, who do you think you are? Li Wei didn't respond. He looked into Chun Haonan's eyes, where the flames of anger burned fiercely. They weren't just burning, they were devouring. Devouring reason, devouring judgment, devouring everything that could keep a person clear-headed. Then who do you think I'm representing? Li Wei's tone was calm. Am I here just to stop you on a whim? If you kill Liang Kuan, what benefit is there for me? Chun Haonan pointed the tip of his knife at Li Wei's nose, the blade less than a foot from his face. How do I know you and Liang Kuan aren't in cahoots? You defend him so fervently. Is this not a conspiracy between you two to eliminate Brother B? Upon hearing this, Li Wei's expression changed, not out of fear, but he looked quite displeased. He hadn't expected Chun Haonan to say such things. This kind of talk in Hung Hing was akin to publicly accusing him of betraying the boss. Such an accusation is the gravest in any gang. Liang Kuan erupted from behind. Chun Haonan, watch your mouth. Liang Kuan's voice was loud enough for the entire street to hear. Are you saying this matter has anything to do with me? Do you have evidence? If not, shut up. Otherwise I'll make you regret being born in this world. Liang Kuan was genuinely angry, not because Chun Haonan insulted him, but because he truly had nothing to do with this matter. To be accused of something he hadn't done would be uncomfortable for anyone. Moreover, there was an additional implication in Chun Haonan's words. He was in collusion with Li Wei. Li Wei raised his hand to stop Liang Kuan, then looked at Chun Haonan, his voice steady. Haonan, listen, while this matter has nothing to do with me, nor does it have anything to do with Brother Kuan. I came to stop you because the Dragon Head called me. If you don't believe me, you can call him yourself. Chun Haonan stared at Li Wei for several seconds, his hand still trembling, the knife still wavering in front of Li Wei. But Shanji pulled him back gently and whispered something. Chun Haonan slowly lowered the tip of his knife, but did not retract it. Then let's wait for the Dragon Head to arrive before we speak. Chun Haonan's voice remained cold, but was slightly lower than before. You need to step aside now, or else you'll chop me too. I know you've said that already. Li Wei interrupted him, his tone very flat. If you want to chop, come at me. I'll stand here not moving. The two stared at each other. The tip of Chun Haonan's knife lifted slightly again, and Li Wei's eyes didn't even blink once the air was tense like a taut string ready to snap with the slightest pull. The sound of a car engine came from around the corner. A black Mercedes drove up, its headlights cutting through the darkness with two beams of bright light. The car door opened, and Jiang Tianxing stepped out. He was not wearing his golden-rimmed glasses, and his eyes, illuminated by the streetlights, were clear. Not big, but very spirited, looking at people like two surgical knives capable of dissecting you inside and out. Chen Yao followed behind him, holding a briefcase, his face devoid of expression. Jiang Tianxing walked between the two groups, standing there, his voice low, but each word clear. I've arrived, what's going on? Chun Haonan spoke first. He lowered his knife, pointing in Liang Kuan's direction, his voice shaking. Dragon Head, I mean no disrespect, but Brother B was harmed by Liang Kuan today. I want to avenge him. Harm? Jiang Tianxing turned to look at Liang Kuan. A Kuan, did you do this? Liang Kuan spread his hands, his expression as innocent as a cat wrongly accused. Dragon Head, it's not me, I swear it wasn't me. Jiang Tianxing stared at Liang Kuan for 2 seconds. Liang Kuan's eyes did not flinch, did not show any guilt, just looked calmly at Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing made a mental assessment and felt that Liang Kuan was not lying. Not because he believed in Liang Kuan's character, but because he trusted Liang Kuan's intelligence. No matter how foolish Liang Kuan was, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take on Brother B at this critical moment unless he wanted to be at odds with the entire Hung Hing. Chun Haonan, you say he harmed Brother B, do you have evidence? Jiang Tianxing turned back to look at Chun Haonan. This afternoon Brother B went to Mongkok to find him for his son and was hit by a dump truck at night. If it's not him, then who? Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow slightly. This logic was too weak enough that it wouldn't even meet the standards for filing a case in court. But he didn't say it directly, knowing that Chun Haonan wouldn't listen to anything in his current state. Just based on this, it doesn't prove that a Kuan did it. Jiang Tianxing's tone softened a bit. I will investigate this matter, just give me some time. Chun Haonan's lips trembled, wanting to say something, but his throat felt blocked, unable to produce any sound. Jiang Tianxing glanced at Chun Haonan, then at Liang Kuan. He pondered. Brother B was dead. The position of the Copper Bay leader was now vacant. Chun Haonan was the most suitable candidate to take over. Young, capable, obedient, and raised by Brother B himself, the oldtimers in Copper Bay would follow him. But if he pushed Chun Haonan too hard, now he might do something even more outrageous. Jiang Tianxing decided to protect Chun Haonan. Haonan. Jiang Tianxing's voice was soft, like coaxing a temperamental child. I know you are hurting inside. Brother B did you a favor, and you want to avenge him. I understand that. But this matter cannot be judged based on assumptions. Give me a few days, I will give you an explanation. Chun Haonan's lips moved, his eyes reddening. Dragon Head. Trust me. Jiang Tianxing patted Chun Haonan's shoulder, the grip not heavy, but very. Chun Haonan lowered his head, saying nothing. Tears fell from his eyes, dripping onto the ground, shining under the streetlight. Jiang Tianxing turned around and looked at Liang Kuan. Kuan, you are a suspect in this matter. Until it's cleared up, don't cause any trouble. Liang Kuan opened his mouth wanting to say something. His temper flared. What do you mean I'm a suspect? I haven't done anything, why should I be scapegoated? But looking into Jiang Tianxing's eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. At this moment, there was no benefit in contradicting Jiang Tianxing. Moreover, this matter truly had nothing to do with him. He wasn't afraid of an investigation. Fine, I won't cause trouble. Liang Kuan put his hands back into his pockets, his tone carrying a sense of I'm magnanimous. But once it's cleared, those who wronged me will have to give me an explanation. Jiang Tianxing did not take the bait, glancing at everyone present and raising his voice slightly. Everyone disperse, go to the Copper Bay territory, first deal with Brother B's funeral, the other matters can be discussed later. Chun Haonan stood there unmoving, still gripping his knife, his eyes fixed on Liang Kuan. Haonan. Jiang Tianxing's voice was more serious. Chun Haonan's body trembled slightly, slowly turning around and walking towards Copper Bay. The Tongluan Hall had never been so quiet. The morning hall was set up in the main hall with a statue of Guan Gong covered by a white cloth hiding his half-open, half-closed phoenix eyes, as if he too could not bear to witness what was about to happen. In the center hung a portrait of the late boss, be framed in black and white, depicting a man in a white suit. On both sides were 2 rows of chairs, and all 11 attendees had arrived. In the main seat, Jiang Tianxing's expression was very neutral, so neutral that it concealed any emotion. But those who knew him understood that the more indifferent he appeared, the more tumultuous his heart was. Li Wei stood in the corner, leaning against the wall, observing the flow of people in the morning hall. Some lit incense, some bowed, and some shook hands with the family members. His gaze traversed the crowd, landing on the portrait. You are unkind, and I am ungrateful. Li Wei murmured to himself so softly that even Gao Jin standing next to him could not hear. His gaze shifted from the portrait to Chun Haonan at the other end of the morning hall. Chun Haonan wore a black shirt with a piece of white cloth pinned at the cuff, standing in the family area speaking to Boss B's wife. Her eyes were swollen from crying, resembling 2 peaches, and she clutched a wad of tissues that was already soaked. Calculating the time, Ah Yong's side should be starting soon. Jiang Tianxing stood in the center, his voice soft, yet loud enough for those around him to hear. Boss B has passed away. Tongluan cannot be without a hall master. Although Chun Haonan was merely a Sijio and not a Red Stick, special measures were in place, and Jiang Tianxing planned to directly use his authority to elevate Chun Haonan. I intend to let Chun Haonan take the position. Does anyone have any objections? The hall masters knew this was against the rules, but seeing Jiang Tianxing's determination to support Chun Haonan, they chose not to offend him over this matter, remaining silent. After a while, Brother Ji spoke first. This young man Haonan is quite good, capable in a fight, loyal to the gang, and has followed Boss B for many years. He is familiar with the affairs of Tongluan. Liang Hua leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, tapping lightly on the armrest with his fingers. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, not a smile, but a prelude to speaking. The voice of Liang Hua was not loud, but the entire morning hall could hear him. Jiang Tianxing glanced at him, interrupting his words. Akuan, you can't possibly think that Chun Haonan is not suitable, can you? Jiang Tianxing's tone was calm, but the weight of his words was heavy. You still have not cleared your suspicions regarding Boss B's matter. You are also under investigation. Liang Hua's fingers paused. He looked at Jiang Tianxing, who was also looking at him. Their gazes collided in the air, and neither averted their eyes. Liang Hua was the first to look away, not out of fear, but because it was not worth it. Jiang Tianxing was clearly determined to push Chun Haonan into the position, and anything he said now would be futile. Moreover, he was still wearing the hat of a suspect. Opposing him now would only make him appear guilty. Liang Hua took his hand off the armrest, pretending to wipe his pants, and said nothing further. The morning hall fell silent for a few seconds, and everyone assumed this matter was settled. Hall master. A woman stood up from her chair. It was Sister 13. Jiang Tianxing looked at her, his brow slightly furrowing. Sister 13, do you have something to say? Sister 13 walked to the center of the morning hall, standing in front of Jiang Tianxing. Hall master, I believe that besides Chun Haonan, Li Wei is also suitable for the position. Sister 13's voice was loud enough for those at the other end of the hall to hear. He is not only a red stick in Tongluan, but has also fought from Xiun Mountain to Tongluan. Half of Tongluan's territory was taken by him. In terms of qualifications and achievements, he is no less than Chun Haonan. The morning hall fell silent as everyone looked at Sister 13, then at Jiang Tianxing. Li Wei stood in the corner, head lowered, his facial expression unchanged. But his heart stirred. The favor from Sister 13 had been returned. He had helped her secure Bolin Street, and now she was speaking up for him to contest for the hall master position. This was how things were done in their world. Jiang Tianxing looked at Sister 13, falling silent for 2 seconds. Behind Sister 13 stood Han Bin and Tyrannosaurus. Han Bin was the hall master of Quite Sing, and Tyrannosaurus was the hall master of Tunman. The relationship between these two and Sister 13 was not a secret in Hung Hing. Sister 13's words equated to the two of them also voicing their support. 3 votes. Jiang Tianxing calculated in his mind. All right. Jiang Tiansheng's tone changed from "it is decided" to "let's discuss it a bit. Then it will be between Li Wei and Chen Haonan. Does anyone have any objections?" Sister 13 stepped back, returning to her seat, picked up her teacup, and took a sip, her expression unreadable as to whether she was satisfied or dissatisfied. Others shook their heads, some said, "No objections," while others waved their hands. To them it didn't matter who became the home master. Seeing that no one objected, Jiang Tiansheng waved towards Li Wei's direction. "Ah Wei, come here." Li Wei stepped out from the corner, walked up to Jiang Tiansheng, and stood still. He slightly lowered his head, his voice soft. "Hall Master, greetings to all the Hall Masters." Jiang Tiansheng looked at him, his gaze filled with a complex emotion. He acknowledged Li Wei. This young man was capable, intelligent, and understood the rules. From the first time he saw Li Wei at the General Hall meeting, he knew this person was not ordinary. But Chen Haonan was his man, brought up by Boss B, making him the most suitable to take over the position of Kowloon Hall Master. Li Wei had to be set aside for now. But now that Sister 13 had spoken up, he could not ignore it. 3 votes were not a small number in Hung Hing. "Ah Wei, I believe both you and Haonan are qualified to be the Hall Master of Kowloon." Jiang Tiansheng's tone was kind, as if speaking to a junior. "Let's do this. Both of you perform well. In the end, whoever performs better will be the Hall Master. Don't let me down." Li Wei raised his head, looking at Jiang Tiansheng. Jiang Tiansheng's eyes held a glimmer of amusement, but that amusement did not reach his eyes. He was painting a picture, a big, round, unattainable dream. Perform well. What does performing well mean? Who will judge? Isn't it still your word that counts? If you say Chen Haonan performed well, then he performed well. If you say I am not good enough, then I am not. But Li Wei's face showed no dissatisfaction. His expression shifted from respectful to grateful, and then to excited, his eyes even slightly reddening. "Hall Master, rest assured." Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. "I will perform well and not let you down." Jiang Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. This young man was quite perceptive. The morning hall returned to silence as Li Wei retreated to the corner. He stood beside Gao Jin, head lowered, looking as if he was mourning for Boss B. But the corner of his mouth curled slightly in an unseen angle. Sister 13 had spoken for him. The favor was returned. Next, he had to forge his own path. Jiang Tiansheng's gaze shifted from Li Wei, scanning the morning hall, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Where is Chen Haonan?" No one answered. Brother Ji looked around, while Sister 13 checked the tea leaves in her cup. Nobody knew where Chen Haonan had gone. Jiang Tiansheng's expression darkened. At this time, the future Hall Master was missing from the morning hall. Just then, a little brother rushed in from the door, bent over, and hurried to Liang Kui's side, whispering a few words. The voice of the little brother was very soft, so soft that only Liang Kun could hear it. But everyone in the morning hall was watching, and they noticed the change in Liang Kun's expression. It was not a change of shock, but rather one of "I've finally caught you." His eyes brightened, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved upward, forming a complete and unabashed smile. He glanced at Jiang Tiansheng, and then at the other people in the morning hall, as if to say, "Wait and see the show." "Are you serious?" Liang Kun's voice was not loud, but the morning hall was too quiet for everyone to hear. The little brother nodded. Jiang Tiansheng's brow furrowed even tighter. "Kun, what's going on?" Liang Kun stood up, brushed off his pants, and though his voice was not loud, each word pierced the ears of everyone present like nails. "Dragonhead, let's take a look at the matter of Chen Haonan taking over first," my little brother discovered. He paused and glanced at everyone in the morning hall. "The son of Big Boss B is at Chen Haonan's house." The air in the morning hall froze, and the faces of the attending leaders were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Big Boss B's son kidnapped in Mongkok? How could he be at Chen Haonan's house? Jiang Tiansheng's complexion changed. It was not calm, but rather unsightly. He stared at Liang Kun, his voice turning cold. "Kun, are you serious?" Liang Kun smiled a smile filled with the pleasure of "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Dragonhead, whether it's true or not, shouldn't we go over and see?" Jiang Tiansheng was silent for a few seconds, contemplating what it would mean if Ado was really at Chen Haonan's house. Kidnapping Ado, luring Big Boss B out, and the dump truck crashing into people. Was it all his doing? Why would he do such a thing? Big Boss B treated him so well. But if it wasn't him, why was Ado in his house? "All right." Jiang Tiansheng stood up. "Let's go take a look." The people in the morning hall followed Jiang Tiansheng out, and Li Wei emerged from a corner trailing behind the main group. From Causeway Bay to Chen Haonan's house it took less than 10 minutes by car. A dozen vehicles lined up, turning off Hennessy Road into a quiet residential street, stopping at the entrance of Chen Haonan's house. Chen Haonan lived on the 5th floor of an old-style Tong Lao with an iron gate at the bottom that was unlocked. Jiang Tiansheng was the first to approach, followed by Gi Guhan Bin Shi, San Mei Liang Kun, and the other leaders. Li Wei walked at the back, his footsteps very light as he went upstairs. On the 5th floor, the door to Chen Haonan's house was closed with light seeping through the gap. Jiang Tiansheng stood at the door without knocking. He turned around, looking at the people behind him, his gaze finally settling on Li Wei. "Away, you knock on the door." Li Wei nodded, walked to the door, and did not knock immediately, but instead listened for any sounds inside. It was very quiet, but he could hear someone moving. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The inside fell silent, and the sounds of movement stopped. Who? It was Chun Haonan's voice laced with vigilance. Li Wei did not speak, but knocked 3 more times. There was silence for a few seconds inside, and it seemed Chun Haonan let out a sigh of relief as the footsteps moved away from the door, growing fainter. Li Wei stepped back, raised his right foot, and kicked at the door lock. Wood splintered, the door frame cracked open a gap, and with a second kick the door swung open. Inside, Chun Haonan stood in the middle of the living room, his face pale. He wore a black shirt, the white cloth on his sleeve still intact, and he had no weapon in hand. Behind him on the sofa sat a person, a child 7 years old wearing a blue school uniform, holding a Snoopy back. Li Wei pointed at a doe on the sofa, his voice loud enough for everyone in the corridor to hear. Chun Haonan wasn't How is he here? Chun Haonan's face turned from pale to green, his lips moved a few times, his voice hoarse, sounding unlike himself. It wasn't me. Someone called me to pick him up. I got the call, went to Mongkok, and found him in the suburbs. Lies keep lying. Liang Kuan stepped out from behind the crowd, standing at the door with his arms crossed, a smile on his lips. Chun Haonan, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Who called you? What was the number? Did someone tell you to pick him up, and you just went? Are you his dog? Chun Haonan's face flushed red, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Everything I said is true. Who believes that? Liang Kun's tone was light, but each word was like a knife. More and more people gathered in the corridor, the leaders crowding at the door, while those in the back craned their necks to look inside. Jiang Tianxing stood at the front watching Chun Haonan in the living room, and a doe on the sofa, his face dark. Haonan. Jiang Tianxing's voice was low, but each word carried an undeniable chill. Big Boss B, did you betray him? Chun Haonan's pupils constricted sharply. It wasn't me. Dragonhead, it wasn't me. Brother B treated me like family, how could I betray him? Liang Kuan spoke again at the door. His voice was not loud, but the entire corridor could hear him. Not you. Then explain this. Before Big Boss B went to Mongkok to find me, you got out of the car early. Why did you get out? How did you know to get out? Did you know that the dump truck was going to crash into us? Chun Haonan's face turned from green to white. I got out to find a doe. Brother B told me to go find him. Find a doe? Liang Kuan laughed. A doe is right here in your home. Where else would you look? Mongkok. You ran to Mongkok to find a child who is in your house. Chun Haonan, do you think everyone is a fool? Chun Haonan opened his mouth, unable to respond. His hands turned into fists, his knuckles turning white, nails digging into his flesh. I didn't. His voice trailed off, becoming so low, it was almost inaudible. It wasn't guilt, it was despair. Li Wei walked in from the door, standing in the middle of the living room, looking at Chun Haonan. His expression was complex, filled with sadness, disappointment, and a pain of I never thought you were this kind of person. He shook his head, his voice very low. Haonan, I never thought it would be you. The boss treated you so well, how could you do this? Chun Haonan suddenly raised his head to look at Li Wei. There was a light in his eyes, not hatred nor anger, but a bewilderment of disbelief after being stabbed in the back. Li Wei, you. He could not finish his sentence as he did not know what to say. To say you are the murderer. He had no evidence. To say you are framing me. No one would believe that. Jiang Tianxing stood at the door watching this, seeing his expression growing darker. His hands trembled not from fear, but from rage. He glanced at Chun Haonan, then at a doe. A doe sat on the sofa holding his backpack, oblivious to what was happening. His eyes were bright, sparkling under the light. He looked at Chun Haonan, then at the people at the door, pouting, wanting to cry, but unable to. Jiang Tianxing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Haonan. His voice was as cold as ice. You need to come with us first. I will get to the bottom of this, and if it wasn't you who did it, I will clear your name. Chun Haonan looked at Jiang, Tianxing, his heart sinking to the bottom. He glanced at the people at the door. No one stood up to speak for him, not a single person. He would not be exonerated. Even if it was proven he had not done it for the sake of the gang's reputation, they would still give him a brutal end. Living was a stain on the Hung Hing name. Dying would be the cleanest way to handle it. It would be death. People in the underworld would say that Chun Haonan murdered Big Boss B and committed suicide out of guilt. No one would avenge Brother B, and Liang Kuan would go unpunished. Dragonhead, I promise you. Chun Haonan's voice was hoarse, as if grit were lodged in his throat. He'll go with you, but you must find the killer who murdered B. Go. Jiang Tianxing nodded, his expression softening. So long as Chun Haonan agreed to go with him, he would have room. Take him back, lock him up, investigate for a while. When the heat dies down, release him. Then the Hall Chief of Kowloon will still be his. No one noticed Chun Haonan's fingers trembling slightly. No sign of fear, but of coiled force. He had stood in the corner of the parlor since he came in, leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets, yet his gaze never left Chun Haonan. From the moment Chun said, I promise you, Li Wei felt something was off. Chun agreed, too quickly, unnaturally so. A man who has been wronged and suddenly pointed at as the murderer. Would his first reaction not be rage and All the more for Chun Haonan's temperament, it was strange. He had shown anger and had protested, yet that line, I promise you, was delivered with a calm as still as a dead pool. Li Wei narrowed his eyes. He waited for Chun to show a flaw. Chun's heel lifted a fraction, his weight shifted onto his eyes flicked to the open window. 5th floor, the back alley below. Chun moved. He drove off his right foot and sprang toward the window. But Li Wei was quicker. The instant Chun pushed off, Li Wei vaulted from the corner as well. His body was like a coiled leopard. In 2 strides he crossed the parlor. His right leg traced an arc through the air, the instep striking hard into Chun Haonan's side. Thud! Chun Haonan was flung sideways into the coffee table, the glass top shattered everywhere. His head struck the floor with a muffled sound. Fruit tumbled from the table. An apple rolled beneath the sofa, an orange came to rest at Li Wei's feet. A commotion ran through the room. Ji Gu stepped back, some hall chiefs stepped forward, others retreated. Li Wei withdrew his leg and planted himself between Chun Haonan and the window, his expression so calm it suggested nothing had happened at all. Chun Haonan, where are you running to? Li Wei's voice was low, but each word rang clear. Are you the one who killed the boss, so conscience drives you to flee? Chun Haonan hauled himself up from the floor, his lip was split, blood trailing down to drip onto his white shirt. His eyes were bloodshot, as if ready to weep, blood fixed on Li Wei. Bullshit. Then why did you run? Chun opened his mouth, but could not speak. He glanced at the window, and then at the men blocking the doorway. The hall chiefs had barred the door, the window was his only way out, but Li Wei stood there like a wall. He could not beat Li Wei. He knew that from the kick a moment ago. His gaze fell on the sofa. Ado, the child, curled up with his school bag in the corner. If he seized Ado as a hostage, these men would hesitate, and he could flee through the window. Chun Haonan shifted half a step toward the sofa. Li Wei saw it. He gave no opportunity. He surged forward, his right fist aimed at Chen's face. Chun felt the rush behind him, abandoned the idea of grabbing Ado, and turned to fight. His fist collided with Li. Crack! The sound of knuckles crashing echoed peculiarly clear in the quiet parlor. Pain seared through Chen's finger joints. His whole arm went numb. He stumbled back, retreating until the dining table halted him. His right hand trembled, his fingers seemed to refuse. He glanced down the back of his hand, swollen, the skin over his middle and ring knuckles split and bleeding. Li Wei stood where he was, his fist easing. His hand hurt as well, though he showed no sign of it. His face bore no expression as he looked at Chun. You're less tough than I thought, Li Wei said. The words were quiet, yet sharper than any blow. Chun Haonan's face flamed from white to a scorching red, as if seared. His left hand found something on the table, a stainless steel fruit knife. The blade was short, but keen. He gripped the handle. Li Wei die? Chun lunged with the knife. His steps were chaotic, but quick. The tip glinted coldly under the light driven toward Li Wei's chest. Li Wei did not meet the blow directly. He stepped back and twisted slightly, letting the blade pass. His eyes fixed on the tip, calculating distance and angle. If Chun advanced half a step more, Li Wei could seize the wrist, wrench the knife away, and yet Chun did not press. Halfway through the charge, Chun abruptly changed course. He stamped on the floor, pivoted 90 degrees, and dashed off in another direction. The sudden move puzzled Li Wei. In that direction stood a man who had been watching the spectacle, Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan had been leaning in the doorway with his arms folded, a spectator's smirk at his mouth. He thought today's affair did not concern him. He had come to see how Chun would die. He had lowered his guard. When the knife's tip came within an arm's length of his throat, his smile froze on his face. Liang Kuan, pay with your life for Go. Chun thrust the knife with speed and force. The point, heavy with hatred, drove toward Liang Kuan's chest. Liang Kuan instinctively stepped back, but the doorframe was behind him. He could not retreat. He raised his left hand to shield his chest, and the blade sank into his left arm. A scream tore from him, sharp and bright like an animal's. Blood gushed from the wound, soaking the sleeve and dripping onto the floor. His face went pale, the pallor of blood loss mixed with sheer terror. His right hand clutched the wound. Blood ran between his fingers, glaringly red. Chun Haonan, you fucking... Liang Kuan's voice trembled, whether from pain or rage, he could not tell. Chun did not stop. He pulled the knife free and blood sprayed across his face. His eyes flamed like twin furnaces. He lifted the knife and drove it toward Liang Kuan's chest once more. The tip was less than a foot from Liang Kuan's sternum. His eyes bulged, pupils pinpricked. He wanted to flee, but his legs betrayed him. He leaned against the doorframe, unable to move. He tried to scream, but his throat felt strangled. He believed he was about to die. Bang! A gunshot. No firecracker, no backfire, a gun. Everyone in the parlor froze. Ji Guess prayer beads slipped and fell. This time, he did not pick them up. Smoke drifted in from the doorway, carrying the metallic sting of gunpowder. All eyes turned to the entrance. Sha Chong stood there holding a gun. The muzzle still smoked, a thin ribbon of bluish smoke curling from the barrel and dissipating in the light. His hand shook, the gun trembled, yet the shot he had just fired had been steady. His eyes were fixed on the center of the room. Chun Haonan collapsed on the floor. Chun Haonan's eyes were wide, even wider than Liang Kuan's. His mouth hung open slack. There was a hole in his chest, not large but deep. Blood surged from that wound. Not a slow flow, but a gush like a long blocked pipe, suddenly freed. His white shirt was soaked from the chest downward, the red so dark it almost blackened. His eyes remained open, but there was no light within them. That fire that had burned so fiercely had been quenched by a... Chun Haonan was dead. Li Wei looked at the body on the floor and felt neither joy nor sorrow, only that it had happened a little too fast. A little quicker than he had anticipated, but it didn't matter. Dying was just fine. Once dead, no one would compete for the position of the leader of Copper Gong Bay. Liang Kuan leaned against the door frame, his left arm still bleeding, staining his entire left hand red. He glanced down at Chun Haonan's corpse and then kicked it. Damn it. You dead Mule. Dying like this is too good for you. Liang Kun's voice was sharp and loud as if it could topple the entire building. One kick wasn't enough, he kicked again. On the third kick his foot got caught in Chun Haonan's clothing, nearly causing Gugu couldn't stand by any longer. He took a couple of steps forward wearing an expression that said, please don't be angry with me. Liang Kun, he's already dead, there's no need for this. Liang Kun suddenly turned his head looking at Gugu, his eyes shining so brightly that Gugu took a half step back. What did you say? Liang Kun's voice dropped, but it was even more dangerous than before. If it wasn't you who got cut, then you think you can just speak freely, huh? How about I get someone to give you a few cuts, and then apologize? Would that be good? Gugu's face turned red and white in succession, his lips moved a few times, but he didn't dare to speak again. Li Wei shook his head at Gugu's cowardice. This person speaking up for Chun Haonan was either foolish or stupid. Chun Haonan was already dead, killed by Liang Kun's underlings. Standing up now to say there's no need wasn't helping Chun Haonan, it was slapping Liang Kun's face. Who is Liang Kun? If you slap his face, do you think he will let you off lightly? The living room fell silent, no one spoke, no one moved. Chun Haonan's blood spread across the floor, oozing out from below his chest, slowly flowing towards the legs of the coffee table, next to the apple, and beside the orange. Ado saw the blood, his mouth pouting, and he started to cry. The sobs were not loud, but they were sharp, especially piercing in the quiet living room. Jiang Tianxing stood at the doorway, not having moved from the beginning. He watched Chun Haonan's body, his expression shifting from anger to helplessness, then to indifference. There was something in his eyes, not sadness but calculation. With Chun Haonan dead, the position of the leader of Copper Gong Bay was vacant, and Li Wei was the only suitable candidate. But this person was a bit difficult to see through. Jiang Tianxing's gaze shifted from Chun Haonan to Li Wei, who stood by the window 2 steps away from Chun Haonan's corpse. His face showed no expression, neither sadness nor excitement nor anger nor surprise. Just nothing. A 20-year-old young man seeing someone die before him, showing nothing on his face, was itself abnormal. But Jiang Tianxing had no choice now. Copper Gong Bay could not be without a leader. Li Wei was a red stick in Copper Gong Bay, qualified, accomplished, and well-connected. Sister 13 supported him, and Liang Kun seemed to have a good relationship with him. If he didn't choose Li Wei, then who? Away. Jiang Tianxing's voice was not loud, but the entire living room could hear. Li Wei turned his head to look at Jiang Tianxing. His expression changed from blank to a focused attentiveness, as that of a subordinate awaiting orders. Come here. Li Wei walked over and stood in front of Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing looked at him, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Chun Haonan was the murderer of Boss B. This has been made clear. From today onwards, you will assume the position of the leader of Copper Gong Bay. What the truth was no longer mattered to Jiang Tianxing. Handling it this way would minimize his loss of interests. Li Wei's heartbeat quickened for a moment, but he showed no signs of breaking. His expression shifted from focus to grateful, then to one of solemnity, as if saying, I will not let you down. Okay, leader, I will definitely take care of Copper Gong Bay and not give other factions a chance. Jiang Tianxing nodded, turning to look at the other leaders. Does anyone have any objections? Gugu was the first to shake his head. He had just been reprimanded by Liang Kun and didn't want to stir up trouble again. Sister 13 also shook her head, glancing at Li Wei, as if to say, I spoke for you. The rest is up to you. The other leaders also shook their heads in succession, some saying no objection, while others waved their hands. Liang Kun covered his left arm, blood seeping between his fingers, dripping onto the floor. He looked at Li Wei, a slight smile curving his lips. Not a mockery, but a smile of let's cooperate well in the future. I see that now that Wei has just assumed the position of leader of Copper Gong Bay, someone will definitely want to take advantage. Liang Kun's voice had dropped significantly. I, Liang Kun, want to make a statement. If any other factions dare to touch Copper Gong Bay, they will be offending me, Liang Kun, and I will make sure there are consequences. This sounded very well enough for Li Wei to understand that Liang Kun was not helping him, he was trying to draw him in. Copper Gong Bay was one of the richest territories in Hong Kong Island. Whoever controlled it had a say. Liang Kun had a conflict with Jiang Tianxing. He needed a significant ally, and Li Wei was that ally. Li Wei looked at Liang Kun, revealing a grateful smile. Thank you, Kun Gu. If there's a chance I must come to Copper Gong Bay to visit, I will arrange everything well then. Liang Kun smiled, genuinely happy, as if the pain from his left arm had vanished. Sure, if there's a chance I will definitely come over. Jiang Tianxing's expression showed no change, but his gaze swept between Liang Kun and Li Wei. He was thinking about one thing. Liang Kun was trying to draw in Li Wei, and Li Wei did not refuse. If these two became allies, it wouldn't be good for Jiang Tianxing. He couldn't let Liang Kun succeed. Away. Jiang Tianxing's tone was kind, as if chatting with a younger generation. The main hall previously mentioned that all factions are exempt from fees for 2 months. You, Copper Gong Bay, will get an additional 2 months. If there's anything else you need, you can tell me, and I will help if I can. 2 months of fees. Copper Gong Bay pays over 3 million a month, which means nearly 6 million for 2 months. Saving this money would allow Li Wei to do many things. But what Li Wei cared about was not the 6 million, but Jiang Tianxing's attitude. He was being friendly, trying to draw him and telling Li Wei, I am more generous than Liang Kuan, I am different from him. Li Wei's eyes brightened for a moment, but that light quickly dimmed. His face revealed an expression of there's something I don't know whether to say, or not hesitating for a moment. Leader, there is really something that I need your help with. Jiang Tiansheng's brows moved slightly. He had said that out of courtesy, not expecting Li Wei to really bring it up. What is it? You can say it. Li Wei rubbed his fingers together, as if this request was hard for him to voice. Leader, both the boss and Chun Haonan are gone. Now that I have become the leader of Copper Gong Bay, I worry that some brothers may feel unfairly treated. Li Wei's voice was not loud, with a tone that carried a sense of consideration for the faction. I want to see if you have any good solutions to handle this. Jiang Tiansheng glanced at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He knew what Li Wei wanted to do. Eliminate dissent. Send those brothers who are unwilling to submit to the main hall, and let the main hall handle them. But Jiang Tiansheng didn't refuse in front of a group of leaders. He had just said, if you need anything you can tell me, and he couldn't immediately slap his own face. Away, if any brother who is in the undersea register wants to go to the main hall, let them come. Jiang Tiansheng's tone was very flat. As for those not registered, you can handle them yourself. Li Wei understood Jiang Tiansheng's meaning. Those registered were officially part of the Hung Hing faction, their names recorded in the faction's register, and the main hall had jurisdiction over them. Those not registered had no official status. The main hall did not want to manage them, and could not manage them. All right, leader, I understand. Li Wei's tone carried a sense of compliance, as if saying he understood. Jiang Tiansheng looked around the living room. The leaders were still there, and it wasn't a place for conversation. Jiang Tiansheng patted Li Wei's shoulder, the force neither too light nor too heavy. They'll head off first. If there's anything, we can discuss it later. Jiang Tiansheng left with Chun Yao. The sound of his leather shoes clattering on the floor echoed, as if he was eager to leave this place. Other hall masters began to depart one after another. When 13th Sister left, she patted Li Wei's shoulder with considerable force, but said nothing. Liang Kun walked at the back. His left arm was already bandaged by Sha Chong. The bleeding had stopped, but a large dark red spot had soaked through the cloth, looking somewhat terrifying. He approached Li Wei and patted his shoulder with his uninjured right hand, his tone as familiar as that of a brother. Brother, it's inconvenient today. I will go bandage myself first. Once you officially take your position, I'll treat you to drinks and celebrate properly. His voice was low, but everyone still present in the living room could hear it. Several hall masters slowed their pace. Someone glanced back at Liang Kun, then at Li Wei. Li Wei understood what Liang Kun was doing. He was signaling to everyone that Li Wei was his friend. This favor would be remembered by the other hall masters. In the future, when Li Wei encountered something, they would weigh it in their hearts. This person is connected to Liang Kun. All right, Kun, you go bandage yourself first. Don't get infected. Li Wei's tone was filled with concern, as if he were checking on an old friend. Liang Kun nodded and turned to leave. Sha Chong followed behind, giving a disdainful glance at Chun Haonan's lifeless body on the ground, while muttering dead trash. The living room gradually emptied. Ado was still curled up in the corner of the sofa, holding his backpack, his eyes red and his mouth pouting. Li Wei walked over, crouched down, and looked at Ado. Ado, let's go. I'll take you back and find your mother. Ado looked at him, fear and strangeness in his eyes, as well as the numbness of a small animal forced into a corner. He did not move or speak. Li Wei extended his hand and lifted Ado from the sofa. Li Wei carried Ado out of Chun Haonan's home. The corridor was nearly deserted. Only two underlings of Boss B were still guarding the entrance, one smoking and the other leaning against the wall, dozing off. Seeing Li Wei carrying Ado, both of them stood up straight. Wei go. Li Wei nodded, but said nothing further. The morning hall was still there. The candles in front of the statue of Guan Gong had burned all night. Wax dripped onto the table, dried, and turned into a pile of white hard lumps. The fruits on the offering table remained, a thin layer of dust resting on the apples. Boss BS portrait hung on the wall, the person in the photo smiling broadly, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Li Wei did not look at the portrait. Holding Ado's hand, he walked to the back of the morning hall. Her eyes were dark circles, as if she had been punched twice. Her tears had dried up, leaving 2 trails of dried tears extending from the corners of her eyes to her chin. Ado saw the BS sister-in-law broke free from Li Wei's hand and ran over, throwing himself into the BS sister-in-law's embrace. She hugged Ado tightly, her shoulders shaking a few times, tears flowing down silently without a sound. Sister-in-law, I found Ado. Li Wei stood in front of her, not sitting down. The BS sister-in-law lifted her head to glance at him, her eyes devoid of gratitude, resentment, or anything at all. Like a stagnant pool of water, even throwing in a stone wouldn't create ripples. Thank you, Wei. Her voice was hoarse, as if it had scraped against sandpaper. Li Wei briefly recounted what had happened at Chun Haonan's house. He did not embellish or conceal anything. How Ado was found, how Chun Haonan died, how Liang Kun's underling fired the gun, how Jiang Tiansheng established the facts. He narrated it all. The BS sister-in-law remained silent for a long time after listening, as she did not believe that all of this was done by Chun Haonan, who someone must have framed him. She lowered her head, looking at Ado in her arms. With Boss B dead, no one could protect them. Finally, her hand gently patted Ado's back. Her lips moved a few times as if hesitating to say something, but in the end she said nothing. Thank you, Wei. She repeated this sentence, her voice quieter than before, as if it came from a distant place. Sister-in-law, this is what I should do. Li Wei did not say anything further. He stood for 2 seconds, turned around, and left. The BS sister-in-law did not look up. She kept her head down, holding a dough, her shoulders slightly trembling. That night, while Li Wei was at the morning hall, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Chen Yao. Brother Yao, is there something wrong with your call? Li Wei's tone was very polite. Jiangxing wants to see you. Chen Yao's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Come over now to the villa in Central. I'll send you the address. All right, brother Yao, I'll head over immediately. Li Wei hung up the phone and looked out the window. The night view of Causeway Bay spread out before him, neon lights of various colors, streams of cars, and people all bustling. Jiang Tianxing, looking for him at this time, couldn't possibly be to congratulate him on becoming the hall master. Jiang Tianxing should be investigating the cause of Boss B's death, and Li Wei was the biggest beneficiary. If Jiang Tianxing did not suspect him, that would be abnormal. Li Wei stood up, took his suit jacket from the hanger, and Gao Jin leaned against the corridor wall, hands in his pockets. As soon as he saw Li Wei come out, he stood up straight. Wei Ge going out. Jiang Tianxing is looking for me. You're coming with me. Gao Jin nodded without asking why. Central Villa area. As the car entered the villa area, the security guard glanced at the license plate and opened the gate. The roads inside were wide, lined with palm trees, their shadows swaying under the streetlights. Li Wei got out of the car, while Gao Jin remained inside. A young underling in a black suit stood at the entrance, a Hung Hing badge pinned at his collar. Wei Ge, the boss is waiting for you inside. I'll take you in. Okay. Li Wei followed the young underling through the gate. The foyer was spacious with marble flooring and a crystal chandelier hanging from above, the light bright, but not harsh. There was no one in the living room. A bouquet of fresh flowers sat on the coffee table, its petals still glistening with droplets of water. A faint fragrance filled the air, not from the flowers, but from perfume. The corridor was carpeted, making no sound as they walked. The young underling led the way, and as Li Wei followed, they turned a corner when a door opened and a woman stepped out. She was wearing a swimsuit, the fabric scanty, with 2 thin straps tied in a bow on her shoulders, looking like it could come undone at any moment. The 2 ample mounds in front stretched the swimsuit tight, making Li Wei feel that the fabric was about to give way. Fang Ting, Jiang Tianxing's woman. Li Wei's gaze inadvertently lingered for a moment. Not intentionally, but those 2 features were so prominent that it was hard not to notice. Fang Ting noticed his gaze, her brow furrowing, the corners of her mouth sinking slightly. She glanced at Li Wei. Her eyes held no anger, no disgust, only a sense of superiority, as if looking down on someone who did not know their place. The young underling quickly spoke up. Sister-in-law, this is Li Wei from Causeway Bay. The boss called for him. Fang Ting listened, her gaze resting on Li Wei's face for a second before shifting away. She said nothing, turned, and walked away. The straps of her swimsuit swayed behind her, the bow bouncing, as if saying goodbye to Li Wei. Li Wei withdrew his gaze and continued forward with the young underling. His face showed no expression, but a thought flashed through his mind. Jiang Tianxing lived in a villa in Central, with a pool, luxury cars, and beautiful women, while he, Li Wei, lived in an old building in Wanchai, with a garbage station outside his window and street stalls of Gooseneck Bridge below. The young underling stopped in front of a door and knocked 3 times. Boss Li Wei has arrived. A voice came from inside, not loud, but clear. Let him in. The young underling opened the door and stepped aside. Wei Ge, the boss wants you to go in. Li Wei walked in, and it was a spacious office. Against the wall stood a row of bookshelves filled with thick, beautifully bound books, seemingly untouched. Jiang Tianxing sat on the sofa, not behind the desk. He wore a white bathrobe, the collar open, revealing a portion of his chest. A cigar was pinched between his fingers, burnt halfway, with grayish ash dangling down without falling. Sit. Jiang Tianxing gestured towards the sofa opposite him. Li Wei sat down. The sofa was very soft. As he sat, his body sank momentarily, then he adjusted his posture to appear less relaxed. Jiang Tianxing took a puff from the cigar, exhaling smoke that slowly dispersed in the air. He looked at Li Wei, his gaze light, yet powerful. Wei, do you know who really harmed Boss B? Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. He pretended not to understand Jiang Tianxing's meaning, feigning confusion. The boss wasn't it Chun Haonan who did it. Everyone is saying it was him. Jiang Tianxing took another puff from the cigar and exhaled toward Li Wei. Then tell me, why would Chun Haonan want to harm Boss B? Li Wei feigned deep thought for 2 seconds, slightly furrowing his brows, as if seriously recalling something. Boss, I guess. Maybe during that incident in Haokong, Chun Haonan realized he had messed up and wouldn't have another chance to rise. He felt unbalanced inside, so he decided to eliminate the boss. Once the chaos in Kowloon ensued, he would have a chance to rise. After Li Wei finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing's expression showed no change, but Li Wei perceived a hint of skepticism in his eyes. It wasn't skepticism about Li Wei's answer, but about the answer itself. He had heard this reasoning before and had considered it, but he found it unlikely. Suddenly, Jiang Tianxing's voice rose. Li Wei, are you still not telling the truth? Do you believe this reason? Are you still lying to me? Li Wei leaned back slightly, not out of fear, but pretending to be afraid. Boss, I am telling the truth, I real. Jiang Tianxing did not look at him. He lowered his head, flicking the ash from the cigar slowly and calmly. Then he raised his head, staring intently at Li Wei. I'll give you one last chance. Your subordinates said that the incident with Boss B was your doing. At that moment, the air in the office felt as if half of it had been sucked away. A thought flashed through Li Wei's mind. Who said that? Who betrayed him? Gao Jin couldn't be the one. Ayong couldn't either. The dumper truck driver didn't know who he was. Brother Jiaqian didn't know why he needed soldiers, and his own subordinates were completely unaware of the matter. But he saw the intensity in Jiang Tianxing's eyes. Those eyes were looking at him very intently, not scrutinizing, not questioning, but watching his reaction. Jiang Tianxing was testing him. He had no evidence, could find nothing, and was using a false message to gauge his reaction. If Li Wei panicked or admitted to it, Jiang Tianxing would conclude that he was indeed the one responsible. If Li Wei remained calm and denied it, then the matter would have no connection to him. At least Jiang Tianxing wouldn't be able to find evidence to claim it was him. Li Wei's anger flared up, not at Jiang Tianxing, but at that non-existent subordinate. He suddenly stood up the chair, making a muffled sound on the carpet. Boss, the big man treats me so well. How? Li Wei's voice rose, filled with a sense of injustice and anger after being wronged. Who is framing me? Let them come out and confront me. I want to ask them why they said that. He stood in the office, his body trembling slightly, fists clenched tightly, his eyes were red, not from crying, but from excitement. Jiang Tianxing looked at him and did not speak immediately. He took another puff from the cigar, exhaling leisurely, the smoke dispersing in front of his face, as if gauging what Li Wei could see. If they really come out, then you won't have a chance anymore. Jiang Tianxing's voice was not loud, but every word was heavy. Li Wei did not sit down. He stood there, his body tense, as if strung like a bow. Boss, I didn't do it. I'm not afraid. I'll let them come out. Jiang Tianxing looked at Li Wei for 5 seconds. In Li Wei's eyes, Jiang Tianxing saw no guilt or evasion, only the grievance and anger of a man. He looked for a long time, long enough that the air in the office felt frozen. After a while, he smiled. He placed the cigar in the ashtray, stood up, and walked in front of Li Wei, patting him on the shoulder. Away, it was my mistake. Jiang Tianxing's tone shifted from judgment to consolation. The people below were wrong. I'll educate him when I go back. Don't take it to heart. Li Wei's shoulders relaxed slowly, easing from the tense state like a rubber band that had been stretched, now retracting. His eyes were still red, but his hands were no longer trembling. All right, boss, I will listen to you. Li Wei's voice still carried a hint of strain, but it was much calmer than before. Jiang Tianxing nodded. This young man was very understanding. Wrong, yet he didn't cling to it, and took the step down when given a chance. Jiang Tianxing returned to the sofa and sat down, this time not smoking the cigar. Away, what do you think about buying powder? Li Wei was taken aback, unsure why Jiang Tianxing suddenly asked this. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. To be honest, I personally also detest buying powder. Those things harm both others and oneself, turning people into something He paused, his tone becoming more serious. To be honest, I personally also detest buying powder. Those things harm both others and oneself, turning people into something unrecognizable. Oh, I don't want to get involved with such things. Jiang Tianxing observed Li Wei's expression and realized he was not lying. A person's expression can deceive, but the eyes cannot. There was genuine disgust in Li Wei's eyes regarding buying powder. Then if I have something I need you to do away, would you listen to me, Jiang Tianxing's tone was casual, as if asking about something small. But this question was significant. Li Wei knew this was Jiang Tianxing's second test. The first test was to see if he had harmed Boss B, and the second was to see if he was willing to be loyal. Boss, rest assured. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but very serious. As long as you give orders, Li Wei will do my utmost to fulfill them. He wasn't saying, I will definitely listen to you, but rather, I will definitely do my best. Jiang Tianxing noticed this distinction, but did not pursue it. Some things are enough to just touch upon. Jiang Tianxing nodded. You can rest assured, I will support you. In the coming days, I will make it known that others from the gang should not cause trouble in Kowloon, but after that it's up to you. Giving a stick and then a date is something Jiang Tianxing understood as well. Li Wei knew Jiang Tianxing didn't genuinely intend to help him. He was buying him off, telling him, I, Jiang Tianxing, am more generous than Liang Cohen. What Liang Cohen could give you, I can give. What Liang Cohen cannot give you, I can provide, as long as you don't get too close to him. All right, boss, then I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Li Wei turned and walked towards the door. As he exited, the door closed behind him and the office. Jiang Tianxing sat on the sofa, unmoving. After a few seconds, he spoke, his voice low as if talking to the air. What do you think of Li Wei as a person? Footsteps came from behind the bookshelf. Chun Yao walked out from beside the shelf. He had been standing there for a long time since Li Wei entered. Jiang Sheng, this person is shrewd and ambitious, but within a controllable range. Jiang Tianxing nodded. Shrewdness, ambition. Which lord doesn't possess these two traits? Brother Ji has them, Han Bin has them, Liang Cohen has them even more. Li Wei has shrewdness and ambition. That isn't the problem. The issue lies in whether his shrewdness and ambition contain respect for the boss. At least for now, it seems he respects the boss. He knows when to give face and when to step down. Jiang Tianxing stood up and walked to the window. Outside the window was the night view of Central. The lights of the tall buildings illuminated the night sky brightly. In the distance, Victoria Harbor looked like a black silk ribbon adorned with twinkling lights. The biggest hidden danger now is Liang Kuan, Jiang Tianxing said. He has already gained the support of 3 hall masters, eyeing the boss's position. Li Wei isn't the problem. Once Liang Kuan is dealt with, Li Wei won't stir up much trouble. On the day of Boss BS' funeral, Li Wei stood in the morning hall watching Boss BS' portrait being carried out of the hall. Boss BS' brother held the urn, his hands trembling, while Boss BS' wife sheltered under a black umbrella, holding onto a doe walking behind the hearse. The hearse moved slowly along Hennessy Road. As they passed Lockhart Road, a line of Li Wei's people stood by the road. Li Wei did not look at them. He focused on the hearse, watching Boss BS' portrait gradually disappear at the end of Hennessy Road. After the funeral, Li Wei did not rush to hold a meeting. He waited for 3 days. During those 3 days, he did not go out, staying in the office reviewing the accounts and the store opening plans sent by Jimmy. He did not seek anyone out, nor did he allow anyone to come to him. He was waiting for those who were dissatisfied to brew their emotions to a peak, waiting for those who wanted to leave to speak up, first waiting for the direction of the hall to become clear. On the 4th day, Li Wei instructed a Yong to notify everyone there would be a meeting at the Copper Lu Bay Hall tomorrow morning. The next morning, when Li Wei entered the hall, it was already filled with people. Li Wei ignored the shifting glances, walking to stand before the statue of Guan Yu and turning around. The noise in the hall gradually quieted down until it was completely silent. Brothers, you all know that the dragon had appointed me as the master of Copper Lu Bay, right? Everyone was looking at Li Wei. Some had expressions of acceptance, while others were still unconvinced. Those who were unconvinced were mostly Chun Haonan's people, who had looked down on Li Wei in the past, believing him to be a lowlife who had climbed up and was unqualified to stand on equal footing with Chun Haonan. Now that Li Wei had become the master, their dissatisfaction grew. A person they had once scorned was now their leader, a disparity that not everyone could accept. Li Wei observed their reactions. I know that many of you might not accept this, so I made a request to the Dragon Head for any brothers who do not wish to stay in Copper Lu Bay. You can go to the main hall. The Dragon Head has already agreed. There were murmurs in the hall. Some were whispering to each other, some were glancing at their neighbors, and others looked at Li Wei, their eyes reflecting a new emotion, hesitation. Before long, someone stood up. The chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing the attention of everyone in the hall. It was de Tian Air. I think I'll leave. I don't want to stay in Copper Lu Bay anymore. Bao Pai, what about you? Bao Pai stood beside him, his chubby face showing no expression. He glanced at de Tian Air, then at Li Wei, rubbed his hands and nodded. Let's go. The crowd behind de Tian Air also stood up, all loyal supporters of Chun Haonan, who had followed him since Ma Dao Street. There were also some old members of Boss BS crew who were close to Chun Haonan and had no ties to Li Wei. Li Wei looked at them, his face showing little emotion. He had not planned to keep these people in Copper Lu Bay. Having them stay meant he had to guard against them stabbing him in the back every day. It was better if they left cleanly. If you want to go, I won't stop you. Li Wei's tone was calm. The Dragon Head has already agreed. If you go to the main hall, work well, and don't bring shame to Copper Lu Bay. De Tian Air glanced at Li Wei, but did not speak. He turned and walked towards the door with Bao Pai following behind, his head down, making it hard to read his expression. The others also followed. Li Wei withdrew his gaze from the door, scanning the hall. He noticed one person. Shanji was absent. Among Chun Haonan's people, Shanji was the most rebellious. From their first meeting in the hall, Shanji had never. Dressing in a suit is worse than being a white-collar worker. The red sticks should belong to Nango. Li Wei remembered every word Shanji had said. He had once said he would turn Shanji into a dead chicken if given the chance, and now the opportunity had come, but Shanji was not there. He had been missing since that night when a doe was found, and no one knew where he had gone. Li Wei suppressed that thought, planning to have a Yong investigate Shanji after this busy period. He had to keep his promise and let him accompany his boss Chun Haonan. After de Tian Air and the others left, more people gradually stood up. Some said, "Wei Gus, sorry," while others said nothing and just walked away. A leader in his 40s stood up, his eyes red. His lips moved several times before he managed to squeeze out, "It's not that I have an issue with you, Wei Gu. I've been following Brother B for too many years and don't want to change places." Li Wei looked at him and nodded. "Chen Bo, I understand if you go to the main hall, and if you can't get used to it there, you can come back." Chen Bo was taken aback, looked at Li Wei, and his eyes filled with more tears. He opened his mouth, but did not say anything, turned and left. The number of people in the hall dwindled. Some left quickly, some slowly, and some paused at the door as if they wanted to turn back, but ultimately did not. Li Wei counted. There were still around 500 people remaining, plus his own subordinates. In total, about 1,000 people, which was enough to guard Copper Lu Bay, but Li Wei wanted more than just defense. He walked to the statue of Guan Yu, turned around, and looked at the remaining people. Their faces displayed curiosity, anticipation, and nervousness, but they all shared one thing in common. They wished to stay. "Brothers, since you regard me highly and wish to mix with the crazy Li Wei, crazy Li Wei, will not be stingy." Li Wei's voice was not loud, but the hall was spacious and the echo was clear. "From today onward, every brother in Copper Lu Bay will receive a monthly salary of 1,000 paid at the end of the month without delay. The hall erupted in an uproar. Some widened their eyes, some dropped their jaws, and others exchanged glances with each other, both reflecting the same emotion, disbelief. Wei Gu, are you serious? Someone shouted from the crowd. 1,000 every month, another person pressed. And we don't have to carry out tasks. Li Wei raised his hand, pressing it down to quell the noise in the hall. 1,000 every month base salary, bonuses for tasks, rewards for taking out enemies, and if anyone gets injured I will take care of it. I keep my word. After he said this, there was a 2-second silence in the hall. Then a single voice emerged, followed by a second, a third, and finally all voices merged into a wave resonating back and forth in the hall. Wei Gu is mighty. Some clapped their hands, others whistled, and some became so excited their faces turned. In the past, when they were with Boss B, earning a few hundred a month was considered good. Sometimes when business was slow they would go several months without a penny. Going hungry for 9 meals in 3 days was the norm. Now Li Wei was promising a 1,000 base salary, not including bonuses. Such treatment could not be found anywhere else on the entire island. Li Wei waited for them to quiet down before saying a few more words, mainly urging them to work well and assuring them he would not treat them unfairly and to follow the rules and not cause trouble. Then he waved his hand, instructing a Yong to register the remaining people. A Yong approached with a clipboard, and Li Wei glanced at him before turning to walk towards the side door. Gao Jin followed behind him, and Wang Jianjun also joined. Li Wei took a couple of steps, stopped, and turned to look. Jianjun, come to my office with me. Wang Jianjun nodded and said nothing. The office is on the second floor of the hall, not large, with Li Wei sitting behind the desk, gesturing toward the sofa. Sit. Wang Jianjun sat down, his back straight, hands resting on his knees. He wore a black jacket over a white t-shirt with a pair of black leather shoes on his feet. He had been there for nearly half a month, and Li Wei had not assigned him much work, familiarizing himself with Hong Kong Island, getting to know the roads in Causeway Bay, and understanding the operations of the hall. He was doing well, but he didn't speak, just observed every day, returning without saying a word. Li Wei watched him, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Jianjun, I have a group of over 1,400 people. I want you to train them separately from a dong and a dong. Is that a problem? Wang Jianjun didn't think twice. No problem, Brother Wei. What kind of training do you want for them? Li Wei leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk twice. They need to be able to fight, endure, and follow commands, stand firm in battle, and strike without mercy. They should remain calm in emergencies, able to regroup when scattered, that's all. Wang Jianjun nodded, not asking further questions. For him, training people was second nature. When he was a soldier on the mainland, he had managed over 100 people, training rookies into soldiers capable of going to battle. He had done this for several years. Training thugs was much easier than training rookies. Brother Wei, where's the training ground? There's an abandoned warehouse in Causeway Bay behind Jinadeo. I had a Yong clean it up, it's large enough. For equipment you can buy what you need, and just have a Yong settle the bills. Wang Jianjun nodded. Alright, I'll start tomorrow. I'll first check the warehouse, and then draft a training plan. Training in 3 batches would be better for over 1,000 people. 1 batch at a time, a month for a round. Li Wei frowned at the mention of a month. He didn't want to wait 3 months. The Eastern Star Gang could strike at any moment. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger were still watching from Shek Fai Road, and he didn't know when trouble would arise from Liang Kun's side. He needed this group to be combat ready as soon as possible. Can they really be trained in a month? Wang Jianjun pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, but the intensity needs to be high. The food must be good and sleep must be sufficient, otherwise they will collapse halfway through training. I'll handle the food and accommodation, you just focus on training. Understood. Li Wei stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the street below. Jianjun, your brother Jiang Wo will train the newcomers with you. Discuss the division of labor with a dong and a dong. They have experience leading troops on the mainland as well. You can figure it out together without asking me everything. Wang Jianjun stood up and nodded. All right, Brother Wei, I'll head to the warehouse first. Go ahead. Wang Jianjun turned and left. As the door closed, the office fell silent. Li Wei stood by the window, watching the sky change from orange to dark red, then to gray-black. After observing for a while, Li Wei turned around, walked back behind the desk, and sat down. He heard soft footsteps at the door, which were clearly being made deliberately light, but he was not fooled. Come in if you're coming in. Why stand at the door? The door was pushed open and Gangsheng entered with a cup of tea. She wore a white shirt paired with black trousers, her hair tied back in a ponytail, making her look much more spirited. Li Wei had enrolled her in accounting classes. She attended classes at night and helped in the office during the day. Her accounting skills were still slow, but they had improved significantly since she first arrived. She placed the teacup on the desk and turned to leave. Stop. Gangsheng halted, not turning around, but her ears perked up, and from the side, one could see her ears twitch slightly. Li Wei looked at her and suddenly smiled. Since entering, Gangsheng had been secretly watching him. She glanced at him when she entered, again when placing the teacup, and once more when turning around. She thought she was being discreet, but Li Wei, sitting behind the desk directly facing her, could see everything clearly. You've been staring at me, haven't you seen enough? Li Wei leaned back against the chair, hands crossed over his stomach, his tone slightly teasing. Would you like me to come over so you can have a good look? Gangsheng's body stiffened for a moment, her ponytail swaying behind her, as if she was hesitating whether to flick it. She didn't turn around, but her ears turned red. Who's looking at you? Gangsheng's voice was small, tinged with the stubbornness of being caught. So narcissistic, I was looking at the scenery outside the window, all right. Li Wei laughed, standing up, walking around the desk, and approaching Gangsheng. His leather shoes made steady sounds on the floor, one step at a time, neither fast nor slow. Gangsheng heard the footsteps, her body tensed even more, yet she remained still, standing there like a small tree nailed to the ground. Li Wei walked beside her, without stopping, continuing, until he stood in front of her, the distance between them less than a foot. He lowered his head, leaning close to her face, so close that he could see the fine hairs on her cheeks. Then take a good look. Li Wei's voice was low. How do I look? Gangsheng was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so close. Gathering her courage, she turned her head to look at him, and planned to say, not good looking. But when her head turned halfway, she saw Li Wei's face, so close that she could see herself in his eyes. Her face instantly flushed red from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears, as if someone had splashed a bucket of red paint on her. She turned her head back, down her chin, nearly touching her chest. Why are you so close to me? Li Wei chuckled. The sound was not loud, but it was clear in the quiet office. What's wrong? Blushing. Gangsheng lowered her head. Even further, her fingers intertwined in front of her, her knuckles turning white. You big bad guy. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Gangsheng's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She turned and ran out fast, her ponytail swinging behind her. The sound of her leather shoes echoed from the doorway down the corridor. Li Wei stood in the office watching the open door and smiled softly. He shook his head and returned to sit behind the desk. The tea on the table was still warm. He picked it up and took a sip, the temperature just right. A day later, Jimmy pushed open the door to Li Wei's office. He wore a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, holding a folder in his hand, his face displaying a relaxed expression of having completed a task. His hair was cut shorter, looking more energetic. His leather shoes were polished to a shine, and he looked less like a short mule and more like a business-savvy white-collar worker. Brother Wei, everything is ready for store A. Jimmy placed the folder on the desk. We can open tomorrow. The venue, decoration, products, and personnel are all set. Li Wei picked up the folder and flipped through it. Jimmy was meticulous in his work. Every page was clearly written. Where the store was located, its area, the cost of renovations, how much stock was brought in, the purchase and selling prices of each product, the expected daily revenue, and how long it would take to break even. Every item had its figures. Thank you for your hard work, Jimmy. Li Wei closed the folder and set it on the desk. Jimmy shook his head, a genuine sense of satisfaction on his face. It's nothing, boss. Doing business is my favorite thing. If you don't let me do it, I would feel uncomfortable. Li Wei looked at him, tapping his fingers on the table twice. The Agud's business was already on the right track. Production at the factory was normal, the accounts were clear, and profits were stable. But Li Wei knew that relying solely on Agud's wouldn't make him a fortune. He wanted to pursue larger business ventures. Jimmy, I have something I need you to do. Li Wei's tone turned serious. Jimmy stood up straight, the smile on his face fading slightly. Boss, go ahead. Take money from the company's accounts, go to Japan, find an arcade company called SNK and negotiate a buyout, then go to Osaka to find a company called Deju Mionji and purchase their instant noodle production line machinery. Buy as many as you can. Jimmy was taken aback. He understood buyout and buying machinery, but what kind of company was SNK? What? He was even more puzzled about the instant noodle production line. How could something like that make money? Boss. Jimmy frowned. I don't quite understand. Li Wei smiled, knowing that Jimmy was confused. But in a few years, instant noodles would become a lifestyle. Office workers lacked time to eat, students were too lazy to go to the canteen, and families didn't want to cook. Just add hot water, and you could eat in 3 minutes, convenient, quick, and cheap. Jimmy could not imagine how big this market would become. As for arcade games, it was a highly profitable industry, especially in the era before smartphones, and it was the most popular among teenagers. He explained some things to Jimmy, but seeing that Jimmy still didn't quite understand, he said no more. You can just go and do it. Li Wei provided no further explanation. You'll understand later. Jimmy glanced at Li Wei and saw something undeniable in his eyes. He did not ask further, nodding instead. All right, boss. After the A store opens tomorrow, I will organize people. Don't rush. First, arrange the affairs of the A store. I will have someone contact Japan. Once you arrive, you can coordinate directly. Jimmy nodded, picked up the folder on the table, and turned to leave. As soon as the office door closed, a young entered. He was wearing a black t-shirt with muscles straining against the sleeves, and his hair was drenched in sweat, as if he had just run back from outside. Boss, you asked me to recruit people, and I have done it. A Yang's voice was a bit breathless, but it carried an excitement of having accomplished a task. Li Wei leaned back in his chair watching him. I recruited over 1,000, but don't worry, I filtered them several times. No one who is a parasite, no gamblers, only those in good health and capable fighters. All the conditions you specified have been met. A Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. There are a total of 1,027 plus our own people. We have about 2,000 people in Causeway Bay now. With over 2,000 people, Li Wei calculated in his mind that it was probably enough. However, to realize his goal, he still needed one more step, requiring the training of over 1,000 people along with the 500 remaining from the previous group under Wang Jianjun. His goal was a completely unified Causeway Bay, Every corner from east to west, from south to north, all venues under his control, aiming for complete dominance. To achieve this, not only did he need sufficient numbers, but he also required them to be capable and willing to fight. At that time, these people will be sent in batches to train with Wang Jianjun. I've already discussed it with him, he will arrange it. Understood, boss. A Young looked at Li Wei, puzzled as to why such a large number was needed to guard Causeway Bay. He opened his mouth to ask, but seeing Li Wei's expression, he swallowed his words. Boss, isn't this too many? A Young couldn't help but ask. Li Wei understood what a Young wanted to express, but his goal was not defense but expansion. He refrained from letting a Young recruit 2,000 people to avoid causing Jiang Tianqing's suspicion and drawing the attention of other organizations. However, to recruit 1,000 people was already nearing that line. Adding more would make Jiang Tianqing wary of him, and it was not yet the right time. Just do as I say. Li Wei did not explain further. I have my own plans. A Young glanced at Li Wei and saw a determination in his eyes that he had never seen before. A resolve to push through to the end regardless of what others said or how difficult the path might be. A Young did not ask further and nodded. All right, boss. Go ahead. A Young turned to leave, and as the door closed, the office fell quiet again. Li Wei sat behind his desk looking at the map on the wall, noting all the streets in Causeway Bay, the saunas, nightclubs, game halls, and how much each venue was worth. East Star still occupied CFA Road, and the Crows and the Smiling Tigers were still there. It would be reclaimed sooner or later. But Li Wei was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the newcomers to train for Wang Jianjun to turn that group into fighters, for Jimmy to return from Japan, for the A store to start making profits, and for him to have enough people and money. Then he would take action. In Causeway Bay, there could only be one voice, that being Li Wei's voice. On the day the A store opened, the street was packed with people. There were 2 rows of flower baskets at the entrance, red, yellow, and white, taking up the entire sidewalk, with red ribbons on the baskets reading, "Best wishes for the grand opening," and "Wishing prosperous business." A long queue formed at the entrance, stretching from the store all the way to the street corner, around the bend and out of sight. The people in line were a mix of men and women, old and young, some carrying shopping bags, others with purses, and some holding milk tea bought from the neighboring tea restaurant. Their conversations revolved around things like, "I heard the goods in this store are exactly the same as the ones in the boutique in Central, and the prices are more than half cheaper. And my colleague bought one in Mongkok last month. You can't tell the difference without looking at the label." Li Wei stood in the middle of the street, watching the flow of people at the store entrance. Gangsheng stood beside him, wearing a light yellow dress, her hair down over her shoulders, holding a small white bag. Her eyes were bright as she looked at the people queuing at the store, her mouth slightly open, as if stunned by the scene. Gangsheng's voice held a hint of disbelief. "Do they not have to work?" Li Wei chuckled, but did not answer. Among these people, some were genuinely there to shop, some were there to watch the excitement, some were there to copy styles, and others were there to scout the place. There was a mix of everyone. But no matter what, they were there for as long as they entered the store. They were customers. More customers were not a bad thing. Jimmy walked out from the store, navigating through the crowd, to Li Wei. "Boss." Jimmy's voice was slightly low, but he could not suppress his excitement. "Today's sales have already exceeded 300,000, and it's only 10 in the morning. By closing tonight, we estimate it can reach around 1 million. 1 million a day's revenue." Li Wei calculated in his mind. After deducting costs, labor, and rent, the net profit for the day would be around 600,000. Today there are many people, mostly here for the excitement. Li Wei's tone was calm. "Things will gradually return to normal later." Jimmy's smile dimmed a bit. He knew Li Wei was right. So many people today were mainly here for the novelty. Once the novelty wore off, there wouldn't be as many. "Boss, I understand." Jimmy nodded. "However, I did notice that there are quite a few genuine customers. The checkout counters in the store have been busy since opening this morning, with 3 cashiers, and each one's arms are sore." Li Wei glanced at Jimmy, pulling out a stack of envelopes from his pocket and handing them to him. The envelopes were not thick, but they were plump. "This is the startup bonus for the store employees. You can distribute it 1 for each person." Jimmy took the envelopes, weighing them, and his eyes brightened. He didn't open them to look, but he knew the numbers inside would be substantial. The boss was never stingy. Also, Li Wei's tone became more serious. "Even though we are selling replicas, we need to ensure after-sales service. As long as it's a quality issue, exchanges or returns should be honored. Customers come to buy things for peace of mind. If you assure them, they will come back next time." Jimmy was taken aback. He had never heard of anyone selling replicas while offering after-sales service. Once the goods leave the store, the seller is not responsible. That's the industry norm. But Li Wei's reasoning was sound. Ordinary folks buying things fear quality issues the most. If you take responsibility for them, they will trust you. With trust, you gain returning customers. "Boss, you can rest assured." Jimmy's voice was very serious. "After you mentioned it last time, I have already arranged it. Each store has a dedicated after-sales counter offering returns within 7 days for quality issues and exchanges within a month. The staff has also been trained." Li Wei nodded. He trusted Jimmy's capabilities. This person was not only clever but also diligent, and he always delivered on his assignments. At that moment, a loud, arrogant laughter echoed from the street corner, sharp and bright, audible throughout the entire street. Li Wei didn't need to look to know who it was. Liang Kuan stepped out of a black Mercedes, a thick gold chain hanging around his neck, glinting in the sunlight. His left arm was wrapped in a bandage bright white and glaring, yet it did not diminish the audacity of his fearless demeanor. Behind him followed Sha Chong, and a few younger brothers with Sha Chong, carrying 2 flower baskets, the red ribbons on them, reading congratulations to Liang Kuan. Away, Liang Kuan approached and patted Li Wei's shoulder with considerable force. You're a goods business, seems to be doing well. I saw so many people lined up when I passed by, I thought a bank was handing out. Li Wei smiled and shifted slightly to let Liang Kuan see the crowd at the store entrance. Brother Kuan, thank you for your support. It's just a small business merely to make ends meet. Liang Kuan's gaze shifted from the store entrance to the girl behind Li Wei. His eyes narrowed slightly and a smile curved at the corners of his mouth, filled with an understanding that only men could grasp. He scrutinized the girl, letting his gaze linger on her face for a moment before drifting down to her legs. Away, your taste is quite good. With a teasing tone, Liang Kuan said, where did you find such a beautiful girl? I want to get one too. Having spent some time in Hong Kong Island, Gangster already understood what girl meant. She stood there slightly bowing her head, holding her bag in front of her. She waited for Li Wei to explain, but he did not. Brother Kuan, just joking. Gangster noticed Li Wei's lack of rebuttal and her heart raced. Her face turned even redder from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. She opened her mouth to say, I am not, but the words caught in her throat. She didn't know why, but she just couldn't speak. In the end, she merely lowered her head and softly said, thank you, Brother Kuan, before turning and running away. She was not running fast, but hurriedly her light yellow skirt fluttered in the wind like a flower blown away. Liang Kuan watched Gangsheng's retreating figure, smiling wider. Away, your girl is very shy, but shyness can be good, it's pure. Li Wei did not engage with this comment, glancing at Liang Kuan before looking back at the crowd at the store entrance. Brother Kuan, what brings you here today? Don't you need to keep an eye on your business? Liang Kuan waved his hand, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Sha Chong quickly leaned in from behind and lit it for him with a lighter. Liang Kuan took a puff, smoke billowing from his nostrils, slowly dispersing in the sunlight. What's there to see about my business? It's just small fry stuff. Liang Kuan exhaled a cloud of smoke, surveying the crowd at the store entrance. But I'm quite curious about your side. How did you come up with this business? Li Wei chuckled softly. He couldn't reveal that he had traversed from the 2020s and knew a goods would be in demand. He could only say he was lucky. Brother Kuan, I just stumbled upon this, originally thinking I would lose money, but unexpectedly it took off. Li Wei spoke humbly. How could I compare to you, Brother Kuan? You're the one doing big business. Oh, I still need to rely on your support in the future. Hearing this, Liang Kuan's smile broadened. He enjoyed being told he had a big business and that he was wealthier than. Li Wei was good with words. Of course. Liang Kuan took another puff of his cigarette, flicking the butt into the street's drainage where it extinguished with a spark on the iron grate. We're all brothers. If you ever run short on cash, just tell me. I'll support you out, just give me a small share. Li Wei felt a chill in his heart. While he called him brother, he was also keeping an eye on his business. He had seen many like this, but he could not openly confront Liang Kuan, as Liang Kuan held 3 tickets from the leaders and wielded significant power in the Hung Hing gang. Just as Li Wei was about to speak, Shirsan Mei walked around the corner. She wore a black leather jacket paired with jeans and marten boots, her hair cropped shorter than when he last saw her, looking very capable. Following her was He Yong, his bald head shining in the sunlight, revealing tattoos on his neck that resembled a snake. Away! Shirsan Mei's voice was loud, audible even from half a street away. You really have a knack for business. Many sisters from Bolon Street came and said that the goods in your store are just like those in the specialty store in Central, but the prices are super cheap. Shirsan Mei walked over and stood in front of Li Wei, sizing him up from head to toe. She knew from the last incident on Bolon Street that Li Wei was not an ordinary person. Shirsan Mei, you're here, Li Wei greeted politely. This is just a small business. If it weren't for the support of the sisters from Bolon Street, I wouldn't have any business here. Shirsan Mei smiled widely. A woman who had risen to the position of leader in Hung Hing was no easy feat. Her abilities were no less than any man's, but she knew that to survive in this world, a woman had to work several times harder than a man to be recognized. No matter how good you are, you can't compare to me, Shirsan Mei. Li Wei spoke with just the right amount of admiration. Bolon Street is unmatched across all of Hong Kong Island. Who doesn't know Shirsan Mei? She smiled even wider, aware that Li Wei was praising her, but she didn't mind. The truth was, it was a fact. Bolon Street is indeed the busiest red light district in all of Hong Kong Island, and she is the leader of that street. A woman achieving this level is certainly something to be proud of. Liang Kuan's eyes lit up upon seeing Shirsan Mei arrive. He took a couple of steps forward and stood in front of her, his smile shifting from teasing to warm. Shirsan Mei, I heard that recently people from Dongxing dared to cause trouble on Bolon Street. Liang Kuan's tone was filled with righteous concern. If anything like that happens again, just tell me. Liang Kuan will definitely help you. If something happens on Bolon Street, it will reflect poorly on me as well. Shirsan Mei glanced at Liang Kuan and nodded. Regardless of what schemes he was plotting, she had to maintain her front. Brother Kuan, you're very considerate. If I need anything in the future, I will definitely speak up. The three stood on the street corner chatting and laughing with Li Wei in the middle, Liang Kuan on the left, and Shursin Mei on the right. Passers-by glanced their way as some recognized them as members of Hung Hing and lowered their heads, hastening past. Just then a newer car pulled up around the corner, its paint gleaming in the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. The car stopped, the door opened, and Jiang Tianxing stepped out. He was dressed in a dark gray suit today, without a tie, with 2 buttons of his shirt undone. Jiang Tianxing saw Li Wei, Liang Kuan, and Shursin Mei standing together, laughing and chatting. He paused for a moment. His gaze swept across the 3 faces before finally resting on Li Wei. His expression remained unchanged, but Li Wei noticed his eyes narrowed slightly and his brow furrowed just a bit. What are you all talking about? So lively. His gaze shifted among the 3 as if assessing their relationships. Li Wei stepped out from the crowd and approached him. Dragonhead, you're here. Brother Kuan came over to congratulate me on the opening of my store, and we just happened to run into Shursin Mei, so we chatted a bit. It was all just idle talk, nothing serious. Shursin Mei also walked over, standing beside Li Wei and nodding. Yes, Dragonhead, I was just passing by, saw a Y store opening, and came to take a look. I happened to bump into Liang Kuan and chatted a bit. Listening, Jiang Tianxing's expression relaxed a little. His gaze shifted from Shursin Mei to Liang Kuan, then back to Li Wei. He didn't press further, but was calculating in his mind. Liang Kuan was courting Li Wei and Shursin Mei. If these two leaned towards Liang Kuan, he would have 5 tickets at his disposal. Adding those who were already aligned with Liang Kuan, the votes might surpass half, making many matters beyond Jiang Tianxing's control. Jiang Tianxing suppressed his inner vigilance, his smile growing more amiable. He glanced at Li Wei and then at the crowd at the store entrance. A way you really have a business mind to think of such a venture. That's not easy. Li Wei shook his head, his expression modest. Dragonhead, just joking. I was just lucky. I originally thought I would lose money, but unexpectedly it took off. He paused, lowering his voice a little. People on Hong Kong Island like these things. The prices are cheap and the quality is decent, so the buyers keep coming. Jiang Tianxing nodded, his gaze lingering on the crowd at the store entrance. Each bag bore the logo of Li Wei's shop, a simple combination of letters that looked quite respectable. He estimated that each shopping bag contained at least 2 or 3 items, each item yielding a profit no less than 50%. This shop was profitable. However, Jiang Tianxing was not envious. He would not seek a share just because a hall master made some money. Such behavior was too petty for him. What he aimed for was to build alliances. So, I'll wait. Do you need money? Jiang Tianxing's tone was generous. I can lend you some without rushing for repayment. You can return it whenever it's convenient. Hearing this, Li Wei sighed, inwardly realizing the difference between Liang Kuan and Jiang Tianxing. Liang Kuan would say, I support you. Oh, just give me some shares. Wanting something. Jiang Tianxing said, I'll lend you money, no rush to pay it back. Giving something. One demanded, the other offered, and the disparity was evident. No wonder in his past life Liang Kuan was outplayed by Jiang Tianxing. All right, leader, if I need support, I will certainly ask. Jiang Tianxing nodded, not saying anything more. They chatted casually on the street, exchanging nothing more than do your best and don't embarrass Hung Hing. Then he patted Li Wei on the shoulder and left with Chen Yao. Li Wei stood on the street watching the tail lights of the black car flash twice in the sunlight before turning into another street. Liang Kuan checked the time and said goodbye to Shursin Mei. Before leaving, he patted Li Wei's shoulder again, this time with less force. I'll wait if you need financial support. Liang Kuan's tone was very sincere, as genuine as an old friend of 20 years, but his eyes betrayed him. There was no sincerity, only calculation. Li Wei smiled and nodded. All right, Brother Kuan, if I need anything, I will definitely speak up. Liang Kuan left. Shursin Mei also departed, leaving only Li Wei and a few younger brothers on the street. Li Wei stood at the entrance of the shop, observing the stream of people passing by. After a while, he turned around and walked inside. For the next 2 days, Li Wei remained at the shop. From opening in the morning until closing at night, he was there. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jimmy, but he wanted to see if anyone would come looking for trouble. With such a large business and bustling foot traffic, there would surely be envious eyes. Yet 2 days passed, and no one came. No one came to collect protection fees, no one came to smash the shop, no one came to cause trouble. Even the Eastern Star gang didn't show up. Li Wei knew this wasn't due to his own reputation, but because Jiang Tianxing's warning was still in effect. The Eastern Star gang did not want to stir up trouble at this time, nor did other gangs. But it wouldn't be long, once this period passed, those who needed to come would still come. Li Wei needed to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. He wanted everyone to know that Li Wei was not to be trifled with, and that there would be consequences for crossing him. But this chicken could not be chosen too small, or it would be ineffective. Choosing something too big would invite trouble. He needed to select something of just the right size. The sky was darkening, and the neon lights of Causeway Bay lit up, casting colorful hues across the entire street. The number of people at the shop entrance had decreased significantly. The daytime hustle and bustle faded, leaving only a few scattered customers browsing. Ah Yong. Li Wei turned around, addressing Ah Yong, who was standing behind him. You keep an eye here, and if anything happens, call me. Ah Yong nodded, standing very upright. All right, boss, don't worry. Li Wei glanced at him and said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the car parked by the roadside with Gang Sheng following closely behind her light, yellow skirt fluttering in the night breeze. Gao Jin opened the rear door, and Li Wei got in with Gang Sheng entering from the other side. Gao Jin closed the door and took the passenger seat while the driver started the car. The car drove along Hennessy Road toward Wanchai. Gang Sheng leaned back in her seat watching the neon lights flash by outside the window. The reds, greens, and blues illuminated her face in flickering shadows. Her gaze fixed on a building outside the car window coming to a halt. It was a 3-story building, its exterior adorned with pink tiles, and a few neon lights hung at the entrance spelling out Jinbi, Hui Wong nightclub in large characters. Music came from inside with heavy beats that could be felt even through the car window. Gang Sheng stared at the nightclub for several seconds, her eyes full of curiosity, longing, and a child's eagerness for a new toy. Li Wei saw her expression in the rearview mirror. What's wrong? Why are you staring at that place? Gang Sheng turned her head, glanced at Li Wei, then turned back to watch the nightclub. I've heard of such places. Gang Sheng's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of shyness. I've heard they are very lively, but I've never been, so I don't know what it's like inside. Li Wei was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Gang Sheng to be staring at that place for this reason. He glanced at the nightclub where the sign at the entrance read Jinbi, Hui Huang, the neon letters flashing in the night sky. He recognized that this nightclub was under his control in Causeway Bay, and he had never defaulted on the protection fees each month. Since you want to see, let's go. Gang Sheng turned her head, looking at Li Wei with a glimmer in her eyes. Really, what would I lie about? Suddenly Gang Sheng hugged Li Wei. The action was quick, so fast that Li Wei had yet to react before she released him. Her face flushed, turning from the nape of her neck to the tips of her ears, clearly visible in the neon light. She lowered her head, twisting her hands together, her fingers fidgeting. Li Wei looked at her shy demeanor and smiled. You've already hugged me, why still shy? Gang Sheng kept her head down, saying nothing. The car stopped. Li Wei got out, and Gang Sheng followed behind. Gao Jin exited from the passenger seat, bringing up the rear. The younger brother guarding the entrance of the nightclub straightened up upon seeing Li Wei from afar. He quickly approached, his expression shifting from lazy to tense. Boss, good evening. His gaze fell on Gang Sheng behind. Li Wei stunned for a moment before quickly reacting. Good evening, sister-in-law. Gang Sheng's face turned red again, but she waved her hand, her mouth opening slightly, as if to say I'm not, but the words didn't come out. Hello to you both. Her voice was very soft, almost drowned out by the music spilling from the nightclub. Li Wei did not correct the younger brother's address, nor did he explain. He glanced at Gang Sheng. This was his territory, and nothing should go wrong. He then said to the younger brother, take your sister-in-law around. The younger brother nodded, bending slightly, and making a gesture of invitation. Sister-in-law, this way please. Gang Sheng looked back at Li Wei, who nodded at her. She followed the younger brother, taking a few steps before turning back to glance at Li Wei, then turned back again. Li Wei stood at the entrance of the nightclub, watching the flickering lights and the swaying figures inside. The music poured out from inside, heavy beats resonating, making his chest feel a bit tight. He stood for 2 seconds, turned around, and walked toward the stairs nearby. The office of the nightclub was on the 2nd floor. As Li Wei ascended the stairwell, was very quiet. He reached the window and pulled back the curtain. The street below unfolded before him, neon lights in a riot of colors, a sea of cars, and people, the noise unceasing. Who exactly should he choose as the chicken to kill and scare the monkey? Gang Sheng walked down the corridor, flanked by booths on either side, where people were drinking, playing games, and whispering with their companions. It was her first time in such a place, filled with curiosity and a desire to see everything. She slowed her steps, pausing in front of a song request list, then stopping again at a glass cabinet displaying foreign liquor. Her underling followed closely behind her, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps. Gang Sheng took a few steps, then stopped and turned around. You go ahead and busy yourself. Gang Sheng's voice was not loud, but the underling heard it, saying, I can just wander around by myself. The underling's face showed a troubled expression. He scratched his head, glanced at Gang Sheng, then looked down the corridor, his lips moving slightly. Sister-in-law, I'll stick with you. There are many people here, and what if something happens? Gang Sheng shook her head, and it's fine, you go ahead. Oh, what could possibly happen? The underling hesitated, looking around. There were quite a few people in the corridor, but they were all just customers with no noticeable figures. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Then if you need anything, just call me, I'll be at the bar. Gang Sheng nodded and waved her. Go on, go on. The underling left, and Gang Sheng continued walking down the corridor alone. At the end of the corridor was a hall much wider than the corridor, with a dance floor in the middle, where people were dancing, moving in exaggerated motions. Around the dance floor were circles of booths where people were drinking, chatting, and playing cards. Gang Sheng stood at the edge of the dance floor, watching those dancing. There was a glint of light in her eyes, not the light of desire, but the light of curiosity. She had seen such places on television, but the reality was far different. The ones on TV were too clean, too tidy, not realistic at all. What lay before her was real. Smoky, with the mingled scents of perfume and alcohol, the music loud enough that one had to shout to speak. After watching for a while, she turned around, ready to explore other areas. Just then a hand reached out from the side, blocking her path. It wasn't merely blocking, but resting. The hand rested against the wall beside her, blocking her way, adorned with 2 gold rings that sparkled under the colored lights. "Hey there, are you alone?" A voice came from behind her, laced with the smell of alcohol, oily like a rag. "Would you like—" Gangsheng turned her head to find a man in his late 20s standing before her, wearing a floral shirt with the collar open, revealing a thick gold chain. His face was pale, not in a normal way, but the kind of pallor that comes from excessive drinking and sleepless nights. The corners of his eyes drooped down, his lips thin, and when he smiled, the corners of his mouth twisted to one side, creating a discomforting sight. Behind him stood 7 or 8 underlings, some holding drinks, others with cigarettes in their mouths, all surveying Gangsheng. She took half a step back. "Were you calling me?" The man chuckled, leaning in closer, his face nearly touching Gangsheng's. "Beautiful lady, it's not safe to be alone at night. Do you need me, prince, to escort you home?" He reached out his hand toward Gangsheng's face. She stepped back, suddenly hitting the wall behind her, unable to return. Her heart raced, her hands trembling, but she did not scream. Biting her lip, she looked at the man, her voice low but clear with each word. "What do you want?" "I don't know you. Please go away." The man's eyes gleamed momentarily. He had encountered many who would throw themselves at him without hesitation, and those were boring. The ones who would dodge and refuse were far more interesting. "Let's chat a bit. That way we'll get to know each other right." He leaned in closer again, lowering his hand from the wall to reach for Gangsheng's arm. "I Prince am from Hongtai. Who doesn't know me? If you follow me, I guarantee you will enjoy the best life without needing to watch others dance in places like this." Hongtai Prince. Gangsheng had no idea what Hongtai was nor who the prince was, but she knew this man was no. She shrank back again, but there was a wall behind her, and she couldn't go any further. "I don't want to, please leave." The prince's hand paused as he saw the expression on Gangsheng's face. Not fear, but disgust. That disgust was not feigned, it was genuine disdain for him. The prince's expression darkened, and Hongtai, who wouldn't call him prince when they saw him. How dare this woman look at him with such eyes? The underlings behind the prince laughed, some whistled while others cheered. "Prince, she's not interested in you." How disrespectful. The prince's face fell, and he turned back to glare at them. The laughter immediately ceased. Turning back to look at Gangsheng, the smile returned to his lips, but this time it was different. Before it was teasing, now it was threatening. "Let me tell you, on this street, there is no woman I prince cannot handle." His voice lowered. "You will follow me today, whether—" His hand reached out again. Nearby, a couple in a booth stood up. The woman tugged at the man's hand and whispered. The man glanced at the underlings behind the prince, then at the gold chain around the prince's neck before sitting back down. Someone at the bar glanced over, then lowered their head to wipe a glass. No one intervened. Oh, no one dared to intervene. Just as the prince's hand was about to touch Gangsheng's arm, a figure rushed in from the end of the corridor. Lin Tian, the underling who had just been sent away by Gangsheng. He hadn't gone far, just standing by the bar, his eyes fixed on Gangsheng's direction. He sensed something was off the moment he saw the prince, and by the time the prince reached out, he was already running over. "Who dares to harass our sister-in-law on our turf? You looking for trouble?" Lin Tian's voice was loud enough for the entire corridor to hear. He dashed in front of Gangsheng, positioning himself between her and the prince. Though he was shorter than the prince by half a head, he stood up straight, chin raised high, staring directly at the prince's face. The prince's hand froze in midair. He looked at Lin Tian, squinting his eyes, his mouth turning down slightly. "I am the son of Uncle Mei from Hongtai, Prince." The prince's voice wasn't loud, but each word seemed to be squeezed out between gritted teeth. "What's wrong? Do you have any objections?" Lin Tian felt a chill when he heard Hongtai, Uncle Mei, and Prince. Hongtai was a gang in Hong Kong. Uncle Mei was their leader, and the prince was Uncle Mei's son. This was not someone he could provoke. Yet he did not step back. "What of Hongtai's prince?" Lin Tian's voice was no longer as loud as before, but still firm. "If you dare to harass our sister-in-law, do you want to die?" The prince laughed, not a joyful laugh, but one laced with anger. He glanced at his underlings behind him, then turned back to look at Lin Tian. "Even your boss, Crazy Wei, wouldn't dare speak to me like this. You're just an underling. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you want to die?" Lin Tian pressed his lips into a line and did not yield. "If you dare to harass our sister-in-law, that's unacceptable." The prince's smile faded and his fists clenched tightly. "Even Crazy Wei wouldn't dare talk to me like that. What are you?" He kicked Lin Tian in the stomach. Lin Tian's body buckled sharply, resembling a shrimp being boiled. His mouth opened, struggling to make a sound. Not that he didn't want to scream, but all the air in his lungs had been knocked out by that kick, leaving him without the strength to shout. His eyes widened, the blood vessels in his eyeballs bursting one by one. The prince did not stop. He kicked Lin Tian's shoulder with his second kick, and Lin Tian stumbled back 2 steps, crashing into the wall before sliding down. The prince followed, kicking relentlessly. Lin Tian curled up in the corner against the wall, cradling his head, blood seeping through his fingers. "You bastard, even Crazy Wei wouldn't dare talk to me like this, and yet you dare?" The prince panted heavily, putting all his strength into each kick. "You've got guts, huh? I'll show you guts. I'll show you." Gangsheng stood by, covering her mouth, her eyes wide. She wanted to shout, but she wanted to rush in and pull him away, but her legs felt paralyzed as if nailed to the ground. The prince paused, catching his breath. Blood was splattered on his dress shoes with a few drops on his pants. He looked at Lin Tian curled up in the corner, a smile, curling his lips, a smile, filled with satisfaction, cruelty, and a hint of regret for not having enough fun. Wei Jixiang walked up from behind. He knew this was Causeway Bay, the territory of Crazy Wei, and causing a stir here would have dire consequences. Prince. Wei Jixiang's voice was low enough for only the prince to hear. We should leave. That woman is Crazy Wei's woman. Once Crazy Wei arrives, we won't be able to leave. The prince turned his head to look at Wei Jixiang, his eyes glinting not with gratitude, but disdain. Are you afraid? The prince's voice was loud enough for everyone in the corridor to hear. You useless fool, what of Crazy Wei? If he comes, I'll fight him too. Let's see if he dares to retaliate. Wei Jixiang lowered his head, remaining silent. His fist clenched briefly before relaxing again. He had grown accustomed to it. The crown prince was always like this. He had shielded the crown prince from blades, endured scoldings, and received slaps, yet the crown prince had never regarded him as a human being. Gang Sheng crouched down, looking at Lin Tian. The corner of Lin Tian's mouth was split open, blood flowing out and trickling down through the gaps of his hands, forming a small puddle on the floor. His left eye was swollen, and there was a large bruise around the eye socket. Please stop hitting me. Gang Sheng's voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes, but not falling. Stop hitting them. The crown prince, seeing Gang Sheng crouched beside Lin Tian, felt his anger flare up again. He walked over, standing before Gang Sheng, looking down at her from a height. What's wrong? Feeling heartbroken. A twisted pleasure laced the crown prince's voice. If you spend a night with me, I will let him go. What do you say? A life for a night, quite a bargain. He reached out, moving his hand toward Gang Sheng's chin. Footsteps approached from the stairway, steady and unhurried, leather shoes echoing on the steps one after another. Li Wei descended the stairs and immediately spotted Lin Tian curled up in the corner, blood everywhere. Saw Gang Sheng crouching beside Lin Tian and the crown prince standing before her. His gaze instantly turned cold. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I will chop off your hand. His voice was low, but the entire venue fell silent. The music continued to play, the beats thumping, but those sounds seemed to come from a distant place. It was Li Wei's voice that felt close. The crown prince, hearing someone dare to speak to him like that, felt his anger rise again. He turned his head, mouth opening, but before he could speak, he saw Li Wei's face. His mouth hung open, unable to close, his hand froze in midair, neither pulling back nor reaching forward. His body stiffened, and a single thought dominated his mind. How is Madman Wei here? Despite how confidently he spoke earlier, claiming not to fear Madman Wei, even saying he would confront Madman Wei if he appeared, that was because he thought Madman Wei was absent. Now Madman Wei stood right before him, and he didn't even dare to let out a sound. No matter how arrogant Hong Tai's people were, they wouldn't dare challenge Madman Wei in Causeway Bay. This was Madman Wei's territory, not Hong Tai's. Upon seeing Li Wei, Gang Sheng's tears finally fell. She stood up, running forward, rushing into his embrace. Her head buried in his chest, her shoulders trembling, but no sound came out. She didn't want to cry, but the tears couldn't be stopped. Gang Sheng's voice was muffled against Li Wei's chest, intermittent. He wanted to drag me over. To have me. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gang Sheng nodded, her head still buried in his chest, not lifting it. Her hand clutched his clothing tightly, her knuckles turning white. Li Wei's gaze shifted from Gang Sheng to the crown prince. The crown prince stood in the corner, his hands lowered, his expression shifting from arrogance to unease, with his few lackeys taking a step back. Crown Prince, I heard you're not afraid of Madman Wei, even claiming you would remain arrogant if I were right in front of you. The Crown Prince's face twitched. He forced a smile, looking worse than crying. Madman Wei, I was just joking, all in jest. His voice was dry, his throat. Your girl is fine, just let it go, all right. Li Wei looked at him, remaining silent while the music continued to play. Then Li Wei laughed. The laughter wasn't loud, but in the empty corridor it echoed loudly. You think you can Li Wei's voice turned cold. A wise man once said, if you're wrong, own up to it. If you get hit, stand tall. You refuse to acknowledge it, and you want to leave. The Crown Prince's face shifted from pale to red. He was the son of Hong Tai's leader and had never been spoken to like that before. His temper flared, unable to be suppressed. He straightened his chest, raised his chin, his voice growing louder. What do you want then? Madman Wei, let me tell you, I show you respect by calling you Madman Wei. If I don't, I can call you Full Wei. After this statement, the surroundings fell completely silent. Even the music seemed to quiet down a bit. Li Wei looked at the Crown Prince and nodded. Good, I hope you can still act this arrogant in a bit. Li Wei stepped forward, walking towards the Crown Prince at a slow pace. Each step he took echoed on the floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, the Crown Prince's complexion paled further. He shifted back half an inch, his lips trembling, hands shaking. Wei Jixiang stepped up from behind the Crown Prince, standing in front of Li Wei. He wore a black t-shirt, his muscular arms straining against the sleeves. His face bore no expression, but there was a glimmer in his eyes. Not a challenging glimmer, but one of resignation. He belonged to the Crown Prince, and if the Crown Prince was in trouble, he couldn't hide behind him. Madman Wei, the Crown Prince, is being unreasonable, and he's offended you. Wei Jixiang's voice was low but steady. I apologize on his behalf. You are magnanimous. Please let him off this time. Wei Jixiang leaned slightly forward, ready for action. His right hand hung at his side, fingers slightly curled, prepared to clench into a fist at any moment. Li Wei looked at Wei Jixiang. Without speaking, he recognized this person. In the past life from the Hong Kong films he watched, Wei Jixiang was a loyal man capable of fighting and bearing burdens, but he had followed the wrong leader. The Crown Prince had never regarded him as a person. Li Wei had witnessed that slap clearly. But now they were enemies, and against enemies Li Wei never showed mercy. What if I say let the Crown Prince's mother come film a scene, and afterward I will apologize? Li Wei shifted his gaze from Wei Jixiang to the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince agrees, I will let you all go. The Crown Prince's face turned red, not the red of shyness, but one of anger. He rushed out from behind Wei Jixiang, pointing at Li Wei's nose, his voice booming, as if to lift the roof. Madman Wei, what do you think you are? How dare you say such things? Li Wei did not look at him. He cast a glance at Gao Jin. Gao Jin stepped out from behind Li Wei, standing before Wei Jixiang. He wore a dark gray suit and glasses, looking refined. But standing there, Wei Jixiang's muscles tensed like a rubber band stretched taut. Wei Jixiang didn't wait. He struck first. His right fist shot forward quick and powerful, aiming straight for Gao Jin's face. Gao Jin tilted his head slightly, the fist flying past his ear, missing by an inch. Wei Jixiang's second punch followed swiftly, a left hook aimed at Gao Jin's ribs. Gao Jin didn't dodge. His right arm dropped the forearm, blocking the punch with a muffled thud. Wei Jixiang threw punch after punch, each one faster than the last. Gao Jin continuously blocked and dodged, moving his feet little, but each time he managed to evade Wei Jixiang's fists. After more than 10 seconds, Wei Jixiang's breathing became erratic, his punches slowed, and their power diminished. Something appeared in his eyes. He realized he could no longer defeat this person. Gao Jin seized the moment when Wei Jixiang's forward momentum had exhausted, and his follow-throw hadn't yet built up. He forcefully pushed off the ground with his right leg, knee raised, foot flat, kicking Wei Jixiang squarely in the chest. That kick wasn't fast, but it packed immense power. Wei Jixiang's body felt as if it had been struck by a freight truck, sending him flying backward. His back slammed against the corridor wall with a bang, cracking a seam in the drywall. His head snapped back, the back of his skull hitting the wall, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. He slid down, sitting on the ground, head tilted to one side, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The Crown Prince stood still, looking at Wei Jixiang, then glancing at Li Wei. His legs trembled, but he didn't kneel. He remained standing. However, Li Wei didn't look at him. Li Wei bypassed the Crown Prince and approached the corner, crouching down. Lin Tian was still curled up, their hands cradling his head. The blood between his fingers had dried, forming dark red scabs. His left eye was swollen shut, his lips covered in blood, and the collar of his shirt soaked dark red. Li Wei reached out, supporting Lin Tian's arm. Get up. Lin Tian's body shuddered. He slowly lowered his hands, raising his head to look at Li Wei. His right eye could still open, and there was a light in it. Not one of grievance nor of anger, but an excitement of being valued. Boss. Lin Tian's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping against metal. I'm fine, just external injuries. Li Wei helped him up from the ground. Lin Tian's legs trembled, his pants below the knees covered in footprints. Large and small, overlapping, hard to count how many. Does it hurt? Lin Tian forced a smile, the cut at the corner of his mouth pulling wider, causing blood to flow faster. It doesn't hurt, boss. Oh, I didn't protect the eldest sister-in-law. Well, I've embarrassed myself in Causeway Bay. Li Wei looked at him. What are you talking about? I'm proud to have a little brother like you. He patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Leave the rest to me, and I will definitely give you a resolution. He turned around, looking at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince still stood there, his legs trembling, but his chin was still raised. His eyes dared not meet Li Wei's, yet he couldn't avoid them glancing up and down nervously. Li Wei walked over, standing just 2 steps away from the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, you not only want to seduce my girl, but also injured my brother. Tell me, how should I deal with you? The prince's voice was slightly tense, yet he was still trying to hold his ground. Listen to me, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know she was yours. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have. Li Wei looked at the prince, a cold smirk playing on his lips. This chicken had walked right into his trap. How could he let him escape so easily? What do you mean you didn't know? Li Wei pointed at Lin Tian, curled up on the sofa. My little brother ended up like this because of you, and you call it a misunderstanding. Do you think him blind, Li Wei? The prince opened his mouth to say something, but Li Wei didn't give him the chance. He turned his head to look at Lin Tian. Tian, tell me, how do you want to deal with him? The boss will back you up all the way. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, his eye that could still open, gazing at Li Wei, his eye sockets suddenly reddening. He thought the boss had come to push him out as a scapegoat. Such things were too common in the gang. When a little brother got into trouble, the boss would say, he did it himself, or it has nothing to do with me, and then toss you to the other side to be slaughtered. Boss. Lin Tian's voice was hoarse, his lips trembling. What do you mean, I? Li Wei interrupted. Just say what you want to do, whatever you say goes. The prince's face turned pale as he took a half step back. Li Wei, is it worth it over a little brother? Li Wei turned to face the prince. It is worth it. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but in the spacious nightclub it echoed clearly. I, Li Wei, swear here. As long as my little brother isn't the one causing trouble, no matter what happens as the boss, I will support you to the end, no matter what it is. The nightclub fell silent for a second, then the voices of the little brothers began to rise, first a few, then a dozen, and finally all their voices merged into one, echoing in the corridor. Boss is mighty. They had followed many bosses before, as some would run away faster than anyone else when things went wrong, and some would say they would support you, but disappear when trouble arose. Li Wei was different. He truly meant what he said. Just now, when Lin Tian was beaten, he came down, without a second thought. Now in front of everyone he let Lin Tian decide how to deal with the prince. Li Wei observed the reactions of his little brothers, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He paid his little brothers monthly salaries, provided meals and accommodation, and took care of injuries, all to establish an image of loyalty and righteousness. With such a scene, the name of Li Wei would spread through the mouths of every small-time player across the entire island. Li Wei is righteous. Sticking with him won't lead to losses. Look at how he doesn't even give face to Prince Hongtai for the sake of a little brother. These words would be repeated by countless people in tea houses, saunas, and nightclubs tomorrow. A big brother with a reputation would attract followers. With followers, he would gain territory. With territory, he would acquire wealth. With wealth, he would achieve even greater fame. Li Wei returned his gaze to Lin Tian. Tian, how did he hit you just now? Hit him back. Lin Tian stood up from the sofa, his legs still trembling, and walked to stand before the prince. Li Wei. The prince's voice was sharp and shrill. In this state, my father won't let you off. Lin Tian swung his right fist and struck the prince in the face. The prince's head tilted, blood spewing from his mouth and splattering onto Lin Tian's fist. What do you have to say now? Lin Tian's voice was still trembling, but not out of fear. He was angry. Dare to threaten my boss. The prince covered his mouth and took a step back. Lin Tian followed with another punch, hitting him again in the face. It was unclear how long he hit him, but soon the prince was on the ground. His face pressed against the floor, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, staining a small dark red patch on the floor. His hands were clasped behind his head, fingers soaked in blood. Li Wei walked over and stood before the prince. The prince lifted his head, glanced at him, then lowered it again. Li Wei took out a mobile phone from his pocket, squatted down, and placed it on the floor in front of the prince. Call your father and have him come over. The prince's eyes brightened for a moment. His movements getting up from the floor were quick as he grabbed the phone, his fingers trembling as he pressed the buttons one by one. He pressed the wrong button, went back, and pressed again. As long as his father came, he could take revenge. His father was the leader of Hongtai, and no matter how crazy Li Wei was, he wouldn't dare confront Hongtai. When the time came, he would make Li Wei kneel before him, crying and begging for mercy. The call connected, and a deep, impatient voice came through on the other end. Hello? Who is this? The prince's voice suddenly changed, shifting from a tremble to a wail, then from a wail to a sob. Dad, it's your son. Hurry and come save me. Li Wei wants to kill me. There was silence on the other end for a second. Then came Uncle Mai's voice, much louder and urgent than before. Son, what's wrong? Speak clearly. Where are you? The prince wanted to say something else, but Li Wei took the phone from his hand and held it to his ear. Uncle Mai, your son is with me. If you want him back, come to Causeway Bay and find me. Remember, my name is Li Wei. There was another silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then Uncle Mai's voice changed from anxious to gloomy. Li Wei, don't touch my son. Whatever happens, come at me. Li Wei laughed. It was a quiet laugh, but Uncle Mai on the other end must have heard it. Uncle Mai, you better hurry. I don't have much patience, and if you come late, I can't guarantee your son will still be in one piece. Li Wei. Uncle Mai's words were cut off as Li Wei hung up the phone. He pulled the phone away from his ear and placed it on the table. The corridor fell silent, no one spoke, only the sound of the prince gasping on the ground could be heard. Li Wei turned around and walked toward Gangster, who was standing beside the sofa, still clutching the hem of his clothes, tears long dried, but his eyes still red. Li Wei walked over, and Gangster jumped into his arms, burying her head in his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. I'm glad to have you here. Gangster's voice was muffled in Li Wei's chest, filled with sobs, sporadic and broken. Otherwise Her shoulders shook and tears fell once again, soaking Li Wei's shirt. Li Wei raised his hand and gently patted Gangster on the back of her head twice. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gangster tightened her grip, her head buried in Li Wei's chest, unwilling to lift it. Li Wei could feel her heart beat fast and steady like a frightened little rabbit. He glanced at the prince, who was getting up from the floor, his hands supporting himself on the ground, knees still on the floor. The corners of his mouth were swollen, his left eye was blackened, and blood was dripping from his nose, leaving him looking extremely disheveled. His legs still unsteady, Li Wei walked over and kicked him in the shoulder, knocking him back down. Who told you to get up? The prince's shoulder hit the floor with a dull thud. He lay there, not daring to move or make. His hands were clasped behind his head, his face pressed against the floor, eyes gazing down, afraid to look at anyone. He feared that if he moved even slightly, Li Wei would come over and kick him again. The corridor fell silent once more. Not long after, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard getting closer. At the front was a man in his 50s wearing a deep gray jacket, his hair streaked with gray, deep wrinkles on his face, and his eyes drooping, yet they shone brightly. His pace was quick, followed by a throng of people behind him. Uncle Mai, the leader of Hongtai. When he entered the corridor, the first thing he saw was his son lying on the ground, the prince's face pressed against the floor, the blood at the corner of his mouth had dried, forming a dark red scab. His clothes were covered in footprints, large and small, from his chest to his thighs, countless to count. Uncle Mai's face twitched as he hurried over, squatting down to help the prince up from the floor. The prince's body was as soft as a pile of mud leaning against him, head resting on his shoulder, tears falling once more. Dad, you finally came. His voice was hoarse, laced with sobs. You have to avenge me. Uncle Mai's hands trembled, not out of fear, but out of anger. He patted the crown prince's back, saying, Azzy, don't be afraid. Dad is here. Tell Dad who hurt you, and I will take revenge for you. The crown prince lifted his head from Uncle Mai's shoulder, pointing towards Li Wei. His finger shook, but it pointed accurately. That madman Wei, it was all him. Uncle Mai followed the direction of the crown prince's finger, his gaze landing on Li Wei. His eyes narrowed slightly as if he was trying to see this person clearly. Li Wei stood in the middle, his expression very calm. Uncle Mai handed the crown prince to his subordinate behind him, stood up, and walked to Li Wei. The two men confronted each other in the corridor, no more than 2 steps apart. Uncle Mai was half a head shorter than Li Wei, but his aura was not diminished. He had been in the underworld for 30 years, rising from a street thug to the leader of Hongtai, having seen all kinds of storms. A 20-year-old brat was not qualified to make him bow his head. Madman Wei, you beat my son like this, don't you owe me an explanation? An explanation for Hongtai. Uncle Mai's voice was not loud, but each word was as heavy as a balanced stone. Seeing his father so tough, the crown prince straightened his back. He broke free from his subordinate's arms, stood beside Uncle Mai, his chin held high with blood at the corner of his mouth, but his expression had changed, from fear to arrogance, and from arrogance to provocation. Madman Wei, did you hear that? My dad wants you to give an explanation. If you don't even think about leaving this door today. Li Wei couldn't help but laugh at the crown prince's bluster. That smile held no kindness nor malice, it was simply a pure, heartfelt amusement. Uncle Mai, you've been in this game for so many years, you should know the rules. Your son was on my turf messing with my woman. My subordinate went up to stop him, and your son seriously injured him. You want me to give you an explanation? Me, Madman Wei, should have to give someone an explanation. Uncle Mai frowned slightly. He turned his head and glanced at the crown prince. The arrogance on the crown prince's face suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. He stepped back half a step, lowering his head, not daring to look into Uncle Mai's eyes. Uncle Mai knew what kind of person his son was, hiding behind when seizing territory, but rushing to the front when it came to dividing spoils. He bullied those weaker than him and bowed to those stronger than him. He usually turned a blind eye because he felt he could still control things, but he never expected to get into such big trouble today, offending someone else's woman on their turf and injuring their brother. But the crown prince was his son, Uncle Mai's son, and he could not ignore it. Uncle Mai changed his expression, the previous gloom lifted, replaced by a conciliatory smile. Madman Wei, the young man does not understand and has offended you. I will arrange a couple of tables later to apologize, and let's just let this matter pass. Li Wei looked at Uncle Mai and said nothing. The crown prince grew anxious, peeking from behind Uncle Mai, his voice sharp and high-pitched. Dad, you can't just let him go. He hit me. Look at my face. Uncle Mai turned his head and shot a glare at the crown prince. That glare was heavy, and upon seeing it, the crown prince immediately clamped his mouth shut and retreated, not daring to say another word. You don't speak for now. Uncle Mai's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. We'll settle this when we get back. The crown prince lowered his head. Uncle Mai turned back, looking at Li Wei, waiting for his response. Li Wei shook his head, the corner of his mouth curling up in a smile that carried a meaning of, you are too naive. Uncle Mai, have you been in this too long, and your brain isn't working well? He glanced at Uncle Mai and continued. You think you can just set up a couple of tables and brush this matter under the rug? You think Madman Wei has no pride? Uncle Mai's smile froze on his face, his mouth quivered as he tried to maintain that smile, but couldn't hold it. His eyes shifted away from Li Wei, sweeping over the people in the nightclub, Li Wei's subordinates, the guests on both sides, and his own subordinates. With so many people watching, if Li Wei didn't give him face, he couldn't just back down. Madman Wei, do you really have to be this ruthless? Uncle Mai's voice lowered so low that only Li Wei could hear. I, Hongtai, also have a reputation on the island. If you don't give me face today, how will I lead my men in the future? Li Wei, you think Hongtai is not to be trifled with, but I'm Madman Wei, am to be trifled with. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but everyone in the nightclub could hear. Your son caused trouble on my turf and hit my people. If I just let it go like this, who will still want to associate with me? Who would still fear me, Madman Wei? Uncle Mai's face darkened. He had been in this game for 30 years, having been scolded and insulted, but he had never been publicly humiliated by a younger generation in front of so many people. Madman Wei, you are asking for trouble. Uncle Mai's voice turned cold. Then I will not hold back. He raised his right hand, fingers pointing upwards, pressing down. Some of the subordinates behind him drew knives, some wrapped iron chains around baseball bats, and some put tiger claws on there. In an instant, the confrontation turned into a deadly silence before the fight, with no one speaking and all eyes fixed on each other. Li Wei stood there, hands in his pockets, the corner of his mouth curling up. Uncle Mai, have you thought this through? Li Wei's voice sent chills down people's spines. You dare to touch me on my turf? Are you sure? Uncle Mai actually did not want to start a conflict with Li Wei, but with over 100 subordinates watching from behind, and so many people observing, he could not back down. If he backed down, Hongtai's reputation would shatter. In this game, face was more important than life. Madman Wei, do you think just saying a few words will scare me? Uncle Mike's voice grew louder enough for everyone in the corridor to hear. You should ask whether my subordinates agree. The Hongtai subordinates behind him shouted in unison, their voices uneven, but with considerable momentum. We do not agree. We do not agree. The shouts echoed back and forth in the corridor, shaking dust from the ceiling. Li Wei looked at Uncle Mike's forced stance and did not want to waste any more breath. Brothers, come out. His tone was not heavy, but it sounded like a switch. Outside the nightclub, from every corner. Inside the corridors, the fire escaped the neighboring shops and the bread truck across the street. An enormous crowd surged out. Not just one or two, but hundreds. A dense mass surrounded Uncle Mike's people in the middle. Uncle Mei frowned. He hadn't expected Li Wei to hide so many people in these corners. He had brought only a little over 200 men, while Li Wei's people were at least 3 times that. Madman Wei, you are indeed clever, knowing to call your subordinates early. Li Wei looked at him, the corner of his mouth curling up. Since he dared to call you over, of course he was prepared. Otherwise, if you came and killed me, who would I cry to? Uncle Mei, what do you think? Do you still want me to give you an explanation? Uncle Mike's expression was very ugly. It wasn't the flush of anger, but the pale face of someone who had just been outplayed. He had not expected to crash here. After 30 years in the game, he was outplayed by a 20-year-old brat. Madman Wei, do you really want it to be like this? You don't fear completely offending us, Hongtai? Li Wei looked at Uncle Mei, not answering immediately. Fear? It doesn't matter whether I offend you early or late. I will offend you anyway. Even if I don't offend you now, once Wang Jianjun trains that batch of people, he will want to clean out the entire Copperpot Bay, and he will eventually clash with Hongtai. Hongtai occupies 2 streets in Copperpot Bay. Those territories I will eventually take back. Uncle Mike's lips moved slightly, but no words came out. He understood Li Wei's meaning. It was not fear, but indifference. What use is it to tell someone who does not care about Hongtai that they have offended him? Uncle Mei took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within him. He knew he was in trouble today. This was the territory of Mad Wei, not Hongtai's. His men were not as numerous as Li Wei's. In a fight, he would come out worse. He needed to retreat safely first. The rest could be dealt with later. So what do you want? Uncle Mike's voice squeezed out between his teeth. Li Wei's eyebrows twitched. He had finally received this response. He had gone through such a long route, having the prince call him over for a confrontation and having his little brothers surround Uncle Mike's men, not to fight, but to negotiate. Now is not the time to leave, Uncle Mei. Uncle Mei, it depends on what you can offer. If I'm satisfied, you can leave. If not. He did not finish his sentence, but the little brothers outside shouted it out for him. Take them down. Take them down. Hundreds of voices merged into one, reverberating through the corridor of the nightclub, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. The faces of Hongtai's men changed. Some sheathed their knives, some withdrew their hands from their waists, and some took several steps back. The prince's face was as white as paper, shrinking behind Uncle Mei, afraid to look at anyone. Uncle Mike's expression darkened further as he glanced at Li Wei's little brothers, then at Li Wei. This young man was not just scaring him, he intended to devour him. But there was no way out. Under the eaves, one must. Uncle Mei sighed, blaming himself for becoming less courageous with age. If he were younger, he would never have agreed. He would have charged straight in. But now he lacked that youthful courage. Madway, I agree. I will give you 5 million. Oh, is that sufficient? 5 million. Li Wei looked at Uncle Mei, his lips curling into a slight smirk, a hint of disdain in that smile. He thought he could brush him off with 5 million. Uncle Mei, I will give you another chance. If I am not satisfied, do not blame me for being ruthless. Li Wei's voice turned cold. Let both of you stay here. Li Wei, you. Uncle Mei's words caught in his throat. He did not expect Li Wei to be like this. If 5 million was insufficient, it meant he would have to pay a much higher price. He glanced at the prince's face, then at Li Wei's men. Not fighting meant paying money. Fighting might mean he and his son could not get out. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Uncle Mei's face turned red as if he had been slapped. He took a deep breath and swallowed the blood. Madway, you are ruthless. Oh, I accept this time. Uncle Mei's voice was hoarse, like it had been rubbed against sandpaper. I have a nightclub in Coppergong Bay, just renovated. I will give you this nightclub as compensation. What do you think? Li Wei's eyes brightened. In Coppergong Bay, there was a newly renovated nightclub, large in scale and lavishly decorated, said to have cost several tens of millions. He had previously inquired about who the backer was, wanting to see if he could acquire it to establish a high-end nightclub, but did not expect it to be under Hongtai. It was effortless to acquire. Li Wei smiled inwardly, but his face showed no emotion. He looked at Uncle Mei, furrowing his brow, as if hesitating whether to accept. Uncle Mei, this is good, but... Before Li Wei could finish, Uncle Mei's face had already turned the color of pig liver. His eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, his voice loud enough to seem like he was trying to lift the roof off. Madway, don't push your luck. I spent tens of millions on this nightclub. If you want more, I would rather go to war with you. His chest heaved violently, blood vessels visible in his eyes, not from crying, but from anger. His hands trembled, and his lips quivered. Li Wei looked at Uncle Mei in that state, and knew it was about time. If he pushed any further, this old dog would truly bite. He smiled a small smile, but genuine. Uncle Mei, what are you saying? Am I really such a greedy person? Li Wei's tone carried a sense of grievance, as if to say, you misunderstood me. What about my little brothers? You can't not offer compensation, can you? He pointed to Lin Tian, whose mouth still had blood, his left eye swollen like a peach and his pants covered in footprints too numerous to count. Uncle Mei followed Li Wei's finger and saw Lin Tian's miserable condition. His brows furrowed slightly, then he relaxed. He understood. Li Wei was not trying to extort him further, but was looking for a way out. Giving him a way out would allow him to save face, and compensating his little brother would allow him to keep his dignity. Uncle Mei's voice calmed down, shifting from anger to exhaustion. I see you Mad Wei value brotherhood, so much do I admire you. I will give him 1 million for medical expenses. 1 million. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He got beaten up and was receiving 1 million. He glanced at Li Wei, who had a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Wei turned to look at Lin Tian. Tian, how about it? Are you satisfied with this compensation? Lin Tian opened his mouth as if to say something, but his throat felt blocked. His eyes were red not from pain, but from excitement. Boss, I will do whatever you say. Good. Li Wei turned back to Uncle Mei. Then I will trouble you, Uncle Mei. Uncle Mei gritted his teeth and nodded. His face showed no expression, but there was something in his eyes. Mad Wei, can I leave now? Li Wei smiled a bright smile like someone satisfied after a deal was made. He raised his hand and clapped. The applause was not loud, but in the quiet corridor, it was very clear. Uncle Mei turned around, the prince following behind, head lowered, and the little brothers filed out. Some walked quickly, some slowly, and some looked back at Li Wei as they... Uncle Mei turned around, the prince following behind, head lowered, and the little brothers filed out. Some walked quickly, some slowly, and some looked back at Li Wei as they left. Uncle Mei. Li Wei's voice came from behind. Don't forget to have Hong Tai's little brothers bring the nightclub's deed over to me. Uncle Mei stopped, but did not turn back. His shoulders paused for a moment, then he slowly turned his head and glanced at Li Wei. In that glance there was hatred, helplessness, humiliation, and one more thing. Acceptance. I will no need to worry. He turned back and walked away. The corridor fell silent. Li Wei stood in place watching Uncle Mei's back disappear, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading. As for whether Uncle Mei would bring the deed over, he was not worried. If he didn't deliver, Hong Tai would completely lose its reputation in the underworld. Who would dare cooperate with Hong Tai in the future? If they truly refused, Li Wei was not without hands. Oh, would he not go get it himself? Disperse. Li Wei waved his hand. Go do what you need to do. The little brothers gradually dispersed. Fewer and fewer remained until only Li Wei, Gao Jin, Lin Tian, and Gang Sheng, who stood beside them, were left. Li Wei walked up to Lin Tian, looked at his face, the cut at the corner of his mouth, still oozing blood, his left eye swollen, even more the bruising around his eye spreading to his temple. Where's Yong? Li Wei asked. Downstairs, Gao Jin replied. Have him find someone to take Tian to the hospital, stitch him up, take some x-rays to see if there are any issues with the bones. Gao Jin nodded and turned to leave. Li Wei looked at Lin Tian, patting his shoulder. Go back and rest well. You've got 1 million now, don't spend it recklessly. Lin Tian's lips twitched, wanting to smile, but it hurt, so he could not. Boss, thank you. What for? You took a beating from my man and I got you back. It was the least I could do. Lin Tian's eyes turned red again, but this time he held back the tears. He nodded and followed Gao Jin to meet the person he called. Li Wei turned around and walked upstairs, Gang Sheng following behind him. The office door was open. Li Wei walked in and Gang Sheng followed, closing the door behind them. Li Wei walked to the window and pulled the curtains halfway open. The night view unfolded before him, the neon lights colorful, the traffic and crowds bustling without cease. He stood by the window for a while, turned around, walked over to the couch, and sat down. Gang Sheng stood at the door, still holding the doorknob. Her face was a bit red from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears, clearly visible under the dim light. Her fingers twisted the doorknob, then loosened, then twisted again. Li Wei looked at her flustered appearance and smiled. Why are you standing there? Come over and sit. Gang Sheng released the doorknob and walked over, sitting at the other end of the sofa, a person's distance between them, not too far, not too close. Let's see if you dare to do that again in the future. Li Wei's tone was casual, as if speaking to a child who had done something wrong. You even told my little brother to leave. Are you that bold? Gang Sheng's head lowered, her fingers twisted her knee, turning her knuckles white. How was I supposed to know? How dare he treat me like that in your territory? I can't believe you dare to speak to me like that. Do you dare to talk back? Gang Sheng raised her head to glance at Li Wei before lowering it again. Her lips pouted like an angry little fish. I didn't talk back. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then what were you doing just now? Gang Sheng fell silent, stood up, and attempted to leave. She was tripped by something beneath her feet, causing her body to lurch forward. Li Wei stood up from the sofa and reached out to steady her arm. Gang Sheng was caught by Li Wei, her body turning halfway, and she collided into his embrace. Her head rested against his chest, where she could hear his heartbeat, steady and rhythmic. Not knowing where to place her hands, they hung by her sides, clutching her skirt tightly. Li Wei did not release her. One hand was on her waist while the other still held her arm. His face was so close that he could see the fine hairs on her face. Gang Sheng's long eyelashes cast a fan-shaped shadow in the light. Her lips were slightly parted, breathing a bit hurriedly, her chest rising and falling. Gang Sheng's eyes were fixed on Li Wei's face, which appeared gentle under the dim light, completely different from how he looked in the corridor earlier. Her gaze traveled from his forehead to his eyebrows, and then to his eyes, her heart racing so fast that she felt Li Wei must be able to hear it. Her eyes fluttered shut. Li Wei watched as Gangster closed her eyes, knowing what she was thinking. He leaned his head down, bringing his face closer to hers. The distance between them grew smaller, close enough to feel her warm breath, faintly fragrant. Just as their lips were about to touch. Knock, knock, knock. Gangster was jolted back by the sound of knocking, her eyes flying open and her face flushed from the nape of her neck to the tips of her ears. She pushed Li Wei away, forcefully stepping back 2 paces with her head bowed, unable to look at him. Her hands covered her face with the skin peeking through her fingers, completely red. Her heart raced so quickly that she felt Li Wei must be able to hear it. She couldn't comprehend what had just happened, why she had closed her eyes, or why she had waited for him to kiss her. These thoughts made her wish she could vanish into the ground. Li Wei stood there watching Gangster, then glanced at the door that was still knocking. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile, one filled with helplessness, regret, and a hint of irritation at being interrupted. Who could it be arriving just at this moment? Come in. His voice was not loud, but it carried a hint of annoyance. The door was pushed open, and Gao Jin stood at the entrance, one hand still gripping the doorknob. He glanced at Li Wei, then at Gangster, who stood with her back to the door, her shoulders trembling slightly, her ears flushed, her hands covering her face, as if hiding something. Gao Jin sensed something was off, as if he had come at the wrong time. Gangster felt Gao Jin's gaze linger on her, making her heart race even faster. She recalled how she had closed her eyes waiting for Li Wei's kiss. Had Gao Jin noticed? Her face grew even redder, burning with heat. You guys chat first, I'll take my leave. Gangster's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. She turned around, keeping her head down, and hurried towards the door. As she passed by Gao Jin, her steps faltered for a moment, but did not stop as she walked out. Her shoes clicked on the floor, echoing from one end of the corridor to the other, growing fainter. Gao Jin watched as Gangster's figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, then turned back to look at Li Wei. Brother Wei, do you need anything? If not, I'll come back later. His lips moved slightly. He probably knew what had just happened. Li Wei took a deep breath, calming himself, not blaming Gao Jin, as he knew Gao Jin wouldn't come unless it was important. Jin, it's fine. Did something happen? Gao Jin walked in and closed the door behind him. Brother Wei Chun Xiaolong from the Causeway Bay Police Station is here. He's downstairs. Do you want to meet him? Li Wei's fingers paused on the table, thinking of Chun Xiaolong, the head of the Causeway Bay Police Station, in his 40s, renowned for his iron fist in the police world. He had been the head for 3 years, having cracked down on numerous establishments and apprehended many. In the underworld, mentioning him gave everyone a headache. He hadn't stirred up trouble since taking office. Oh, what could he want? But Li Wei still nodded. Since he was on his turf, it wouldn't do to ignore him. If relations soured, it would make things difficult in the future. Bring him up. Okay, Brother Wei. Gao Jin turned and left while Li Wei sat behind his desk, tidying up the documents and turning up the desk lamp. Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor. One pair belonged to Gao Jin, while the other was heavier, moving slower, the shoes steady on the floor, as if treading on hearts. The door opened. Gao Jin walked in first, followed by Chun Xiaolong, who was not tall, but solidly built. After bringing him in, Gao Jin turned to leave, and the door closed. Chun Xiaolong stood in the middle of the office, neither sitting nor looking around. His eyes fell on Li Wei, scanning him from head to toe, taking in his face and feet. He had seen many leaders of gangs, some in their 40s or 50s, others just over 30, but he was seeing someone as young as Li Wei for the first time. Who would have thought this young man had already become a regional boss? Crazy Wei, you're the first one to make me wait this long. Chun Xiaolong's voice was not loud, but it carried a strong presence imbued with an undeniable authority. Li Wei looked at him, smiling, unbothered, a smile that conveyed, I'm not afraid of you. He did not respond to that remark, but changed the subject. Inspector Chun, you shouldn't speak carelessly. Li Wei's tone was casual, as if joking with an old friend. I'm a taxpayer paying taxes to the Queen. If you keep talking like that, I might have to file a complaint. Chun Xiaolong narrowed his eyes. He had been in the police for over 20 years and had seen all kinds of little mules. Some would cower at first sight, others would hold their ground, but tremble, and some were even bold enough to slap his desk. But there were few like Li Wei, unflustered, neither hard nor soft, and using complaint to play mind games with him. He wasn't afraid of ruthless little mules, because he could be even more ruthless. But he feared educated little mules who knew how to protect themselves with the law. Such people were hard to pin down. If things went awry, they might even bite back. The head of the Hung Hing Causeway Bay faction, and you still won't admit it. Chun Xiaolong's voice turned icy, but a smile still lingered on his lips, a smile that was anything but friendly. Should I keep an eye on your establishments for a few days to make you behave? Li Wei stared at him in silence. His expression remained unchanged, but he was thinking, go ahead, my establishments are all clean, not selling anything illegal, and you won't find any problems in the end. It'll be you who loses face, not me. Chun Xiaolong stared at Li Wei for a few seconds, seeing something in his eyes. Calmness. Not a feigned calmness, but a genuine one. This person either didn't know the police's power or had some confidence. Chun Xiaolong took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. He spread his arms and tilted his chin. Come on, take a look for yourself. Li Wei stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Chun Xiaolong. He felt through his jacket pocket down to his waist, and then to his pants hem, finding no recording devices, no listening devices, and no pinhole cameras. Chief Inspector Chen, this is all necessary for our friendly conversation. It's not that I don't trust you. Chen Xiaolong smirked, but said nothing. Crazy Wei is quite cautious, even searching the police chief. But he didn't explode, because if it were him, he would do the same. In a place like this, those who are not careful have long been cut down. Li Wei walked to one side of the office and took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. He poured a glass for himself and another for Chen Xiaolong. Chief Inspector Chen, guests should be treated well. Let's have a drink. Li Wei pushed the glass towards Chen Xiaolong, who looked at the wine but did not take it. Instead, he leaned back against the chair, arms crossed over his stomach, staring intently at Li Wei. Crazy Wei, rising from a nobody to the master of Causeway Bay in less than 2 months. Quite impressive. Li Wei lifted his glass and took a sip. Chief Inspector Chen, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the support of my Chen Xiaolong tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair, not picking up on Li Wei's words, but shifting the tone directly. Crazy Wei, I came here today to tell you. Don't stir up trouble. Li Wei set down his glass and looked at Chen Xiaolong. He saw something in Chen Xiaolong's eyes. Not a threat. Chief Inspector Chen, rest assured. Li Wei's tone was serious. I will definitely cooperate with your work. Chen Xiaolong nodded, stood up, walked in front of Li Wei, extended his right hand with his index and middle fingers apart, pointing to his own eyes, and then at Li Wei. I hope you remember what you said today, or otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. I will keep a close. Li Wei stared at those 2 fingers, silent. A thought spun in his mind. Chen Xiaolong, the police chief. If he was willing to cooperate, the path ahead would be much smoother. In Causeway Bay, the hardest part is not taking territory, but figuring out how to settle things after taking it. The police come checking every few days, making it impossible to operate. Even if you take the territory, it ends up being vacant. Chen Xiaolong turned to leave. Chief Inspector Chen, wait a moment. Chen Xiaolong stopped, turned his head, and looked at him. I think we can actually cooperate. Chen Xiaolong's eyebrows twitched slightly, his eyes glimmering. Not with curiosity, but with the light of a hunter seeing its prey step into a trap. He turned back, walked beside the chair, but did not sit down, leaning his hands on the back of the chair, his body leaning forward. Crazy Wei, are you willing to be our police informant? This is excellent. His voice was much lighter than before. Rest assured, I swear on my life, it will definitely not. Li Wei nearly spat out the red wine in his mouth. He coughed several times, wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue, and looked at Chen Xiaolong. What is this old fox thinking? An informant? Isn't that asking for death? Chief Inspector Chen, when did I ever say I wanted to become your police informant? Li Wei's tone carried a hint of helplessness. You must understand, us gangsters, if we take government money, we will be hunted down by the entire gang. Even if you guarantee my life 10 times over, I won't survive until tomorrow. Chen Xiaolong patted his chest, his expression indicating, you can trust me to handle this. Didn't you say you wanted to cooperate with me? Isn't that just becoming my informant? What I meant by cooperation isn't this. Chen Xiaolong straightened his body and looked at Li Wei. His brows furrowed, the light in his eyes shifting from excitement to confusion. Not an informant. Then what else could we cooperate on? Then what do you mean by cooperation? Li Wei set down his glass and leaned back against the chair. He looked into Chen Xiaolong's eyes, not speaking immediately. He was waiting for Chen Xiaolong's curiosity to outweigh his caution. 2 seconds later, Chen Xiaolong adjusted his pants and sat back down, crossing his legs. Let's hear it. A smile crept onto Li Wei's lips, a hook. Chief Inspector Chen, don't you think there are too many gangs in Causeway Bay? Li Wei's tone was casual. Hung Hing, Dongxing, Hongtai, and those scattered gangs. They fight every day for territory, hacking people down every few days, blood everywhere. The common folks in Causeway Bay live in unrest. Your police force is also under great pressure. Higher-ups demand security, while the lower levels require accountability. Chen Xiaolong's eyes squinted as he regarded Li Wei, seemingly reassessing him. He understood Li Wei's implication. It's all about consolidation. This kid wants to consolidate all the territories in Causeway Bay into one hand. No one has ever succeeded in this before. In the past, there have been gang leaders who wanted to unify Causeway Bay, but no one managed to do it. Causeway Bay is a big piece of meat. Everyone wants a bite, and no one is willing to let others swallow it whole. He didn't expect Crazy Wei, this young man, to have such a big appetite. Are you sure you can do it? Chen Xiaolong scrutinized Li Wei again. You must know that this is something that no one has accomplished before. Li Wei chuckled, a small but firm smile. Just because no one has accomplished it doesn't mean I can't. He looked into Chen Xiaolong's eyes. Chief Inspector Chen, even if I don't succeed, you won't lose anything, right? Chen Xiaolong pondered for a moment and nodded. Li Wei was right. If it worked out, he would benefit. If it didn't, he wouldn't lose anything. But he didn't want to be easily grasped by Li Wei, leaning back in his chair, smiling at him. That smile contained scrutiny, testing, and a hint of, you're still young. Crazy Wei, then tell me, why should I choose you? His voice was low, but each word was clear. Others have more advantages than you. They have larger territories, more people, and more money. What do you have? Li Wei looked at Chen Xiaolong and shook his head. You wouldn't understand, Chief Inspector Chen. Chen Xiaolong's eyes shifted slightly. So confident. Very simple. Li Wei raised a finger. If Chief Inspector Chen already had someone in mind, it wouldn't be my turn to say. Chen Xiaolong's mouth turned down slightly as he shook his head. Crazy Wei, that's not enough. If you can't come up with something substantial, I'll consider today a wasted visit. Li Wei smiled and retracted that finger, replacing it with another. Chief Inspector Chen, the most important thing, I don't deal with drugs. Chen Xiaolong's eyebrows moved slightly so quickly that even Li Wei didn't notice. He had indeed investigated Li Wei. Ever since Li Wei rose to power, he had sent people to check. After investigating, they found that this person really didn't deal with drugs. Not only did he not sell drugs, but he didn't even do drugs. He even kicked out the drug users from his territory. This is unique in the gang world of Hong Kong. He had also investigated the leaders of other gangs. Some were drug lords themselves, some turned a blind eye to drug users operating in their territory, and some, although they didn't engage in drugs themselves, had subordinates who all sold. He had not seen many people like Li Wei who were clean from top to bottom, unlike others in the gang. Chen Xiaolong looked at Li Wei, studying him for several seconds. He truly appreciated this about Li Wei. He looked at Li Wei, tapping his fingers twice on the armrest of the chair. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Wei, or it was that he dared not trust him. A 20-year-old lad only a month into his position as the hall master claimed he wanted to take full control of Coppergourd Bay. Anyone who heard him would think he was just boasting. Crazy Wei, I do appreciate you. Chen Xiaolong's voice slowed down. But you think you can win my support with just a few? He shook his head. The movement wasn't quick, but the meaning was clear. It's not enough. Seeing his demeanor, Li Wei felt a sense of relief. If Chen Xiaolong had said I support you at their first meeting, he would have doubted whether this old fox was setting a trap for him. In their first encounter, having exchanged only a few words, and then professing support was not cooperation, it was a trap. Officer Chen, I understand your concerns. Li Wei's tone was calm. He wasn't rushing to defend himself or making any guarantees. You will see my actions. Chen Xiaolong's eyes brightened for a moment as he leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees with his fingers interlocked. What actions? Tell me more. Li Wei did not respond immediately. He picked up his glass and slowly took a sip, letting the liquor linger in his mouth before swallowing. He placed the glass down, his finger tracing the rim. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he simply couldn't. He had already said enough to win Chen Xiaolong's support today, taking full control of Coppergourd Bay, eliminating other factions, ensuring a single voice for Coppergourd Bay. These words, if leaked, could lead to his downfall. If he continued, it would no longer be cooperation, but rather tying himself to the chopping block. Chen Xiaolong observed Li Wei's silence without pressing further or showing anger. He had seen too many who pounded their chests in bravado, boasting grandly while failing to deliver. Someone like Li Wei, who refrained from grandstanding and was not eager to prove himself, made him feel this person was reliable. A person who knew what to say and what not to say was worth listening to. All right, I want to ask more questions. Chen Xiaolong stood up, adjusting his pants. But Crazy Wei, if you want my help, you must first prove you can deliver. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, his smile filled with expectation, testing, and a hint of amusement. Li Wei understood his implication. Show me hope, and I will help you. If you can't produce results, don't blame me for not giving you face. He also stood up, picked up the glass on the table, and raised it towards Chen Xiaolong. Officer Chen, I hope our cooperation goes smoothly. Chen Xiaolong did not raise his glass. Instead, he pulled out a business card from his pocket and placed it on the table, pressing it slightly with his finger to slide it over. The card was simple, with a deep blue background and golden embossed text that read Chief Chen Xiaolong of Coppergourd Bay Police Station, followed by a string of phone numbers. I want drink now. Call me when you've accomplished what you said. Li Wei glanced at the business card on the table, but did not reach for it immediately. He understood Chen Xiaolong's meaning. Go and accomplish your tasks, then come back to me. This was also an old fox. He wouldn't commit until he saw results. What a pity, Officer Chen. Li Wei's tone carried a hint of regret, as if genuinely feeling sorry for Chen Xiaolong. This bottle of wine is worth $100,000. It's truly a shame you can't taste it. Chen Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the glass of wine on the table, then at the label on the bottle. Everything was in English, which he couldn't read, but he recognized the year. Having been a police officer for over 20 years, earning a few $1,000s a month, he would have to save for years without eating or drinking to afford this bottle. He raised the glass and downed it in one go, smacking his lips. He frowned slightly. The taste was strange, a bit bitter and sour, no different from a bottle that cost a few dozen bucks at the supermarket. The taste of the wealthy was beyond his understanding. Wish you success. Chen Xiaolong placed the empty glass on the table and turned to walk towards the door. Officer Chen, take care. I won't keep you waiting too long. I hope so. Chen Xiaolong did not look back as he pushed the door open and walked out, his leather shoes clicking steadily against the floor. The footsteps in the corridor grew fainter and lighter until they finally disappeared at the stairway. Li Wei stood still, gazing at the closed door for 2 seconds. He walked back behind his desk, sat down, picked up the business card, examined it briefly, and placed it in the drawer. On the police side, things were mostly settled. Not entirely, but halfway. Chen Xiaolong was willing to observe, willing to wait, and willing to help after he had delivered. That was enough. He didn't need Chen Xiaolong to stand up for him right now, just not to obstruct him when he needed help. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Wang Jianjun's training was also nearing completion. The new batch was warmed up, and they had struck a pose. With a bit of refinement, they would be ready for use. All he needed now was an opportunity. 3 days after Chen Xiaolong left, Jimmy returned. He arrived in the afternoon returning from Japan with a stopover in Taipei after a flight of over 5 hours. He got off the plane and took a taxi straight to Coppergourd Bay, not even dropping his suitcase at home, but bringing it up. His suit was wrinkled, the collar of his shirt a bit dusty, and he bore the fatigue of a long flight, but there was a spark in his eye. Li Wei was in the office when he heard hurried footsteps in the corridor. He looked up, the door was open, and Jimmy walked right in. "Brother Wei, I'm back." His voice was a bit hoarse, his throat dry, and his lips chapped, but his tone was filled with excitement. "Sit down, have some water first." Jimmy sat down, poured himself a cup of water from the kettle on the coffee table, gulping down more than half of it, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "The deal with SNK has been finalized." Jimmy pulled out a document from his suit pocket and placed it on the table. "As you said, take as much as you can. Their company isn't in great shape and is eager for investment, so it didn't take much effort to finalize the deal." Li Wei picked up the document and flipped through it. It was all in Japanese, which he couldn't understand, but he didn't care about the details. He only looked at the numbers. How many shares were acquired, how much was spent, how much cash remained. The figures were better than he had anticipated, and SNK was cheaper than he had expected. What about the arcade machines? And the instant noodle equipment? All purchased. Jimmy took out another list from his pocket, filled with dense writing. 500 arcade machines are en route, and 2 instant noodle production lines have been ordered. The goods are already loaded onto the ship and will arrive at the port in the next couple of days. Once they arrive, I will handle customs, and I've already contacted the shipping company to deliver directly to the warehouse. Li Wei nodded. He trusted Jimmy's capabilities. "Thank you for your hard work." He stood up and walked to Jimmy, giving his shoulder a pat. "You must have run around quite a bit during this trip to Japan." Jimmy shook his head and smiled. There was fatigue in that smile, but mostly satisfaction. He enjoyed doing business, negotiating contracts, and the feeling of bringing something from nothing. During this trip to Japan, he traveled to 3 cities and met with 7 or 8 companies. He didn't feel it was a hardship. "Brother Wei, how will we arrange things once the equipment arrives?" Jimmy's smile faded, his expression turning serious. "Where will the arcade machines go? Where will the instant noodle factory be built? These need to be prepared in advance. I have already sent Ayong to find the arcade shops. 3 have been selected in Causeway Bay, and 2 in Wan Chai, all located in areas with high foot traffic and ample space." His fingers moved across the map. "The instant noodle factory isn't urgent. We'll store the equipment in the warehouse first. Once I secure the streets across from us, it'll find a larger factory space, and then commence operations." Jimmy looked at the red circles on the map, and then glanced at Li Wei. He didn't understand what those circles signified, but he grasped one thing. His boss was taking significant steps, not just to secure Causeway Bay, but also to expand outward. "Brother Wei will go find Ayong first, and see how the shop hunt is progressing." Jimmy stood up. "I'll keep an eye on the equipment too. As soon as it arrives, I'll head to the dock." Li Wei waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. "No rush. You should take a couple of days to rest. You've lost weight during this trip to Japan, and those dark circles under your eyes are evident. Go home, have a good sleep, and recharge before we talk further." Jimmy opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He wasn't tired, he could still work. He wanted to find Ayong, head to the dock, and take care of everything meticulously. "Jimmy," Li Wei's voice was not loud, but it carried an irrefutable tone. "I have more tasks to assign to you later. You'll be busy, and there won't be time to rest. You should take advantage of this time to rest." Jimmy was momentarily taken aback. Other tasks? What else was the boss planning? He glanced at Li Wei, whose expression was calm and inscrutable. "Brother Wei, what tasks?" "You'll find out later." Li Wei didn't elaborate, folding the map and placing it back in the drawer. "Now go rest." Jimmy nodded, refraining from further questions. He stood up and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused. "Brother Wei, I'll head back now. I'll find Ayong tomorrow to check on the progress of the shops." Go ahead." Jimmy left, his footsteps in the corridor slower than before, infused with exhaustion. Li Wei sat behind his desk, watching the doorway. Jimmy was somewhat overqualified for this role, but it was best to let him be for now. There would be bigger tasks for him in the future. 2 days later, the arcade machines arrived at the port. The cargo ship docked at Kwaichung Container Terminal, and Li Wei instructed Ayong to gather people to receive the goods. Over 30 people worked all afternoon to load hundreds of machines onto trucks. The convoy set off from Kwaichung to Causeway Bay, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way. There were 5 shops in total located in Causeway Bay and Wan Chai, all previously sourced by Ayong. The shop spaces weren't large, each was around 150 square meters, but they were well positioned in bustling areas. Some at street corners, some on the first floor of shopping malls, and others beside cinemas. The rent wasn't cheap, but Li Wei didn't bargain. Prime locations were worth the price. On the opening day of the arcade, Li Wei didn't attend, sending Jimmy to oversee things, while Ayong took charge of security. However, he could see the excitement outside the shop from his office window. At 2 in the afternoon, Li Wei stood in front of the office window and opened the curtains. The street below was packed with people, and it was no exaggeration, it was truly congested. The line extended from the shop entrance to the street corner, and around the corner it continued for several meters. Most of those in line were young people, predominantly male, but there were some females too. Some came in groups of 3 or 5, while others came alone, some even holding milk tea and egg tarts bought from the nearby tea restaurant. Inside the shop, it was even more bustling. Hundreds of arcade machines lined up, the sound of coins clinking resembling a heavy downpour. Jimmy stood behind the cash register holding a walkie-talkie drenched in sweat, but his expression was one of excitement. Li Wei stood by the window for a while watching the long line below, a smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. He knew the arcade would be popular, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this booming. Each of these machines operated for at least 10 hours a day, and the coin slots were never idle. A single machine could earn several $100s in a day, with hundreds of machines across 5 shops. Daily revenue could reach hundreds of thousands. The door was knocked. "Come in." Jimmy pushed the door open, dressed in a white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows and 2 buttons undone at the collar, his forehead glistening with sweat. Brother Wei, today's revenue, in just 3 hours after opening this afternoon, has already surpassed 100,000 for each shop. By the time we close tonight, it's estimated to reach 400,000. 400,000 in a day. Li Wei picked up the paper, glanced at it, and placed it back on the desk. "You've worked hard." Jimmy shook his head, walked to the window, and stood beside Li Wei looking at the long line below. "Brother Wei, I'm not tired. I'm just curious. How did you know the arcade would be this successful?" Jimmy turned to look at Li Wei. "When I went to Japan, there weren't many people playing arcades there. When I went to acquire SNK, the owner thought I was foolish, saying the company was on the verge of bankruptcy, yet as soon as the machines arrived in Hong Kong, so many people lined up." Li Wei smiled. He couldn't reveal that he had been reborn, nor could he say he knew that arcades would become a global sensation in the 1990s, nor could he mention that he knew SNK would later produce King of Fighters, Samurai Shodown, and Metal Slug. Instead, he told a half-truth. "It's business intuition." Jimmy listened and didn't press further. He nodded as if to say, "Indeed, some people are just born to be in business." Li Wei returned to his desk and sat down. He glanced at the long line below again, then looked at Jimmy. "Where's?" "He's downstairs keeping watch. Someone tried to cut in line earlier, and a scuffle nearly broke out. A Yong went over, said a few words, and that person behaved himself." Li Wei nodded. As the arcade had just opened, it was best to avoid trouble. Once they were more established, they could gradually implement rules. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. With each shop generating 400,000 in revenue, 5 shops would yield 2 million. After deducting costs, labor, and rent, the net profit for a day would still be at least 1 million. That equated to 30 million a month, a figure much higher than the protection fees in Causeway Bay. However, profits wouldn't be as high later on, as he was the first to venture into this territory and others would follow suit. Thus, his primary objective now was to show other gang leaders just how lucrative this business could be, to make them envious, prompting them to come to him to buy machines. How much could a machine sell for? That was still up to him to decide. More importantly, once the machines were sold, the game cartridges would become a long-term business. Each machine would require a cartridge change at least once a month, with each cartridge costing several $100s. With 500 machines, that amounted to hundreds of thousands in revenue, plus maintenance, upgrades, and parts. This income would steadily flow in and could support him for several years. "Jimmy." Li Wei's fingers paused. "Yes, Brother Wei. You should print some business cards that state Causeway Bay Li Wei wholesale and retail of arcade machines, game cartridge supply, and machine maintenance." Jimmy was taken aback. He initially thought the boss wanted to keep all the shops running, but now it seemed he intended to sell machines. "Brother Wei, we're doing well on our own. Why sell to others? Can't we make good profits ourselves?" Li Wei glanced at him, but didn't provide a direct answer. "Jimmy, do you know how long this business can thrive?" Jimmy pondered for a moment. "At least a few years, right? Once others see you making money, they'll also buy machines to open shops, and soon there will be arcades everywhere. What will you earn then?" Jimmy opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. "Therefore, we need to sell machines ahead of others. The machines are imported by us, the cartridges are supplied by us, and we handle maintenance. They operate shops, but the bulk of the profits will still flow into our pockets. We won't bear any risks, we'll just collect the money." Jimmy stood there gazing at Li Wei, silent for a few seconds. He thought he was good at business, but compared to the boss, he was still far behind. The boss wasn't focused on how much money could be made today, but rather how to make more tomorrow. "Brother Wei, I understand now." Jimmy's voice was softer than before, but his tone was more serious. "I'll go print the business cards tomorrow." Li Wei nodded, standing up to walk to the window, watching the long line below. The queue was still forming, and the crowd was still pushing, the sound of coins clinking resonating all around. A smile crept up the corners of his mouth. The arcade was just the beginning. The instant noodle venture needed to. Once the noodle factory was established, those supermarkets, convenience stores, and tea restaurants would come looking to stock up. At that point, his products would be available all over Hong Kong, and money would flow in daily. As long as he completed his initial wealth accumulation, he could begin laying out the business strategy. With that thought, Li Wei clenched his fist tightly, revealing his inner unrest. In the following days, the streets of Causeway Bay were more bustling than usual. To be precise, it was the entrance of Li Wei's few arcade stores that had lines stretching from morning till night. Young people in the 1980s of Hong Kong Island had never encountered such fresh gadgets. The colorful screens, joystick, and button operations paired with dazzling game visuals seemed to magically draw people in. Inside the stores, it was always crowded, with the air filled with the scents of sweat and cigarettes, occasionally erupting into cheers or curses. signifying a skilled player achieving a high score or someone failing at a crucial moment. Li Wei stood at the intersection watching the crowd outside one of the stores with a slight smile on his lips. In recent days, he had seen members of other gangs loitering at the store entrance more than once. Those individuals wore flashy shirts, their eyes darting suspiciously, and some even brazenly stood in corners counting heads. Li Wei ignored them and didn't have anyone chase them away. Let them watch, let them count, let their bosses grow envious. The more envious they were, the better the show would be, and the more they would want to buy arcade machines from him. Brother Wei, should I find someone to chase those tailing us away? Ah Chong clearly noticed those ill-intentioned gazes. No need, let them watch, it's good for our arcade business publicity. Ah Chong didn't fully understand, but obediently. Afterward, Li Wei crossed several streets and arrived at a warehouse in Wanchai. He had rented this warehouse 2 months ago. It was located in a remote area with few residents, and most importantly, it was spacious. 2 delivery trucks were parked outside year-round with several of his subordinates on a 24-hour watch. Inside the warehouse, wooden crates were stacked neatly. Li Wei had someone open one of the crates, revealing a brand new arcade machine with the protective film still intact on the screen. Days earlier, he had arranged for SNK to deliver the arcade machines to Hong Kong in 3 batches. Brother Wei, the second batch will arrive next Wednesday, and the third batch will take about 10 more days, said Akai, the warehouse manager, a shrewd middle-aged man who had previously worked in import and export trade. After failing in business, he was recruited by Li Wei and was very reliable. When they arrive, put them directly into storage, don't move them yet. Understood. Li Wei walked around the warehouse, checked the fire safety and anti-theft measures, confirming there were no issues before leaving. Back at his territory, Li Wei went directly to a tea restaurant in Causeway Bay. This was one of his strongholds, owned by Fat Chong, who used to be part of the Underworld, but had turned over a new leaf to run this place. At the back of the restaurant, there was a private room that was not open to the public, reserved for Li Wei to conduct business. Just as he sat down, someone knocked on the door. Brother Wei, it's me, Ah Kuan. Li Wei furrowed his brow slightly. This Ah Kuan was not the glamorous Kuan. He was his own subordinate responsible for gathering intelligence. Come in. Ah Kuan pushed the door open, excitement evident on his face. Brother Wei, the matter you asked me to investigate, I've got it figured out. Go on. The Crow and the Smiling Tiger have been quite active these past few days. Smiling Tiger Wu Jiwei has already sent someone to Japan, seemingly to find manufacturers there to purchase arcade machines. Hearing this, Li Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. It was within expectations. That Smiling Tiger was known for his shrewdness. He wanted to bypass Li Wei and source directly from Japan, which was indeed a ruthless move. But did Smiling Tiger think he could get a bargain? Little did he know that SNK was Li Wei's company, and he could sell to whoever he wanted. All his efforts would be in vain. Keep watching them. Li Wei stood up. If there's any movement from the Crow or Smiling Tiger, let me know immediately. Yes, Brother Wei. When Li Wei arrived at the headquarters for the meeting, he found that many people were already seated inside. Baki sat in the first seat on the left, a rotund figure with a thick gold chain around his neck. Upon seeing Li Wei enter, he grinned, revealing a few gold-capped teeth. "Ah Wei, you've come. Brother G." Li Wei nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He found a seat and had barely settled in when a pungent scent of cologne wafted over. Without even needing to look back, he knew who it was. Brother. The voice of the glamorous Cohen drifted from behind, drawn out and laden with an indescribable slickness. You finally came, or I've missed you so much. Li Wei turned his head to look at the half-smiling face of the glamorous. Today he wore a floral shirt with the collar undone, revealing a chest adorned with tattoos. His hair was slicked back, exuding an aura of I am not to be trifled with. Cohen go. Li Wei replied coolly. The glamorous Cohen walked directly to Li Wei's side, placing a hand on Li Wei's shoulder and leaning in to lower his voice. Brother, your arcade business is doing quite well, isn't it? Raking in gold every day. His voice was loud enough for the nearby hall masters to hear, their gazes turning toward him. Li Wei remained unfazed, lowering his voice to reply, Kuan go, I like women. The glamorous Kuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized Li Wei was joking, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. Brother, I like women too. Oh really? Li Wei stared at the glamorous Kuan's face, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Then how come I heard? Heard what? The glamorous Kuan grew anxious, his hand already on his pants zipper. Do you want me to prove it to you? The nearby hall masters couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Kuan go enough. Li Wei quickly raised his hand to stop him, fearing the glamorous Kuan might really unzip. I believe you, I believe you. Baki across the table was laughing heartily, his belly shaking in sync. Ah Kuan, you need to change this habit. Pulling down your pants all the time scares the young ones. Brother G, what you said is rather harsh. I was just afraid my brothers would misunderstand, the glamorous Kuan said, innocently shrugging and putting his hand back into his pocket. Li Wei noticed that although the glamorous Kuan was joking on the surface, his eyes were constantly sizing him up, as if trying to read something from his face. Once Baki finished laughing, he turned to Li Wei, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Ah Wei, I've heard your arcade business is quite popular. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the hall notably shifted. Not just Baki, but nearly everyone's gaze was focused on Li Wei, their eyes filled with curiosity, calculation, greed, and probing. Fat Lo also pushed up his glasses, looking over with a smile. I'll weigh how much for one of those machines. My daughter wants to play and keeps nagging me about it. This was a clever remark, using his daughter as an excuse. It neither seemed too eager nor did it reveal the price. Li Wei understood that this was the main event of the meeting. The arcade business was what these people truly cared about. He had just prepared to speak when footsteps were heard from outside. Jiang Tianxing arrived dressed in a custom-made dark gray suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding a calm demeanor, with 2 bodyguards following closely behind. As he walked into the hall, everyone stood up. Please sit down, everyone. Jiang Tianxing waved his hand and took a seat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over each person present, finally lingering on Li Wei. Now that everyone is seated, let us commence this meeting. Li Wei promptly closed his mouth and retreated to his place. Jiang Tianxing picked up the teacup from the table and took a sip before speaking slowly. The main agenda today is regarding Li Wei's promotion to the position of Hall Master. Does anyone have any objections? The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Baki was the first to express his opinion. No objections. That kid Wei has been working hard. It's time for him to step up. Fatty Li also nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. Young people have the ability, and us old folks should support them. Han Bin simply stated one word: no. The other hall masters echoed in agreement, some shaking their heads, others waving their hands. No one raised any objections. Honestly, who would dare to oppose at this moment? Li Wei's arcade business was thriving, a lucrative venture that everyone wanted a piece of. If someone were to oppose now, wouldn't that be shooting themselves in the foot? Would anyone still want to play with you? Jiang Tianxing, seeing no objections, nodded and instructed the person behind him, please invite Uncle Bo. Uncle Bo was a veteran figure in the Hung Hing society, over 70 years old, who had followed Jiang Tianxing's father in his early years. Having achieved success, he retired from society affairs and only emerged for significant events like the incense hall opening. The old man had completely white hair, but was still spirited, standing straight in a black tang suit, walking with an imposing presence. In his youth, he was a fierce warrior, reputed to have single-handedly defeated 7 opponents, gaining notoriety in the Underworld. The ceremony for opening the incense hall was not complicated, but there were many traditions. The statue of Lord Guan stood in the center of the hall with 3 incense sticks burning in the incense burner, smoke swirling around. On the altar lay offerings, including a pig's head, a sheep's head, chicken, fish, and tofu, alongside a bowl of clear water and a bowl of white wine. Uncle Bo stood before the statue of Lord Guan, his voice booming. Brothers of Home, and today, we are opening the incense hall. Our newly appointed hall master Li Wei, please step forward. Li Wei stepped forward and knelt down according to tradition. Lord Guan, today Li Wei joins our Hongman, ascending to the position of hall master. Our Hongman's 36 oaths. Do you hear clearly? I hear clearly. The first oath: from the moment you enter Hongman, treat your brothers as family, never betray your master or ancestors, never collude with outsiders, and never leak secrets out. Anyone who violates this will face severe punishment. For each oath Uncle Bo recited, Li Wei responded with an I hear clearly. When it came to the line about loving brothers or loving gold, Uncle Bo deliberately emphasized, do you love your brothers or do you love gold? Li Wei found this somewhat amusing. The credibility of the shorty. It might not even be worth as much as a rag on a street stall. Today he spoke of loving brothers, yet tomorrow for a venue he could stab his brothers in the back. He had seen this too many times. But at such times one still had to say the proper words. I love my brothers. Uncle Bo nodded in satisfaction, picked up the bowl of clear water from the altar, dipped his fingers in, and sprinkled it on Li Wei's head, then lifted the bowl of white wine and did the same 3 times. With clear water on your head and wine on your body, from now on, brothers of Hongman, let's share our fortunes and bear our difficulties together. After the ceremony, Li Wei stood up, his knees feeling a bit numb. Surrounding hall masters came up to congratulate him, some patting his shoulder, others shaking hands, all wearing warm smiles, as if they had suddenly all become his brothers. Only Li Wei knew what was hidden beneath those smiles. Jiang Tianxing stood at the head, waiting for the commotion to settle down before he spoke. Wei, I've heard that you're running an arcade business. Here it comes. Li Wei's heart stirred, maintaining a calm facade. Yes, Dragon Head, just doing a small business. Small business. Jiang Tianxing chuckled. With daily turnovers of tens of thousands, if that's a small business, then everyone in Hung Hing must be begging on the streets. Everyone laughed along, though there was a hint of bitterness in their laughter. Jiang Tianxing's smile faded a bit, his tone becoming serious. Wei, your business is indeed good, but you know with such a lucrative venture there will be plenty of eyes on it. Which of the gangs like Lianxing, Dongxing, or Homa are not hungry wolves? You eating this piece of fat meat alone, I fear you might choke on it. Li Wei understood his meaning, but did not respond. We are all part of one gang. If something goes wrong, the gang will surely support you. However, with such a large territory in Hong Kong, it would be great for everyone to make money together, wouldn't it? After this was said, a chorus of agreement echoed in the hall. Baki was the first to respond. The Dragon Head is right. Wei, it's better for everyone to work together than for you to carry it all alone. Fatty Li also nodded. Yes, Wei, we are all part of the same gang. It's only right to help each other out. Other hall masters chimed in their words, all conveying the same meaning. If you feast, let us have a sip of the soup too. Li Wei looked at these people, understanding their intentions clearly. Jiang Tiansheng played this beautifully. He clearly wanted to take a share of the business, but presented it as if it were for everyone's benefit. Moreover, with his opening words, he had already captured the bulk of the goodwill. Hall masters would remember that it was Dragon Head Jiang Tiansheng who helped them secure this share of the pie rather than it being Li Wei who actively distributed it. Clever. But Li Wei was not angry, because this matter itself aligned with his plan. What he wanted was to quickly bind these hall masters to his chariot, making them part of his collective interest. Li Wei pretended to ponder for a moment, his face showing some hesitation and difficulty, before finally seeming to make a significant decision and nodding. The dragon head makes a valid point. He looked at Jiang Tiansheng, his tone sincere. I indeed cannot handle such a large business alone, and with the help of all the hall masters I can rest easy. I will listen to the dragon head. These words were well spoken, giving Jiang Tiansheng face, while also allowing the hall masters to feel that he was considerate. Indeed, a round of applause erupted in the hall. Baki, unable to contain himself, was the first to jump up. I'll weigh how much is this machine. If it's not too much, Li Wei had been waiting for this question. He paused for a moment, revealing a standard businessman smile. Brother G, the machine costs about $13,000 each. How much? Baki's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Is that for one machine or a bunch of machines? One machine. Baki rubbed his bald head, his facial flesh wrinkling together. Is it that expensive, eh? I'll wait, can you lower the price a bit? We are all brothers in the same gang. Other hall masters didn't speak, but their expressions were similar to Baki's. They all thought it was too expensive. Fatty Li frowned, calculating. $13,000 converted to Hong Kong currency was just over 100,000. This price for a gaming machine was indeed not cheap. Li Wei maintained his composure. Brother G, the factory price is not expensive, but with tariffs, shipping costs, and various fees for customs clearance, the costs rise. Moreover, this is the latest model and supply from Japan is tight. Oh, I got the goods through connections. At this moment, Jiang Tiansheng stepped forward to mediate. Away, we are all brothers in the same gang, but don't take too much from everyone. Lower the price a bit, and everyone will be happy. Li Wei displayed a troubled expression, hesitating for a while, before finally sighing, as if making a significant concession. Since the boss has spoken, I will earn a little less on the shipping fees. $12,000 is really the lowest I can go. Any less, and I will incur a loss. Fat Guy Li was still reluctant and wanted to push the price down further for the arcade machines. Away, we are buying in bulk. You won't lose out if you earn a bit less. How about this $10,000 per machine? We can each take a few more units. What do you think? Li Wei shook his head, his tone becoming resolute. Brotherly, it's not that I don't want to, it's just really impossible. This is the unified pricing from Japan. Adding the tariffs and freight costs, 12,000 is already the lowest price I can offer. I am barely making any profit this time, purely to support our brothers in the association. He looked at Fat Guy Li, his expression sincere, like that of an honest person at a loss. Why don't you check elsewhere and see what the prices are? If you find it cheaper than mine, feel free to go for it. I won't stop you. His words were airtight. Fat Guy Li was left speechless, and the other hall masters exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. After all, he had already laid it out this way. Oh, pushing for a lower price would be a bit bullying. Jiang Tiansheng nodded at the right moment, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. Away, I appreciate your intention. To support you, I will initially order 500 units. How about that? A gasp echoed in the hall. At $12,000 each, 500 units amounted to $6 million, nearly 5,000 in Hong Kong dollars. The boss truly had a grand manner in making such a commitment. However, Li Wei was secretly sneering. He was clearly making a huge profit, yet he said he was supporting you, placing himself in a position of benevolence. But on the surface, he said, boss, this is too much, isn't it? Not too much. Jiang Tiansheng waved his hand, his tone leaving no room for debate. I trust your judgment. This business will not be bad. Seeing this, Baki couldn't sit still anymore. I'll weigh, it'll take 200 units. It'll take 230 units. Fat Guy Li quickly followed suit. In an instant, the hall was as lively as a market, with each hall master eagerly stating their desired quantities, fearing they would miss out if they were late. Li Wei listened to these numbers, mentally calculating at a rapid pace. Once everyone finished, he added them up in his mind, totaling 2,300 units. 2,300 arcade machines, each priced at $12,000, amounted to $27 million. With this deal, not only would he make a fortune, but more importantly, he had tied all the hall masters of Hung Hing together with his arcade business. From this day forward, their interests were linked to his arcade business. Anyone who wished to interfere with his business would be going against all the masters of Hung Hing. Everyone, please quiet down. Li Wei raised his hand to signal, his expression becoming more serious. There is something I need to clarify. This batch of goods must be settled in US dollars. US dollars? Baki frowned. Can't we use Hong Kong dollars? Li Wei shook his head and explained, the manufacturers in Japan require payment in US dollars, and there's no way around it. Moreover, when it comes to currency exchange, large amounts can easily attract attention from the foreigners, so receiving US dollars directly can save a lot of trouble. Everyone found his reasoning acceptable, Indeed, many import businesses in Hong Kong Island were settled in US dollars, which was not unusual. No problem, US dollars it is. Jiang Tianxing made a definitive statement. Now regarding the deposit, Li Wei brought it up at the right moment. As per the rules, I need to pay the manufacturers a 30% deposit before they can ship the goods. I may need to trouble everyone to pay the deposit first. 30%. Fat Guy Li thought for a moment and nodded. That's not a lot, no problem. The other hall masters also agreed to it. Although a 30% deposit was still a considerable sum, it was manageable for these long-time hall masters. All right, everyone, please bring the deposit back after you return, and I will arrange for the shipment from my side. Li Wei said with a smile. I will try to get the machines to everyone as soon as possible so that you can start making money early. I'll make it quick. Baki rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with excitement. He'll get someone to bring back the money right now. Seeing their excited expressions, Li Wei felt amused. With a 2,300 unit order, he already had 500 units in stock and the rest needed to be sourced from Japan. He had enough time to manage this matter. More importantly, as long as he held the deposits from these hall masters, he had enough leverage. In the world of Jianghu, sometimes money isn't the most important thing, relationships and timing are. Jiang Tianxing stood up and looked around. All right, this meeting will conclude here. Everyone please head back. As he finished speaking and prepared to leave, his steps suddenly paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Wei and Liang Kun. His lips moved slightly, but ultimately he said nothing and turned to leave. Once Jiang Tianxing had walked far, Liang Kun immediately leaned closer to Li Wei and lowered his voice. I'll wait till you have time tonight to come to my film company. I have something to discuss with you. Li Wei looked at Liang Kun, pondering his intentions. Meeting him under Jiang Tianxing's nose was clearly meant to send a message to the boss. Previously, Li Wei might have hesitated, but now it was different. He had already become a master of the incense hall, no longer someone Jiang Tianxing could easily manipulate. In fact, sometimes Jiang Tianxing needed to win him over. Offending Jiang Tianxing, he no longer cared much about that. However, getting too close to Liang Kun wasn't wise either. This person could turn on you quicker than flipping a book, and today he might call you brother, while tomorrow he might stab you in the back. However, he still needed Liang Kun to withstand the direct pressure from Jiang Tianxing. All right. Li Wei nodded. Brother Kun, I will definitely come. Liang Kun, satisfied, patted Li Wei's shoulder and grinned. Brother, see you tonight. Watching Liang Kun's departing figure, Li Wei was also curious about what Liang Kun wanted to discuss tonight. In the evening, the streets of Mongkok were already illuminated by streetlights. Li Wei sat in the back seat of the car, looking out the window at the crowd outside as people poured out from the office buildings, filling the sidewalks. The car turned into a narrow street and stopped in front of an inconspicuous old building. Wei Gu, we have arrived. Li Wei opened the door and got out. Two suited underlings stood at the entrance, standing straight upon seeing Li Wei. Wei Gu, brother Kun is waiting for you upstairs. One of the younger men stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Li Wei nodded and stepped inside. The first floor was a hall with several desks piled high with scripts and documents, and the walls were covered with film posters. A few clerks were tidying up their things to leave for the day, and when they saw Li Wei enter, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look too much. Li Wei glanced at the posters on the wall, which featured women in swimsuits, clearly from Liang Kun's risque film. Liang Kun stood at the end of the corridor by the meeting room door, wearing a flashy shirt with 2 buttons undone and his hair slicked back. As soon as he saw Li Wei, a broad smile spread across his face, and he opened his arms to greet him with a big hug. However, Li Wei raised his right hand palm, facing outward, gently blocking him. Liang Kun was taken aback for a moment, his arms still outstretched, but froze in place. He looked at Li Wei's unexpressive face, chuckled a couple of times, and then withdrew his hands, patting his thigh in a somewhat silly manner. All right, brother, I got it. You don't go for this kind of thing. Liang Kun scratched the back of his head, stepping aside to let him in. Come, let's sit down. Li Wei stood at the door of the meeting room, glancing around inside. Brother Kun, why did you call me to your film company? He withdrew his gaze, looking at Liang Kun with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Liang Kun did not respond to this remark, but leaned in closer and whispered something. Brother, there are too many people here. Let's talk in my office. He turned and walked down the corridor, his leather shoes making no sense. Li Wei followed him. Liang Kun walked behind the desk and sat heavily into the black executive chair, leaning back as the chair's springs let out a muted creak. He rested his hands on the armrests, tilting his head to look at Li Wei, a smile playing on his lips, but his eyes held a probing glint. Brother, you are already the master of Causeway Bay. Do you want to earn a bit more money? Li Wei did not sit down. Instead, he leaned against the wall opposite the desk, hands in his pockets, watching Liang Kun. He did not rush to respond, but stared at Liang Kun's face for a couple of seconds. Li Wei knew Liang Kun all too well. He had seen him countless times in movies during his past life, and in this life, they had been dealing with each other for several months. This person appeared to be jovial and casually called everyone brother, yet he was more calculating than anyone else. When he suddenly approached Li Wei with the intention of making more money, it was clear there was something behind it. Kun good, do we really need to be so polite among brothers? Just say it directly. Li Wei finally spoke, his tone seeming casual, yet his eyes never left Liang Kun's face. Upon hearing this, Liang Kun's smile broadened instantly. He slapped his thigh and stood up from the chair, walking around the desk to stand in front of Li Wei, firmly patting his own chest, the sound echoing. Indeed, it's my fault. His voice rose a few decibels, then I'll speak plainly. Li Wei nodded. Liang Kuan rubbed his hands together, took a step back, and lowered his voice. Brother, I know you don't deal with drugs. I'm clear on that, and I won't let you touch that. Just let my people into your territory, and you don't need to worry about anything else. I'll handle the drugs, the supply, and the people. Just treat it as if it's not happening. As he spoke, his tone was light, but each word was enunciated clearly, his eyes fixed intently on Li Wei. Li Wei's expression grew cold. Not due to surprise, but because it was expected. He had long suspected that Liang Kuan sought him out primarily for this reason, but knowing and hearing it were two different matters. Causeway Bay's nightlife was bustling, making it an excellent place for illicit trade. Liang Kuan had been eyeing that place for a while. Before Li Wei rose to power, Liang Kuan had hinted at it a few times, but Li Wei had always evaded the topic. Now that he had become the master, Liang Kuan believed the time was right to lay his cards on the table. Who didn't know that Li Wei despised drug dealing? Since he took charge, he had prohibited anyone from selling drugs in his venues. This rule had never changed. For Liang Kuan to dare to approach him about this, either he thought that Li Wei would be more reasonable now that he was the master, or the temptation of that profit was too great for him to resist. Liang Kuan clearly noticed the change in Li Wei's expression, but he did not retreat. Instead, he leaned in a half step, still smiling now with a hint of negotiation in his tone. Brother, it's all my fault for not being clear. You don't need to worry about anything, I'll take care of the supply and management. Just let my people into your territory, and I'll give you 40 of the profits. What do you think? He held up 4 fingers, waving them in front of Li Wei. You don't have to do anything, just take 40. Your venue in Causeway Bay is already profitable, and with this your monthly earnings could quadruple. So many people are eager to collaborate with me, yet I ignore them. But you and I are different, we are on the same side. After saying this, Liang Kuan stared intently at Li Wei, waiting for his response. The office fell silent for a few seconds, the fluorescent lights buzzing. Li Wei looked at Liang Kuan's smiling face, but his mind was occupied with another matter. The mainland's crackdown on drugs was well known worldwide. The red official documents were written clearly: anyone caught would be executed regardless of who they were or who was bad. Li Wei's plans in the mainland were ready to commence. If he got involved with drugs now, he would not only lose his investment, but wouldn't even be able to cross Lihu Bridge. Moreover, he himself had no interest in this. In his past life, he had seen too many families ruined by drug dealing, and in this life, even if he had to be a lowly figure, he would be a lowly figure with principles. Kuan go. Li Wei shook his head, his tone very flat, but there was no room for negotiation. I cannot agree. Liang Kuan's smile froze on his face. He blinked, thinking he had misheard. He glanced at Li Wei's expression, and upon confirming that he was not joking, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched. Brother, what did you say? Liang Kuan's voice changed, losing its earlier warmth. I said it's not possible. Liang Kuan's expression darkened, his body straightened as he leaned against the desk, his hands leaving the surface and going into his pockets, his chin slightly raised as he fixed a somber gaze on Li Wei. Brother, if you think it's too little, I can give you 50. His speech slowed down. How about a 5,050 split? Kuan go, if I really wanted to do this, I would have done it myself long ago. Li Wei showed no hesitation, his tone remaining. Liang Kuan fell silent. He stared at Li Wei's face, his lips pressed into a line, and the office was quiet enough to hear the ticking of the wall clock. Liang Kuan's expression shifted several times, from disbelief to anger, from anger to reluctance, finally settling into a complex expression that was hard to define. Still claiming to be good brothers. Liang Kuan muttered, his voice low but clear to Li Wei. Now, even if I just want to buy a drug on your turf, it's not allowed. Li Wei understood what Liang Kuan was thinking. In Liang Kuan's logic, his initiative to seek Li Wei's collaboration was a sign of respect, and Li Wei should be grateful. Rejected Liang Kuan would feel humiliated, unable to swallow that pride. However, Li Wei could not afford to fall out with Liang Kuan just yet, as he still needed him to withstand Jiang Tianqing's pressure. Kuan go. Li Wei softened his voice, his tone gentler, but the meaning behind his words remained firm. Rest assured, it's not just you. I won't let anyone in to buy drugs. That's my rule, and it applies to everyone. He looked into Liang Kuan's eyes, paused, and added, if I ever have that thought in the future, I will definitely contact you first. How does that sound? Liang Kuan stared at Li Wei for a few seconds, his expression gradually relaxing. After all, Li Wei was no longer the easy target he once was. If he wanted to rise to the top, he still needed Li Wei's support. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, a smile resurfacing at the corner of his mouth. What are brothers for? Liang Kuan walked over and patted Li Wei's shoulder, twice the force, neither too heavy nor too light. If you ever have that thought, remember to contact me. Definitely, Kuan go. Li Wei nodded. With this, the matter of drug dealing was set aside. However, Li Wei still pondered. Why did Liang Kuan call him over at this late hour just to discuss this? From what he knew of Liang Kuan, this person never made such a fuss for just one matter. Although the issue of drug dealing was significant, sending someone to convey the message would have sufficed. There was no need for an in-person discussion, especially not with such a mysterious air. Kuan go, why did you really call me over today? Li Wei asked, his gaze scrutinizing Liang Kuan. If it's just about this, you could have just sent someone to relay it. There was no need for such a big fuss. Liang Kuan's lips curled upwards, revealing a meaningful smile. Brother, this is precisely why I called you over to. He turned and walked to the door, opening it, and tilting his head towards the end of the corridor. You'll know soon enough, it's definitely good news. Follow me. Li Wei followed, filled with questions. The corridor was dimly lit with footprints of varying depths imprinted on the carpet. The two men reached the end of the corridor where Liang Kuan stopped in front of a door that was larger than the office door, featuring dark wood grain and a shiny brass doorknob. Liang Kuan knocked twice, and without waiting for a response from inside, pushed the door open, stepping aside to let Li Wei enter first. Upon entering, Li Wei paused for a moment, spotting two individuals seated on the sofa, Crow and Smiling Tiger. Li Wei scanned the two men before turning to Liang Kuan, his eyes filled with questions. Liang Kuan quickly explained, Brother, it was these two who approached me asking for me to act as an intermediary. Don't worry, it's definitely a good thing, otherwise I wouldn't dare to call you here. Smiling Tiger had already stood up from the sofa, adjusted his suit jacket, and the smile lines on his face had deepened. He walked towards Li Wei with a slow, unhurried pace, extending his right hand. Crazy Wei, we may not have known each other before, which is why I asked Liang Kuan to bring you here to make a friend. Li Wei looked at the hand extended towards him, but did not grasp it immediately. In his mind, he quickly calculated what Crow and Smiling Tiger could want from him. It was likely related to street machines. They had probably sent someone to Japan and hit a dead end, realizing they had blocked their own channels and had to come back to him. Speaking of which, Li Wei owed these two a thank you. If it weren't for their previous aggressive campaign in Causeway Bay, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to make a name for himself in that chaos, nor could he have risen to the position of a hall master so quickly. Li Wei extended his hand and shook Smiling Tiger's hand. Indeed, we may not have known each other before. He released his grip, looking at Smiling Tiger with a face that showed no discernible expression. So what do you two want from me today? He deliberately spoke directly, as if completely unaware of their intention. Crow stood up from the sofa and took 2 steps to Li Wei's front. Crazy Wei, we just want to ask if your street machines are... Crow's voice was so loud that it shook the entire room. Smiling Tiger reached out a hand to block Crow, signaling him to tone it down. Crow pouted, but took half a step back, yet his eyes remained fixed on Li Wei like a wolf staring at its prey. Smiling Tiger adjusted his glasses, his smile unwavering, speaking in a calm tone. Crazy Wei, to apologize for the previous matters, we have decided to return Shifei Road to you. Li Wei's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of Shifei Road, a lucrative street in Causeway Bay. Previously, 2 halls had fought over this street, and now Smiling Tiger was offering to return it. This was no small gesture. But he quickly understood. Smiling Tiger was playing a bigger game. Shifei Road was a piece of meat, but the street machine business was a much larger feast. Moreover, not just the street machines, Li Wei had already proven he was capable of doing business by establishing profitable ventures with grade products and street machines in a short time. What Smiling Tiger wanted wasn't just 1 or 2 street machines. He wanted to tie himself to Li Wei, ensuring all future profitable avenues involved him. Trading Shifei Road for a long-term financial route was a deal Smiling Tiger calculated very clearly. Crow nodded, his rough voice adding, Crazy Wei, what do you think? Is our sincerity enough? Li Wei looked at the two of them, a smile slowly curving at the corners of his mouth. With Shifei Road being handed over for free, he had no reason to refuse. We're all brothers, so let's erase the past and make big money together from now on. As Li Wei spoke these words candidly, his smile widened. Crow burst into laughter, the sound booming like thunder reverberating throughout the room. He walked over and slapped Li Wei on the shoulder with such force that Li Wei's shoulder sank slightly. Crazy Wei, from now on we are brothers. If you need anything, just call me. UI Crow will definitely help you out. Li Wei felt his shoulder tingle from the slap, but maintained a smile, subtly shifting his body to the side. Definitely, Li Wei responded with a smile. Since you were so generous in giving me Shifei Road, I can't be stingy either. For this batch of machines, I'll give them to you for $10,000 each. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Kuan immediately interjected, Brother, if they are $10,000 each, shouldn't I get the same deal? Li Wei turned to Liang Kuan, a smile on his face that was both knowing and amused. Kuan Gu, if you give me a street in Mongkok, I'll also give it to you for $10,000 each. Liang Kuan's expression shifted at this, a street in Mongkok. That was worth far more than just Shifei Road. He waved his hand, dismissively pouting. Then forget it, brother, I don't need this little bit of money. Crow, standing beside him, opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, his expression slightly unnatural. $10,000 per machine was $2,000 cheaper than $12,000, so logically, he should have been pleased. But after his earlier remark about sincerity, if he happily picked up this bargain now, that would devalue the meaning of sincerity. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but unsure how to articulate it. Smiling Tiger timely took over, stepping forward to stand face to face with Li Wei. Brother, we can't let you lose money. Well, purchase them for $12,000 each, and if there are any future business opportunities, just remember us, the two brothers. Li Wei glanced at him, and then at Crow, who remained silent, but did not shake his head. It seemed the two had discussed this beforehand. Crow was to play the rough role, while Smiling Tiger handled the negotiations, one playing the bad cop, and the other the good cop, working in perfect harmony. Smiling Tiger, are you sure? This is not a small amount of money, Li Wei asked again. Rest assured, brother, we are sure. Smiling Tiger nodded, his tone firm. At this moment, Crow leaned in again, his hands stuffed into the pockets of his leather jacket, chin held high. Crazy Wei, we're not short on cash. Oh, as long as you have profitable ventures in the future, just let us handle it for you. Li Wei nearly burst into laughter. Crow not short on cash. Who in the underworld didn't know that the lackeys following Crow often went hungry for days? They were always worried about next month's salary at the end of the month. To say not short on cash today likely required him to bite down on his own back teeth. However, Li Wei didn't expose him. He pondered the instant noodle business. While profits were thin, it was steady and high in volume. Searching for distributors in each district by himself was too slow, and his subordinates were busy manning the venue and managing street machines and couldn't spare the manpower. But handing it over to someone like Crow and Smiling Tiger, who were grounded in the area, was different. They had ready-made lackeys, established shops, and a network of connections. Just shoving instant noodles into their channels would quickly fill the entire East Star territory. I do have another business here, Li Wei said slowly. The profit isn't huge, but it can be sustained long-term. Crow's eyes widened in surprise. His previously tense expression brightened instantly, as if he had struck gold. I knew you wouldn't let me lose out, brother. Crow's voice grew loud again. This money is a steal. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something was off. He had just claimed to be not short on cash, and now said this money is a steal. Wasn't he slapping himself in the face? He had just pretended to be a big shot, and now his tail was showing. Smiling Tiger coughed heavily from the side. Crow realized he had let something slip, and his expression turned slightly awkward, scratching his head and taking a step back. Crazy Wei, my brother, here, doesn't speak. Well, please don't take it to heart, Smiling Tiger said with a smile, smoothing things over. Li Wei waved his hand. It's fine, Crow is just being straightforward. Crazy Wei, what was that business you mentioned? Please elaborate. Li Wei chuckled. That's not urgent, we'll discuss it later. Liang Kuan, seeing Li Wei's good business, felt a bit anxious. Brother, don't forget about me. Li Wei nodded. Kuan, good, don't worry, how could I forget you? Liang Kuan also forgot how he had just spoken to Li Wei. Indeed, we are good brothers, and you won't forget me in good times. Smiling Tiger also realized he had asked a bit too eagerly, nodding with a smile that remained unchanged, though a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. All right, indeed a bit urgent. Crazy Wei, when do you plan to have someone take over Shifei Road? They'll have my brothers clear the territory for you. Li Wei heard that someone was to receive Xie Fei Dao, and he shook his head. The smile on the face of the Smiling Tiger faltered for a moment, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, and behind his glasses his eyes narrowed slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. Crazy Wei, why did you shake your head? Don't you want Xie Fei Dao? The Crow beside him brightened at these words. A rare, lively expression appeared on his usually tense face, the corners of his mouth even curling up slightly. If Li Wei didn't want it, then Xie Fei Dao wouldn't need to be given, saving a whole street, which would be a profitable deal. Li Wei looked at the smiling face of the Smiling Tiger and found it somewhat amusing. How could this person think like that? Who would refuse a free benefit? He had dreamed of taking over the street of Xie Fei Dao. Now that it was being offered to him, could he really push it away? But it was still not the right time. Wang Jianjun was still training. If the men were not well trained, taking over Xie Fei Dao prematurely would expose his own strength. Those gang leaders eyeing Causeway Bay were no fools. If they saw him effortlessly take Xie Fei Dao, they would surely be suspicious. By then, if he wanted to launch a surprise attack, it would lose its effect. He planned to wait until Wang Jianjun finished training, pretending to bring people to attack Xie Fei Dao, and nobody would know about the private deal he made with the Smiling Tiger. Other gangs would not be so wary, and he could take this opportunity to swiftly clear out all of Causeway Bay. But this true intention definitely could not be shared with the Smiling Tiger. Isn't it that the arcade machine hasn't been delivered to you yet? Li Wei smiled. It would be inappropriate for me to recover it. Let's talk. When my arcade machine arrives, what do you think? The layer of doubt in the Smiling Tiger's eyes slowly dissipated after hearing this. He nodded inwardly. Li Wei's words made sense. It wouldn't be right to give Xie Fei Dao to someone before the arcade machine was in hand. What if Li Wei changed his mind later? Although the possibility was slim, having been in the underworld for so many years, the Smiling Tiger had seen too many people turn against their promises. Delivering the territory only after the arcade machine arrived would be fair to both sides, and more importantly, Li Wei's initiative in proposing this plan showed that he genuinely wanted to conduct long-term business rather than being the type to take advantage and flee. The Smiling Tiger's smile returned deeper than before as he nodded at Li Wei. Since you've said so, brother, I can't refuse anything. I'll follow your lead, brother. All right, we'll contact each other when the arcade machine arrives. Sure. The Crow, who had been standing by, saw that the matter was finally settled, and his face lit up again. It seemed he could already see money flowing into his pockets, the corners of his mouth stretched up to his ears as he strode over and slapped Li Wei on the shoulder. Crazy Wei, let me tell you, cooperating with us is the smartest thing you've done. After all, who doesn't know our credibility? Li Wei looked at the Crow's face, which was grinning widely, and his mouth twitched. Your credibility. Go ask around the entire harbor, how much is Dongxing's reputation worth? Today you're slapping your chest and calling me brother, and tomorrow you'll stab me in the back for a venue. Hearing this from the Crow sounded akin to flatulence. However, Li Wei didn't expose him, he just smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Liang Kuan had been leaning against the door frame, arms crossed. Seeing that the two sides had finally settled their negotiations, he straightened up and clapped his hands, breaking the last bit of silence in the room. All right, the matter has been perfectly resolved. Liang Kuan's voice carried a hint of pride. I'll treat you all to celebrate. May we make a fortune. Li Wei shook his head at this. Going out to eat together. What would people think if Liang Kuan the Crow and the Smiling Tiger were seen dining together? Liang Kuan and the Smiling Tiger were already on the same boat, and everyone in the circle knew that. But Li Wei was different. He was the hall master of Hung Hing, while the Crow and the Smiling Tiger belonged to Dongxing, and not long ago the two sides had been at each other's throats in Causeway Bay. If the four of them were seen eating and drinking together, what would the spies think? Kuan go, let's forget it. Li Wei shook his head. I had a conflict with the Crow and the Smiling Tiger before now. If we go out together, it wouldn't look good if anyone with ulterior motives saw us. The Smiling Tiger nodded, pushing up his glasses on his nose. Crazy Wei is right. Let's wait for another opportunity. For now, it's better to skip it. Liang Kuan looked at Li Wei, then at the Smiling Tiger, shrugged, appearing indifferent. Whatever, I'll follow your lead. The Crow stood by, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say something, but upon seeing the Smiling Tiger remain silent, he closed his mouth. The four of them exchanged a few pleasantries. Words that were neither painful nor itchy, each wearing a smile, but each calculating their own affairs in their hearts. The Smiling Tiger wondered, what exactly was Li Wei's other business? Instant noodles. How much money could that? But since Li Wei brought it up, it must not be a small business. He would need to find an opportunity to ask for more details. The Crow thought, 1200 per machine, 200 machines would be 2 for million. If that money is spent, the few venues under his control would have to tighten their belts for several months. But if the arcade business really took off, this amount could be quickly earned back. Each had their own thoughts, exchanging a few more bland remarks before finally dispersing. When Li Wei walked out of the door of the Qian Kuan Film Company, the sky had completely darkened. The streets of Mongkok were brightly lit and bustling, presenting a different scene compared to the daytime. For the next 3 days, everything was calm. The arcade store continued to thrive as usual, with lines forming outside from morning till night. The surrounding shop owners were envious, but could only watch. Li Wei's men kept a close watch on the venue. No one dared to cause trouble in the store, and the shipment volume from the A-Good side remained stable, with 3 batches delivered weekly without interruption. The Smiling Tiger had sent someone to inquire about the arcade machines. Once Li Wei had replied through a chong, soon, just wait a bit longer. On the other hand, the Crow was quiet, showing no signs of movement. Li Wei had someone keep an eye on him, and the report came back saying the Crow had been drinking in his own venue these days, without any abnormalities. On the other hand, the Crow was quiet, showing no signs of movement. Li Wei had someone keep an eye on him, and the report came back saying the Crow had been drinking in his own venue these days. Wei Gu, it's me. Wang Jianjun's voice. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Wang Jianjun strode in. He was wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt today, the sleeves bulging from his strong arms, and his pants tucked into a pair of black combat boots, making him look like a section of an iron tower. Over the past 3 months, Wang Jianjun had been training that group of over 1,400 men day and night. Li Wei had watched them practice fighting. Pairs sparred, punching each other with full force, continuing even when blood streamed from their noses. Wang Jianjun employed a military training method, but it was even harsher than in the army. Wang Jianjun stood straight in front of Li Wei's desk. Wei Gu, the 1,400 men you had me train already. Li Wei looked up at Wang Jianjun, the light in his eyes slowly brightening. After waiting so long, the time had finally come. Jianjun, have them all gather tonight. Li Wei stood up from his chair, walked to the window, turned his back to Wang Jianjun, his voice not loud, but each word was heavy. I have something big to do. Wang Jianjun stood behind. Although he didn't know what Li Wei was going to do, he never asked too many questions. All right, Wei Gu, I'll go arrange it. Wang Jianjun turned and walked towards the door. Li Wei stood by the window watching the street outside. The streets and alleys of Causeway Bay appeared languid in the afternoon sun, with few pedestrians. A few street vendors selling fish balls were dozing off at the street corner, and a stray cat jumped down from a trash can leisurely crossing the road. The tranquility of this territory would be shattered tonight. Li Wei turned around and walked back to sit behind his desk, opening the drawer on his left. Inside the drawer lay a white card with a phone number printed on it, the one left for him by Chen Xiaolong last time. He picked up the phone on the desk, wedged the card between his ear and shoulder, and dialed the number displayed on it. A few beeping sounds came from the receiver. Hello, this is Chen Xiaolong. Who is this? Chen, sir, do you remember me? There was a moment of silence on the other end of. Chen Xiaolong was clearly recalling the voice. He received too many calls each day from informants, gangs, complaints, and superiors endlessly. But he remembered this voice. Crazy Wei, the young gang leader who had recently risen within the Hung Hing faction. He spoke politely, yet was more ruthless than the old timers when it came to handling matters. Crazy Wei. Chen Xiaolong's voice carried a hint of confusion. What's up? Li Wei paid no mind to the nickname. In Hong Kong, most people on the streets had aliases, and it mattered little what one was called, as long as the person on the other end was willing to take the call. Chen, sir, do you remember the arrangement we made? There was another moment of silence on the other end. Chen Xiaolong certainly remembered. The last time he sought out Li Wei, he mentioned wanting a complete takeover of Causeway Bay. I know what's going on. Chen Xiaolong's tone was leisurely, as if probing. Chen sir, it's good that you remember. Li Wei's voice remained steady. I wanted to inform you that I'm going to begin the operation tonight. I hope the police won't show up if possible. The other end of the line fell silent. Li Wei could hear Chen Xiaolong's breathing rising and falling in the receiver, and he knew what Chen Xiaolong was thinking. Is this kid serious? Did he really think he could take over Causeway Bay? After several seconds, Chen Xiaolong's voice came through again, this time lacking the previous casualness, infused with seriousness. Crazy Wei, are you sure you can pull this off? Li Wei leaned slightly forward in his chair, a smirk tugging at the corners of his. Chen sir, you'll know tonight if I succeed or not. His voice was filled with certainty, as if discussing an already sealed deal. It's pointless to talk about it now, you wouldn't believe it anyway. Once again silence enveloped the call. Chen Xiaolong weighed the situation. Oh, could Li Wei handle it? If he couldn't, Causeway Bay would descend into chaos, and he as the inspector would be the first to suffer. Chen Xiaolong's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps. Li Wei did not rush him. He simply held the receiver and waited. After about half a minute, Chen Xiaolong's voice finally came through the receiver, this time much lower. Crazy Wei, I can instruct the police not to interfere in your conflict, but I have one condition. Do not disrupt the lives of the citizens in Causeway Bay. There should be no gunfire and no ordinary people should get hurt. Otherwise, I have no way to handle it. If the higher-ups come down on me, no one will be able to take it. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a weight lift from his chest. Chen Xiaolong had relented. This was the most crucial element of his plan. Without police intervention, he could act freely. Chen sir, rest assured there will be no involvement of the citizens of Causeway Bay. That's good to hear. Chen Xiaolong's voice returned to its bland tone. I'll give the instructions, but I hope you won't forget what you promised afterward or otherwise. The drawn-out, was very clear. It meant if you don't keep your word, don't blame me for being rude later. I understand, Chen sir. The other end of the line said nothing further and hung up with a click. Li Wei placed the receiver back on the desk, staring at the phone for a few seconds before leaning back in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling. The office was quiet, only the ticking of the wall clock echoed tick-tock, tick-tock. He had worked hard for so long, everything that needed to be prepared had been arranged, all the paths had been laid. He had people, money, connections, and the timing was right. The rest could only be left to fate. If successful, he would be a powerful figure in Causeway Bay, holding the richest territory on the entire island, and everyone would have to call him Brother Wei upon meeting him. If he failed, from the day he stepped into this world, he knew. Once he entered the Jianghu, one foot would step into a hard life, while the other would dangle above a coffin. This was not an empty saying, it was the fate of every lowly figure. But Li Wei was different. He was not here to waste his days, he was here to change his destiny. A knock came from outside the door, soft and hesitant. Brother Wei. It was Gang Sheng's voice. Come in. The door opened a crack and Gang Sheng squeezed in sideways. She was wearing a white shirt and dark trousers today, her hair tied back in a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. The door opened a crack and Gang Sheng squeezed in sideways. She was wearing a white shirt and dark trousers today, her hair tied back in a ponytail, looking neat. Wang Jianjun's usually grim face wore a rare seriousness as he nodded to her, before striding away, his steps quick and heavy, as if he was off to handle something significant. Gang Sheng had been by Li Wei's side for quite a while now, as she understood what he was planning. Although Li Wei had never explicitly told her those late-night calls, the sudden visits, the meetings that lasted until dawn in the office, she had seen it all. She could guess. Li Wei was about to take action. What's wrong? Li Wei looked at her. Gang Sheng bit her lip, took 2 steps forward, then halted, her hands twisting together in front of her knuckles, turning white from the force. Can you not go? Li Wei studied her for a few seconds, a smile gradually spreading across his face. What's wrong? Are you that worried about me? He stood up from the chair, walked around the desk, and approached Gang Sheng. Have you fallen for me? He initially meant it as a joke to lighten the mood. But Gang Sheng's face flushed suddenly, turning red from her neck to the tips of her ears. She lowered her head, staring at her toes, her lips moving as if she had something stuck in her throat. Then she raised her head, looking into Li Wei's eyes. Yes. 2 words spoken softly but clearly. So can you not go? Li Wei was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gang Sheng to admit it. Previously, when he made such jokes, she would always blush and turn away. The atmosphere in the office seemed to shift dramatically. Li Wei gazed at her. Her eyes were slightly red, her lashes trembling, her lips pressed tightly together, and her jaw clenched as if she was using all her strength to hold back something. He felt a stir in his heart. This was a path he had chosen for himself. It could not be halted by anyone's words. Li Wei reached out and took Gang Sheng's hand. Her hand was small with slender fingers, and her palm felt a bit cool. She instinctively tried to pull her hand back, her fingers twitching, but ultimately did not break free, instead tightening her grip on Li Wei's fingers. You need to be careful, understood? Gang Sheng's voice carried a slight nasal tone as her eyes watched their hands clasped together. I understand. Li Wei squeezed her hand gently, his tone light. You're still so young, how pitiful to be. Gang Sheng abruptly lifted her head, her eyes still red, but the moisture in her gaze was quickly replaced by anger. You're the one who would be a widow. She yanked her hand away from Li Wei, shooting him an annoyed glance filled with anger, irritation, and unmistakable worry. Li Wei smiled. She was not the type to cry and cling to a man to stop him from leaving. She just needed an answer, a reassuring answer. In the evening, the open space was filled with people. The open area was situated between two rows of iron warehouses, the ground compressed and hard, and all the searchlights around were turned on, casting a pale light that illuminated the entire space, as if it were daylight. Li Wei stood on a concrete platform at the front of the open space, gazing at the dense crowd before him. No one whispered among themselves, no one looked around. Everyone wore identical black clothing, stood tall with their backs straight, and had their hands hanging at their sides, eyes fixed ahead. Wang Jianjun stood at the front of the formation, while Li Wei's gaze swept from one end of the formation to the other. Some of the faces were young, some mature, some fierce, and some silent. Li Wei took a deep breath and his voice erupted from his throat. Brothers, hello. Over 1,400 mouths opened simultaneously, and the sound surged like a wall. Boss. The sound bounced back and forth between the warehouses, buzzing for several seconds before dissipating. Li Wei stood on the platform looking down at them as a smile slowly crept onto his lips. I know when you come out to mix, you all aspire to rise in rank. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear and carried far across the open ground. I started out just like you, from guarding the place step by step to where I am today, so I understand you. The crowd below was silent, all eyes fixed on him. Li Wei judged people not by their experience, but by their abilities. His voice rose slightly, carrying an undeniable determination. Tonight, I am going to do something big. Those brothers who perform well, I will directly promote them. As soon as the words fell, the formation erupted in excitement. At first, they thought the new recruits would have no chance, but they didn't expect the opportunity to come so quickly. The emotions that had been suppressed for 3 months suddenly found an outlet, and a buzzing murmur arose from the crowd, mixed with a few uncontainable gasps. Boss, is that true? Can we really rise in rank by performing well? A young voice from the back of the formation carried a sense of disbelief and excitement. Li Wei's gaze turned towards that direction, his voice not loud, but piercing like a nail into everyone's ears. I guarantee it here. Tonight, whoever performs well, Li Wei will promote him without any hesitation. After this statement, the formation fell silent for half a second. Then, as if something had exploded in the crowd, over 1,000 people roared in unison. Boss, you can count. If anyone tries to stop you, I'll be the first to take him down. Yes, boss. Damn them. The shouts, cries, and fists pounding on chests melded together like a pot of boiling oil. Everyone's expression changed, turning fierce, excited, and eager like a pack of wolves that had been caged for too long, finally waiting for their moment to break free. Li Wei looked at them, his lips slowly curling upwards. He raised his right hand palm, facing outwards. The roar of voices abruptly stopped, as if someone had flipped a switch. Over 1,000 eyes stared at him, waiting for his next words. Then I look forward to your performance. Li Wei's voice was soft, but each word felt heavy as a stone. Let's go. He turned and stepped down from the platform, striding towards the base's main gate, with Wang Jianjun closely following. More than 1,400 people flowed out like a black river, silently following Li Wei, their footsteps orderly and steady thudding against the yellow earth, echoing like distant drums. The procession exited the base gate, forming a long black line on the empty road. Li Wei walked at the front of the line, with a Tuthisan strong following behind him like a great black dragon sweeping down the main road from Wanchai to Causeway Bay. A few street food vendors at the roadside were packing up steam still rising from the beef tripe soup on their iron stoves. Seeing this sea of black figures, the owners trembled, dropping their spoons into the soup pot. They hurriedly turned off the flames and scrambled to load pots and pans onto their carts, pushing them inside. Without having mixed in the underworld for decades, they had seen this kind of scene many times. So many people all in black with the leading figure at the front. This was not for tea, but for a showdown. Pedestrians who had been strolling along the road saw this display and cleverly detoured, none daring to look too long, quickly walking away with their heads down. A few spies blended into the crowd, watching as Li Wei led his men towards Shekpai Road, their faces revealing expressions of as expected before each found a phone booth to report back to their bosses. Hey boss, Crazy Wei has taken action, leading his men towards Shekpai Road. From the looks of it, there must be at least 1,000 people. He seems intent on reclaiming Shekpai Road. Upon hearing this news, the various bosses on the other end of the line reacted similarly. First a sigh of relief, then they went about their business. For everyone, it was only natural that Li Wei would aim for Shekpai Road. Shekpai Road was previously under the control of Hung Hing, seized by the crows amidst the chaos. Now that Li Wei has risen to become the leader of Causeway Bay, it would be strange not to take this territory back. In their eyes, this conflict was merely between Hung Hing and Dongxing and had nothing to do with them. This was precisely the effect Li Wei wanted. If he had initially laid out his intention to take over all of Causeway Bay, these gangs would definitely unite to guard it. But now everyone believed he was merely targeting Shekpai Road, their eyes fixed on Dongxing, none suspecting what his true goal was. By the time they realized, the knife would already be at their throats. As the procession made its way halfway, Li Wei slowed his pace. Shekpai Road was not far ahead. He had already coordinated with the Smiling Tiger, and tonight no one from Dongxing remained behind. All their underlings had retreated completely. As long as he brought his men over, that street would be his without even needing to fight. Li Wei stopped, turning to the right. Jin Jianjun. Li Wei's voice was soft, yet both men turned to look at him simultaneously. Li Wei scanned their faces and quickly said, "You two each take 1,000 men. Jin, you handle Hung Tai and the other small gangs. Jianjun, you deal with Hung Lok and Cheng Yi. Any problems?" Jin and Wang Jianjun exchanged glances and turned back. Brother Wei, absolutely no problem. Jin's voice was low but carried a chilling intensity. "Tonight, I will drive them all out of Causeway Bay." Wang Jianjun said nothing flowery, simply nodding heavily and squeezing out one word from his throat. "Okay." Li Wei looked at the two of them, his lips curling slightly upwards. "Then I look forward to your good news." Within 2 minutes, 2 long black lines had already rolled off in different directions, their footsteps mixed with the clanging of metal echoing far in the night breeze. Li Wei was left with fewer than 100 people beside him, which was enough. He turned to look at the remaining people, their eyes filled with confusion, curiosity, and speculation. Why had the boss sent Jin and Wang Jianjun away? What were they going to do? Li Wei looked at them and slowly smiled. "Brothers." His voice was soft but clear in the quiet street. "Do you know why I sent Jin and Jianjun away?" No one answered, but everyone was listening intently. "I sent them to clear the area, Hung Tai, Hung Lok, Cheng Yi, and those scattered small gangs. Tonight they all must be cleared out." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. "Clear Causeway Bay." What is Causeway Bay? The richest territory on Hong Kong Island. No one has ever managed to take over all of Causeway Bay. Hung Hing couldn't do it, Dongxing couldn't do it, and even He Lianqing couldn't do it. The major gangs had been entrenched in this territory for decades, and none could take down the others. Now Li Wei says he wants to clear it. Brother Wei, is that true? Clear it all. A brother who had been with Li Wei for over half a year couldn't help but speak up. Li Wei shot him a glance, remaining silent, but the meaning in that look was clear. When have I ever lied? The crowd fell silent at first, then erupted in suppressed excitement, those young faces filled with thrill, their eyes. In the world of the underdogs, participating in a complete takeover is something that can be boasted about for a lifetime. No matter how one fares in the future when drinking with others, saying, "Back then I followed Brother Wei to clear Causeway Bay," would make the other person's drink seem 3 parts lighter. Everyone was holding their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, waiting for Li Wei's command. Meanwhile, spies from various gangs also sensed something was off. As Gao Jin and Wang Jianjun took their people away, the eyes lurking in the shadows began to murmur. Didn't they say they were going to attack Xie Feidao? Why are they splitting into 2 groups? Something feels off. A few clever scouts quietly followed Gao Jin's team, sticking close to the walls and hiding at the alley's mouth, trailing behind from a distance. When they saw Gao Jin leading his group straight to the largest venue of Hong Tai and Copper Gong Bay, their faces turned pale. This was not an attack on Xie Feidao, this was something else entirely. They turned and ran, wanting to find a phone booth to send a warning, but Gao Jin's men were faster. Several groups had already circled around to block all exits at both ends of the street. The scouts hadn't run 2 steps before they were tackled to the ground by people charging out from the alley, their mouths covered, unable to even scream. The same scene was playing out on Wang Jianjun's side. He did not employ any flashy tactics. His approach was more direct, assigning a dozen people to guard each street corner. When they saw someone trying to escape, they would deliver a punch, knocking them unconscious and dragging them to the roadside to deal with later. No news could get out. Gao Jin's group arrived at Hong Tai's territory, standing at the street corner, gazing at the brightly lit street ahead. Karaoke bars sound as mahjong parlors, each one nestled against the other with gaudy neon lights flashing red at the entrances. A few of Hong Tai's lackeys were leaning against the doors, smoking and chatting, completely unaware of what was happening. Gao Jin took a step forward, pulling his hand from his pocket and wrapping his suit jacket around his fist. The lackeys finally sensed something amiss as the sound of heavy footsteps wafted through the night breeze. They looked up, their pupils constricting sharply. The entire street from one end to the other was filled with people, a dark tide surging toward them. "It's Hung Hing. It's Hung Hing's people." A lackey screamed, dropping his cigarette on the ground. Another lackey reacted quickly and turned to run inside, yelling, "Boss." He couldn't finish his shout as a steel pipe swung in from the side, striking his shoulder, the bone cracking audibly. He flew sideways as if hit by a car, smashing into the glass door of the karaoke bar. Gao Jin wasted no time, simply saying, "Attack." One word. Over 1,000 people moved at once. Like a flood bursting through a dam, the black torrent surged into every alley, every building, and every venue. Hong Tai's people were completely unprepared. Who could have imagined that Li Wei's target tonight was not Xie Feidao, but the entirety of Copper Gong Bay? Their people were scattered throughout the venue, some playing cards, some drinking, and some sleeping upstairs. By the time they heard the commotion and rushed out, the outside was already filled with Hung Hing's people. In the karaoke hall, 7 or 8 of Hong Tai's lackeys grabbed beer bottles and benches in a futile attempt to resist, but upon seeing the throng pouring in at the entrance, they could hardly lift their weapons. There were too many, a sea of heads that couldn't be counted. Gao Jin's men did not give them a moment to hesitate. Steel pipes, iron chains, and wooden sticks rained down mercilessly. In less than 3 minutes, the hall was littered with bodies. In less than 20 minutes, all of Hong Tai's venues in Coppergong Bay had been cleaned out. Those who were beaten scattered, those who escaped ran, and the remaining ones knelt on the ground, hands clasped behind their heads, not daring to lift their heads. Wang Jianjun's side was similar. He led his people to Hong Less territory, employing a strategy completely different from Gao Jin's. Gao Jin struck swiftly and decisively, charging wherever there were people, aiming for a quick resolution. Wang Jianjun's method was more meticulous. He first had people block both ends of the street, then divided into several small groups, each with 30 to 40 people, with each group responsible for one stall. His orders were simple: go and hit anyone you see, then come out. Don't break anything. In less than half an hour, Hong Lu and the Chang'e Society's territories in Coppergong Bay were completely cleared out. By the time news reached the heads of Hong Tai, Hong Lu, and the Chang'e Society, it was already too late. Uncle Mei sat in the Grandmaster's chair at Hong Tai's headquarters, his teacup not yet reaching his lips when the phone rang. He picked it up, listened for a few moments, and his expression changed. What did you say? All the venues in Coppergong Bay are gone. Uncle Mei's voice shot up several octaves, his hand shaking, causing tea to splash from the cup, burning him enough to grimace. Who did this? Hong Xing. Which bastard? The voice of the lackey on the other end trembled. It's Madman Wei, Uncle Mei. He brought a lot of people, probably over 1,000. Our people couldn't stop them. Uncle Mei slammed the phone down. He sat in the chair, his chest heaving violently, the veins on his temples throbbing. The venues at Coppergong Bay were the most profitable in his hands, making over $1 million each month, and now they were wiped out overnight. Moreover, this was not the first time. Li Wei had previously snatched a large nightclub from him, and he had yet to vent that frustration, and now this happened again. He picked up the phone, dialed several numbers, then hung up again. No, he couldn't rely solely on himself. Uncle Mei leaned back in his chair, his eyes darting around, then picked up the phone and dialed another number. Meanwhile, Piao Gu from Hong Lu also received the news. He was in a private room of a nightclub hugging a lady while drinking. After hearing the report from his lackey, he smashed his wine glass on the floor, shards scattering everywhere. He pushed away the lady beside him, stood up, his facial flab quivering. Madman Wei. Piao Gu gritted his teeth, his voice squeezing out between clenched jaws. Very well. Dalao Pan from the Chang'e Society had it worse. His territory was located in the innermost part of Coppergong Bay, which was not very profitable, but at least it was a stronghold. In less than an hour, the three heads were on the phone together. Uncle Mei spoke first, his voice filled with fury that could be felt through the phone line. Hong Xing is taking our territory. We can't let this go. What do you both think? Piao Gu slammed his hand on the table on the other end of the line. Uncle Mei, you're right. If we don't make a stand, how can we survive on Hong Kong Island in the future? Anyone can come and step on us. Dalao Pan's voice was slow but carried a fierce intent. Yes, Uncle Mei, even if it's Hong Xing, so what? With the three of our societies combined, are we afraid of just one Hong Xing? I cannot swallow this grievance. Uncle Mei nodded, though the people on the other end couldn't see him. Have Jiang Tianxing give us an explanation, or else it won't. Two muffled replies came simultaneously from both ends of the phone. Uncle Mei took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continued, since both of you share my sentiment, I will contact Jiang Tianxing and have him give us an explanation. If we are not satisfied. He paused, snorting disdainfully. Then let him see our power. Piao Gu laughed on the other end of the phone, his laughter laced with coldness. Good, I don't believe Jiang Tianxing is so bold as to offend all three of our societies at once. Uncle Mei hung up the phone, tapping his fingers on the table twice before picking up the receiver and dialing the number for Hong Xing's headquarters. After 4 or 5 rings, it was answered by a duty lackey at Hong Xing's headquarters. I'm looking for Jiang Tianxing. Within a minute, Jiang Tianxing's voice came through the phone, carrying his usual calmness and politeness. Uncle Mei, what's the matter so late? Uncle Mei did not engage in pleasantries, his voice as cold as a knife. Jiang Sheng, you Hong Xing are truly formidable, leaving no way out for us, small societies. Uncle Mei's anger flared up suddenly. He thought Jiang Tianxing was pretending to be foolish, deliberately humiliating him. Although Hong Tai could not compare to Hong Xing, Uncle Mei had been in the martial world for decades. Oh, what kind of scene had he not witnessed? Jiang Tianxing's attitude was clearly dismissive of him. Jiang Tianxing. Uncle Mei's voice suddenly rose, shaking the microphone. Even though our Hong Tai is no match for your Hong Xing, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Tianxing's tone changed, no longer the polite manner from before, now carrying a hint of recognition. Uncle Mei, what's wrong? How have I not given you a way out? You and Hong Xing drove us out of Causeway Bay. Isn't that denying us a way to survive? Just think about it. Uncle Mei nearly shouted. The other end of the line fell silent. Jiang Tianxing was clearly taken aback. After several seconds, his voice finally came back, filled with genuine confusion. Uncle Mei, when did I ever drive you out? I wasn't aware of it at all. Uncle Mei's anger slightly subsided upon hearing this, but his voice remained tough. Your Hong Xing's Hall Master Crazy Wei gathered over 2,000 people tonight and cleared out Causeway Bay. Don't tell me you didn't know. The other end of the line fell silent again. This silence lasted longer than the previous one, to the point where Uncle Mei thought the call had dropped. Jiang Tianxing was indeed shocked. He sat in the study of the Hung Hing headquarters, one hand gripping the phone, the other resting on the armrest, as if he were nailed to the chair. Li Wei wanted to clear out Causeway Bay. He had only just become hall master a few days ago, and he dared to act so boldly without warning. Jiang Tiansheng's fingers slowly tightened on the armrest. He had originally thought Li Wei was a second Han Bin, capable of fighting, making money, yet knowing the limits, understanding who the true leader of Hung Hing was. Now it seemed he had misjudged. Li Wei was not Han Bin, but a second Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan had at least spent over a decade in Hung Hing before daring to challenge him. How long had Li Wei been in power? Moreover, this kid had private dealings with Liang Kuan, and now he was clearing out Causeway Bay without warning. This was clearly disregarding Jiang Tiansheng. Uncle Mai's voice came through the phone, interrupting his thoughts. Jiang Tiansheng, are you still there? Jiang Tiansheng regained his composure, took a deep breath, and his voice returned to calm. His mind raced. Uncle Mai's call indicated that the heads of other organizations in Causeway Bay were also watching this incident. They all thought Jiang Tiansheng had instigated Li Wei to act, and the blame would fall on him. However, if he could distance himself and let Li Wei bear the consequences, that would be a different matter. If Hung Hing did not support Li Wei, how long could three organizations work together against a single hall master? Once he was taken down, the territory of Causeway Bay would be reshuffled, and Jiang Tiansheng could arrange for his own people to take over. A win-win situation. Uncle Mei, Jiang Tiansheng's voice became sincere. I truly had no knowledge of this matter. It was Li Wei acting on his own, and he never mentioned it to me. Really? You truly didn't know? Uncle Mei sounded skeptical. I really didn't know. Jiang Tiansheng repeated, his tone firm. He never mentioned a word to me from start to finish. A sigh came from the other end of the line, as if Uncle Mei was weighing the truth of Jiang Tiansheng's words. Jiang Tiansheng seized the moment. This matter has nothing to do with our Hung Hing. I can assure you from here that this is Li Wei's personal action, and if you want to do something, Hung Hing will not intervene. Uncle Mai's eyes lit up. He sat up straight on the other end of the line, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. So this matter was done solely by Crazy Wei. How we handle it, Hung Hing won't intervene, right? Yes, Uncle Mei, we at Hung Hing will not interfere. Jiang Tiansheng detected a change in Uncle Mai's tone. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Mei almost laughed out loud, but held it back. All right, Jiang Sheng, that's enough for me. The call disconnected. Uncle Mei put down the receiver, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out completely. Just a Crazy Wei. Without Hung Hing backing him, what was he worth? Three organizations joining forces, each could drown him with a spit. Once Li Wei was dealt with, the territory of Causeway Bay would be redivided, and Hong Tai could secure at least 2 more streets. Three organizations joining forces, each could drown him with a spit. Once Li Wei was dealt with, the territory of Causeway Bay would be redivided, and Hong Tai could secure. Piao Gu was stunned for a moment on the other end of the line, then burst into laughter. Good. Just a Crazy Wei, what's there to fear? Call the Lao Pan tomorrow, the three of us will go find Crazy Wei to talk. Uncle Mai's voice carried a fierce determination. If he doesn't recognize the situation, then he can't blame us. Meanwhile, Li Wei heard his phone ring, glanced at the caller ID, and his lips twitched slightly. Jiang Tiansheng. The call came a bit sooner than he had anticipated. It seemed the heads of those three organizations acted quickly. Just as he lost territory, the phone was already ringing to Jiang Tiansheng. But that was only natural. Causeway Bay was a juicy piece of meat. Whoever lost, it would be anxious. If he were Li Wei, he would feel the same way. He picked up the phone, walked to the window, and answered. "I'll wait." Jiang Tiansheng's voice on the other end was icy, devoid of the usual friendly tone. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for tonight's incident? Li Wei leaned against the window frame, looking at the night scene of Causeway Bay. The flow of people on the streets continued normally, unaware that just a few hours earlier this territory had changed hands. "Leader, this was not my intention at all." Li Wei's tone sounded very sincere, as if he were discussing something that left him just as helpless. Jiang Tiansheng did not take the bait, but went straight to the point. "Then explain to me why you drove out the other organizations from Causeway Bay tonight. You didn't even bother to inform me before acting on your own." His voice was not loud, but each word was pronounced heavily, carrying an unmistakable accusatory tone. "You are the hall master of Hung Hing. You mobilized people for such a large operation without even giving me a heads up. Do you still see me as your leader?" Li Wei chuckled, a laugh tinged with helplessness and grievance. "Leader, I was actually planning to reclaim CFA Road tonight. My underlings misunderstood and thought I wanted to clear out Causeway Bay, so they acted on their own without my knowledge." The other end of the line fell silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Tiansheng certainly did not believe this. Reclaim CFA Road. You brought along 1 or 2,000 people just to reclaim a street. What a ridiculous lie. Anyone mixing in Hong Kong Island knows that reclaiming a street doesn't require such a grand display, and to say my underlings acted on their own, what kind of excuse is that? Does your subordinates dare to act without your orders? Throughout Hung Hing, which hall master's underlings would dare to disobey and create such a ruckus on their own? But Jiang Tiansheng did not expose him, as exposing him would serve no purpose. Since Li Wei had put forth this excuse, it was clear he was signaling. This is my statement. Whether you believe it or not, the deed is done. So this was your underling's idea. Jiang Tiansheng's tone was indifferent. What do you plan to do now, Wei? Li Wei chuckled again. This laugh was different from the previous one. The previous one was feigned helplessness while this one was sincere joy. Leader, since my underlings have gone this far, I have no choice but to keep going. At this point, there was no need to beat around the bush. Jiang Tiansheng asked, what do you intend to do? And Li Wei responded, keep going. Clearing out Causeway Bay no matter who tries to stop him. Jiang Tiansheng fell silent for a few seconds on the phone. He was not hesitating, but confirming how resolutely Wei's stance was. Now he understood Li Wei was not asking for permission or explanation, he was merely informing him. Wei, are you sure about this? Jiang Tiansheng's voice slowed down a bit. Just now the heads of Hong Tai Hong Lu and Chang'e societies called me asking for an explanation. With what you're doing, the organization cannot support you, especially since you acted without a name behind you. The phrase acting without a name was emphasized heavily. The meaning was clear. You acted against other organizations without the society's consent. Hung Hing does not recognize this matter. If you want to fight, that's your own business. It has nothing to do with Hung Hing. Li Wei certainly understood the implication behind those words. He had never expected Jiang Tiansheng to support him. From the moment he took action, he knew that Jiang Tiansheng would not only refuse to back him, but would rather see him engage in a mutual destruction with those three organizations. Boss, I have it all figured out. On the other end of the line, Jiang Tiansheng furrowed his brow slightly. Li Wei's attitude made him somewhat uncomfortable. A hall master telling the boss, I have it all figured out, was hardly the way a subordinate should speak to a superior. Yet Jiang Tiansheng did not explode in anger. Well, if you've got it figured out, I won't dissuade you. Just take care of yourself. The call was disconnected. Take care of yourself. Those 4 words from the boss essentially meant, if you get into trouble, don't come to me. In the past, hall masters of Hung Hing had gone to Jiang Tiansheng for help after conflicts with outsiders, and when he didn't want to get involved, he would say the same. Take care of yourself. Li Wei turned around and leaned against the windowsill, his hands in his pockets. He had anticipated this step long ago. From the moment he decided to act without notifying Jiang Tiansheng and went all out in Causeway Bay, he knew how Jiang Tiansheng would react. Even earlier, from the time he started secretly contacting Liang Kuan and distributing the arcade business to various hall masters instead of going through Jiang Tiansheng for unified allocation, the rift between him and Jiang Tiansheng had already begun. Today's phone call merely tore the rift into a gaping wound. There was a light knock on the door from the outside, not forceful, but very firm. Come in. Wang Jianjun pushed the door open and walked in, followed by Gao Jin. Wang Jianjun's expression remained unchanged, emotionless with a dark face, as if someone owed him money, with Gao Jin trailing behind him. Brother Wei. The two spoke almost simultaneously, and Li Wei looked at them, waiting for what would follow. Wang Jianjun spoke first. We've driven out all the other organizations in Causeway Bay. Hong Tai's territory is completely cleared, and the same goes for Hongla. The people from Chang'e society fled quickly, hardly putting up a fight. We've checked every street, and there were no oversights. Gao Jin added. Li Wei nodded, his expression unchanged. He straightened up from the windowsill, walked back to sit behind his desk, and scanned the two men. How are the brothers? Wang Jianjun asked. The injured are in the dozens, all minor injuries, nothing serious. I've already sent them to the clinic for treatment. We are the same here, none with serious injuries. Those guys were completely unprepared upon seeing us in numbers, they just ran off. A few tough ones tried to block us, but they went down in a few moves. Gao Jin followed up. Li Wei leaned back in his chair and nodded slightly after hearing this. Dozens of minor injuries, no serious injuries or deaths, meant that the casualties were a complete victory compared to the turf wars in the lowly areas of Hong Kong. Let's go out and check on the brothers. Li Wei stood up, grabbed his coat draped over the chair, and walked out while putting it on. Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin followed closely behind him. As they pushed open the office door, the sounds of the street outside became audible, a raucous noise not from fighting, but from the excited shouts and laughter of people. Li Wei stepped out of the building, and the street ahead was filled with people. The light from the streetlights and neon signs illuminated the entire street brightly. Li Wei's men were gathered in small groups, some leaning against the wall smoking, others squatting by the roadside drinking water, and a few sitting on the steps rolling up their pants to inspect the scrapes they got during the earlier scuffle. You guys didn't see it. When I swung my stick, that kid flew 2 meters away. A tall, thin guy stood under a streetlight, gesturing dramatically, while a few others listened with interest. 2 meters. Come on, can your skinny arms really swing that far? A person nearby laughed, trying to debunk him. If you don't believe me, ask Achong, he saw it with his own eyes. The young man, named Achong, squatting on the ground drinking water, lifted his head upon hearing this, with water stains still on the corner of his mouth. I only saw you swing and miss, almost throwing yourself off balance. Several people burst into laughter. Not far away, another group was chatting, the atmosphere quieter than over here. A few people formed a circle around one person sitting in the middle, his head wrapped in a bandage which was seeping a small patch of dark red. Does it hurt? One person nudged his shoe with his toes. Of course it hurts. Why don't you try taking a hit? The man with the bandaged head grimaced, but was still smiling. But it was worth it. The boss said that those who perform well tonight will be promoted. This hit was not in vain. As Li Wei walked out of the building, the voices on the street suddenly quieted for a moment. Then like a tide the sound surged back, but this time it was filled with shouts of boss. Hello boss. Boss. Li Wei stopped in a slightly more open area in the middle of the street, turned around. Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin stood half a step behind him, one on each side. Everyone on the street was looking at him. Brothers, you've worked hard tonight. Without you we wouldn't have been able to take over all of Causeway Bay. No need to be polite, boss. Someone in the crowd called out, followed by a chorus of agreement. It's what we should do. It's all thanks to the boss's arrangements. Li Wei raised his right hand and pressed it down slightly. The noise immediately quieted. But Li Wei's voice rose slightly, carrying an undeniable firmness. Those who have merits will be rewarded. I've said that whoever performs well will be promoted. Those whose names I call step forward. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the street shifted. The previously relaxed and lively atmosphere was instantly replaced by a tense anticipation. Everyone's breathing slowed, their eyes fixed on Li Wei, ears perked up as if afraid of missing any word. Those who felt they had performed well unconsciously clenched their fists, while those who knew they had not stood with expressions of envy and regret. Li Wei's gaze swept across the crowd before settling on three directions. Wang Bao, Fatty, Shirong, step forward. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with disappointed sighs and murmurs of approval. Wang Bao, is he the one as big as a mountain? That's him, the one who charged to the front earlier and took down 7 or 8 by himself. No doubt he was indeed fierce. Fatty and Shirong were not bad either. The crowd parted, creating a path. The first to step forward was a colossal young man weighing at least 200 pounds, standing there like a wall of meat, yet his movements were not clumsy at all, his steps were steady. Wang Bao, a newcomer who had just pledged allegiance to Li Wei not long ago, was recognized by Li Wei at first sight. This person had once said in a previous life's movie, "After midnight, I call the shots here." He was a tough character, and a clever one at that. Wang Bao stood in front of Li Wei, his posture somewhat stiff, clearly still not used to this kind of occasion. His face was slightly flushed from excitement, which combined with his chubby cheeks made him look a bit comical, but his gaze was serious enough that it was hard to laugh. Fatty and Shirong followed closely behind Wang Bao, stepping out in succession. Li Wei looked at the three of them and nodded. Then he turned to face everyone, his voice rising. These 3 brothers performed the best tonight, and I'm promoting them. Does anyone have any objections? No objections. A shout rang out from the crowd, followed by waves of agreement. We saw it, they were indeed fierce. In the realm of the lowly, a fist was the best passport. If you were tough enough and could fight, everyone would respect you regardless of how long you had been there. Li Wei turned around and looked at Wang Bao. Wang Bao, half of Xiefeidao Street is under your control. Wang Bao's squinted eyes suddenly widened. He opened his mouth, but it felt like something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from making a sound. A tough guy who could take hits without a whimper now had slightly reddened eyes. He had only allied with Li Wei for a few days and had previously worried about being ostracized due to his status as a newbie. He thought he would have to start from the fringes, but unexpectedly Li Wei immediately handed him half of Xiefeidao Street. Boss. Wang Bao's voice was slightly hoarse. He swallowed hard, and his voice returned to normal. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Li Wei walked over and patted Wang Bao's shoulder. His hand seemed a bit disproportionate, resting on that mountain of flesh, yet Wang Bao slightly bent his body. Keep up the good work, I have faith in you. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but those around could hear it. Then he turned and looked at Fei Zai and Shirong. Fei Zai, Shirong, the remaining half of the street belongs to both of you. Do you have any objections? Fei Zai shook his head, his bulk jiggling. No objections, boss. Shirong also shook his head, remaining silent. Both of them knew that Wang Bao's performance tonight was indeed better than theirs. He had charged to the front and taken down so many people. They had nothing to complain about regarding the territory he earned with his life. Li Wei patted Fei Zai and Shirong on the shoulders the same way he did with Wang Bao, not too heavy or light, just enough to convey the weight of the gesture. You all do the same, work hard. The 3 stood in a row and nodded in unison. Li Wei turned around, facing his gaze swept from one end of the street to the other, taking in the young, excited faces glistening with sweat and dust. I know you must envy these 3 brothers. His voice was not loud, but each word hit everyone's ears like nails. Isn't that right? Yes. A wave of voices surged from the thousands, echoing from one end of the street to the other, bouncing back and forth between the buildings. In those voices there was envy, unwillingness, urgency, and a pent-up desire to prove themselves. Li Wei nodded, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. There will be opportunities. His voice was not loud, but when he said those 4 words the entire street fell silent, as if someone had gripped them by the throat. Everyone held their breath. Tomorrow night the 3 gangs of Hongtai Hongla and Changi society will definitely come to reclaim their territory. Li Wei's gaze swept over the crowd, meeting each pair of eyes. Whether you can rise to the top like these 3 brothers depends on yourselves. These words were like a fire thrown into a pile of dry grass. The entire street erupted in excitement. Let them come. What are we afraid of? Someone shouted from the crowd. Let them come. If 1 comes, we'll take him down. If 2 come, we'll take them both. I've been waiting for tomorrow. The eyes of those who had just envied Wang Bao and the others were now filled with light. Wang Bao's rise had proven that Li Wei kept his word, that it wasn't just empty promises. Now an opportunity was coming again. 3 gangs were coming to reclaim their territory, which was clearly an opportunity delivered to their doorstep. Whoever charged to the front would be able to become like Wang Bao, going from a street-level lackey today to the one counting money in the main venue tomorrow. At this moment, Wang Bao also stepped forward, his mountain-like body casting a large shadow in the light. The fat on his face squeezed together, making his squinted eyes even smaller, yet the light in those eyes shone brighter. "Boss, you can count on me." Wang Bao's voice was muffled as if coming from a deep well, but each word carried a chilling ferocity. "If they dare come, I will dare to drive them out." Although Fei Zai and Shi Rong did not speak standing behind Wang Bao, both raised their chins even higher than before. Li Wei looked at the flushed faces and bright eyes before him and nodded. "Everyone go back and rest well. Get ready to welcome them tonight." The crowd began to disperse. But it was not a tired dispersion, it was one filled with excitement and anticipation. Groups of 3 to 5 heading to their respective places, discussing how to fight tomorrow night, where to charge in, and how to catch Wei Guess' attention. "Tomorrow I'll lead the charge, no one steal my spot." "You lead the charge? You better lose that beer belly first, or you won't be able to run at all." "I can walk to the front even if I can't run." "Walk there. By the time you get there, they'll have already finished fighting." Laughter and shouts mixed together, drifting far into the night sky. Li Wei watched their retreating figures, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading. He turned and returned to the building, followed by Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin. The 3 entered the office. Li Wei closed the door, walked behind the desk, and picked up the large mobile phone on the table. The first call was to Baki. The phone rang a few times before being answered. Baki's side was noisy, as if he were in a nightclub with music and voices blending together. "Hello, Wei. What's up this late?" Baki's voice was loud, as if he were speaking to someone at the next table. "Brother G, I had a bit of a conflict with Hong Tai tonight, and I might have to fight for a few days." Li Wei's voice was calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "The goods from the arcade might take a few days longer to deliver to you." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Baki seemed to have covered the microphone. The music softened. "You got into a fight with Hong Tai?" Baki's voice lowered a bit. "What happened?" Li Wei briefly recounted the events. Tonight they cleared out Hong Tai, Hongla, and Changi society from the entire area of Coppergong's Bay. Now the 3 gangs are joining forces to fight back. After listening, Baki fell silent for 2 seconds before saying what Li Wei had expected. "So when will your arcade?" "I've already paid the deposit and the shop is all set up, just waiting for the machines to open." Li Wei chuckled to himself. Baki's reaction was exactly as he had anticipated. Baki didn't care who he was fighting, only when his arcade would arrive. The deposit had already been paid, $70,000, which was not a small sum for Baki. If Li Wei got into trouble, that money would be as good as gone. "Brother G, you can rest assured. After these few days of fighting, I'll send you the goods." Li Wei's tone was very sincere. "To express my apologies, I'll reduce the price of each machine by $1,000. Baki's voice immediately changed. "Reduce $1,000. Is that true?" "Yes." All right, you go ahead and fight, and after that send me the goods." Baki's voice grew louder again, filled with bravado. "Should I send some people over to help you? They're all brothers, we can't let outsiders bully you." "Then thank you, Brother G." Other hall masters called with similar concerns. Everyone cared about the delivery time of the arcade. Upon hearing about the $1,000 reduction, they were all satisfied, and each one finally expressed their intention to send lackeys over to support. Li Wei placed his phone on the table, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long sigh. He had initially withheld the arcade from these hall masters to achieve this very effect today. If the arcade had been delivered earlier, the hall masters' deposits would have already been exchanged for machines making money in the venue. Who would still care about Li Wei's life or death? But now it was different. The deposits were in their hands, and the machines had not yet arrived. If something happened to Li Wei, those deposits would be completely lost. Therefore, they had no choice but to help him. Not because they had a deep friendship with Li Wei, but because their own money was. Li Wei stared at the fluorescent lights on the ceiling for a while, then picked up the large mobile phone again. Just now the calls made to the several hall masters of Hung Hing promised around 1,000 people would be sent over. Coupled with his own 2,000, it should be enough to defend Coppergong Bay. But while it is sufficient, the cost will not be small. With 3 associations joining forces, there should be at least 5 or 6,000 people. Even if they can hold their ground, his people will suffer significant injuries. Once he drives back those 3 associations, his own side will also be weakened. What will the major associations like Xing Dongxing and Lianxing think then? If Hung Hing and the 3 associations end up in mutual destruction, will the major associations let this ripe meat go? Absolutely not. Moreover, with Jiang Tianxing watching from the sidelines, what will he do when Jiang's strength is greatly diminished? Will he kick a man when he's down? Arrange for his own people to take over Coppergong Bay? It's all possible. Therefore, relying solely on the support of these few hall masters from Hung Hing is somewhat inadequate. Li Wei flipped through a few contacts in his phone, found a number, and dialed it. The phone rang 3 or 4 times. "Hello." The voice on the other end was hoarse and deep, as if it had gravel in the throat, carrying a lazy tone. "Crazy Wei, you really are impressive. The entire Coppergong Bay is under your control. You have the guts. Why did you call me?" Brother Jiaqian, I have a big business deal for you. Are you in? Wu chuckled on the other and not loudly sure, but Crazy Wei, you know this could be a bit of a hassle. A hassle? Of course it is. Li Wei isn't dealing with just one or two small thugs, but 3 associations. He knew Wu was waiting for something. Hassle or not, as long as the money is right, the hassle becomes trivial. 2,000 people, 5 nights, 2 million, and I'll account for the settling in and medical fees separately. What do you say? The other end fell silent. It wasn't a hesitant silence, but one of didn't expect you'd offer this much. Wu didn't expect it at all. He had initially planned to ask for 10 million, which was already quite high enough for him to drive back the 3 associations and still make a decent profit. But Li Wei directly quoted 2 million, a full 200,000 higher than his mental price, and even mentioned that settling in and medical fees would be calculated separately. Wu's eyes lit up at this price. It was already absurdly high. As for offending the 3 associations by helping Li Wei, Wu didn't care at all. We all carry our heads on our shoulders. Who is afraid of whom? Having mixed in Hong Kong Island for so many years, the core of his success lay in one principle. Not afraid. Not afraid of offending people, not afraid of making a big scene. As long as the money was sufficient, he dared to do anything. Good. Wu's voice came through the phone, crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. All right, Crazy Wei. Hearing the word good, the last stone in Li Wei's heart finally dropped. The probability of winning this fight was at least 80%. He placed the big brother phone on the table, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Outside, the streets of Coppergong Bay were still tirelessly flashing, with neon lights, red, blue, and purple lights streaming through the curtain cracks, leaving faint shadows on the ceiling. Not knowing how long had passed, he opened his eyes, stood up from the chair, walked to the window, and pulled back the curtains. The night sky over Coppergong Bay was dyed a dark red by the neon lights, with no stars visible. In the distance, from the direction of Hong Tai, Hong Lu, and Chong E associations, vague sounds of barking dogs drifted in the night wind, barely audible. Li Wei looked in that direction, and the corner of his mouth moved slightly. The next afternoon, when the sun was westward, the streets of Coppergong Bay still retained the residual heat from the daytime. Li Wei sat in a venue that had just been cleared in a window-side position on the 2nd floor, with the window half open, allowing him to see the situation on the street below. There weren't many people on the street below. The businesses in Coppergong Bay were quite well informed. With such a commotion last night, everyone knew this place was not peaceful. Those who could close up did so, and those who could leave early did. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, holding a cup of tea that had gone cold, not having drunk much. Wang Jianjun stood on the other side of the window, arms crossed, while Gao Jin sat on the sofa against the wall, flipping through a newspaper he had snatched from a tea restaurant. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. Gao Jin tossed the newspaper aside, stood up from the sofa, walked to the window, glanced down, and then turned to look at Li Wei. Brother Wei, they've arrived. Li Wei didn't move, putting the teacup down on the table, standing up leisurely, and walking to the window. At the end of the street, 3 black sedans were lined up, followed by a crowd of people. The 3 cars stopped downstairs, and Mei Shu, Piao Gu, and De Lao Pan got out in succession, with the younger brothers behind them spreading out. De Lao Pan looked up and saw Li Wei behind the 2nd floor window, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoke. He turned to Mei Shu and Piao Gu and said something, his voice low, but judging from his arrogant expression, it was probably not something polite. Mei Shu and Piao Gu smiled at this. De Lao Pan looked up at the 2nd floor window, his voice loud enough to be heard half a street away. Crazy Wei, we 3 elders have come to see you. Aren't you going to come down to greet us? Li Wei stood by the window looking at the 3 people downstairs, and the corner of his mouth turned up slightly. He turned around and went downstairs, with Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin following him, one on each side. The younger brothers at the entrance automatically made way for Li Wei. As Li Wei stepped out of the door, the people from the 3 associations across the street all looked over. Li Wei acted as if he was unaware of those gazes, moving at a leisurely pace, standing on the steps looking down at the 3 people across from him. Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin stood on either side behind him, both expressionless, but their presence felt like 2 towering walls. It truly honors me to have the 3 leaders visit here. We wouldn't dare, after all. You Crazy Wei were quite impressive last night, taking all 3 associations on by yourself. He emphasized the words by yourself heavily, making the meaning clear. You alone, without Hung Hing backing you, what can you do? Li Wei chuckled, seemingly not catching the sting in Mei Shu's words. He raised his hand and waved it casually, speaking dismissively. It was just the younger brothers not understanding the situation. Last night, driving them from their territory to him, it had turned into not understanding the situation. Mei Shu's mouth twitched slightly, about to speak, when De Lao Pan had already stepped forward. Mei Shu, why waste your breath on him? De Lao Pan approached the bottom of the steps, looking up at Li Wei with a disdainful smile on his lips. He wasn't tall, but his position placed him lower than Li Wei naturally, giving him a disadvantage in imposing presence, but he was completely oblivious. Crazy Wei. De Lao Pan's voice was rough and deep, like a stone crashing to the ground. Last night, you must give us 3 an explanation, otherwise. He paused, extending a finger towards Li Wei. Tonight, we will make you regret coming into this world. As he spoke, his expression was serious. A man in his 40s standing on someone else's territory, speaking in a manner reminiscent of a child making threats. Li Wei looked at his face, nearly unable to contain his laughter. But he held it back. Li Wei tilted his head, looking at the Lao Pan, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Upon hearing this, the Lao Pan's eyes lit up. He thought Li Wei was afraid. Having been humiliated in front of Li Wei, the Lao Pan felt he had finally regained some face, and the disdainful smile on his face deepened. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his leather jacket, puffed out his chest, his voice louder than before, as if announcing something important. It's simple, as long as you vacate the territories belonging to us three and compensate each of us with 2 He extended a finger at the Yoshi restaurant, set up a few tables for us, and serve us a few cups of tea, we might just forgive you. After he finished speaking, he glanced back at Mei Shu and Piao Ge. Mei Shu nodded slightly, and Piao Ge also gave a nod. The three stood together, each wearing a confident expression, as if Li Wei would surely agree. In their view, the terms offered were already quite merciful. Giving up territory was only natural, compensating 2 streets was expected, and hosting a few tables of drinks and cups of tea was merely showing respect. If it weren't for your position as the leader of Hung Hing Hall, we wouldn't even give you this chance. They had even begun to scheme in their hearts. Once Li Wei agreed, they would occupy those streets first, send people to oversee the territory, and once they established a foothold, the rest would be easy to handle. As for whether they would let Li Wei off easily, that depended on their mood. Li Wei looked at the faces of the 3 men, and his smile gradually widened, genuinely amused, as if he found it funny. He put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to look at the stout man Pan. Are there any other conditions? Speak them all out, and I will satisfy you together. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them brightened their eyes simultaneously. They hadn't expected Li Wei to be so easy to talk to, loosening up before the negotiations even began. Piao Ge moved 2 steps forward, leaning towards the steps, and extended 3 fingers, his voice laced with each of us should compensate 50 million. Yesterday you invaded our territory, and our people were injured. Medical fees, lost wages, compensation for mental distress. These are all monetary losses. After he finished speaking, the 3 of them looked at Li Wei, waiting for him to nod. Li Wei was silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. Not the light laughter from before, but a hearty laugh that shook his shoulders. He stood on the steps looking down at the 3 men, his laughter echoing far down the empty street, bouncing back and forth between the buildings. The expressions on the 3 men's faces shifted from anticipation to confusion and then to displeasure. You dare to say anything? Li Wei stopped laughing, sweeping his gaze over the 3 faces. A smile still lingered on his lips, but the warmth in his eyes had already dissipated. Am I here to grant you wishes? The stout man's face flushed red. It dawned on him that Li Wei's earlier question of are there any other conditions was not genuine, it was a mockery. Uncle Mai's face also darkened as if doused with cold water. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Wei. Crazy Wei, don't be too arrogant. Arrogant? Li Wei interrupted him, his voice not loud, but the chill in it caused Uncle Mai's finger to shake even more. On my territory I can say whatever I want. You 3 brought people to block me at my doorstep, demanding 50 million for a dozen streets. If I can't give it, is that considered arrogant? Li Wei's words sliced through the air like knives, each phrase cutting into the faces of the 3 men. The stout man's face shifted from red to pale, his jaw clenched tightly, veins pulsing at his temples. He lunged forward a step, nearly charging up the steps, but was quickly pulled back by his 2 underlings. Crazy Wei. If you don't agree, we will gather our men tonight and take down your Copper Lantern Bay, making you a lost dog. The stout man's voice squeezed out through his clenched teeth like a dog yelping after having its tail stepped on. Li Wei looked at him, his smile completely vanished. He had lost all interest in wasting words with these 3. Everything they had said since arriving was mere self-talk. This was not a negotiation but a dream. Then I will be awaiting your esteemed visit tonight. Li Wei's tone was flat, and this only angered the 3 men further. Crazy Wei, don't be arrogant. Piao Ge couldn't hold back any longer, his voice sharp like a chicken being strangled. If you don't pay the price tonight, have we lived this long for nothing? Li Wei glanced at him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What's wrong? In a hurry to report to the King of Hell. The moment he said this, the faces of the 3 men changed. The 3 men stood below the steps, utterly stifled by Li Wei's words, even their breathing felt constricted. Their underlings stood behind, watching helplessly as their leader was openly insulted in a hurry to report to the King of Hell, yet no one dared to move. Because this was someone else's territory, they didn't know how many people were present, and the one who acted first would be the one to suffer. Li Wei looked at their expressions and extended his hand, pressing downwards in a calming gesture. That gesture might seem reassuring if anyone else did it, but coming from Li Wei it looked more like he was calming 3 agitated dogs. Gentlemen, this is my territory. Li Wei's voice was not loud, but every word was like a nail hammered into the ears of the 3 men. If you make me angry, there's no need to wait until tonight. You can go find the King of Hell right now. As he spoke, Li Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. In that moment, the 3 men below the steps simultaneously felt it. It was not a hollow threat, but a palpable coldness, emanating from Li Wei's narrowed eyes as sharp as a blade. Uncle May suddenly regained clarity in his mind. He looked up at Li Wei's back. Wang Jianjun stood there expressionless like a large knife that had yet to be drawn. Gao Jin leaned against the doorframe, one hand in his pocket, appearing relaxed, but his eyes were scanning like a snake. They thought that as long as the three gang leaders showed up together, Li Wei would be intimidated and would compromise, not needing to bring many people at all. Now it was clear how foolish that thought was. This is Li Wei's territory, and his people were right here. If Li Wei truly had malicious intent and wanted to keep them, all their lives would be forfeit today. This is Li Wei's territory, and his people were right here. If Li Wei truly had malicious intent and wanted to keep them, all their lives would be forfeit. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger on his face, replacing it with an expression of "I want stupid." He reached out and tugged at the stout man's sleeve, whispering something in a low voice. Piao Gu also noticed Uncle Mice change. He glanced around, swallowed hard, and quietly took a half step back. Crazy way. Uncle Mice's voice regained its steadiness, but it was forced. Today we are here to reason with you. If you refuse to listen, then don't blame us for being unreasonable tonight. After saying this, he turned and left. Piao Gu and the stout man followed suit, and the three of them, along with their underlings, retreated from the street in a disheveled manner. Li Wei stood on the steps, watching the tail lights of the three cars gradually fade away until they disappeared around the corner of the street. His expression remained unchanged, but his mind was occupied with one thought. In that moment, he really had the thought of keeping these three men behind. With just one command, he could have all three gang leaders subdued within 10 minutes. At that time, with the three gangs leaderless, they would be like scattered sand, and the troubles in Copper Lantern Bay would at least diminish by half. But this thought was quickly suppressed in his mind. The cost was too high. Attacking three gang leaders in broad daylight on the main street of Copper Lantern Bay was not just a matter of violence, it was a challenge to the authority of the police. Though Chen Xiaolong had promised to ignore their conflicts, that was referring to conflicts between gangs happening at night under the premise of not affecting ordinary citizens. If he were to kidnap the three gang leaders in broad daylight, that would be an entirely different story. That would openly challenge the police's authority, and even if Chen Xiaolong wanted to help him, he wouldn't be able to cover it up. Moreover, if anything happened to the three gang leaders on his territory, how would their underlings react? They would go mad trying to take revenge, and it wouldn't just be a few days of fighting, or it could escalate to an endless blood feud. Not worth it. Li Wei turned and walked back into the building, followed by Wang Jianjun and Gao Jin. Wei Gu, if you had nodded just now, I could have pinned that stout man to the ground in 30 seconds. I know, Li Wei replied without looking back. But not now. The real decisive battle will be at night. In broad daylight, who dares to act on the streets of Copper Lantern Bay is challenging the police's authority. Even if Chen Xiaolong cooperated, it was impossible for him to watch thousands of people openly clash on the streets. Nighttime matters would be resolved at night, and the rules of the daytime would be upheld during the day. This is the rule of Hong Kong Island. Night fell swiftly like a black curtain drawn across the horizon, enveloping the entire Copper Gong Bay. Yet tonight's Copper Gong Bay was unlike any other. Everyone knew what was about to unfold this evening. The news had spread throughout the streets. Hongtai Hongla and Changi society were joining forces to strike at Copper Gong Bay. Madman Wei cleared the area last night, and now the others were coming to reclaim it. Once the fight commenced, the streets of Copper Gong Bay would surely run red. No one dared to venture out at this time. Li Wei stood at the street corner, flanked by a sea of dark figures. He organized his men into several formations, with Wang Jianjun leading the front line. These were the fighters he had trained, capable and resilient, their formation unshakable. Gao Jin and his old brothers were responsible for mobility, reinforcing wherever the line faltered. Brother Jiaqian's men were scattered behind, serving as their trump card, while reinforcements from various factions spread across the flanks to encircle and intercept. In total, over 5,000 men filled the main intersections of Xiefeidao. The wind blew in from the sea, carrying a salty tang and a hint of chill. The streetlights cast their glow on every face, some taut with tension, others gritting their teeth, while a few trembled, gripping their weapons, not out of fear, but excitement. In the distance, a cacophony of footsteps approached, growing louder and louder, shaking the glass windows along. Soon a mass of dark figures appeared at the end of the street. The men of Hongtai led the charge, all clad in black, wielding steel pipes and machetes, the streetlight reflecting sharp beams of white from their blades. Hongla's men formed the middle, their ranks even larger than Hongtai's, a sea of black seemingly without end. Changi society brought up the rear, fewer in number, but marching in disciplined formation like a silent army. The three groups converged at the street corner, over 8,000 men blocking the thoroughfare completely, making it impossible to see from one end to the other. Uncle Mei stood at the forefront, locking eyes with Li Wei from several meters away. Neither spoke. Among the throngs of people lining the street, no one raised their voice. Only the clanging of steel pipes and machetes echoed, mingling with the rustling of the wind. Uncle Mei took a step forward, his voice carrying far in the empty street. Madman Wei will give you one more chance. If you agree to our terms from this afternoon, we will let you go. His tone was serious, not a bluff. With 8,000 against 5,000, the numerical advantage was clear, and he felt entitled to offer Li Wei this final opportunity. Li Wei remained silent. He stood at the street corner, gazing at the mass of 8,000 before him. His gaze shifted from Uncle May to Brother Piao, then to Big Brother Pan, finally sweeping over the dense sea. Then he raised both hands. One waved to the left, the other to the right. Brothers, charge. His voice was not loud, but each word sliced through the suffocating silence of the street like a knife. Let them know our strength. Wang Bao was the first to charge. His massive frame erupted from the crowd, like a truck roaring into action. He wielded a steel pipe, one end wrapped in black tape, the grip drenched in sweat. As he charged forward, the concrete trembled beneath his feet. Kill! Wang Bao's roar echoed like a furious bull, causing the surrounding crowd to feel a thrum in their eardrums. Li Wei's underlings surged forth as if a switch had been flipped, pouring out from every street and corner like a tide of black rushing towards the enemy. Wang Jianjun's men led the charge, their formation tighter and more organized than the rest. 3 men formed a small unit, 3 units made a squad, covering each other as they advanced, the results of 3 months of training unveiled at that moment. Those underlings who had failed to stand out the night before transformed, completely charging to the front, their eyes alight, with determination, their minds focused on one thought. If they could impress the boss tonight, perhaps tomorrow they would be the ones counting money in the scene. Some were struck on the shoulder by a steel pipe, gritting their teeth to hold on, retaliating with a swing that sent their opponent staggering back several steps. Some had their arms slashed by machetes, blood streaming down. They flung their injured hand back, while grabbing another weapon, pressing forward. This reckless style of fighting completely caught the 3 societies off guard. In their expectation, with over 8,000 on their side against 5,000, the numerical advantage was clear. Charging forward should make the opponents retreat. But the reality was starkly different. The enemy not only held their ground, but charged back even more fiercely. Have these people gone mad? Someone from Hongtai shouted, panic evident in their voice. What the hell, are they not afraid of dying? The front line of Hongtai began to hesitate, their courage waning as they slowed their advance, glancing back. The reinforcements had not yet arrived, and their formation was in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jianjun's men pressed forward, steel pipes and iron chains raining down, and within seconds the first 3 ranks of Hongtai were toppled. Brother Piao witnessed this from behind Uncle May. This isn't right. He shouted, his voice cracking. Madman, Weiss men are fighting like they're insane. Uncle Mai's expression changed as he saw his underlings retreating. Not just a few, but a mass exodus. The front line was overwhelmed by Li Weiss men, while the rear had yet to move up. The gap in the middle widened, resembling a gaping wound. Push forward. Keep pushing. Uncle Mai's voice strained, but amidst the chaos his words failed to reach anyone, and even if they did, no one would listen. At this moment, Brother Jiaqian's men sprang into action. Go. Just one word. 2,000 men moved simultaneously. Brother Jiaqian's men did not fight like street thugs. They were more seasoned, knowing when to charge and when to hold back, how to leverage the terrain, encircle, and protect themselves amidst the melee. They were like a blade sharpened for too long, finally ready to be drawn, cutting into the lines of Hongla and Changi society from the flanks, slicing through the opposing ranks like a hot knife through butter. Big Brother Pan witnessed this scene within Changi society's ranks, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His underlings fell before Brother Jiaqian's men, like paper collapsing in droves. Don't retreat. Don't fucking retreat. He grabbed hold of a fleeing underling who shrugged off his grip and ran without looking back. Big Brother Pan stood rooted, his hand still in a grasping position, frozen for 2 seconds. The reinforcements from various factions of Hung Hing, who had initially come just to show face, were stirred upon witnessing Li Wei's men fighting with such ferocity and Brother Jiaqian's men cutting in ruthlessly. They flanked from both sides, compressing Hongla and Changi society's men towards the center, causing their formation to grow denser and more chaotic. 5,000 against 8,000, and not only did they not get pushed back, but they also gained the upper hand. Uncle May stood at the back of the line, his previously assured expression completely shattered. He watched as his underlings retreated, saw Brother Piao's men flee and Big Brother Pan's men being pursued, and beaten, his mind racing with a singular thought. How could this be possible? Had Madman Wei brainwashed his underlings? Why were they all so brave? Did they not fear death? But he had no time to ponder this question, as the front line had completely collapsed. The tide of retreating men surged towards him, dragging those beside him backward against their will. At that moment, the rear of Hongtai's ranks suddenly erupted into chaos. Uncle May turned abruptly, witnessing a scene that sent chills down his spine. Over 200 figures charged up from behind, as if rising from the ground without warning. These men wore matching outfits, their movements smooth and decisive, without a word wasted, plunging into Hongtai's ranks to commence their assault. These 200 were the underlings Li Wei had secretly cultivated in the agreed goods business. Tonight he had positioned them at the most crucial spot, attacking from behind to sandwich the enemy. 200 strong appeared behind Hongtai like a dagger thrust into their back. Hongtai's underlings were engaged in fierce combat, with Wang Jianjun's men suddenly struck from behind, caught in a pincer attack. Their formation immediately unraveled. There are people behind us. There are people behind us. Hongtai's men shouted in terror. But it was already too late. Over 200 people had surged into the most crowded area wielding steel pipes and machetes, bringing down one person after another. The men from Hongtai wanted to turn and defend, but Wang Jianjun's people had already pressed forward, the two forces grinding the trapped individuals in between like a pair of stone mills. Uncle Mei watched this scene, initially thinking of making a phone call to have the gang send reinforcements, but before he could connect, a younger brother ran back and bumped into him, causing his phone to slip from his hand and fall to the ground, where it was accidentally kicked away by another retreating brother. "Pick it up. Get it for me." But no one listened to him. Most of the people around him had already fled, and the few remaining were also retreating. Even Piao Gu and De Lao Pan were nowhere to be seen, whether scattered by the crowd or already safe in another place was unknown. Li Wei stood on the steps at the street corner witnessing everything. He saw Wang Jianjun's men holding their ground on the front line, Gao Jin's men maneuvering and interspersing, and those with Qian Gu reaping from the flanks as the final 200 surged in from the rear. With more than 5,000 people under his command, the group operated like a finely tuned machine, every gear meshing every blade in its rightful place. He took a deep breath and unleashed his voice from his chest. "Brothers, our reinforcements have arrived. They cannot hold on any longer. Charge for me." This shout served as a signal, obliterating the last shred of hesitation in everyone's hearts. Wang Jianjun's men surged even fiercer, the sound of steel pipes crashing down like a torrential rain. The more than 8,000 people who had barely managed to hold on before completely collapsed at this moment. They were not defeated, they were terrified. The men from Hongtai were the first to start running. It wasn't a retreat, it was a reckless flight, the kind where they abandoned everything, even their weapons. Steel pipes clanged against the ground, machetes discarded on the roadside reflected the streetlights glow. Some people lost their shoes, frantically squeezing through the crowd, with one bare foot, not daring to look back. Hong Lu and the younger brothers from the Changi Society, upon seeing this, also began to follow suit. "Don't retreat. Push forward." Everyone charged back. Uncle Mai's voice rang out amidst the chaos as he tried to stabilize the situation, grabbing the younger brothers nearby in an attempt to halt them, but no one listened to him. No one heeded the words of a defeated commander. One after another, brothers rushed past him, their faces reflecting a unified expression: fear. That fear of being chased and beaten, utterly helpless, was clearly written in their eyes. Uncle Mei glanced around and then closed his eyes. There would be no way to break into Causeway Bay tonight. If they couldn't make it on the first day, it would only become more difficult later. 8,000 against 5,000. Despite the numerical advantage, they were beaten to the point of searching for their teeth. Uncle Mei turned around, said nothing, and led the few remaining people beside him, disappearing into the night. The street gradually quieted down, leaving only the clattering of rolling steel pipes, the moans of the wounded, and the howling of the night wind as it swept through the empty street. Li Wei stood on the steps at the street corner, looking at the empty street across from him, the corners of his mouth slowly curling upward. In this battle, he ultimately triumphed. Nu Ji, He, Lianxing, Dongxing. Several major gangs in the Harbor Island underworld had all focused their attention on Causeway Bay tonight. In the top floor office of a building in Tsunwan, Big D sat on a leather sofa, a cigar held between his fingers. Madman Wei, a single hall master, has withstood 3 gangs to achieve a clean sweep in Causeway Bay. Oh, it sounds even more impressive than me. Meanwhile, over at Dongxing, Luo Tua sat in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. His original plan was to let Hung Hing and the 3 gangs fight first, and then swoop in to reap the benefits when they were both weakened. Now, with Li Wei single-handedly holding off the 3 gangs, Luo Tua's calculations had completely fallen apart. When the news reached Jiang Tiansheng's ears, he was enjoying tea in the study of the Hung Hing headquarters. The tea was his favorite Tiguanyin, and the teapot was the Yixing clay set he had acquired at an auction. Each time he used this set to brew tea, he felt it was a kind of enjoyment. Upon hearing the news, he suddenly stood up, waving his hand, as the Yixing teapot, complete with cups and saucers, flew off the table, crashing into the opposite wall and shattering into dozens of pieces, tea splattering all over the wall. "Are those 3 idiots growing their heads in their rear ends?" Jiang Tiansheng's voice was low but filled with extreme suppressed anger. 3 gangs, 8,000 men, all against 1 person, 5,000, and they were still beaten back. Chen Yao sat motionless on the sofa. Having followed Jiang Tiansheng for many years, he knew it was best to remain silent at this moment. Jiang Tiansheng stood in the middle of the study, his chest heaving violently as he stared at the pool of tea sliding down the wall for several seconds before slowly sitting back down in his chair. He closed his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. His plan was straightforward: send the 3 gangs to fight Li Wei, and when Li Wei was severely weakened, he would step in as the leader to mediate, while conveniently placing his own people in Causeway Bay. By then, Li Wei's power would be diminished, forcing him to comply, and the 3 gangs would have vented their frustrations, allowing Jiang Tiansheng to please both sides and still claim a share of the territory in Causeway Bay. What a brilliant plan, but now it had all fallen apart. That old man Mei, that useless braggart Piao Gu, that coward De Lao Pan. Jiang Tiansheng cursed each of their names in his heart, and when he finished, he still felt unsatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. He opened his eyes and picked up the phone on the table. Find out again what actions the three gangs are taking in the next few. The following 3 days, the nights in Causeway Bay were far from peaceful. Every night the streets echoed with the sound of heavy footsteps followed by the clanging of steel pipes, and then the chaotic mingling of shouts and screams. Uncle May was unwilling. Piao Gu and De Lao Pan were dragged along by him, feeling reluctant to refuse, but each time they sent people out the numbers dwindled and the efforts became more perfunctory. On the first day, 8,000 came, on the second day 7,000, and on the third day 5,000. Meanwhile, Li Wei's side had more and more people. Seeing that Li Wei could hold his ground, many also hurried to send more people over, intending to be on good terms with Li Wei. On the fourth night, Li Wei stood at the street corner, watching another wave of retreating crowds across from him. This retreat was faster than the previous 3. The men from Hongtai hadn't even reached the street corner when they saw Li Wei's men standing ready, and their steps began to slow. Some stopped, some looked back, and some whispered within the ranks. The leading miner head called out several times for them to charge, but no one moved. Eventually, it was unclear who turned to run first, but the whole troop scattered like dominoes, fleeing in a clamor. Uncle May didn't bother to appear this time. Li Wei watched the figures vanish into the night, lowering the binoculars in his hand. The night wind blew over, carrying a faint scent of blood from the street. Although there had not been many deaths in the recent fights, there were numerous injuries, the bloodstains washed away by water, yet that scent still lingered. It was about time. Continuing the fight was meaningless. The morale of the 3 gangs had been shattered, and fewer people were sent each night, with the younger brothers' fighting spirit dwindling. Moreover, the police would no longer turn a blind eye. After 4 consecutive nights of large-scale brawls, although they had tried to avoid ordinary citizens, each time the commotion was simply too great. Nearby merchants had complained several times, and the police station was inundated with calls. Chun Xiaolong could no longer withstand the pressure from above. Sure enough, as soon as Li Wei returned to the office, the big phone on the table rang. He picked it up and pressed the answer button. "Madman Wei, you've been quite impressive these past few days." Chun Xiaolong's voice came through the receiver, carrying a tone that was hard to tell whether it was praise or sarcasm. "Since you dare to take on 3 gangs alone." Li Wei leaned back in his chair, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. Chun Xiaolong's call indicated that the police could no longer sit idle. 4 days of large-scale clashes would have made headlines under normal circumstances. "Chun sir, what do you want at this hour? Crazy Wei, don't you know what you've done yourself?" Chun Xiaolong's voice rose slightly, but it was not a tone of anger. Li Wei could tell he was teasing him. "Chun sir, didn't I mention earlier that I would inform you before acting?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Chun Xiaolong certainly remembered Li Wei's heads up. That afternoon, when Li Wei called him, he had hesitated for a long time in his office before finally nodding. But knowing was one thing, the necessary formalities still had to be observed. "You've caused quite a stir, and I am under a lot of pressure from above. I must provide an explanation. Tomorrow I will invite you and the 3 leaders to discuss how to resolve this. Prepare yourself mentally." Li Wei understood Chun Xiaolong's intention in calling him. It was to notify him that this matter must be resolved, and it was to be done tomorrow. Chun Xiaolong needed a resolution, a result he could report to his superiors, and as for what that result would be, it would depend on how discussions unfolded at the table tomorrow. By calling Li Wei in advance, he was giving him the chance to prepare, allowing him to gain the upper hand at the meeting. "Thank you, Chun sir, I will definitely cooperate with your efforts." Chun Xiaolong paused for a moment, his voice lowering slightly. "Be prepared for tomorrow." The call ended. Li Wei placed the large mobile phone on the table, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling for a while. Tomorrow's discussion was essential. This matter had to be resolved as per Chun Xiaolong's requirement. However, returning territory was out of the question. Giving up what had been fiercely fought for was not Li Wei's style. Even if he were willing, Uncle May and the others would not accept it, and his brothers who had risked their lives for 4 days would certainly not agree. Since the territory could not be returned, something else had to be offered in exchange: money or business. The next morning at 8, Chun Xiaolong sent someone to pick up Li Wei for the police station. The car arrived at the Causeway Bay police station, stopping at the side door. Li Wei stepped out, followed by a middle-aged man, who led him through a corridor to the 3rd floor, stopping at the door of an office. The door was partially open, and before Li Wei entered, he heard voices inside, low but intense. He pushed the door open. Inside the office was a long conference table covered with a gray tablecloth, several bottles of mineral water, and a few folders. 3 people sat on one side of the table, while the other side was empty, waiting for him to take a seat. Uncle May sat in the center, wearing a dark jacket, his hair neatly combed. The wrinkles on his face were deeper than a few days ago, and the bags under his eyes were heavier, indicating that he had not slept well these past few days. As the 3 men noticed Li Wei's entrance, their gazes converged on him. Uncle Mai's expression was the most menacing, as if he wanted to pounce and bite him. Li Wei glanced at them, said nothing, and walked to the empty side, pulling out a chair to sit down. As he sat down, all 3 of them stared at him, but not a single one spoke. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Chun Xiaolong walked in. When he entered, his gaze casually swept the room and paused momentarily on Li Wei, giving a slight nod. The nod was so slight that the 3 men sitting opposite Li Wei hardly noticed, but Li Wei did. Chun Xiaolong approached the main seat, placed a folder on the table, opened it, glanced through it, and then lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the four men. "You all should know why I called you here today, right?" His voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable official tone. Uncle May was the first to speak, his expression shifting from gloomy to aggrieved. "Officer Chen, this matter was not initiated by us. It was Crazy Wei who provoked it. He first seized our territory, and we merely went to reclaim it. You should ask him." "Yes, yes," De Lao Pan and Piao Ge nodded in agreement, effectively cooperating. Li Wei sat opposite them, silent, not even looking at them. He knew that today was not about arguing. Chen Xiaolong had called him not to hear who was right or wrong, but to seek a resolution. Clearly, Chen Xiaolong had no intention of pursuing the matter with Li Wei, as they were on the same side. His fingers tapped lightly on the folder, producing a sound that was soft enough to draw the attention of the three men back. "All right, let's not discuss who started it." Chen Xiaolong's tone was decisively impatient. "What I want to know now is how to resolve this issue." Uncle May turned to exchange glances with De Lao Pan and Piao Ge. The three communicated silently for a few seconds, and finally, it was Uncle May who spoke. Shifting his posture, Uncle Mai's voice grew steadier. "Officer Chen, it's quite simple. As long as Crazy Wei returns our territory and compensates our brothers for their settlement and medical expenses, that should suffice." His tone was confident, as if stating a perfectly reasonable request, and he deliberately glanced at Li Wei, eager to gauge his reaction. Li Wei's reaction was simply to remain unresponsive. He leaned back in his chair, hands crossed over his knees, his expression unchanged, neither angry nor surprised, lacking any particular emotion, as if he hadn't heard Uncle Mai's words at all. However, in his heart, he had already calculated the cost, returning the territory. What about all the effort he had put in over the past few days? Impossible. Li Wei's voice was low, without a hint of hesitation. "The territory cannot be returned to you." De Lao Pan immediately slammed the table, standing up abruptly. His palm struck the conference table with a force that shook the entire surface, causing 2 cups to topple and roll to the edge of the table. "Officer Chen, see if Crazy Wei has any intention of negotiating." De Lao Pan's voice was deep and loud, reverberating in the office. His face turned red, veins bulging on his neck, resembling an enraged bull ready to charge. Chen Xiaolong glanced at him without speaking, but that one look carried more weight than any words. De Lao Pan was momentarily stunned by that gaze. His lips moved a couple of times before he finally sat back down. However, as soon as he felt his butt hit the chair, he thought it was too humiliating to remain seated and stood up once more, then sat back down. Chen Xiaolong no longer looked at him, but turned to Li Wei. His gaze was calm, but Li Wei read the underlying message. "I've set the stage for you. Don't put me in a difficult position. Crazy Wei, what do you think we should do?" Chen Xiaolong's tone remained official, but Li Wei could tell he was handing him the microphone. Li Wei did not rush to respond. Instead, he first glanced at Uncle May, then at De Lao Pan and Piao Ge. "Officer Chen, although I cannot give up the territory, I can compensate them. The profits I can make will definitely exceed what they earn from their territory in Causeway Bay." This statement was delivered casually, yet its content was anything but casual. The profits will definitely exceed what they earn from their territory in Causeway Bay. This was not an empty claim. It was a message to the three across the table. Your territory isn't that profitable, and I'm offering you a better option. This message was like a fishhook thrown into the water. De Lao Pan's eyes lit up. He was the most aware among the three of how little profit their territory actually yielded. Long East Society's territory in Causeway Bay looked decent, but there were hardly any truly profitable venues. After deducting various expenses and the settlement fees for the brothers, the amount that landed in his pockets was meager. Piao Ge's eyes also sparkled, though he concealed it better than De Lao Pan, merely narrowing them slightly and moved. Only Uncle Mai's expression grew darker. He sensed that Li Wei's words were not directed at everyone, but specifically at De Lao Pan and Piao Ge, attempting to divide them. Uncle May did not miss the longing expressions on De Lao Pan and Piao Ge's faces. He knew them too well. Both were short-sighted, with eyes only for money. To them, territory was merely a tool for profit. If there were a more profitable path, they would not hesitate to relinquish the territory. Uncle May could not allow this to happen. If De Lao Pan and Piao Ge managed to negotiate with Li Wei, then only Hong Tai's family would be left, making him a solitary figure. Uncle May suddenly stood up, causing his chair to slide back and crash against the wall with a thud. He extended a finger, pointing across the conference table at Li Wei. "Madman Wei, do you think we can be so easily bribed? I tell you it's impossible. You can only return our territory." Li Wei looked at Uncle Mai's trembling finger, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was not surprised. Li Wei had already offended him before, and he certainly wouldn't back down. However, he also noticed that De Lao Pan and Piao Ge's reactions were completely different from Uncle Mai's. They were somewhat wavering. Li Wei decided to stoke the flames further. He slowly extended his hand, raising 3 fingers, his tone unhurried, as if haggling with a vendor in a market, yet his voice carried an undeniable certainty that was hard to refuse. "To express my sincerity, I have decided to give each family an additional 30 million as compensation." The air in the conference room felt as if it had been sucked out. 30 million. De Lao Pan's fingers, which had been tapping on the table, froze, and he seemed to be rooted in place. His eyes were fixed on the 3 fingers raised by Li Wei, his pupils dilating slightly. He was rapidly calculating in his mind. Zhangyi society in Causeway Bay only brought in a few 100,000 a year. 30 million was equivalent to several years of his income. Moreover, the territory would be returned and he would still have to continue bickering with Hong Tai Hong Lu and other gangs over territory, fighting back and forth, which was utterly tiresome. If he took this 30 million and the business that Li Wei mentioned, which would earn more than keeping the territory, wouldn't that be better than guarding a few shabby streets? Uncle Mai's face could no longer be described as merely ugly. He sensed the wavering of De Lao Pan and Piao, but he couldn't allow this to happen. Madman Wei, don't even think about it. Uncle Mai's voice was almost a roar, his hands pressed on the table, leaning forward like an old wolf ready to pounce. As long as you don't return our territory, well, continue to fight. There's no room for negotiation. His voice was loud enough to draw curious glances from the corridor. Chen Zhaolong frowned. Li Wei looked at Uncle Mai's desperate appearance without responding, slowly turning his head to Chen Zhaolong. His expression was calm, carrying a hint of helplessness, as if to say, "Look, I have been very cooperative. All the conditions have been offered. It's the other party who refuses to negotiate, and that's not my concern. Officer Chen, I have been very sincere. They refuse to agree, and I have no way to resolve it." He passed the ball back to Chen Zhaolong. There was a moment of silence in the conference room. Chen Zhaolong sat at the head of the table, his hands clasped together, his gaze shifting from Li Wei to Uncle Mei, and then to De Lao Pan and Piao Ge. His gaze finally settled on Uncle Mai's face. That gaze was flat, devoid of emotion, neither angry nor disappointed, and even lacked any warmth. Yet it was precisely this lack of warmth that made Uncle Mai's back stiffen slightly. Chen Zhaolong did not speak immediately. He let the silence linger for a few seconds, and this silence was more oppressive than any words, like a stone weighing on everyone's chest. Then he spoke with an undeniable cold certainty. "Are you sure?" The two words were asked lightly, but Uncle Mei sensed the weight behind those words. He looked into Chen Zhaolong's eyes, which displayed no threat, no warning, and no expression. But it was precisely because there was no expression that it was most frightening, for it indicated that Chen Zhaolong was not negotiating with him or haggling. He was giving him one last chance. If he refused, he knew exactly what would happen next without Chen Zhaolong needing to say it. Uncle Mei opened his mouth, a muffled sound escaping his throat as if he wanted to say something, but the words got stuck and could not come out. He only managed to utter one word before being interrupted by Chen Zhaolong. Chen Zhaolong's voice remained calm, so calm it sent chills down the spine. "If you don't make things easy for me, I won't make it easy for you either. If I want to give you a meal, you can eat. If I don't want to give it to you, then none of you will eat." This was said very bluntly. Everyone present understood what this meant. Every business license, fire inspection, and security rating in Causeway Bay was firmly in the hands of the police. If Chen Zhaolong truly took action, checking one by one, Hong Tai wouldn't be able to operate a single establishment in Causeway Bay. This wasn't just about fighting her, it was about whether they could open for business. The air in the conference room felt as if it had solidified. Uncle Mai's face turned pale, his jaw twitched, and his eyelids fluttered. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his voice felt as if it had been choked, unable to escape. Uncle Mei slowly withdrew his hands from the table, placing them on his knees, his fingers clenched into fists, tightly gripping knuckles, turning white, but there was no place to strike. He lowered his head, his gaze resting on the table before him, as if he were struggling hopelessly with himself. Finally, he fell silent. It wasn't an agreement, it was a matter of not daring to oppose any longer. Chen Zhaolong saw Uncle Mei lower his head, no longer looking at him or speaking. It was a silent surrender. Although he didn't nod in this situation, silence was the best answer. Chen Zhaolong shifted his gaze from Uncle Mei to the other two. De Lao Pan and Piao Ge sat there, their postures strangely consistent, slightly leaning forward, both hands resting on the table. Chen Zhaolong looked at them, his tone remaining neutral, but his voice now carried an added layer of meaning, a sense of an ultimatum. "What about you two? Do you want to follow his path as well?" He looked at De Lao Pan, whose throat bobbed up and down, not speaking, but also not shaking his head. Chen Zhaolong's gaze shifted to Piao Ge, whose chin slightly retracted, as if trying to evade that gaze, yet his eyes remained fixed on Chen Zhaolong, not daring to look away. "If none of you want to give me face." Chen Zhaolong's voice slowed, enunciating each word. "You have one establishment in Causeway Bay, I will check one establishment, and I will keep my word." Upon hearing this, both men stiffened. If they offended Chen Zhaolong, and he truly checked one by one, their two establishments wouldn't last a week. Moreover, the conditions offered by Li Wei weren't bad. 30 million for each, plus a business that would earn more than just keeping the territory. Although it wouldn't look good on the surface, it wasn't a loss. The conference room was so quiet that the ticking of the clock on the wall could be heard, each tick striking at the hearts of everyone present. Finally, the two took a deep breath, a long one, raising their heads, their lips moving. "Officer Chinwei, we will listen to you." Seeing Piao Ge and De Lao Pan nod in agreement, Li Wei felt a surge of happiness in his heart. At this point, it hardly mattered whether Hong Tai agreed. He didn't show much on his face, but a thought flashed through his mind. Chief Chen was indeed impressive today. With just a few words, he had tackled the hardest problem for him, saving him a great deal of effort and expense. If he had to deal with these two old foxes himself, 30 million might not have sufficed. Causeway Bay, completely under his control, had finally become a reality. From today onwards, every profitable venue and dangerous street in Causeway Bay belonged to him the madman way. He leaned back against the chair, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly faded. Now was not the time to be complacent, as there were still people sitting across from him. Hearing the statements from Piao Gu and Lao Pan, Qin Xiaolong's previously grim face, which had darkened due to Uncle May, softened considerably. His gaze swept back and forth across Piao Gu and Lao Pan's faces, and a hint of satisfaction even crept onto his lips. Not bad, you two are quite perceptive. A broad smile immediately spread across Piao Gu's face, a natural expression of relief. He slightly tilted his body towards Qin Xiaolong, his tone laced with a hint of flattery. Chief Qin, this is what we ought to do. Now that you've spoken, how could we not comply? Lao Pan chuckled along, scratching the back of his head, opening his mouth as if to say something flattering, but after a couple of attempts he could only squeeze out one sentence. Yes, Chief Qin, you can rest assured. Uncle May, sitting off to the side, watched as Piao Gu and Lao Pan nodded and fawned over Qin Xiaolong, feeling as if a burning coal had been stuffed into his chest, hot and suffocating, making it hard for him to breathe. His hands rested on his knees, fingers tightly clenched together, nails digging into the flesh of his hands, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. He stared at the table, but his eyes involuntarily glanced sideways. Piao Gu was smiling, Lao Pan was also smiling, both of them grinning at Qin Xiaolong in that madman way. They had agreed to join forces to advance and retreat together, yet damn it, not even 4 days had passed before these two had betrayed him. Uncle May took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, the breath coarse and heavy. He still couldn't accept it. He raised his head, his gaze piercing past Qin Xiaolong and landing squarely on Piao Ji's face. His voice wasn't loud, but every word seemed to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, filled with an extreme latent anger. How can you agree? Didn't we all agree beforehand? Upon hearing this, Piao Gu's smile faltered somewhat, but it didn't disappear completely. He turned his head to look at Uncle May, his expression a mix of helplessness, impatience, and a hint of, don't you understand yet? Uncle May, we had agreed before, we have also acted on it. Piao Ji's voice was not loud, but his tone was very direct without any roundabout expressions. But it's unachievable. We've been at it for 4 days. You've seen it yourself now. There's a better solution that we can't ignore. When he said we can't ignore it, there was an undertone of, do you think I want it this way? But Li Wei could tell that Piao Gu was actually quite intent on it. Uncle May's anger flared even more. He abruptly turned his head, glaring at Piao Gu, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Uncle May's voice rose several notches, exploding in the office. Are you scared already after barely a couple of blows? I'm already ashamed to be working with you. The words were too harsh. Piao Ji's complexion shifted drastically, akin to being slapped in public. First pale, then flushed, and finally turning ashen. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and the hand resting on the table clenched into a fist, the knuckles cracking. Lao Pan's expression was no better. The smile on his face vanished entirely, replaced by a gloom that followed humiliation. Piao Gu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, but his tone was no longer as polite as before. Uncle May, you need to understand, we are merely collaborators, not your subordinates. We do as we please. Do we need? This statement left no room for argument. The three were equal partners, not a superior subordinate relationship. Uncle Mai's previous remarks clearly treated Piao Gu and Lao Pan like subordinates, and who could endure that? Uncle May was taken aback by this statement. His mouth opened and then closed again. His lips moved slightly, his throat rolled up and down, trying to say something to refute it, but his thoughts were in a tangle and he could grasp nothing. Because Piao Gu was right. They were merely collaborators, or what he wanted to do was beyond Uncle Mai's control. Uncle May's fists tightened even more, but his mouth remained shut. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Qin Xiaolong knew it was time for him to speak. If they let Uncle May continue like this, and Piao Gu and Lao Pan became humiliated and angry, truly siding with Uncle May, then all his previous efforts would have been in vain. The situation had stabilized now. He mustn't allow Uncle May to stir the pot further. Qin Xiaolong's gaze shot straight towards Uncle May. Uncle May, are you unable to hear what I, Qin Xiaolong, am saying, or do you simply not regard me as worthy of your attention? This statement was like a bucket of ice water poured over him, freezing him in place. Uncle May stiffened momentarily. He could lose his temper at Piao Gu, and Lao Pan could slam the table and glare at Li Wei, but he could not confront Qin Xiaolong. Qin Xiaolong was not some lowly mule or a common thug. He was the captain of the police station. A harsh word today could earn him a seal on the door tomorrow. Uncle May's lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something to save face, but in the end nothing came out. His gaze shifted away from Qin Xiaolong's face, dropping down to his own hands resting on the table. He knew that today he had lost this round. It wasn't defeat against Li Wei, but against the person sitting in the main seat. Uncle May did not utter another word. He slowly stood up from the chair, his movements slow, as if burdened by something. He adjusted his collar, tugged at his shirt, pushed the chair back under the table, and then turned to walk towards the door. His silhouette appeared particularly frail under the fluorescent lights. The old man who had navigated the underworld for decades now resembled a tree bent by the wind. Qin Xiaolong did not call out to him. Sitting in the main seat, he watched Uncle May walk step by step towards the door, his expression as calm as a still pond. His fingers lightly tapped the table twice, unhurriedly. Uncle Mai's hand reached for the doorknob. Just as he pulled the door open, Chun Xiaolong's voice came from behind. Uncle May, you'd better do as I say, but if you can, I'll assist you. This sentence was spoken slowly, causing Uncle May to pause his hand on the doorknob. He did not look back, but his shoulders slightly shrugged, as if taking a deep breath. Understood, Chief Chun. Uncle May's voice was low, but in the quiet office, everyone heard it clearly. Then he opened the door and walked out. The door did not close immediately, but left a gap, through which the dim light from the corridor could be seen. Suddenly, that gap widened, the door slammed back, hitting the frame with a loud bang. Bang! The entire office shook, and Chun Xiaolong frowned slightly, but said nothing. His gaze shifted from the still quivering door back to the three individuals left in the conference room. Piao Gu and De Lao Pan sat in their chairs, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Chun Xiaolong scanned the faces of the three individuals before speaking, his tone reverting to a businesslike manner. Since you all have intentions, let's finalize the solution today. The three nodded simultaneously. Piao Gu nodded decisively, De Lao Pan nodded vigorously, and Li Wei nodded lightly, but they all nodded. The negotiations that followed went much more smoothly than Li Wei had anticipated, and within less than an hour all terms were finalized. De Lao Pan walked around the conference table till Li Wei's side plopped down on the edge of the table, and then reached out, pulling Li Wei's shoulder with a firm embrace. He held on tightly, as if embracing a longtime brother. Brother, rest assured. De Lao Pan's voice was deep and loud, causing Li Wei's eardrums to buzz. If that old fellow Mei Shu dares to trouble you later, just tell us too, and we'll help you deal with him. He spoke with a serious expression, but Li Wei knew that De Lao Pan, despite his sweet words, would be the first to run when trouble arose. However, he did not expose this, maintaining a perfectly timed smile. Piao Gu stood up from his chair, walked over, and stood beside De Lao Pan. Yes, Crazy Wei, if anything happens, just tell us. We will definitely support you to the end. Li Wei, with De Lao Pan's arm around his shoulder, turned his head to glance at Piao Gu, then back to De Lao Pan, smiling. All right, Piao Gu, De Lao Pan, if necessary, I will definitely call on you. Chun Xiaolong, seated in the main position, observed the seemingly harmonious trio, his lips curling, slightly unsure if he wanted to laugh or sigh. Clearing his throat, his voice was not loud, yet the three fell silent simultaneously. Since you all have made amends, there should be no further conflicts moving forward. Chun Xiaolong's gaze slowly swept across the three faces, ultimately resting on De Lao Pan, pausing for a second, then shifting to Piao Gu, pausing again. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. De Lao Pan immediately withdrew his arm from Li Wei's shoulder, turned to face Chun Xiaolong, a wider smile on his face than he had when addressing Li Wei. Officer Chun, rest assured we will definitely comply. Good. Chun Xiaolong nodded. Since the matter is settled, you two can leave first. Piao Gu and De Lao Pan exchanged glances and nodded in unison. All right, Officer Chun, we will take our leave now. Chun Xiaolong said no more, merely waving his hand. Piao Gu and De Lao Pan turned and walked towards the door, their footsteps echoing in the corridor as they gradually faded away. The meeting room fell silent, leaving only Chun Xiaolong and Li Wei. Chun Xiaolong leaned back in his chair, his gaze towards Li Wei different from how he looked at Piao Gu and De Lao Pan. Crazy Wei. Chun Xiaolong's mouth gradually curled upward. Congratulations, you have achieved a clean slate in Causeway Bay. Li Wei leaned back in his chair, his hands resting on his knees. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but smile as well. Officer Chun, you are mistaken. Chun Xiaolong raised an eyebrow, his smile intact, but a hint of curiosity emerged. What did I get wrong? Please enlighten me. Li Wei extended his hand, first pointing at himself, then rotating his finger to point at Chun Xiaolong. It should be said, we share this joy. Chun Xiaolong did not respond, but he did not deny it either, tilting his head as he looked at Li Wei, waiting for him to continue. With no gangs in Causeway Bay, isn't that all thanks to you, Officer Chun? Without your support, even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I could not have achieved what I have today, so. He paused, looking into Chun Xiaolong's eyes. A promotion is just around the corner. The last 4 words were spoken softly, yet they weighed heavily in Chun Xiaolong's ears. He stared at Li Wei, remaining silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. It was not the subtle smile from earlier, but a full-bellied laugh that echoed through the office, bouncing off the walls and resonating for quite some time. He laughed for a while before regaining composure, pointing in Li Wei's direction, shaking his head with a lingering smile. You rascal. Chun Xiaolong's voice carried a hint of admiration. Your mind works quickly. Li Wei smiled, but said nothing. Chun Xiaolong's laughter gradually subsided, his expression returning to seriousness. He sat up straight, resting his hands on the table, fixing his gaze on Li Wei. But you must remember your words. Chun Xiaolong lowered his voice. Do not buy votes, otherwise I will not spare you. The last 4 words were pronounced slowly, carrying an undeniable firmness. Li Wei looked into Chun Xiaolong's eyes without flinching or hesitating. Understood, Officer Chun. Just 5 words, but Chun Xiaolong sensed the weight behind them. Chun Xiaolong nodded. All right, Crazy Wei, you can leave now. Li Wei stood up, pushed back his chair, and adjusted his collar. All right, Officer Chun, I'm leaving now. Chun Xiaolong nodded, his gaze returning to Li Wei. He paused for a moment before adding. Be careful not to get your territory stolen by others. Li Wei understood the weight behind those words. Qin Xiaolong was reminding him that it wasn't just Hong Tai's 3 gangs targeting Causeway Bay, there were others as well. Now that he had just established a clean slate in Causeway Bay, his foundation was unstable and countless eyes were watching, waiting for him to show a flaw. Understood. Li Wei nodded, saying no more. He turned and walked towards the door. He opened the door, took a step outside, then paused to glance back at Qin Xiaolong. Then he withdrew his gaze, stepped out, and gently closed the door behind him. Li Wei descended the stairs and exited through the precinct's front door. A Chong was already waiting with the car parked at the entrance. Seeing Li Wei come out, he got out of the driver's seat and opened the rear door. Wei Ge heading back to Causeway Bay? A Chong asked. Li Wei bent down, settled into the car, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes. Yes, going back. The car pulled out of the precinct's parking lot and turned onto the main road. As the car moved forward, Li Wei's thoughts drifted to faraway places. When Mei Shu returned home, the servant approached him, noticing his pale face. She opened her mouth to say something, but closed it again, lowering her head and stepping aside. Mei Shu changed his shoes and walked into the living room, standing there suddenly feeling a tightness in his chest. His gaze landed on the coffee table, a new purple clay tea set he had bought just last month. He walked over, picked up the teapot, raised it, and smashed it onto the floor. Bang! The purple clay teapot shattered into dozens of pieces on the floor, shards scattering everywhere, splattering onto the sofa legs and bouncing under the TV cabinet. Still unsatisfied, he grabbed a teacup and smashed it one by one. Crazy Wei. Mei Shu's voice echoed in the living room. One day I will make you pay. He then kicked over a flower stand next to the coffee table, the flower pot crashing to the ground, dirt and broken porcelain covering the floor, turning the entire living room into a chaotic battlefield. Footsteps were heard from upstairs as someone hurried down the stairs. The prince stood at the stairway looking at the mess on the floor, frowning slightly before walking to Mei Shu's side. Dad, what happened? Why are you so angry? Mei Shu turned his head, seeing his son, his anger slightly subsiding, but a cloud of gloom still hung on his face. Isn't it all because of Crazy Wei? Mei Shu's voice was still loud, but softer than when he was shouting at the air earlier. That bastard took over my territory and won over Piao Gu and Lao Pan. Now I'm left alone. Qin Xiaolong is also on his side. Today during the negotiation, he pressed me down so hard I couldn't lift my head. Upon hearing the name Crazy Wei, the prince's expression changed instantly. It was not anger, but a complex mix of emotions. Hatred, unwillingness, and a sense of humiliation from being trampled underfoot. He still remembered that night.